Synopsis. After 2 years of being considered a useless Livian husband whom everyone looked down upon, the truth unveils itself on the day of divorce. He possesses wealth rivaling nations and wields power unmatched. Chapter 1. The Divorce from the Goddess. In Jiangdu, within the opulent setting of a villa in the Eastern District, a man and a woman sat in the living room. The man was not particularly handsome, yet he exuded a sense of reliability and composure. The woman, by contrast, was breathtakingly beautiful. With an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and skin as fair as snow, her alluring figure accentuated even by her simple pajamas, which did little to disguise her enviable curves. The man, named Su Yang, faced a stack of A4 paper before him, on which the words divorce agreement stood out prominently. He reached for a pen and decisively signed his name with a swift motion. "Aren't you going to even glance at the contents of the agreement?" Lin Shui asked, momentarily taken aback. Although their marriage had been an arrangement, and the divorce agreement had been drafted prior to their nuptials, Su Yang's unhesitating signature was still difficult for her to comprehend. After all, she was among the most distinguished young entrepreneurs in Jiangdu, a goddess-like president with an impressive net worth nearing 100 million, a paragon of excellence that many men envisioned as their ultimate fantasy. Did Su Yang truly feel no pang of regret? What difference does it make whether I read it or not? He met her Gaussian, unparalleled beauty with an expression of placid indifference. From this moment forth, she would no longer be his wife. 2 years prior, Lin Shui had reached the zenith of her career, poised to assume the role of CEO of the Lin Group. Yet her personal life remained unresolved, significantly impacting her standing within the corporation. The board demanded she rectify her personal situation before taking the helm. Thus, Lin Shui had entered into a contractual marriage with Su Yang. Over the span of 2 years, he would receive a payment of 2 million, but was bound to the role of a stay-at-home husband, forbidden from seeking employment or involving himself in any business matters of the group. His shares would have to be unconditionally returned at the time of divorce, or else face penalties exceeding hundreds of millions. Consequently, regardless of the particulars outlined in the agreement, Su Yang had no choice but to affix his signature. 2 years and 2 million was, in the eyes of an ordinary individual, a remarkably favorable arrangement. Meanwhile, Lin Shui succeeded in gaining full control of the company. This was, in essence, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Throughout the 2 years, Su Yang assumed the responsibilities of cooking and housekeeping, attending to Lin Shui's every need with meticulous care. To claim that no feelings had developed during this time would be utterly false. Yet he understood from the outset that their relationship was merely an act. He performed his role admirably, and Lin Shui, too, played her part exceptionally well. Truth be told, although you have signed the divorce agreement, there is still a possibility for you to remain, she suggested. Remain? Under what pretense? He had previously been Lin Shui's husband, and caring for her was expected. To stay now would only relegate him to the status of a servant or caretaker. Moreover, Su Yang had entered into this agreement when he was gravely injured and on the brink of losing his ability to function. It was worth noting, however, that his injuries had fully healed and his abilities restored 6 months ago. Their 2-year union had not been particularly eventful, yet the daily interactions had fostered a bond. Lin Shui's commitment to her role was so convincing that Su Yang nearly believed she had developed feelings for him until the divorce agreement lay before him, clarifying that it was time for him to leave. Perhaps this was the nature of the business world, where even marriage was reduced to a matter of profit. 2 years earlier, Lin Shui had hastily married a man to secure control of her company, unaware that her seemingly ordinary choice was anything but. During these 2 years, the smooth operation of her group was undeniably attributable to her own talents. Yet, the true force behind the scenes was what truly inspired fear. "I will transfer 2 million to your account immediately, along with an additional million as compensation for your grievances over the past 2 years, she stated. Very well, Su Yang replied calmly. Whether it was 2 million or 3 million, it was merely a sum to him. Lin Shui felt a twinge of frustration. Did he truly not understand the value of negotiation? In reflection upon their time together, she felt a hint of sweetness. He had prepared a comforting cup of brown sugar water for her during her menstrual discomfort, and irrespective of how late she returned home intoxicated, he would always come to her rescue. They had even shared a bed, but nothing had occurred until now. Wait, Lin Shui, what are you thinking? Have you genuinely begun to develop feelings for him? I have prepared dinner, remember to eat. It would be best to hire a maid for the future. I must take my leave, Su Yang announced, rising to grasp his luggage and making his way towards the villa's exit. As Lin Chuyi watched his somewhat nonchalant silhouette, she contemplated the absence of his cooking in her life henceforth. Unable to quell the pang of sadness rising within her, she opened her mouth several times to call out to Su Yang, but ultimately held her tongue. She desired a robust man capable of safeguarding her, not someone who merely cooked and attended to her needs. Even if she were willing to accept Su Yang, her family would never agree. Upon leaving the villa, Su Yang received a text message that caused him to tremble slightly. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a transfer notification from Lin Chui. He glanced back at the familiar lights of the villa one last time, realizing that she had shown no inclination to retain him. With a shake of his head, Su Yang made a phone call. Kaiyang, eliminate the Li group. Understood? The Li group was far more powerful than the Lin group, having repeatedly undermined it and sought to swallow it whole. Yet all their efforts have been discreetly thwarted by Su Yang. My wife, Lin Chuyi, this is the last deed I shall perform for you. Take care of yourself in the future. After hanging up, Su Yang departed with purpose. Hardly had he left when Lin Chuyi received a call from her father, Lin Guodong. Did that useless man sign? If he hesitates, he'll come over with a few men to ensure he does. As Su Yang's father-in-law, Lin Guodong regarded him merely as a tool for Lin Chuyi's corporate ambitions, showing no trace of respect. No need. He has already signed. Lin Chuyi responded with a hint of melancholy. Prior to this, her father had devised multiple coercive strategies to ensure Su Yang would comply, as who would willingly relinquish a life of luxury and a breathtaking wife. Yet, to Lin Chuyi's surprise, Su Yang's compliance had been remarkably straightforward. Good. By the way, tomorrow is the birthday banquet for Li Mingwei, the heir of the Li Group. Make sure to prepare yourself and arrive on time. The Li Group? But hasn't the Li Group consistently pressured our Lin Group? Lin Chuyi inquired, a frown creasing her brow. That was in the past. It will not be so moving forward. To be frank, the young master of the Li family has taken an interest in you. If our Lin family can ally with the Li Group, our path ahead will surely ascend to new heights. Is this the reason you insisted that I sign the divorce agreement with Su Yang today? Chapter 2. Have you fallen for that useless one? How? Could it be that you truly harbor feelings for that worthless individual? No, certainly not if that's reassuring. Now that you have complete control over the company, that individual has lost all utility. The company has reached a bottleneck. It is paramount that you curry favor with the Li Group. But what do you mean by but? Do you wish to spend your life renting a villa? Have you not longed to purchase a villa atop the mountain? If we could secure the assistance of the Li Group, our Lin family could finally possess our own villa. Remember to dress elegantly tomorrow. After Lin Guodong finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Staring at the empty villa and the cold meal left on the dining table, Lin Chuyi's heart remained unsettled. Su Yang was merely a tool for her to manage the company. But was she not also a mere instrument? In truth, she did not wish to divorce Su Yang. After 2 years of daily companionship, she had developed feelings for him. Yet, born into a wealthy family, she found herself ensnared by circumstances. Not far from the villa, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt before Su Yang. Moments later, a man and a woman emerged from the vehicle. Both possessed an extraordinary demeanor, their gazes sharp, exuding a faint yet palpable aura of menace. They approached Su Yang and knelt before him, their right fists pressed against their hearts. If Lin Chuyi were aware of the significance of the breaking army in the dark world, she would undoubtedly be astounded. Who could have imagined her seemingly ordinary husband harbored such a hidden identity? Please, enter the car. Su Yang gestured to the two, stepping into the Rolls-Royce. The vehicle started moving slowly. How has the Wolf of Greed been faring lately? All is well, except for Tianji. She still requires nutritional meals to sustain her life. The body of Xuandi has yet to be located. Su Yang's brow furrowed slightly. The 3S level mission from 2 years ago had nearly dealt a devastating blow to the Wolf of Greed. The demise of its leader, Xuandi, remained shrouded in mystery. Tianji was gravely injured, reduced to a vegetative state. Meanwhile, Su Yang, known as the killing star of the Wolf of Greed, had also suffered severe injuries, almost rendered incapacitated, only recovering 6 months ago. What was once a world-renowned SSS-level mercenary organization had now devolved into an S-level group. Moreover, Xuandi's sister has been found. She resides in Jiangdu. What? A wave of elation washed over Su Yang's face. Xuandi Longxian, the former leader of the Wolf of Greed. She was also Su Yang's mentor. She had discovered him as an 8-year-old scavenging in a garbage dump and had nurtured him into one of the 7 stars of the Wolf of Greed, the Killing Star. Without Long Xian, Su Yang would have perished long ago from starvation. Furthermore, Long Xian was also Su Yang's woman. However, due to their age difference, she had never publicly acknowledged their relationship. Before embarking on that fateful 3S level mission, Long Xian had sought Su Yang out, urging him to protect her sister, Long Yusin, should anything happen to her. Perhaps even then, Long Xian had foreseen that the 3S level mission was far more perilous than anticipated. Long Xian held a unique place in Su Yang's heart, as both mentor and companion, and also as his beloved. Yet he had never imagined that this invincible woman could also meet her demise. And tragically, it was in her effort to protect him. Had it not been for Xuandi's self-sacrifice during the 3S level mission, it was likely that the breaking army would have perished as well. Xuandi had died for him, and he had lived in guilt ever since. Now he could finally take action. The slight disappointment from his impending divorce with Lin Chuyi was swept away. However, boss, you must prepare yourself mentally. Long Yusin is born with a congenital defect, and it is the most severe case of the Nine syndrome. A congenital defect. Su Yang was taken aback that a congenital defect signifies an inability to cultivate. The Nine syndrome is even more dreadful, as it not only renders one incapable of cultivation, but also results in extreme physical frailty, making it nearly impossible to survive past the age of 16. To remain alive, a constant infusion of powerful internal energy is necessary. The records indicated that Long Yusin had already reached 18. Clearly, her survival until now was due to Xuandi's formidable internal energy preserving her life. Yet even so, Long Yusin's condition continued to deteriorate. Take me to see her. Su Yang finally understood why Xuandi insisted that he personally care for Long Yusin. Only his robust internal energy could ensure her survival. Had it been otherwise, Xuandi would have never allowed him to approach her. His identity would only bring disaster upon Long Yusin. Rest assured, Master, from this moment onward, I shall sever ties with the Wolf of Greed and ensure that Yusin is shielded from even the slightest harm. I will also thoroughly investigate the truth behind the mission from 2 years ago. Regarding Su Yang's decision, Kaiyang and Tianxian offered no further comment, as they understood Xuandi's significance to him, down on the banks of the Jiangdu River. Beneath a bridge, a remarkably beautiful girl was singing. Unfortunately, she was seated in a wheelchair. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the dazed expression in her eyes. It appeared she could not see at all. Such a pity for her lovely, large eyes. Clink, a coin fell into the bowl before her, gently awakening her slumbering spirit. Slowly open your eyes and behold the bustling world. Does it still spin unceasingly? Ethereal and melodious, her voice resonated. The girl was undeniably beautiful, especially in her frailty, evoking memories of Lin Dayu from Dream of the Red Chamber. Let our smiles brim with youthful pride. Let us anticipate that tomorrow will be even better. Despite her modest setup, a mere wooden guitar and a small speaker, intertwined with the sounds of traffic, her singing possessed a unique penetrating quality and emotional resonance. Indeed, a girl who could neither see nor walk could live so actively. What grievances could others possibly harbor? Many were moved to tears by the girl's song. Clink, the bowl echoed once more. The song resumed, but this time what the passers-by tossed in was not a coin, but a small stone. Yet not everyone was kind-hearted. Throwing stones into her bowl was not an isolated incident. However, the girl seemed oblivious, continuing to showcase her enchanting voice. Alas, her frail body required her to pause and inhale her asthma medication after singing for a while. After a few more songs, she prepared to pack up. Leaning down, she felt for her bowl, carefully selecting the stones one by one, that a placid smile remained on her face. She had long known that those people were not dropping coins. Chapter 3. A pot, a bowl, and a ladle. Hey, blind girl, why are you in such a hurry to pack up? We haven't had the chance to hear you sing yet. Just as the girl was about to leave, 3 ruffians appeared before her stand, their eyes gleaming with greed. Although the girl was disabled and her vision impaired, her beauty was undeniable. Like an angel, with a captivating voice, one could only wonder if her singing remained as enchanting when she lay in bed. The girl initially believed that the blonde was genuinely there to listen to her sing. So she picked up her wooden guitar again and asked in a heavenly voice, "What song would you like to hear?" "We want to hear you to sing. Ha 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 ha." Upon hearing the ruffian's crude remarks, The girl immediately grasped that trouble was brewing and attempted to leave. Unfortunately, her wheelchair was seized, and no matter how much strength she exerted, she could not move an inch. That, oh dear. You poor blind girl. How exhausting it must be to shake that wheelchair. How about I carry you on my back, or even throw you over my shoulder? Ah, you blind little brat. How dare you bite me? With a resounding slap, the ruffian struck the girl across the face. The frail girl tumbled from her wheelchair, 5 clear finger marks appearing on her face. Struggling, she crawled forward. The ruffians watched her with mocking eyes. One of them stepped in front of her, spreading his legs wide, that if she continued to crawl, she would have to pass beneath him. The girl was utterly unaware of this. Fear had clouded her sense of direction. Just as she was about to crawl past the ruffian, he suddenly leapt into the air. Dow! The scream was deafening. Who the hell are you to kick Mao Ge? The other 2 ruffians rushed over immediately. Su Yang snorted coldly, then moved like a blur. Crack! The sound of eggshells shattering echoed. The 2 remaining ruffians clutched their groins, kneeling on the ground, their faces contorted in agony. Are you all right? Su Yang looked at the frightened girl on the ground, his heart aching that he had not anticipated that Long Yusin's condition was this dire. Unable to see, unable to walk, and suffering from severe asthma. Are you looking for death? Do you know who we are? We are from Sanha. The 3 ruffians cried out in agony, their voices trembling as they confronted Su Yang, who exuded an aura of deathly threat. In truth, if this were not Huaxia, they would already be dead. All is well that Su Yang handed over the asthma medication. Long Yusin took the inhaler and inhaled several deep breaths, gradually calming down. Once she was completely at ease, Su Yang pushed the wheelchair closer and assisted her into it. He did not insist on staying close, as he understood that it was natural for Long Yusin to be wary of him upon their first meeting. Though she could not see, Long Yusin possessed an excellent memory. With her guitar slung over her back, she began to roll away from the bridge. After about 10 minutes, Long Yusin arrived at a dilapidated neighborhood. Though the area was run down, it was still quite spacious. Long Yusin wheeled herself into the underground parking lot. Su Yang initially assumed she intended to take the elevator from the parking area to the upper floors. However, to his astonishment, she resided in the underground parking lot itself, specifically in a cramped parking space tucked away in a corner. The space was quite small, roughly 2 meters squared, evidently meant for parking electric scooters. Surrounding her makeshift home were cut-up woven bags, and rather than a bed, she had merely laid down some cotton batting directly on the ground. A pot, a bowl, a ladle, this constituted Long Yusin's existence. Su Yang felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow wash over him. At that moment, a security guard approached and called out to Long Yusin. Cautiously, she retrieved a handful of coins from her pocket and handed them to the guard. This is all I have for today. Zhang Dawei glanced at the meager sum Long Yusin had offered, his dissatisfaction evident as he remarked, You expect to pay only this little today. How utterly useless. Even Wang Qigai can collect hundreds in a single day. I am not a beggar. A stubborn glint appeared in Long Yusin's eyes. Oh, really? With your blindness and disability, you're practically a burden. That if I hadn't rented this space to you, you'd be worse off than a beggar. The guard scoffed. By the way, the rent for this month is 500. Why is it so high? Other spaces are only 300. That Long Yusin's complexion paled slightly. She earned only a few dozen yuan daily from her singing. The sudden increase of 200 was difficult for her to accept. While others merely park their vehicles, you reside here, generating considerable waste that we must clean up. Isn't it reasonable to charge you a bit more for management fees? Besides, you cannot stay here any longer. There have been complaints from property owners about how you disturb their lives. You must vacate today. Long Yusin's face turned ashen. That if she could not stay here, did that mean she would have to sleep under a bridge? However, if you agree to one condition, I could allow you to remain here without charging you rent. Zhang Dawei's tone shifted. What condition? Be my wife and bear my children. Zhang Dawei, a mere security guard earning a little over 2,000 a month, had the audacity to seek a wife in this city, a notion as far-fetched as it was ludicrous. Despite her blindness and lameness, Long Yusin was not unattractive. Biting her lip, she lowered her gaze, remaining silent. What is wrong? Are you unwilling? Look at yourself, blind and crippled, just a burden if I want you as my wife. Consider it a stroke of luck. Zhang Dawei's gaze lingered on Long Yusin, whose frail beauty bore an alluring yet morbid charm. To his surprise, he felt a flicker of attraction. Think it over. Will you be my wife? Or will you leave? Zhang Daoi's words rang true. She was indeed a burden, both crippled and visually impaired, her health poor. Yet it was precisely this that made her reluctant to impose on others. Moreover, Zhang Daoi's character was one she found utterly distasteful, as he frequently bullied her. Seeing Long Use in silence, Zhang Daoi's expression darkened, that he had endured the harshest realities of life at the lowest rung of society and had hoped to find a sense of superiority when confronting a disabled person. Yet, even Long Yusin looked down on him. Since you refuse to be my wife, don't blame me for throwing your belongings out, Zhang Dawei declared, lifting her pot and utensils as if to discard them. Suddenly, a figure stepped in front of him. Brother, let us be merciful where mercy is due, Su Yang interjected, his brow furrowed. Her presence here affects the property owners' lives. Tossing her belongings is not unreasonable, is it? Of course it's reasonable, Zhang Dawei retorted, but the owners just said they don't mind her staying. Which owners? Zhang Dawei's voice dripped with skepticism that in truth, Long Yusin's corner dwelling hadn't disturbed anyone. Zhang Dawei was simply taking pleasure in tormenting her. As she was the only person he could bully in this city, that I just purchased this entire complex, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Even if you bought a unit here, you're still just one owner. It takes at least half the owners to agree for it to matter. Zhang Dawei persisted, showing little respect for the owners of this modest complex, that I believe you've misunderstood. I just bought the entire complex, not merely a unit, Su Yang stated, his tone remaining calm, as if acquiring an entire complex was an everyday occurrence that in truth for Su Yang, purchasing an ordinary complex was hardly a remarkable feat. After all, prior to accepting that level 3 task, his wealth had already surpassed 100 billion. However, all his assets were under the name of Pejun after his injury. He had frozen all of Pejun's assets to live incognito in Jiangdu, biding his time, that if he had drawn on that wealth without sufficient power, it could have led to his downfall. But now that his strength had returned, he could freely access his wealth. Haha, you bought an entire complex? Are you trying to be funny? Young man, you must still be dreaming. Zhang Dawei laughed mockingly. Though the complex was not luxurious, the idea of purchasing an entire complex was still an unfathomable sum for him. Just then, a stunning woman in a professional outfit rushed over to Su Yang, her high heels clicking on the floor. That Mr. Su, please sign here. Once you do, this complex will belong to you. That'll handle all subsequent paperwork. You won't have to worry about a thing. The beautiful woman spoke with utmost respect. When news spread that someone intended to buy an entire complex, even Wang Yu thought it was a joke. She casually quoted a price of 198 million, only to be astonished when within less than a minute, the full amount of 200 million arrived, without even a hint of negotiation. The extra 2 million was requested to be processed swiftly. Wang Yu, a star salesperson for Tongdao Properties specialized in the rentals and sales of this complex, now stood in disbelief. Could this man truly have purchased the entire complex? Zhang Dawei swallowed hard, his throat dry. What are you still doing here? Hurry and bring Su a sofa, Wang Yu commanded Zhang Dawei, who stood frozen in place like a statue. Given her status within Tongdao Properties, she wielded considerable influence. Zhang Dawei, knowing he dared not oppose her, hurried off to fetch a sofa for Su Yang. Miss Wang, that won't be necessary. I'm about to leave. Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. All right, Mr. Su, here is my business card. If you have any questions about the complex, feel free to reach out to me. Wang Yu carefully offered her card. What a joke it was to buy an entire complex without batting an eye. This man was a true tycoon among tycoons. She certainly did not believe Su Yang's purchase was merely to help a blind woman. It was likely for some investment. Perhaps he had insider information about an impending redevelopment of the complex. Little did she know that Su Yang's motives were solely to support Long Yusin. Buying an entire complex was indeed a wildly impulsive move, and perhaps even foolish, but Su Yang was unfazed. Though Wang Yu did not anticipate that this tycoon would take an interest in her, she recognized that befriending someone of his stature would be immensely beneficial to Mr. Su. She ventured, "Are you suddenly acquiring so many properties for investment purposes? If you're interested, we could have dinner tonight and discuss real estate matters." This was a blatant proposition. Despite her fears of repulsing Su Yang, she could not afford to care. She had encountered many wealthy individuals, but never one as young and affluent as Su Yang. That I'm not acquiring them for investment, and dinner is unnecessary, Su Yang replied coolly. Then we all right, Mr. Su, I'll go take care of it right now. Wang Yu hurriedly exited, realizing her words had likely displeased him. She sighed inwardly. Sure enough, he doesn't find me appealing. It wasn't that Su Yang looked down on Wang Yu. She was indeed quite beautiful. Though perhaps not as captivating as Lin Chui, Su Yang simply had no interest in idle chatter with her, as all his thoughts were consumed by how to make Long Yusin the happiest woman in the world. Oh, by the way, Miss Wang, I'd prefer if you didn't disclose any of my affairs to anyone, Su Yang called out suddenly. Not out of a desire for secrecy, but rather to prevent his actions from causing Long Yusin any undue trouble. Chapter 5: The so-called Waste Yusin. Come with me. From now on, you shall be the happiest woman in the world. Su Yang gazed at the almost identical figure of Long Yusin, nearly choked with emotion. The Xian Emperor had departed, leaving Long Yusin as his sole anchor. Yet, Long Yusin felt a flicker of fear. You startled me. Su Yang was taken aback. Indeed, his actions were rather alarming. First, he purchased an entire community, and then he acquired one of the most luxurious villas in Jiangdu, claiming it as a gift for Long Yusin. It was no wonder she was unsettled. Yusin, I am not a bad person. I know that Big Brother is not a bad person, but why does Big Brother want Yusin to be the happiest woman? We do not know each other, and my health is poor. I am both lame and blind. Long Yusin expressed her feelings of inferiority. She did not believe Su Yang was malicious, nor did she think he had ulterior motives. After all, what could a blind and lame girl offer? Su Yang, being so wealthy, could have any woman he desired. Just moments ago, that saleswoman named Wang Yu had already hinted at wanting to dine with him. Yusin, what would it take for you to trust me? Yusin does not distrust Big Brother. Rather, Yusin needs a reason. Yusin cannot accept favors without merit. Hearing Long Yusin's words, Su Yang's eyes brightened. I will tell you the truth. Yusin, that I am your fan. Your singing is the most beautiful sound I have ever heard. If I cannot hear your voice for a day, I feel utterly miserable. Thus, my kindness is not without conditions. You must sing for me. But to listen to Yusin sing, a mere coin would suffice. I wish to drift into slumber to the sound of your voice. Big Brother, give me your phone, and I will record all the songs I know for you, so you can listen to my singing as you sleep. Su Yang, I didn't expect this little girl to be quite the challenge. Tio put it bluntly. Her wariness was understandable. After all, Long Yusin's life had not been easy, especially in the past 2 years without the protection of the Xian Emperor. By the way, Xian Emperor, Yusin, I am actually a good friend of your sister, but I do not have a sister. No sister. A look of confusion crossed Su Yang's face. Could it be that the Xian Emperor had not acknowledged her relationship with Long Yusin? Then, could Yusin tell me who your closest person is? Upon hearing Su Yang's question, Long Yusin lowered her head, her expression one of melancholy. The person I am closest to is Ugly Brother, but he hasn't come to see Yusin for a long time. Ugly Brother, Su Yang quickly understood. That must be the Xian Emperor in disguise, to avoid revealing her relationship with Long Yusin. Big Brother, do you know Ugly Brother? Long Yusin looked at Su Yang with hopeful eyes. Su Yang's mind conjured the image of that stunning figure, a woman who was both teacher and friend, as well as a lover, that he spoke softly. Yes, I know her, but she is not a brother. She is a sister, the most important person in my life. Big Brother truly knows Ugly Sister. Big Brother, can you tell Yusin where Ugly Sister is gone? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, that he hadn't anticipated that this girl would dig a pit for him. She was clearly aware that the Xian Emperor was a woman, yet had deliberately referred to her as a brother to test Su Yang. Your sister has gone on a crucial mission for the country, a very important one, and she has sent me to take care of you. So, is she a great hero? Yes, she is a hero. Wonderful. I knew Ugly Sister could not be a bad person, Long Yusin exclaimed with joy. The Xian Emperor had a fiery temper. Anyone who dared to harm Long Yusin would be subjected to her fierce wrath. This had once made Long Yusin doubt whether her ugly sister might be a villain. Big Brother, Yusin misses Ugly Sister. When will I be able to see Ugly Sister again? Well, Yusin is willing to go with Big Brother and will be obedient. The little girl finally lowered her defenses against Su Yang. The villa on the mountaintop had long been decorated, but due to its exorbitant price, it had not sold well. After tidying up Long Yusin's belongings, Su Yang called for a car to head to the mountaintop villa, making Zhang Daowei green with envy. Was this the legendary transformation of a mountain chicken into a phoenix? Initially, Su Yang merely wished to provide the best for Long Yusin, which was why he purchased the villa. However, upon arriving, he was utterly astounded. The villa was indeed built upon the mountain, surrounded by lush greenery and breathtaking scenery. The very house he had acquired was situated in the most advantageous location. Opening the window revealed the mighty Jiangdu River, with the entire bustling metropolis laid out before him, evoking a sense of standing at the pinnacle of life. And no wonder every resident of Jiangdu dreams of living in a mountaintop villa. As it was already furnished, he could move in immediately, although he still needed some daily necessities. Just as Su Yang was preparing to go shopping, someone had already delivered them. Bed linens, quilts, pillows, cookware, and all manner of daily essentials. Even decorative plants. Mr. Su. All of these are gifts from the company. Please let me know if you're satisfied. If not, I can have them replaced immediately, Wang Yu said sweetly while directing people to arrange the items. Su Yang realized that this woman was indeed deserving of her title as the top saleswoman at Tang Group. Not just for her beauty, but also for her remarkable competence. These are quite good. Miss Wang, you are very considerate, Su Yang accepted graciously, not wanting to appear overly modest. The villa, valued at 240 million, had not even been bargained over. Tang Group was certainly making a handsome profit, and these items were hardly worth much. By the way, Mr. Su, I have a question. Go ahead. Wang Yu, having resolved her immediate concern, was in good spirits. You are Su Yang, the so-called waste husband of Jiangdu's #1 goddess, President Lin Chuyi, correct? Indeed, that waste is me. Su Yang had nothing to hide. When he had truly been regarded as waste, he had never cared about others' opinions, and now he cared even less. Haha, Mr. Su is joking. If you are waste, then every man in the world must also be waste. Su Yang smiled without responding. The Lin family had always viewed him as waste and a mere tool, oblivious to the fact that what they considered waste spent more in a single day than the entirety of Lin Chuyi's fortune. The Li Group, which the Lin family dared not provoke, could be obliterated with a single phone call from him. I wonder what expressions the Lin family would wear upon discovering all this. Chapter 6: The Beautiful Housekeeper. However, Su Yang was not particularly interested in how the Lin family would react. Since Lin Chuyi had chosen to sever ties with him, it would be best if they never crossed paths again. He was now more concerned with how to heal Long Yusin's critical condition. Even if he could not cure her, he had to alleviate her suffering. At-18, simply channeling internal energy had become ineffective. He needed some rare herbs and treasures to ease Long Yusin's symptoms. Oh, by the way, Mr. Su, I have a suggestion, though I am unsure if it is appropriate to mention. Since Su Yang had not elaborated on the topic, Wang Yu wisely refrained from probing further. What suggestion? It is like this, Mr. Su. Your villa has a total area of 10,000 square meters, and I recommend that you hire a private housekeeper to manage your team of servants. Wang Yu stated earnestly. After all, Wang Yu believed that if Su Yang could afford such an expensive villa, hiring a few servants was only fitting. 10,000 square meters. Su Yang was astonished that he had thought this villa was merely for him. R.Su is joking. If it were only the building area, how could it possibly be sold at this price? Wang Yu was once again taken aback by Su Yang's extravagance. While villas are indeed more expensive than ordinary residences, they aren't exorbitantly priced. The high total cost was primarily due to the large area, that if only the building area were considered, it would have to be priced at several hundred thousand per square meter. Yet, Su Yang had merely seen the building area and purchased the villa outright. No, he hadn't even looked at it. Then how many servants would I need to hire? It is like this. Aside from the 10,000 square meters of building area, the surrounding garden is approximately 2,000 square meters. The small golf course at the back is 1,200 square meters, the swimming pool 300 square meters, and the helipad 200 square meters. Thus, including security, I estimate you will need to hire around 100 servants. Additionally, if you do not know how to pilot a helicopter, I would suggest hiring a helicopter pilot as well. I have a helicopter? Su Yang was at a loss for words. Why on earth would buying a villa necessitate hiring a pilot? Of course. Wang Yu drew back the curtain to reveal a 200 square meter helipad where a small helicopter was parked. I didn't buy that. It comes with the villa. Another gift. Su Yang's lips twitched. However, this small helicopter was only worth a few million, certainly not a significant amount compared to the total price of 240 million. I only have 2 people living here. If I just want to ensure normal living conditions in the villa, how many people do I minimally need? Su Yang did not wish to assemble a 100-person team. At the very least, 24 would be required. Su Yang nodded. 20 or so was an acceptable number. After all, while he was wealthy, he was not the kind of tycoon Wang Yu imagined that 100 servants would entail an enormous daily expenditure. Mr. Su, if you place your trust in me, I can assist you in selecting a servant. However, for a personal administrator, that choice must be yours alone, as they will be communicating directly with you. Presumably, Miss Wang has already recommended a candidate? Su Yang smiled warmly at Wang Yu. I have a dear friend who happens to excel in this area. She was once the president of a company valued in the hundreds of millions. But unfortunately, her company went bankrupt. Let me see the information. Indeed, Wang Yu had brought the documents along. This woman seems intriguing. Tang Ninger, age 26, graduated from the management department of Cambridge University 3 years ago. She founded a property company that successfully went public. But later, due to a partner absconding with over 100 million in funds, the company collapsed. Her salary expectation is no less than 1 million annually that if she had not been betrayed by her partner. Her current achievements might not pale in comparison to your esteemed household. Very well, it shall be her. Initially, Su Yang did not possess a strong desire for Tang Ninger to be his housekeeper. Yet upon hearing Wang Yu's words, he decisively made the choice. Perhaps deep down, he still harbored a trace of resentment towards Lin Shuyi. You always accused me of lacking ambition, so I shall hire someone of your caliber to be my housekeeper. Upon Su Yang's agreement, Wang Yu appeared quite pleased. After all, Tang Ning's starting point was exceedingly high. Thus, post-bankruptcy, she found herself in a position where no job seemed suitable. Otherwise, Wang Yu would not have taken the risk of potentially irritating Su Yang by proactively recommending her. She promptly went to inform Tang Ning. Hello Tang, this time I have found you a great job. Rest assured the salary will be satisfactory, and he is quite the handsome gentleman. Approximately an hour later, Tang Ninger arrived, leaving Su Yang somewhat taken aback. Her beauty surpassed that of Wang Yu, and her figure was splendid, particularly her impressive stature, which could only be described as magnificent. Furthermore, she exuded an air of confidence reminiscent of Lin Shuyi, a testament to her past as a president. What skills do you possess? Anything not listed on your resume? Su Yang intended to gain a brief understanding of Tang Ning, that I can do anything. Su Yang was at a loss for words. Even he would not dare to claim such omnipotence. Tang Ning seemed rather audacious that he pointed towards the helicopter downstairs and inquired, Can you pilot it? Today? I cannot. Why not? Because I didn't bring my license. Su Yang. Can you cook? Yes. Would you prefer Chinese or Western cuisine? After a brief exchange, Su Yang found himself beginning to take a liking to this somewhat cool girl. She was proud, yet had the merit to back it up. In a wonder, Wang Yu remarked that had she not been betrayed by her partner, Tang Ning's accomplishments would likely rival those of Lin Shuyi. Boss, could I possibly receive an advance on my salary? Tang. Who asked for an advance on their very first day? Wang Yu shot a disapproving glance at Tang Ninger. Certainly, just provide me with your account number. Su Yang replied nonchalantly that he had offered Tang Ninger an annual salary of 1 million, but he directly transferred 100,000 to her. The boss is generous. I'll get back to work. Upon seeing the cash, Tang Ninger, who had been rather lackadaisical, suddenly seemed invigorated. Mr. Su, please don't mind her. She is just like that. Wang Yu expressed with a hint of exasperation. Su Yang was indifferent. As long as Tang Ninger managed the villa well and took care of Long Yusin, everything else was trivial. Having such a beautiful woman as his housekeeper was indeed a source of fulfillment. Previously, while engaged in his missions at the Greedy Wolf, he had neglected to relish life. With a housekeeper, he would no longer have to worry about anything, which saved him considerable trouble. Su Yang infused Long Yusin with a measure of internal energy, had Tang Ninger prepare ginseng soup, and then reclined on the sofa to watch television. After merely a few moments, his phone rang. It was Lin Shuyi calling. Chapter 7. A catastrophe unleashed. Su Yang paused for a few seconds before pressing the answer button. Su Yang, tomorrow I must attend the Li family banquet, and I will be going alone. Lin Shuyi had not intended to make this call. After all, Su Yang was no longer a part of her life. Though they had long ago established an agreement, the actions of the Lin family felt somewhat like burning bridges. Yet the family insisted she attend the Li family banquet alone. The intentions of the Lin family were all too clear. She had no choice but to comply with the family's arrangement. In truth, she ought not to have shared this information with Su Yang, as informing him served no purpose. Did she expect Su Yang to come to her rescue? The only reason for this call was to irritate him. Yes, Lin Shuyi was simply aiming to vex Su Yang. After all, she had once been his wife. The thought of his wife ingratiating herself with another man surely weighed heavily on his heart. You signed the divorce agreement so readily that if it's a bother, let us both be a bother. Without giving Su Yang a chance to respond, Lin Shuyi hung up the phone. Su Yang was momentarily startled. What could Lin Shuyi's call signify? Moreover, the Li family had always suppressed the Lin family. Why would she attend their banquet? Should he go or not? Did Lin Shuyi wish for him to attend? Or would she prefer he stay away? The following evening, at the Emperor Hotel. Xiao Yi, do you still wish to call me young masterly? Just call me Ming W. Ming Wei gazed at the stunning beauty before him, his eyes ablaze with desire. Today, Lin Shuyi donned a light blue off-shoulder gown, revealing half of her snowy shoulder. Her hair cascaded in large curls, and under the influence of alcohol, her cheeks glowed crimson, rendering her exceptionally alluring. Although Lin Shuyi's accomplishments in Jiangdu City were hardly noteworthy, among women in their 20s, she undoubtedly stood as the pinnacle. Coupled with her breathtaking beauty, had she not married that good-for-nothing, Li Mingwei would have made his move long ago. He had never been fond of second-hand goods. What he hadn't anticipated was that the good-for-nothing had married Lin Shuyi merely as a means to bolster her career. And to this day, he had yet to touch her. Furthermore, once he obtained Lin Shuyi, the Lin Group would effectively belong to him. That it was a splendid two-for-one deal. Noticing that Lin Shuyi was nearly intoxicated, Li Mingwei saw no reason to feign virtue any longer. Xiao Yi, you've had too much to drink. Let me help you to rest, Li Mingwei said, stepping closer to Lin Shuyi to embrace her. In truth, Lin Shuyi could handle more alcohol than this. However, to ensure everything went smoothly, Li Mingwei had spiked her drink that in the past, when she had overindulged, she would call Su Yang to come fetch her. Yet, it seemed she had forgotten that she was now divorced from him. This was merely a subconscious instinct. However, the alcohol had taken its toll, and before Lin Shuyi could dial the number, she collapsed onto the dining table. A smile crept across Li Mingwei's lips. After tonight, Lin Shuyi and the Lin family would belong to him. Everyone, please leave. Observing the enchanting beauty before him, Li Mingwei could hardly wait to take Lin Shuyi to a private room. So he dismissed all the guests. However, just as Li Mingwei prepared to undress Lin Shuyi, a hand suddenly seized his wrist. Then, with a sharp crack, his hand bent at a painful angle. Li Mingwei let out a heart-wrenching scream. You good-for-nothing! How dare you break my hand? Lin Shuyi, I will ensure the entire Lin family disappears from Jiangdu. Li Mingwei was drenched in sweat from the pain, and Su Yang paid no heed to Li Mingwei's threats. He scooped up Lin Shuyi and strode away. In truth, he had arrived long ago. Originally, he had no intention of intervening, as this was a situation that Lin Shuyi had unwittingly walked into regardless of what transpired. It was her own doing or her own consent. However, when Lin Shuyi instinctively reached for her phone to call him, it touched a soft spot in his heart, prompting him to act. He hailed a cab, transported Lin Shuyi back to the Dongjun villa, fed her some warm milk, tucked her in, and then departed. After all, their marital bond had long since faded. He had no reason to linger. Upon returning to the villa, Long Yusen was already asleep, while Tang Ninger was still awake, sitting on the sofa, gazing at the night view of Jiangdu City in a daze. Why are you still awake at this hour? I'm going to bed. Su Yang had initially hoped to chat with Tang Ninger for a bit, but before he could say a word, she turned and walked away. However, after spending a day together, he had garnered some understanding of Tang Ninger's character. She was somewhat aloof and seemingly only interested in money. Tang Ninger had become the owner of a publicly listed company at the age of 24, reaching the pinnacle of her career. Yet by 26, she had lost it all due to a partner absconding with over 100 million, leading to bankruptcy and massive debts. Now, she had fallen to the point of working as a housekeeper. The drastic ups and downs of life are difficult to comprehend unless one has experienced them firsthand. Shaking his head, Su Yang retired for the night. In the early hours of the morning, his phone rang. It was Lin Shuyi's father, Lin Guodong, calling. Su Yang, get yourself to the Dongjun villa immediately. The voice on the other end was nearly a roar. It was hardly unexpected for Lin Guodong to call, given that he had broken Li Mingwei's hand. This was no trivial matter. I'm asleep. Whatever it is, we can discuss it tomorrow, Su Yang replied coolly. Previously, Lin Guodong had been his father-in-law, and regardless of how Lin Guodong insulted or berated him, he had endured it. But now, Lin Guodong was nothing to him. He hung up the phone without hesitation. How dare this scoundrel hang up on me? He has gone too far. Lin Guodong fumed, continuing to call Su Yang. Growing weary of it, Su Yang simply turned off his phone. You dare turn off your phone? When I find you, I will surely make you pay. Lin Guodong was seething with rage. However, Su Yang has already powered off his device, leaving him with no recourse but to vent his frustration on Lin Shuyi. Why did you inform that worthless person about your meeting with young Master Li? Now look what has happened. The Li family has declared their intent to obliterate the Lin family. Lin Chuyi, are you trying to drive me to madness? I never anticipated he would dare to go, let alone confront young Master Li. Lin Chuyi clenched her silver teeth, acutely aware that she had sown the seeds of a monumental disaster. Chapter 8. You must plead with me. The Li Corporation is vastly more powerful than the Lin Corporation. To annihilate the Lin family would require little more than a mere breath. Initially, Li Mingwei had taken an interest in Lin Chuyi, and Lin Guodong hoped to leverage this opportunity to ascend the social ladder, thereby enhancing the Lin family's business prospects. Yet who could have foreseen that Su Yang, that useless son-in-law, would dare to crash the banquet and even break Li Mingwei's hand? Now, he had truly stirred up a hornet's nest that I'll beat you to death, you ungrateful wretch. Lin Guodong raised his hand and struck Lin Chuyi. Lin Mu hurriedly intervened, pulling her daughter away. Old Lin, even if you were to kill Xiaoyi, it would be of no avail. We need to think of ways to salvage the situation. Yes, we must salvage it. I cannot allow the Lin Corporation to be destroyed on my watch. Lin Guodong realized the gravity of the situation. This calamity was instigated by that worthless Su Yang, and since my Xiaoyi has already divorced him, his actions bear no relevance to the Lin family. Lin Mu added, indeed, he has no connection to us. I'll call young Master Li immediately, hoping to earn his forgiveness. Lin Guodong promptly dialed Li Mingwei. If he wants to spare the Lin family, it is not impossible. First, let Lin Chuyi cleanse herself and wait for me at the hotel. Second, bring that useless Su Yang before me, so I can break his limbs. Otherwise, the Lin family should brace for extinction. Upon hearing Li Mingwei's conditions, Lin Guodong felt a wave of relief wash over him. The first condition was easily achievable, and the second was not insurmountable either. The key lay in locating that worthless fool. Once he knew Su Yang's whereabouts, he could break his limbs without needing Li Mingwei's assistance and then deliver him to Li Mingwei. He would not be blamed for being ruthless. After all, it was Su Yang who had provoked someone far beyond his means. Lin Chuyi, you heard young Master Li's conditions clearly. Now, whether you are willing or not, you must comply, Lin Guodong stated coldly. Lin Chuyi felt a deep sense of despair. Initially, she had regarded Su Yang as merely a tool, and now she found herself ensnared in the very web she had woven. Truly, karma had come full circle. Yet, the prospect of Su Yang coming to her rescue today brought her a glimmer of joy. Oh, wide it appeared she held some significance in his heart after all. Continue to call that worthless fool. Even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find him. The Lin family was in utter disarray. Relatives and acquaintances bombarded Lin Guodong and Lin Chuyi with incessant phone calls. Lin Chuyi, overwhelmed with dread, silenced her phone. She was still reeling from the effects of the alcohol and felt dizzy. Meanwhile, Su Yang lay on his 3-meter-wide luxurious bed, sleeping soundly. After all, he and Lin Chuyi had always slept in separate rooms. The most they ever did was share a floor mat in her room. The next morning, Su Yang stretched lazily. Upon exiting, he noticed a flurry of activity in the villa. Wang Yu's efficiency in organizing everything was commendable. All the staff were fulfilling their roles harmoniously. Boss, would you like a beautiful assistant to help you with your toothpaste? Tang Ninger leaned in, her pretty face close to Su Yang's, winking playfully and revealing 2 charming dimples. If it's complimentary, then yes, he replied. Such a stingy boss. Tang Ninger pouted in response. Young master, breakfast is ready. We have prepared soybean milk and fried dough sticks along with bread and milk. A maid, dressed in custom work attire, respectfully informed Su Yang. The maids, all in their 20s to 30s, were quite attractive, evidently selected by Wang Yu herself. Very well, I'll be there shortly, Su Yang nodded, reveling in the delightful experience of being pampered. Good morning, brother. The maid brought Long Yusin to him, who appeared much healthier with the infusion of Su Yang's inner strength. Good morning, Yusin. The weather is splendid today. We can see the entire Su Yang, standing on the balcony, began to express his thoughts before abruptly stopping, realizing he had misspoken. After all, no matter how beautiful the weather was, Long Yusin could not see it's all right, brother. Yusin could feel it too. The sunlight is very warm. Long Yusin replied with a smile, gazing upward. Though she could see nothing, her flawless face, illuminated by the sun, appeared even more enchanting. Witnessing this, Su Yang vowed to find a way to heal Long Yusin's eyes and legs, allowing her to see and run freely in the world. After breakfast, Long Yusin was wheeled out to bask in the sun, while Su Yang found himself at a loss for what to do. Previously, at the Lin family home, he was inundated with endless chores, but now, with free time on his hands, he was unsure how to occupy himself. Tang Tang, did you bring your driver's license today? Su Yang inquired, spotting the helicopter on the helipad below. That I did. Follow me. Moments later, Tang Ning donned her sunglasses and headset, taking the pilot's seat in the helicopter, looking quite the part of a pilot. Su Yang felt that his investment of 100,000 was indeed worthwhile. Boss, where would you like to go? Tang Ninger asked, adjusting the settings. That I'm not going anywhere. Just take me for a few laps around the villa. Su Yang chuckled. Tang Ning couldn't help but marvel at the simplicity and monotony of the pleasures of the wealthy as she watched Su Yang grin like a simpleton. Ultimately, Su Yang could not fulfill his desire for simple pleasures, as Lin Guodong called once more. Lin Guodong, being clever, refrained from mentioning Li Mingwei's intent to break Su Yang's legs, fearing that Su Yang might go into hiding. Li Mingwei had only granted him 2 days. Should Su Yang not be delivered to Li Mingwei within that time frame, the Li Corporation would begin imposing economic sanctions on the Lin Corporation. Given the Li Corporation's influence, within a month, at most 3, the Lin family would face ruin. I contacted Li Mingwei. That's my business. What does it have to do with your Lin family? Su Yang replied irritably, exasperated by the incessant calls. Do you not understand that your actions have brought calamity upon our Lin family? The Li family has threatened to annihilate us. The Li family wants to destroy the Lin family? What does that concern me? Su Yang retorted with a cold laugh. Lin Guodong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Su Yang had divorced Lin Chuyi. Whether the Lin family thrived or perished was of no consequence to him. Su, we at least supported you for 2 years. Do you not feel any gratitude? Lin Guodong exclaimed. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have preferred to raise a dog instead. Throughout, Lin Guodong had merely regarded Su Yang as a pet of the Lin family. Su Yang chuckled at the remark. Lin Guodong, spare me your insincere words. Over the past 2 years, aside from buying groceries for the Lin family, I have not utilized a single cent of your resources. If you want me to step forward, you will have to plead with me. Chapter 9. The Law of True Flavor. Hey, you worthless fool. Have you gained some audacity? Do you dare to make me beg? Believe me, I can crush you as easily as squashing an ant. Lin Guodong laughed in anger. In his eyes, Su Yang was nothing more than a genuine wastrel. A pretty boy. Of course, the Lin family had chosen Su Yang precisely because of his mediocrity, to prevent him from overshadowing them. By personally calling Su Yang, Lin Guodong was already extending him a tremendous courtesy. Yet this worthless fool had the audacity to make him plead. What a joke! With that, he hung up the phone. Many wished for his demise. Organizations like Heaven's Judgment, Azura, the Underworld River, and the Assassin Alliance all had bounties on his head, amounting to $500 million. Yet he was still living quite well. This worthless fool was utterly detestable. Once he located him, he would ensure his downfall. Lin Guodong seethed with rage. Calm down, old Lin. He's just a piece of trash. Not worth your anger. However, you must not provoke him further. That fool must know he has committed a grave error and is likely hiding. The crucial task now is to find him, and then. Lin Mu's expression hardened. Clearly, she could not allow Su Yang to escape unscathed after the immense trouble he had caused the Lin family. Only Lin Chuyi appeared somewhat concerned for Su Yang, given their shared past as a married couple. Yet the situation was beyond her control now. Both the Lin and Li families were intent on eliminating Su Yang. It was all her fault. Why did she have to make that call? That scoundrel had been bullied and insulted by his parents and relatives, yet he never dared to retaliate. Who knew what had compelled him to act against young Master Li this time? At that moment, the Lin family's rented villa was bustling with activity. Lin Chuyi's uncles and aunts had all gathered. And once this matter is resolved, you must resign. You are no longer fit to be the president. Lin Chuyi felt overwhelmed. Why should she resign for a mistake? The Lin Corporation was her brainchild. I have always said that women are unsuitable for leadership roles. I propose we let my son, Lin Chong, take over as president. Spoke her aunt, referring to her son, Lin Chong. Why should Lin Chong take over? I believe my son, Lin Ji, would do well too. Another aunt chimed in. Enough, is this the time to debate who will be president? The priority now is to locate that wastrel and quell the Li family's wrath. Otherwise, we are all doomed, spoke the matriarch of the Lin family, Han Xiao, Lin Shuyi's grandmother. Though she refrains from meddling in the affairs of the Lin group, it is indeed a creation of her and old Lin's own hands. Following old Lin's passing a few years ago, she has become the foremost voice within the group, wielding control over the majority of its shares. It can be said that as long as she draws breath, the true ownership of the Lin group remains uncertain. When the matriarch speaks, all parties dare not continue their disputes. However, that good-for-nothing has evidently gone into hiding. In a city as vast as Jiangdu, how can one find him? Indeed, the Li family has allotted us merely 2 days, and already one has elapsed. The members of the Lin family are all furrowed with worry. Their fear of the Li family is deeply rooted in the past. The Li family merely exerted minor pressures on the Lin family, which proved quite burdensome. Fortunately, the Lin family has enjoyed favorable fortunes, consistently transforming calamity into safety. Now, the Li family is poised to unleash their full might upon the Lin family. The Lin family stands utterly defenseless. Lin Chuyi trembles slightly. This is clearly a pit of fire. At this moment, she finds herself somewhat envious of her life before divorcing Su Yang, where her work flourished and her family thrived. Now, merely 2 days since Su Yang's departure, the Lin family is already in disarray. Of course, this chaos stems from Su Yang having dealt a blow to Li Mingwei. Lin Chuyi is at a loss as to what to do. Should she make this phone call? The Lin family is in an uproar over this matter. Meanwhile, Su Yang enjoys a more leisurely existence, indulging in a game of golf with his beautiful housekeeper. Boss, I actually have something I've been wanting to ask you. Single. No, that's not it. I want to ask that I quite like you. Tang Ninger interjects, Boss, you're so narcissistic. I merely wanted to inquire how you make your money, that I've observed you for 2 days now, and you neither go to work nor seem to manage any company. Tang Ninger expresses her confusion, that I don't have a company. Su Yang shrugs, that no company and no J. Did you steal your money? Tang Ninger pouts. You could say that, seeing Su Yang's unwillingness to divulge the truth. Tang Ninger appears somewhat disheartened and begins to gaze vacantly at the sky. After her company went bankrupt, her house and car were seized, leaving her in debt by over 10 million, but the reason she refrains from seeking employment is that any ordinary job, even if worked for 100 years, would hardly suffice to repay the debt, let alone the interest. One must understand that with 10 million, the annual interest alone exceeds $1 million, that this explains why her minimum salary requirement is $1 million. What are you daydreaming about? Su Yang hands Tang Ninger a bottle of water. Without looking, she takes it and drinks, pondering how to earn money. Do you think everyone is as wealthy as you? Wait a minute. Why is there only half a bottle of water left? What? You gave me the water you already drank. Tang Ninger exclaims, her eyes wide, that I don't have any contagious diseases. What's the harm? You won't drink that much anyway. Opening another bottle would be wasteful. Su Yang replies nonchalantly. You just like to bully me. You're the worst boss in the world. Tang Ning sighs well with tears. Once hailed as the goddess CEO, she now finds herself drinking someone else's leftover water. She dares not express her anger towards Su Yang, as he is her boss. All right, stop crying. I'll add an extra 10,000 to your bonus this month. Su Yang cannot bear to see a woman cry. Thank you, boss. You're truly wonderful. Tang Ninger instantly breaks into a smile, the sweetness of the moment undeniable. Chapter 10. Do not provoke me again. With only 3 hours remaining until the deadline set by the Li family, Su Yang remains unfound. It is hardly the fault of the Lin family for being inept. Who would have imagined that the so-called good-for-nothing they disdain is currently residing in a villa atop a mountain, one they could only dream of acquiring, while playfully teasing his beautiful housekeeper. Lin Chuyi, have you even called Su Yang? Lin Guoyang, her uncle, glares at her with a dark expression. 3 hours remain, and we still have no news. Lin Chuyi is utterly unable to muster the courage to make that call. Slap! A harsh blow lands on her cheek. You wretched girl, do you wish to doom the Lin family? Lin Guoyang berates her, striking her once more. Lin Chuyi covers her face, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet she finds herself powerless to retort. Damn it, Lin Chuyi, if you don't make that call, I swear I will break your limbs and deliver them to young Master Li. Lin Guoyang threatens, desperation driving him to the brink. Though the Lin family may not be a wealthy clan, their rented villas afford them a comfortable life, one they are about to bid farewell to. Xiao Yi, please call Su Yang. I beg you. Lin Mu, her mother, pleads, feeling the immense pressure weighing heavily on her as Lin Chuyi's mother. Yet, Lin Chuyi remains obstinate. Are you really waiting until I kneel before you to plead for you to make that call? The matriarch grows anxious. The Lin group is her brainchild. She cannot bear to see it crumble in her hands. Grandmother, Lin Chuyi struggles with her conscience, torn between her desire to protect Su Yang and her family's plight. Fine, Lin Chuyi, I will kneel in front of you. Will that suffice? The matriarch feigns a gesture of kneeling. No, please don't. I will call. Lin Chuyi quickly stops her grandmother, tears streaming down her face. The matriarch would never truly kneel. She knows Lin Chuyi well. She possesses the capability, but her heart is too tender that a woman, after all, can be unreliable. The Lin group must eventually be entrusted to her grandson for true peace of mind. The matriarch, of course, cannot divulge her thoughts to Lin Chuyi, for she still holds value. Finally, Lin Chuyi picks up the phone. Su Yang is enjoying a meal when the phone suddenly rings. It is Lin Chuyi calling. Upon seeing her name, Su Yang already anticipates her purpose. You might as well try. Lin Chuyi glances at the people in the villa. Their gazes are either cold, reproachful, or filled with anger, with none showing her any sympathy. In this moment, she feels utterly alone, yearning for support. No matter how strong she may be, she is still just a woman. These so-called relatives and kin evoke nothing but profound indifference. Although her marriage to Su Yang may be a facade, he has treated her exceptionally well. Lin Chuyi resolves that if Su Yang truly faces ruin, she will care for him for the rest of her life. She is eager to see how the Lin family will fare once he has departed. Boss, should I send a helicopter for you? Tang Ninger offers eagerly. No need. Su Yang shakes his head. He is not a nouveau riche seeking to flaunt wealth. The Lin family members finally breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it, a worthless man dares to make us beg him. When he arrives, we will ensure he pays. Indeed, one who dares to defecate upon us must be dealt with. At this moment, every member of the Lin family is filled with anger and frustration. Their fate lies in the hands of a good-for-nothing, which is a source of great discomfort. Even if Li Mingwei does not incapacitate Su Yang, they will surely flay him alive. In stark contrast to the Lin family's outrage. Lin Chuyi feels a profound sense of unease. Has she truly never loved Su Yang? Why does his disappointment in her bring her such sorrow? In merely half an hour, Su Yang arrives at the Lin family's villa, where all members await. The matriarch is present as well. You worthless fool, you've finally arrived. Kneel before me at once. Lin Guodong barks at Su Yang. Lin Guodong, who do you think you are? Why should I kneel before you? Su Yang retorts with a cold laugh. You wretched fool. You dare to talk back? If you don't kneel, I'll make you. Lin Chong strides forward, raising his hand to slap Su Yang. Unfortunately, Su Yang catches his hand. Lin Chong struggles to break free, but to no avail. Su Yang casts a cold glance at the onlookers and states, in the past, I was Lin Chuyi's husband, and you were my elders, so I tolerated your behavior. But that is no longer the case. You'd best refrain from provoking me. With a casual shove, he sends Lin Chong crashing several meters away. At this moment, Su Yang exudes an aura of formidable authority, leaving Lin Chuyi in a daze. She has never witnessed Su Yang display such dominance before. Previously, it was she who spoke down to him. Upon seeing Su Yang ready to fight back, the Lin family members prepare to subdue him. However, they are sorely outmatched at Su Yang. You should not have provoked Li Mingwei. The matriarch raises her hand to halt the Lin family from acting against Su Yang. And why is that? Su Yang looks at the matriarch dispassionately. Because we will break your hands and feet, then present them to young Master Li as an apology. Lin Chong scoffs to his surprise. The so-called good-for-nothing possesses significant strength, yet to prevent any unforeseen events. The Lin family has brought numerous bodyguards. They are confident they can subdue Su Yang. As the bodyguards emerge, Su Yang's gaze turns steely. Break my limbs? The Lin family should feel free to try. If the Lin family dares to act, he will not hesitate to let their blood spill on the spot. Just as the Lin family members prepare to strike, Lin Chuyi suddenly receives a phone call. Her eyes widen in astonishment, as if she has heard something utterly unbelievable. Grandmother. Chapter 11. The Li family's bankruptcy. Grandmother. I just received news that the Li family has exited the stock market. Lin Chuyi exclaims, her face a mask of shock. You must be joking. The others quickly check online, and indeed, 2 hours ago, the Lee family issued a statement about their delisting. The Lin family members pull out their phones to verify the news. The Lee family has truly delisted. Are they insane? Indeed, the Lee family stocks have always been remarkably stable, haven't they? What could have led to their delisting? The Lin family exchanged bewildered glances, each wearing an expression of utter confusion. Generally speaking, a company would never take the decision to delist lightly, especially one that has been flourishing. Such a drastic measure is only taken when a company faces insurmountable challenges or is on the brink of bankruptcy. The Lee family stocks are worth a staggering $1 billion. That is a full 10 times the value of the Lin families. To simply declare delisting, what a monumental loss that would entail. Surely, the Lee family must be out of their minds. Clearly, it is implausible for the Lee family to have truly lost their sanity, much less to have voluntarily opted for delisting. They must have been compelled by some external factor to exit the stock market. This is monumental news for the Lin family. With the Lee family no longer a public company, they pose no further threat to the Lin family. There is no need to fear Lee Mingwei any longer. From now on, it will be the Lin Group suppressing the Lee Group. In an instant, the roles of predator and prey have been reversed. After a brief moment of shock, elation spread across the faces of the Lin family. The Lee family had issued a statement just 2 hours ago. Had they seen the news earlier, there would have been no reason for their anxiety. However, this was not the most shocking revelation. The Lee family has declared bankruptcy. Lin Guowei's son, Lin Ji, stared at the latest news on his phone, utterly astonished. Delisting still offered a glimmer of hope. Bankruptcy, however, signifies total annihilation. This means that the Lee Group will no longer exist in Jiangdu City. Unbelievable, unfathomable that no one could have anticipated, nor would they have believed that this was merely the result of a phone call made by Su Yang 2 days prior. In recent days, Lin Guodong's family had been searching for Su Yang, intent on incapacitating him and forcing him to kneel before Li Xiao to apologize to Li Mingwei. They feared Li Mingwei, unaware that Su Yang was the one they should truly fear. Observing the Lin family reveling in their joy, Su Yang shook his head in private. These individuals are merely frogs at the bottom of a well. There is no need to engage with them. He prepared to leave. You waste, do you think I will let you go? Lin Chong interjected, stepping in front of Su Yang. What do you want? Su Yang squinted, inquiring. Lin Chong sneered, you worthless fool, although our Lin family has been fortunate to weather this crisis. How can you expect to walk away after making such a grave error and playing us for fools? Slap. As soon as Lin Chong finished speaking, he received a resounding slap across the face. You dare strike me? Lin Chong exclaimed incredulously, that I struck you, didn't I? Are you questioning my courage? Su Yang replied with amusement. You insolent fool! You have quite the audacity. Do you believe I won't prevent you from leaving this place today? Lin Guoyang erupted in anger, seemingly ready to confront Su Yang, that I advise you not to lay a hand on me. Otherwise, when I finish with you, your face will be less than presentable, Su Yang stated coldly. Locking eyes with Lin Guoyang, that Su Yang's words genuinely startled Lin Guoyang. Lin Chong could accept being struck, but the humiliation was still substantial. Guards, break this bastard's limbs, Lin Guoyang commanded, summoning his bodyguards. That Su Yang cracked his neck. It seemed it was time to show the Lin family what it meant to provoke someone truly formidable. Otherwise, they would face relentless trouble in the future. Enough! A sudden, commanding voice rang out. That it was Lin Chuyi who stepped forward. She positioned herself in front of Su Yang and surveyed the crowd, saying, Yes, Su Yang struck Li Mingwei, but he did so to protect me. Sa man, should he not defend his woman? But you are already divorced. Precisely because we are divorced, and yet he is still willing to protect me. Why should I blame him? Furthermore, in the past 2 years, Su Yang has contributed to our Lin family, and even when he was bullied and insulted, he never complained. Now that we are divorced, I hope you will cease to trouble him. Lin Chuyi, could it be that you have genuinely fallen for this incompetent fool? Lin Chong scoffed, that am I not allowed to love him? Lin Chuyi retorted that in truth, aside from his lack of wealth, he is an exceptionally good man, far superior to any man present. Absolutely not. At that moment, a voice, aged yet authoritative, interrupted. That it was the matriarch speaking. Xiaoyi, we can overlook this matter today out of consideration for you. But you must understand your position, that if you choose to be with a worthless man, then you must relinquish your status as president. The wealth of our Lin family must never fall into the hands of outsiders, not even your husband. The matriarch's words were unmistakably clear. Lin Chui had to find a man of greater worth, or she must concede her position as president. Such is the lamentable reality faced by women. No matter how well they perform, the family never truly regards them as one of their own. Su Yang shrugged indifferently, having no intention of involving himself in the Lin family's troubles. That wasn't it more pleasant to bask in the sun at his villa? Wasn't it delightful to tease his beautiful housekeeper? He understood now that being a sycophant led to a miserable end to Su Yang. Can we still be friends? Lin Chui asked through gritted teeth, witnessing Su Yang's abrupt departure. Perhaps it's best if we do not. Yes, given the Lin family's treatment of Su Yang, he must surely harbor a deep resentment toward them. All right, let's put this matter behind us. Now, I have a significant announcement to make. The matriarch's expression turned serious. The reason she had so readily allowed Su Yang to leave was that she had more pressing matters to address. With the Lin family's crisis averted and the Li family vanquished, she needed to strategize for the Lin family's development. All eyes turned to the matriarch, curious about her forthcoming announcement that I have received highly credible information that the Guangming district is about to undergo redevelopment. Is that true? Why have we heard nothing about it? Lin Guodong questioned skeptically. What? Although I am old, the connections I have cultivated over the years are not to be compared with those of you youngsters. The matriarch declared proudly. Indeed, we can never measure up to you, mother. Lin Guoyang flattered her before adding. If we manage to secure the property rights before the official announcement, wouldn't that be a tremendous windfall? Precisely. Once the announcement is made, property values will soar several-fold. If we could acquire the entire district, we could conservatively estimate a profit of 500 million. The matriarch stated with a smile. 500 million? Then we could purchase villas on the mountaintop. Lin Guoyang exclaimed excitedly. Although the Lin family currently resided in villas, they were all rentals and quite ordinary, each costing only a mere 10 to 20 million. Villas on the mountaintop represented the ultimate dream for the entire Lin family. Unfortunately, the most affordable villas in that area started at over 100 million, with the most extravagant rumored to exceed 200 million. The Lin family could perhaps manage to buy one, but one villa would hardly suffice for the entire clan. However, if the Lin family could seize this opportunity to acquire the Guangming district's properties, they wouldn't have to wait for the redevelopment that as soon as the announcement was made, the value would double immediately. Currently, the Guangming district was valued at close to 200 million. This means that as soon as the announcement of redevelopment is made, they would stand to gain 200 million. That'd be why the time actual redevelopment occurs. 500 million would be a modest estimate. This project must be secured, even if it means depleting all of the Lin family's resources. Upon hearing the news, the Lin family was filled with exhilaration that if they could secure this project, who knows? The Lin family might develop into a presence akin to the Li family. However, let us not celebrate too soon. I have some bad news to share with everyone. The matriarch abruptly shifted her tone. Mother, please just say what you need to say in one go. This is quite torturous. It is as follows. Not long ago, someone purchased all the properties in the Guangming district in one go. What? Has this information already been leaked to someone else? The Lin family members' expressions darkened. After all, if such a promising project were snatched away, it would be a tremendous loss. Then we must act immediately. Yes, everyone must do everything possible to acquire properties in the Guangming district. If funds are insufficient, the company will cover it. With the matriarch's directive, the family felt liberated. After all, this was a surefire investment. The mountaintop villas, once looked down upon, will soon face a reckoning. I have long stated that if I were to fly you there in a helicopter, it would surely leave those who look down on others utterly astounded. Tang Ninger remarked, noticing Su Yang's despondent demeanor. She had already realized that her boss was none other than the infamous son-in-law of the Lin family. Then I could also conveniently play the role of your new girlfriend. With my looks and charm, I would undoubtedly have that Lin woman eating dirt. Su Yang, you are bankrupt that I graduated from Cambridge. Su Yang, you are bankrupt. My chest is larger than hers. Su Yang, you are bankrupt. Boss, do you believe I will go on strike? Tang Ninger fumed. All right then, return the salary I advanced you. Spend it all. After all, this was a woman with whom he had spent 2 years in close proximity, and this moment marked a definitive farewell that Tio claimed he felt no sorrow would be a lie. After all, people are not wood or grass, who can be devoid of feelings. However, engaging in a verbal spar with Tang Ninger lightened his mood considerably. Especially seeing her flustered expression, he found her quite endearing. Just as he prepared to continue teasing her, he received a call from Wang Yu. Mr. Su, a significant business opportunity has arisen. Chapter 14. The Titanium Alloy Straight Man Boss. What major business? Su Yang felt somewhat perplexed. Is it true that you previously purchased a residential community? Now, there are individuals interested in buying properties within that community, willing to pay a premium, Wang Yu said excitedly. She was in property management, and Su Yang had entrusted her with the complete agency of his real estate. Properties lying idle held no significance for her. Only transactions could yield value, whether Su Yang was acquiring or selling properties. She stood to earn a commission. This minor issue, you may decide, Su Yang asserted. His acquisition of Guangming Community was merely to vindicate Long Yusin, having no connection to investment whatsoever. The buyer wished to purchase a substantial number of units at once as rewards for company employees. Hence, I must seek your approval, Mr. Su. How many do they wish to buy? 200. The Guangming Community comprised fewer than 1,000 units in total. Purchasing 200 at once was indeed a significant business deal. The buyer was willing to cover all fees and pay an additional 50,000 for each unit. Do not underestimate 50,000. The Guangming Community primarily consisted of resettlement housing, with each unit priced around 200,000 to 300,000. This represented a profit margin exceeding 20%. Should Su Yang proceed, he could instantly earn 10 million. This is the realm of the wealthy. Money begets money, forever the most lucrative method. Not for sale. Why? Both Su Yang and Wang Yu inquired simultaneously. Firstly, purchasing houses as rewards for employees. Do you truly believe that is feasible? Even if such a benevolent company existed, acquiring a few units would be the limit, let alone 200 at once. How many companies can manage that? Well, let us assume it is true. Why specifically choose that community? You must understand that community lacks a subway. Were I a company owner, I would never select such a community for my employees to reside in. Most importantly, within a 10-kilometer radius, there is not a single sizable company. Furthermore, the community you purchased may face demolition within a few years. Simply holding on to it until then could yield significant profits. By the way, why would someone suddenly wish to buy a large number of homes there and be willing to pay extra? Could it be that demolition is indeed imminent? Tang Ninger pondered while gently stroking her exquisite chin. Su Yang regarded Tang Ninger as though she were a rare specimen. He was astonished that she could deduce so much from such scant information. What kind of look is that? I graduated from Cambridge and have even run a property management company. Tang Ninger rolled her eyes. Initially, Wang Yu had not noticed this point, but after Tang Ninger's analysis, she began to find it quite reasonable. Tang is right. Then, Mr. Su, I shall observe a while longer that if that community is indeed slated for demolition, selling now would result in substantial losses. Never mind an additional 50,000. Even an extra 100,000 would be a loss. So, do you feel a newfound admiration for me? Tang Ninger tilted her head, wearing a smug expression. Hey, where are you going? The weather is lovely today. I'm going for a swim, Su Yang replied. Just now, I saved you from losing several million, and you don't even thank me? Thank you. Tang Ninger was utterly speechless. What she sought as gratitude was monetary, not merely verbal acknowledgement. This was undoubtedly a titanium alloy straight man boss. Verification complete. Lin family villa. What? They refused to sell even with an additional 50,000? Chapter 15. The matriarch's mission. The Lin family was in a state of urgency. Why not try offering a bit more? Absolutely not. Acquiring 200 units at once is already likely to raise their suspicions that if we increase the offer, they may deduce our intentions, and should they guess, we shall lose everything. The matriarch declared gravely that if the other party learns that the Guangming community is about to be demolished, even if the Lin family manages to acquire the properties, it will come at a tremendous cost, thereby nullifying the value of the information gap. What shall we do then? That depends on your skills. The matriarch mused for a moment. That I am assigning you a task that pertains to the number of shares you will inherit from me in the future. The matriarch held 60% of the Lin family shares. This was why she had ceased to manage company affairs, yet still retained the utmost authority. Guoyang Guowei, your task is to secure at least 100 units in the Guangming community. No problem, Grandma Ziki. Although you are merely my adopted daughter, I have always regarded you as part of the Lin family, so you too have an obligation to contribute. Your responsibility will be to secure 50 units. Han Ziki, the matriarch's adopted daughter, was only 22 this year. Yet due to her status, even the 24-year-old Lin Chui had to address her as aunt. Understood, mother. Hanziki naturally had no objections. After the matriarch revealed the impending demolition of the Guangming community, she had already begun her preparations. Although Tangda Property Management was making every effort to conceal the owner's information, she managed to obtain a very useful piece of information. The owner was a man. As long as he is a man, it becomes much easier. She was confident that with her charm, securing even 50 units would not be a problem. Finally, the matriarch's gaze fell upon Lin Chuyi as she said, "Xiao Yi, as the eldest sister and the president, it is only right that you acquire more properties. Therefore, your task is 300 units. 300 units. Upon hearing the matriarch's words, Lin Guodong was immediately alarmed. The tasks for the second and third siblings were each 100 units. Yet for Lin Chuyi, it became 300. If she failed to secure them, it would imply her incompetence, and the position of president would be better suited for someone else. However, Lin Guodong had not yet had the chance to speak on behalf of his daughter when the matriarch spoke with an undeniable tone. Lin Guodong stumbled. He was currently living the best life among the siblings. Primarily due to his daughter's position as president, that if Lin Chuyi were to lose her status, life would not remain as comfortable as before. In truth, the matriarch had always hoped for Lin Chong or Lin Ji to assume the presidency, as they were the male heirs of the Lin family. However, Lin Chuyi's excellence had led her to reluctantly agree to her presidency. It seemed the matriarch had not abandoned her desire for her grandson to inherit the company. Understood, Grandma. Nonetheless, Lin Chuyi's expression remained calm. She understood the matriarch's intentions. Her position as president was solely because she could bring wealth to the Lin family. Should Lin Chong or Lin Ji surpass her achievements, the matriarch would replace her without a second thought. The matriarch was known for her resolute nature. Thus, she had to either complete the task or resign. Chapter 16. Not inferior to you, right? The Lin family began to devise various strategies. They aimed to acquire properties in the Guangming community while ensuring the owner remained oblivious to their true intentions. Chong, you should be well aware of Grandma's attitude, right? This time, if you secure more properties than your sister, then there is a 50% chance the position of president will be yours. This was a matter of potentially inheriting the entire Lin family's estate. Thus, they had to go all out. Besides Lin Chong, Lin Ji and Han Ziki also began to take action. Lin Chong and Lin Ji could compete for the presidency, while Han Ziki had no such aspirations. After all, she was merely the matriarch's adopted daughter. Despite the matriarch's favoritism, it was inconceivable that the company would be handed over to her. Lin Chuyi was a prime example. Nevertheless, she intended to fulfill her task diligently. When the matriarch eventually departed from this world, she would be in a position to acquire a larger share. What was Han Ziki's greatest advantage? Her beauty. Although she was Lin Chuyi's aunt, she was, in fact, younger than Lin Chuyi. She considered her appearance to be equally attractive. Moreover, while Lin Chuyi was busy forging her career, Han Ziki was well-versed in the art of captivating as long as she could meet the owner. Securing 50, 100, or even 200 units was well within her reach. Thus, her primary task was to meet the owner and ensure he noticed her down on the mountaintop villa, by the swimming pool. Su Yang was swimming in his spacious 300-square-meter heated pool. "Come down and swim with me." Su Yang emerged from the water, wiping his face, and called out to Tang Ninga, who was glaring at him from the shore. That girl had such a curvaceous figure. If she donned a bikini, she would undoubtedly look stunning. "I don't know how to swim." Tang Ninga crossed her arms defiantly, tilting her head to the side. "Then so be it," Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Noticing Su Yang's indifference, Tang Ninga quickly added, "Boss, if there were a 5,000 yuan bonus, perhaps I could learn to swim right away." Su Yang countered, 1,000.4,000. 1,000. 3,000 if it's below 3,000. "I definitely want to learn." 1,000. "Take it or leave it," Su Yang declared, diving back underwater. Tang Ninga was utterly speechless. Could he not allow her to haggle a bit? Never mind, 1,000 yuan was still money. Soon, Tang Ninga changed into a bikini. Upon seeing her in the bikini, Su Yang was once again taken aback. This girl's figure exceeded his expectations. It was understandable, given that it was winter, and she usually wore heavier clothing, concealing her true form. "Boss, if you keep looking at me like that, I might have to start charging you." Tang Ninga felt somewhat uneasy under Su Yang's intense gaze. Although she had worn a bikini before, it was always on the beach or in women-only swimming pools. This was her first time swimming alongside a man. Who would have thought that even a woman of her stature would one day succumb to the temptations of wealth? "After all this time watching me, Why haven't I mentioned any fees for your presence? Just look at my muscles and my pectorals. Aren't they quite impressive? Su Yang puffed out his chest, deliberately showcasing his physique to Tang Ning. Tang Ninger, Chapter 17. The dual beauties of Jiangdu atop the mountain, the villa. Han Ziki gazed longingly at the dreamlike realm before her. If only she could become the owner of such a villa, she would consider it worth dying for. Her two foolish nephews were still inquiring about the identity of the neighborhood's owner, oblivious to the fact that she had known all along. Han Ziki was indeed a captivating presence. Despite Wang Yu's numerous warnings to ensure the privacy of the community's owner, Han Ziki still managed to gather some information that in today's society, possessing beauty undoubtedly opens many doors. However, all Han Ziki knew was that the owner of Guangming community resided in the mountaintop villa. Anything beyond that was a mystery. Knowing this much was already a step ahead, as long as she could meet the owner of the community. With her charm, securing dozens of properties would be a mere trifle. Yet, she never anticipated that the owner of the community would actually live in the most expensive villa atop the mountain. Rumored to be worth an astonishing 240 million, purchasing a villa came with a private jet. Upon hearing this news, Han Ziki, who was determined to marry into wealth, set her sights not merely on acquiring properties in Guangming community, but on becoming the mistress of that villa. Even if it meant marrying an elderly gentleman. She was willing. Young master, there is someone seeking an audience outside, a maid reported. Have them wait. Su Yang had finally coaxed Tang Ninger into the water, ready to indulge in a romantic escapade, and he certainly did not wish to be disturbed. Boss, I will go meet the guest and return shortly to keep you company. A sly smile flashed across Tang Ninger's face as she left the pool, water droplets cascading down her flawless figure. Leaving Su Yang momentarily parched, it had been 2 long years since he had been with a woman, and he felt increasingly frustrated. Why did the visitor have to arrive at this particular moment? He had no interest in finding out who it was. After all, having a butler was convenient. He needn't worry about anything. Reclining comfortably on the edge of the pool, sunglasses on, he soaked up the sun. On the second floor of the villa, in the reception area, Han Ziki waited for over 10 minutes before she was finally ushered inside. Yet, she felt no annoyance, as long as she could meet the villa's owner. Waiting for even an hour would be worth it. However, what greeted her was a woman clad in a black uniform, complete with black-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication. Han Ziki paused in surprise. She had not expected such beauty to already inhabit this villa. Nevertheless, she dismissed it was only natural for a man capable of affording such a villa to have several beauties by his side. Moreover, she and the woman before her belonged to entirely different categories. There was no reason she could not also capture his favor. I am the housekeeper. Tang Ning, what business do you have with our boss? Tang Ning, Han Ziki had certainly heard of her renowned name. A woman whose talents and beauty rivaled Lin Chui. The two had once been collectively referred to as the dual beauties of Jiangdu. However, after Tang Ninger faced bankruptcy, Han Ziki was shocked to learn that she had become the housekeeper for the villa's owner. Good heavens, how impressive must this villa's owner be for Tang Ninger to serve him? Han Ziki's excitement surged if she were to become the villa's mistress. Wouldn't that make Tang Ninger her subordinate? And given that Tang Ninger was nearly on par with Lin Chui, just the thought sent a thrill through her. She must secure the villa's owner. Chapter 18. Han Ziki's ambition. Miss Tang, greetings. I have business to discuss with your boss. May I have a moment of his time? Han Ziki spoke with utmost politeness. After all, she was not yet the mistress of the villa. Whatever you need to say can be conveyed to me. Our boss is unavailable, Tang Ninger replied coolly. Han Ziki recognized her, but Tang Ninger did not know her. Asking her foolish boss to handle business dealings was absurd. Did that dimwit even know how to conduct business? Moreover, this woman resembled a siren and dressed provocatively. Who could say what her true intentions were? If she posed a threat to her position as housekeeper, that would be troublesome. Thus, Tang Ninger had no intention of allowing Han Ziki to meet Su Yang easily. Miss Tang, please inform him that Han Ziki is here. She insisted, promptly producing a bulging red envelope to hand to Tang Ninger. Judging by its thickness, it was no less than 5,000, and unfortunately, while Tang Ninger was in need of money, 5,000 was hardly enough to pique her interest. Han Ziki, taken aback by Tang Ninger's indifference towards her bribe, quickly added, just 1 minute. Let me see your boss for 1 minute, and I will give you 10,000. Someone please escort this guest out. Tang Ninger retorted. Though she possessed ample assets, She was not devoid of intelligence. This woman's eagerness to meet her boss reeked of ulterior motives. Who knew? She might be trying to seduce him. And clearly, her boss was no paragon of virtue, having just attempted to coax her into joining him for a bath. How could she allow this woman to succeed? Seeing Tang Ning's expression grow cold, Han Ziki realized she had displeased her. Very well, Miss Tang, that I have a USB drive containing business-related content. Please pass it along to your boss, that I bid you farewell. Han Ziki placed the USB drive on the table and departed decisively. However, as she was heading downstairs, she thought she caught a glimpse of her useless nephew-in-law. No, surely her eyes were deceiving her. That good-for-nothing could not possibly be here. Even as a servant, he would lack the qualifications. She resolved to focus on how she could become the villa's mistress. The USB drive Han Ziki possessed did not contain any business-related content. Instead, it held her photos and videos, artistic shots, candid moments, and videos of her dancing. Having trained in dance, her physique was undoubtedly commendable. She could not fathom why any man would remain unmoved by such visuals. She believed a housekeeper would not dare to peruse her boss's belongings. Yet she underestimated Tang Ning. While Tang Ning would not casually view Su Yang's items, she could seek his permission. Feel free to watch if you want, Su Yang said nonchalantly. After all, he was hardly cut out for business dealings. If anyone should see it, it would be Tang Ning, who possessed a talent for such matters. Tang Ning promptly inserted the USB drive in her laptop and opened it. Almost immediately, her face flushed crimson. What she found was far from business content. It was filled with provocative photographs. As she had suspected, this woman was indeed attempting to seduce her boss. Seeing Tang Ning's peculiar expression, Su Yang leaned in curiously. "Boss, you aren't allowed to look," Tang Ning exclaimed, attempting to block the screen. But it was too late. Chapter 19. Things money cannot buy. Wow, this is incredible. Those curves, those legs, that flexibility, that Su Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Tang Ning pouted, realizing her boss was indeed a lecher. A true pig, choosing to gaze at the computer rather than appreciate the stunning beauty before him. Nevertheless, the woman had proven clever. Both her photos and videos featured her in a mask, showcasing only her flawless physique. This only heightened the intrigue of what lay beneath the mask. Clearly, these were all meticulously crafted for the villa's owner. What Han Ziki did not realize was that the owner of the villa was none other than her nephew-in-law. Su Yang, in turn, was unaware that the sultry dancer in the video was actually his aunt by marriage. Of course, they bore no true blood relation. "Boss, do you enjoy this kind of video? I can create one for you too. Not for $9.98, not for $6.98, just for $18,000. And you can have an entire collection." Tang Ning teased in a coy voice, noticing Su Yang's rapt attention. "Can you dance on a pole?" Tang Ning. "Can you do the splits?" Tang Ning. "That you can't do that, and you can't do this either, yet you want 18,000. How about 38? Su Yang scoffed. "Stupid boss, I'll bite you, do you believe me? I believe half of it." "Half? What nonsense is that?" Initially, Tang Ning was baffled, but moments later, her face flushed as she lunged at Su Yang. They playfully tussled for a short while before another visitor arrived to see Su Yang. More accurately, several families were eager to meet the owner of Guangming Community. Not just the Lin family. It seemed her earlier conjecture had been spot on. Su Yang looked at Tang Ning with newfound admiration. One after another, inquiries to purchase properties in Guangming Community flooded in. Even without plans for demolition, something significant must be afoot, such as proposals to construct a subway station near Guangming Community. There were numerous factors that could influence property prices. While the matriarch believed she had received exclusive information, the business world knows no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Thus, news of the impending demolition of Guangming Community quickly spread among several families, all eager to claim a share. Ordinarily, acquiring dozens of properties there before the official announcement would be relatively easy. Yet, who could have predicted that Su Yang would suddenly step in and purchase all of Guangming Community? It is truly a case of earnest intention meeting failure, while a lack of intention yields unexpected success. What does it mean to guess? I prefer to call it analysis. Thank you very much. Who is to blame if they cannot even come up with a proper rationale? Tang Ning raised her petite head, brimming with pride. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she turned to Su Yang and said, "Boss, did you already know that Guangming Community is slated for demolition?" Su Yang immediately donned an inscrutable expression. "What else would you expect? Do you think your boss is a fool?" Tang Ning's dark, shiny eyes twirled around for a moment before she confidently replied, Yes, that you little rascal. Are you trying to get your salary docked? Su Yang retorted angrily. Boss, please don't be upset. Fine, I'll give you another chance to articulate your thoughts. You are not only foolish, but also dead, as Su Yang interjected. That although Su Yang had little interest in wealth, he was not one to turn down money that came knocking at his door. Just as Tang Ninger pointed out, once the demolition of Guangming community commenced, he would stand to gain billions almost instantly. While that sum was something an ordinary person could never hope to amass in a lifetime, 100 billion was a figure that, while seemingly excessive, was not as substantial as it appeared. There were innumerable things in this world that could not be bought for that price. Chapter 20. Lin Chuyi arrives, for instance, the angelic armor of the celestial judgment, or the terrifying archangel elixir from the river of oblivion. Or the sacred medicine from the Laojun furnace. Each of these items surpassed 100 billion. The angelic armor is the most advanced battle gear on Earth, forged from a super alloy composed of extraterrestrial and kryptonite elements, making it not only indestructible but also remarkably lightweight. The terrifying archangel can grant a person rebirth after the loss of limbs. The sacred medicine is a miraculous remedy capable of healing any injury that to restore Long Yusin's 9 absolute pulse. Immense wealth might very well be required. Thus, Su Yang would certainly not consider selling the properties of Guangming community. Moreover, while purchasing a community may seem straightforward, the process is quite intricate. Many properties belong to individuals, necessitating negotiations with each property management company individually. Of course, as long as the funds are sufficient, everything else can be settled. Consequently, those who harbor intentions toward Guangming community are destined to return empty-handed. In fact, Su Yang would not even meet them, fully entrusting his assistant to handle the matter. However, while Su Yang was indulging in an afternoon nap, Tang Ninger suddenly burst into his room. Boss, there is someone I believe requires your personal attention, who is so significant that I must attend to them myself. Su Yang inquired. Your wife? Since when do I have a wife? Wait, are you referring to Lin Chuyi? Tang Ninger nodded. While she could handle matters for others, it was best for Su Yang to meet Lin Chuyi personally. Upon learning that Lin Chuyi had arrived, Su Yang felt a flicker of excitement. But he quickly composed himself, clearing his throat. I am divorced from her. She is no longer my wife, so there is no need for special treatment. Are you absolutely certain that no special treatment is required? Tang Ninger scoffed. That I am certain. Now leave. Su Yang waved his hand impatiently. Lin Chuyi was there to see the owner of the villa, not him. Clearly, her visit was also related to the properties of Guangming community. Boss, I've already asked her to leave, but she is standing outside the villa and refuses to go. Should I have security escort her away? That won't be necessary, Su Yang replied. Boss, if you truly don't mind, you could invite her in. Which of your eyes saw that I cared? If she wishes to stand there, so be it. Outside the villa, Lin Chuyi appeared somewhat fragile. She knew all too well that this was an impossible task. The matriarch was likely attempting to force her into a corner. Lacking any finesse, she could only resort to the most straightforward approach to sway the villa's owner. Yet, hope was dim. After all, she had heard that many had already returned defeated. It was entirely possible that the villa's owner was already aware of the demolition news. Yet she was unwilling to yield. Although the Lin Group was not solely her creation, she had nurtured it into what it was today, much like a mother with her child. How could she bear to relinquish it to another? 2 hours swiftly passed. Boss, your ex-wife is still here. 3 hours. Perhaps I should let her in. After all, as the saying goes, a night as husband and wife brings 100 nights of affection. Su Yang remained unmoved. 5 hours. Lin Chuyi felt as if her legs were no longer her own. The cold weather, coupled with her lack of food, left her dizzy, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. Finally, after 6 hours, Lin Chuyi fainted at that moment. Tang Ninger noticed Su Yang rushing out of the villa like the wind. She pouted, muttering about his lack of concern. Chapter 21. Sleep for 5 hours initially. Su Yang had resolved that even if Lin Chuyi stood there for an entire day and night, he would not intervene. However, upon learning that Lin Chuyi had fainted, he could no longer maintain his composure and dashed out of the villa, still as stubborn as ever. Lin Chuyi, who seemed to bask in glory, known as the goddess CEO, was not in a favorable situation. Although times had changed, the elite circles remained the same. If a woman were to inherit the family business, it would be perceived as handing over the wealth to another. Had the matriarch not had grandsons, Lin Chuyi might have had a chance to inherit the Lin family. She could always recruit a son-in-law if necessary. But the matriarch had two grandsons, Lin Chong and Lin Ji. Although those two lacked capability, simply being male afforded them a considerable opportunity to inherit the Lin family. Lin Shuyi had fought tooth and nail to attain her position as CEO, enduring countless hardships. Su Yang had witnessed her struggles firsthand. How many times had she drunk to the point of vomiting only to continue drinking? At some point, Lin Shuyi regained consciousness. The opulent ceiling greeted her eyes. "Where am I? This is the villa at the mountaintop." "You fainted," a cool voice resonated. "Are you Tang Zong?" Lin Shuyi recognized Tang Ning, a woman once hailed as her equal in Jiangdu. Tang Ninger offered a self-deprecating smile. "There's no Tang Zong here anymore. I'm merely a housekeeper now. That I apologize for the trouble." Lin Shuyi attempted to rise. "Lie down. The boss said you must sleep for at least 5 hours before you can get up." "But I can't sleep." Although the bed was exceptionally comfortable, it was not her own. Moreover, all of Lin Shuyi's thoughts were consumed with how to secure the properties of Guangming community, making sleep impossible. "Your fainting is of no concern to me," Tang Ninger said coldly. Lin Shuyi sensed a hint of hostility from Tang Ning. "Miss Tang, could you allow me to meet your boss?" "Our boss will not meet you." Lin Shuyi sighed. She had done her utmost, and the outcome no longer mattered, and no matter how reluctant she was, what could she do? She could only blame her gender. "The boss said that as long as you sleep for 5 hours, he might consider selling some properties to you." Just as Lin Shuyi prepared to leave, Tang Ninger spoke expressionlessly. "Really?" Lin Shuyi's face lit up with joy, but her spirits quickly sank again. Tang Ninger seemed to read her thoughts and snorted. "Rest assured, if the boss intended to do anything to you, he would have done so the moment you fainted." "You mean your boss? Enough with the chatter. I'll have the kitchen prepare something for you. Eat, and then get some sleep. You can leave once you've rested for 5 hours." Tang Ninger impatiently interrupted Lin Shuyi. Chapter 22. "I'll give you 10 billion O. Who has provoked our Miss Tang into anger?" On the third floor of the villa, Su Yang observed Tang Ninger's furious demeanor and couldn't help but inquire. It's you actually made me serve that Lin woman. Don't you know we are rivals? Seeing me reduced to a housekeeper must make her ecstatic. What should I do then?" "Do you think 10,000 yuan will improve your mood?" Su Yang tentatively asked. "Boss, do you believe that money can solve everything?" Tang Ninger pouted. "How about 20,000? It's not about the money. 50,000. Cough, cough, boss, the money isn't what matters. It's just that I enjoy assisting you." "Cash or bank transfer?" Seeing this woman's rapid change of expression, Su Yang felt speechless. "Sigh, I'm destined to be drained by you." "Don't worry, boss, I'll leave you some." Upon seeing 5,000 yuan added to her account, Tang Ning's mood instantly brightened. "By the way, boss, if you truly have more money than you know how to spend, you could let me manage it for you. What kind of management are you suggesting?" "I studied financial management at Cambridge. If you give me your money, I can set up a venture capital firm for you, and I guarantee that in a few years, your wealth will double." "Are you sure you want to embezzle it?" "Cough, cough, boss. Do I look like that kind of person?" Su Yang nodded seriously. "Yes, I'll bite you." However, Tang Ning's proposal was indeed quite appealing, as Su Yang had previously earned money solely through completing tasks or clandestinely during those tasks. He was utterly ignorant of the business realm. Meanwhile, Tang Ninger seemed to possess a remarkable talent in that area. "Boss, why not consider it?" Seeing Su Yang wavering, Tang Ninger seized the opportunity. "Forget it," Su Yang shook his head. "Why not?" Tang Ninger was puzzled that if you set up the venture capital firm, who will be my housekeeper? Tang Ning, a boss, why not invest in me? Rest assured, I guarantee it won't interfere with my duties as a steward. Whenever you need me, I will be at your beck and call. Really at your beck and call. Su Yang expressed some skepticism, his gaze sweeping over Tang Ninger's alluring figure. "Boss, that I sell my skills. Not my body. I sell my skills, not my body. All right then, I'll casually invest a little for fun. How much do you need?" 1 billion. Tang Ninger tentatively inquired. "A billion." Su Yang was taken aback. "Or perhaps 50 million would suffice." Tang Ninger, noticing Su Yang's reaction, felt a tinge of disappointment that I in a venture capital firm. More funding is always better. After all, not all investment projects yield profits. Having even 1 out of 10 succeed is quite commendable. If the funds are too meager, it's likely that the project will go bankrupt before it even has a chance to turn a profit. Nevertheless, Tang Ninger dared not ask for too much. Seeing that Su Yang remained silent, she gritted her teeth and said, "Boss, if it's below 50 million, it's impossible to make a profit. No, I'm not saying it's too much. Rather, I think 1 billion is too little. I'll give you 10 billion. Su Yang declared. 10 billion. The boss is truly wise. Tang Ning, overwhelmed with excitement, unexpectedly planted a kiss on Su Yang's cheek. Immediately, her delicate face flushed crimson. This was her first kiss with a boy, after all. However, Tang Ninger was simply too elated. She had only boasted over $1 billion in assets at the peak of her career. Now, Su Yang was willing to provide her with $10 billion. How could she not be thrilled? Boss, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Tang Ninger still found it hard to believe. Rest assured, I keep my promises. If $10 billion is insufficient, I can add more. Boss, aren't you afraid I might abscond with the funds? As she gazed into Su Yang's earnest eyes, Tang Ninger's own eyes glistened with tears. After all, her overly trusting nature had led her to this predicament. Yet Su Yang showed such unwavering faith in her. Do you dare to run? I'll break your legs. Su Yang feigned ferocity. Just as his words fell, he felt a coolness on his lips. Chapter 23. Are you reluctant to repay the money? The coolness on his lips was due to the beauty in his embrace. After a long pause, their lips parted, and the atmosphere became somewhat delicate, especially for Su Yang, who looked at Tang Ninger with a peculiar expression. Eventually, he broke the silence. Are you reluctant to repay the money? Tang Ning, boss, is your head made of titanium alloy? Su Yang was never one to dawdle. $10 billion, transferred immediately. Staring at the digits in her bank account, Tang Ninger found it hard to calm down. To put it in perspective, her peak assets were merely $1 billion. And that was the total worth of an entire company. In reality, the largest sum she had ever encountered was only in the tens of millions. $10 billion. This was a staggering figure. And Su Yang had transferred it without any contracts or agreements signed. Boss, I want to betray your trust. Tang Ning's kiss on Su Yang was merely an expression of her exhilaration, not an indication of romantic affection. Though she had a fondness for wealth, she would never exchange herself for money. Otherwise, how could she have fallen into such dire straits? Little did she know that Su Yang's audacity to transfer $10 billion without fear of her embezzling it stemmed from his recognition of her talent. Tang Ninger was remarkably efficient. Within less than a day, she finalized all procedures. The Su Tang Venture Capital Company was officially registered in Jiangdu City. Why call it Su Tang? Su Yang felt the name was rather whimsical. For Su sounded like sugar, while Tang sounded like Tang, together implying Su Tang. Why not simply name it Su Tang? Because Su Tang sounds cuter. Tang Ninger beamed with a naive smile. Very well, Su Tang it is. The name of the company is secondary. What truly matters is its strength. The establishment of Su Tang Company immediately stirred up a storm in Jiangdu City, as the company announced plans to invest $100 billion. Did I not just grant you $10 billion? Su Yang grimaced at the news. Boss, are you out of your mind? We are a venture capital firm. The amount we invest is entirely at our discretion. I could claim we have $1,000 billion, and it wouldn't matter. You're impressive. Su Yang gave her a thumbs up. It seems this girl indeed possesses some intellect. $100 billion is not a trivial sum, even in the eyes of the true elite of Jiangdu City. For smaller enterprises, it holds unparalleled allure. After spending 5 hours in the villa, the owner had yet to appear, and even Tang Ninger had ignored her. Lin Shuyi had no choice but to leave the villa. After all, her position as president was at stake. Not a single one. Lin Shuyi gritted her teeth. What, it's over, we're finished, Lin Guodong stumbled. If Lin Shuyi truly relinquished her position as president, they might not even be able to continue residing in the rented villa. Damn it, it's all that Jinx's fault. If he hadn't struck Li Xiao, the matriarch wouldn't have acted against you so swiftly. Lin Guodong cursed, attributing the blame to Su Yang for hitting Li Xiao. Dad, Grandma appointed me president simply because she recognized my abilities. Now that the company is stable, even if Su Yang hadn't struck Li Xiao, she would have made the same decision. Lin Shuyi responded rationally. Chapter 24. Saying good night. This situation cannot be blamed on Su Yang at all. Thankfully, he appeared. Otherwise, Li Mingwei would have taken advantage of her. Just 2 days later, the Li family went bankrupt, resulting in a classic case of losing more than one gains in the Lin Guoyang family's villa. Lin Chong sat sulking on the sofa. After several days of effort, not a single house had been acquired, leaving him utterly dejected. Dad, didn't Grandma say we were the first to receive this news? Why are there so many people at the villas on the mountaintop? Lin Chong asked, visibly frustrated. Clearly, the news regarding the demolition of Guangming community had already spread to many. Lin Guoyang merely smiled calmly. Don't worry. The matriarch anticipated this outcome long ago. From now on, you needn't concern yourself with the Guangming community properties. Your grandmother has a new task for you. That a new task? Lin Cheng was puzzled. Indeed, you must have seen the news. A venture capital company is registered in Jiangdu City. Su Tang Venture Capital. Precisely. Our company is performing well, but we still fall short compared to the true giants. However, our current funds do not allow for major actions that if we can secure an investment from Su Tang Venture Capital, it will undoubtedly elevate us to the next level. So, Dad, do you mean I should negotiate with Su Tang Venture Capital? That way, I can prove my abilities to Grandma. Yes, since you're not the president. Even if you fail to accomplish the task, the matriarch won't fault you. But if Lin Chui fails, oh dear. Once you secure the investment from Su Tang, Grandma will be extremely pleased. And who knows, the position of president might just be yours. Rest assured, Dad, I will do my utmost. Lin Chui lay in bed, her feelings tumultuous. Although the villa owner had mentioned considering selling some properties to her, she held little hope. After all, unless the owner were a fool, how could they possibly part with their assets? It seemed this trial was unavoidable. After all her efforts, even sacrificing her marriage, what had she truly gained? Su Yang, I may not be able to become the president. Lin Chui sent a message to Su Yang. She wasn't sure why she felt compelled to reach out to him. Perhaps, aside from Su Yang, she didn't know whom else she could confide in. Despite realizing that sharing her woes with Su Yang held little significance, it was still comforting to have someone to talk to. Grandma has tasked me with completing an impossible mission. If I fail, I'll have to relinquish my position as president. Gazing at the encouraging words, Lin Chui felt a complex mix of emotions. Her so-called relatives seemed eager for her to falter. None wished her well. Meanwhile, her parents only cared about maintaining their luxurious lifestyle. Perhaps Su Yang was the only one who believed in her and offered her encouragement. Lin Chui. All right, I'm going to sleep. Good night. After replying to Lin Chui, Su Yang called Wang Yu. Wang Yu. The next day, at the Lin family villa, the matriarch summoned all the Lin family members. Her gaze swept over Lin Chong, Lin Ji, and Han Ziki before finally resting on Lin Chui. She slowly began. How has everyone fared with their tasks? Chapter 25. Lin Chui's defense. The matriarch appeared to be inquiring of everyone. Yet her focus was directed at Lin Chui. For the others, failing to complete their tasks would have minimal repercussions. However, if Lin Chui failed, her position as president would be in jeopardy. That I have 0 properties. Lin Chong stated bluntly that I have 0 as well. In truth, aside from the Lin family, others attempting to seize Guangming community's assets returned empty-handed. Even Han Ziki ended up with nothing, which puzzled her. Was there truly no man interested in her? Or was it that wretched Tang Ning had failed to hand over her USB drive to the villa owner? It must be so. Otherwise, why wouldn't the other party have contacted her by now? Ultimately, all eyes turned back to Lin Chui. 400 properties, Lin Chui softly stated. Just recently, she had received a call from Wang Yu, informing her that the villa owner was willing to sell her 400 properties, and she simply needed to wait for the notification to sign the contract. Lin Chui, do you truly comprehend the words you utter? 400 sets, haha, you certainly possess audacity, if you manage to procure 400 sets. I, Lin Chong, shall kneel before you and present you with tea. However, not a single member of the Lin family believes Lin Chui's claims. Even her parents harbor doubts. Xiaoi, you are aware that grandmother despises liars. You did not acquire a property in Guangming community, and she will not blame you, for none of us managed to secure one. But if you lie and provoke her ire, you know the consequences. Lin Guodong spoke sternly. This Lin Guodong is indeed a cunning individual, that be why stating that no one else succeeded. He cleverly shields Lin Chui from grandmother's reproach regarding her inability to obtain a property in Guangming community. 400 sets, Lin Chui asserted with conviction. The sound of grandmother's cane striking the ground resonated sharply. Xiaoi, you must take responsibility for your words, should you fail to acquire those 400 sets. Not only will you forfeit your position as CEO, but I will also demand you transfer half of your shares. Transferring half of her shares. Lin Guodong's face turned pale. Such a punishment would be monumental. But grandmother, what if I succeed? Lin Chui gritted her teeth that if you succeed, the profits from the properties will grant you a reward of 20%. In truth, Lin Chui herself felt uncertain. After all, she had only stood outside the villa for several hours and then taken a nap inside. It seemed surreal that the other party would willingly sell the property to her. However, since Wang Yu from Tongda had contacted her, it was unlikely she was being deceived, right? That foolish woman, Lin Chui. dared to boast such grand claims. It was as if heaven was aiding her. She would not only fail to become CEO, but also have to relinquish half her shares. Both Lin Guoyang and Lin Guowei appeared exceedingly pleased. If Lin Chui faltered, they would be the primary beneficiaries. This is utter nonsense. Did that good-for-nothing take your brain with him when he left? Lin Guodong fumed, realizing the magnitude of loss should she indeed transfer half her shares. Father, could you refrain from calling him a good-for-nothing? Lin Chui frowned. What? Is he not a good-for-nothing? What is wrong with my calling him that? If you had been capable of finding a remarkable man, would we be enduring this humiliation? Steve was so outstanding. You refused him. Are you determined to ensure that your mother and I suffer alongside you? Faced with Lin Guodong's accusations, Lin Chui felt utterly wronged, yet found herself unable to retort. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Wang Yu from Tongdao Properties. Miss Lin, everything is prepared on our end. You may come over to sign the contract. Chapter 26. Enthusiastic sales staff, did you truly buy 400 houses? It was Wang Yu from Tongda, indeed responsible for the properties in Guangming community. Haha. Did you hear that? My Xiaoyi has truly secured the properties in Guangming community, confirming Lin Chui's success. Lin Guodong's face instantly lit up with a smile. Our Xiaoyi is remarkable. He completely disregarded how harshly he had just scolded her. Grandmother had tasked her with acquiring 300 sets. Yet Lin Chui had exceeded expectations with 400. A grandmother had also promised that should Lin Chui indeed secure 400 properties, she would receive 20% of the net profits as a reward. 400 houses, each conservatively estimated to yield over 200,000. That amounts to nearly 100 million. With 100 million, one could purchase a villa on the mountain, albeit in a less desirable location. Even a less desirable villa would still be a villa on the mountain. Both Lin Guodong and Lin Mu Wang Xiujuan were overjoyed. Grandmother was equally pleased, as 400 properties would bring substantial profits to the Lin family. Su Yang, I have completed grandmother's task. Lin Chui promptly messaged Su Yang. Originally, completing the task should have been a joyous occasion. Yet Lin Chui sadly realized that she could find no one to share her joy with. She could only message Su Yang on the mountain villa. Indeed, if they knew of my wealth, the Lin family would treat me like a revered ancestor. However, that is not love. Boss, are you feeling unwell? Tang Ninger placed her fair hand against Su Yang's forehead. What is the matter? If you're not unwell, how could you still believe in love? In this world, where is there any love? Not necessarily. Perhaps I might fall for you. Su Yang replied with a smile. Boss, are you sure you love me and not merely love me? Su Yang. But this girl is becoming increasingly audacious, seemingly disregarding him as her boss. It might be time to consider docking her pay. Boss, if you dare dock my pay, I will misappropriate company funds. If you are unafraid of prison, go ahead and misappropriate. Then, I shall recklessly invest in the worst projects, ensuring you lose your 10 billion. Speak with decorum, for civility exists among us all. An enjoyable day passed just like that I end the evening. Su Yang set out with his beautiful housekeeper and Long Yusin to go shopping, intending to buy some clothes for Long Yusin. This grudge must be avenged. I cannot swallow this humiliation for the rest of my life. The three thugs, whom Su Yang had incapacitated, had finally been discharged from the hospital. Their first order of business was to seek revenge against Su Yang. Unfortunately, they were unaware of Su Yang's whereabouts. Brother Mao, I think I spotted that guy. Indeed, there he is along with that blind man. And look, there's even a beauty. However, at that moment, the three men were consumed by hatred, their interest in the beauty having vanished. Quick, summon the others. Su Yang himself was indifferent. Whether his clothes cost a few dozen or several thousand mattered little to him as long as they were comfortable. But when it came to Long Yusin, he was quite particular that he took her directly to a luxury store. It said that the staff at luxury stores often look down on others. Why do I feel everyone is exceedingly enthusiastic towards me? After visiting several luxury stores, Su Yang experienced unprecedented warmth from the staff. Chapter 27. I am your luxury item, you see. Su Yang's entire outfit cost no more than 1,000. Yet, the staff at those luxury stores treated him with remarkable enthusiasm. Boss, that's because you are accompanied by the most exquisite luxury item. Just one glance, and they know you are an extraordinary boss. Tang Ninger explained. Luxury item? Where did I acquire such luxury? Su Yang asked, perplexed. The most expensive thing he owned was just his phone, a gift from Lin Shuyi after their marriage when she deemed his old phone too shabby. Tang Ninger immediately leaned closer to Su Yang, declaring, "Boss, I am your luxury item. Even if you dress like a beggar, as long as I stand beside you, you would be the most dapper individual on the entire street." Su Yang scoffed at Tang Ninger's statement. "Why don't you try that on your own? Test it." "Very well." That Su Yang strolled into a nearby luxury store alone. Moments later, he emerged looking disheveled. Tang Ninger had indeed been right. Without her by his side, the staff at those stores hardly spared him a glance. How embarrassing. "Boss, are you considering sprucing up your appearance? That way, others will be even more enthusiastic towards you." Tang Ninger winked at Su Yang, blatantly hinting that Su Yang's face twitched. This girl truly had a knack for finding ways to extract money from him. Yet since they were already calling him boss, he couldn't be stingy. He bought Tang Ninger several outfits. However, they were soon blocked from proceeding. It was none other than Brother Mao, the one who had bullied Long Yusin, flanked by a dozen accomplices. "Kid, fancy meeting you again?" Brother Mao glared at Su Yang with malice. "The grudge must be avenged. Boss, take Yusin and leave. I'll handle this." Tang Ninger, sensing the hostility, handed the wheelchair to Su Yang. "Can you manage?" Su Yang asked with a peculiar expression. It was already astonishing that this girl could pilot a helicopter. Could she also fight? Soon, Su Yang would understand just how capable Tang Ninger truly was. To his surprise, she handled herself admirably, incapacitating half of the adversaries in under a minute. She truly was a versatile talent. Just as Tang Ninger was about to subdue the last few, she suddenly froze, unable to move. "Why don't you keep fighting?" A burly man with a face full of flesh growled at Tang Ninger. A dark object pressed against Tang Ninger's head. A gun. It was unexpected that these men were armed. No matter how skilled Tang Ninger was, she couldn't possibly remain unafraid in the face of a firearm. "Kneel before me," the man commanded Tang Ninger. She had no choice but to comply. That moment, Brother Mao, who had been knocked down by Tang Ninger, finally got back on his feet. "You damn bitch. How dare you hit me?" He raised his hand and slapped Tang Ninger across the face. Blood immediately trickled from her mouth, and her large eyes were filled with fear. Brother Mao turned to Su Yang, saying, "Kid, do you now understand my strength? Kneel and kowtow 10 times, and perhaps I will spare your life." Unfazed by the gun, Su Yang maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "How about you kneel and kowtow to me instead? And I might let you go." Chapter 28. The long-legged female constable. "Haha, kid, are you out of your mind? Do you believe I wouldn't pull the trigger right now? I don't believe you. You bastard, if I don't draw blood, you'll never understand my power. I shall render you powerless today, and then, right before your very eyes, indulge in your woman." Mao Ge seized the gun from the hands of the burly man and turned to take aim at Su Yang. However, upon turning around, he was startled to find Su Yang already standing before him. Overcome with terror, Mao Ge instinctively attempted to pull the trigger, but found himself unable to do so, for Su Yang's finger was firmly positioned behind the trigger. With a forceful twist, Su Yang caused Mao Ge to wince in pain, relinquishing his grip on the weapon, which then fell into Su Yang's hands. "Stop," just as Su Yang prepared to teach Mao Ge a lesson. A sharp voice pierced the air. A female officer clad in uniform emerged into view, one hand aiming her gun at Su Yang while the other reached for her shoulder-mounted radio, declaring, "Armed robbers spotted on Tianfu Road. Requesting backup? Officer, save me. This man intends to kill me." Mao Ge exclaimed, his face streaked with tears and snot upon seeing the female officer. "Drop your weapon immediately and crouch with your hands on your head," she commanded, directing her ire towards Su Yang. Reluctantly, Su Yang complied. "All right, you are all safe now. Leave at once." The female officer hurried to Su Yang, confiscating the gun before cuffing him. "I protest, officer. They're the real villains. And that gun belongs to them." Su Yang lamented in frustration. "All I see is you brandishing a weapon at others, privately possessing firearms. This is a grave offense. Come with me," the female officer retorted coldly. All right. You have a bigger chest, so you call the shots." Su Yang, too weary to argue further, acquiesced. Yet it was indeed easy to misconstrue the situation. If the gun were theirs, how could it possibly be in Su Yang's possession? Disarming someone barehanded? Perhaps he had watched too many dramas. "Officer, my brother isn't a bad person. The gun truly belongs to them." Long Yusin interjected hastily. "Little sister, do you think I am foolish? If the gun were theirs, why would it be in his hands? Zhu Wei scoffed. Soon, Su Yang found himself escorted to a police car by arriving officers. "What are you staring at? Behave yourself." The female officer's expression grew icier as she noticed Su Yang's lingering gaze. Su Yang shrugged, thinking, why be so fierce? A glance wouldn't cost you a piece of flesh. Not allowing such beauty to be seen would be a waste. This officer was indeed quite striking, especially with her long, elegant legs. Name, Su Yang. Age, 24. What are you looking at? Your legs. What did you say? A fierce glimmer of anger flashed across Zhu Wei's face. That it was the first time anyone had dared to tease her so. The two other officers in the vehicle exchanged sympathetic glances, knowing that to provoke this fierce female tiger could lead to dire consequences. Cough, cough. Officer, please don't be agitated. That I was merely admiring your legs. Not for any inappropriate reason. I can help relieve the discomfort if you'd let me massage it. It could return to normal quickly, Su Yang said earnestly. Brother, you are something. The two male officers gazed at Su Yang with newfound respect. He dared to harbor such thoughts about the captain's legs. Those who had entertained such notions were surely long gone. Chapter 29. The longer the legs, the greater the power. How did you know my legs were injured? However, to the surprise of the two male officers, Zhu Wei did not seem angry. In truth, her legs had indeed sustained an injury during a capture mission when a criminal had run her over with a vehicle. It took over a year for her to recover, yet she was left with lingering discomfort. Whenever the weather turned damp, she would feel an ache in her bones. But at that time, Zhu Wei had not yet transferred to the precinct, so her colleagues were unaware of her condition. Officer, are you sure you want me to say? Su Yang asked, his expression peculiar as he regarded Zhu Wei. Say it. Zhu Wei demanded, her curiosity piqued. Could it be that this fellow was indeed a doctor? It's because your gait is peculiar. Typically, women who have never had a boyfriend do not walk in such a manner. Yet you clearly have not had one. Thus, I deduced that Su Yang explained with utmost seriousness. Shut up. Zhu Wei interrupted him abruptly, feeling her cheeks heat up. That Su Yang felt aggrieved. Had she not asked him to speak? Wow. That was quite the revelation. The other two male officers exchanged bewildered glances, their thoughts racing. Was it possible that the captain's unique gait was due to an injury rather than a lack of experience? Did that imply that the captain was still a maiden? What are you looking at? Is it embarrassing to be a maiden? Yet before the two male officers could speak, Zhu Wei roared at them. Immediately, they adopted a posture akin to ostriches, unwilling to provoke the fierce female tiger. Officer, I truly can massage. Just let me do it a few times, and not only will your injury heal, but your posture will also return to what it should be. Su Yang insisted earnestly. At that moment, the two male officers wished to caution Su Yang. Brother, do you not value your life? Just be quiet. All right. However, Zhu Wei's face broke into a charming smile, and she turned slightly, extending one of her long legs towards Su Yang. What the? This is quite the stroke of luck. The two male officers stared in disbelief. Who in the precinct wouldn't want to experience the captain's legs? Su Yang. Who was he to deserve such fortune? Yet before long, the two male officers realized that from Zhu Wei's seemingly alluring smile, there was an undercurrent of danger. This young man was unlikely to survive the ride to the precinct. Meanwhile, Su Yang remained oblivious, extending his hand towards Zhu Wei's leg. Just as his hand was about to make contact, Zhu Wei's leg shot up, aiming a swift kick at his chest. Those familiar with the principles of leverage would know that the longer the leg, the greater the explosive power. Zhu Wei's legs were a staggering 1.1 meters long. Su Yang was destined to either be gravely injured or worse. However, Zhu Wei failed to land the kick, at the last moment. Su Yang slightly shifted his body, evading the deadly blow, and deftly grasped Zhu Wei's ankle, boldly positioning her leg upon his own. Thereafter, he began what he termed treatment, not massage. Zhu Wei was both furious and flustered. When had her legs ever been seized by a man? She instinctively reached for her firearm, ready to end Su Yang's life. Officer, do not move, or your leg will be ruined, and I shall not be held responsible, Su Yang warned gravely. Chapter 30. The heist. In that instant, Zhu Wei felt the faint ache in her bones begin to dissipate significantly. Although it was not raining today, the humidity was still high, triggering her old ailment. Thus, she allowed Su Yang to continue his ministrations upon her leg. This scene left the two male officers utterly astounded. They were envious, filled with a mix of admiration and jealousy. Zhu Wei's legs were not only long, but also exquisitely straight, not the spindly type, likely due to her fitness regimen, which endowed them with a hint of muscular beauty, combined with her nude stockings. It was simply enchanting. Alas, such delightful moments are fleeting. Zhu Wei received an emergency call. A bank was being robbed. She immediately turned around at that moment. The electric doors of the besieged bank had been pulled down, leaving only a gap large enough for a person to pass through, obscuring the interior situation. Officers surrounded the entrance, yet none dared to rush in, knowing that the robbers were armed, and one officer had already been injured. "I have money. I will give you money. Please, just let me go." The robber had taken 2 hostages, both women, one of whom was pregnant, while the other was exceptionally beautiful with a stunning figure. Han Ziki felt utterly dismayed. It was bad enough that she hadn't met the villa's owner, but to encounter a robbery while merely trying to withdraw some cash was the last straw. "Stay in the vehicle and behave. If you dare to flee, the law will punish you severely." Zhu Wei coldly instructed Su Yang as the police car arrived at the bank. "Rest assured, officer, I won't escape. I'm still waiting to help with your leg." Su Yang replied with a disarmingly innocent smile. Recalling their previous encounter made Zhu Wei's cheeks flush. She had not expected him to be so impressive. Her legs felt much better now. However, it was imperative to focus on the case at hand. "What is the current situation?" Zhu Wei inquired as she stepped forward. "Report, Captain. The robbers have taken 2 hostages, one of whom is 8 months pregnant and has been complaining of stomach pains," an officer reported. Zhu Wei's expression darkened. "Why haven't we sent someone in to negotiate for the hostages? I repeat, do not send officers in, or I will shoot." The robber's furious voice echoed from within the bank. If he aimed for the body, there was a chance of survival, but a shot to the head would be fatal. Zhu Wei was not afraid of death, but injuring a hostage was out of the question. "Help me. My stomach hurts terribly." The pregnant woman's voice rang out in agony that we must immediately secure the release of the pregnant woman. Otherwise, her life is in jeopardy, Zhu Wei stated gravely. Since the robbers were unwilling to allow officers to enter, volunteers would have to be sought. She approached the crowd of onlookers, bowing to them. "The pregnant woman is in danger. Is there anyone willing to go in and bring her out?" "Please." Unfortunately, no one stepped forward. Who would risk their life against armed robbers who would not hesitate to shoot? "Please, I beg you." Zhu Wei continued to bow towards the crowd. Yet still, no one volunteered at that moment. A tall, handsome man approached Zhu Wei, holding a bouquet of roses. Chapter 31. The ungrateful wretch. Upon sighting the man, a flicker of joy illuminated Zhu Wei's face. The man's name was Chen Xiang, her suitor. "Chen Xiang, you must go and rescue the pregnant woman," she urged. "What pregnant woman?" he inquired. Zhu Wei swiftly recounted the events. Chen Xiang's expression shifted dramatically. He harbored feelings for Zhu Wei, yet he was not at the point of sacrificing his life for her. Even if the hostage were Zhu Wei herself, he might hesitate, let alone for a stranger. "Chen Xiang, please help me that if you manage to bring the pregnant woman out, I will agree to be your girlfriend." Zhu Wei had long evaded Chen Xiang's advances, but now she was desperate to save the pregnant woman. "That I'm sorry, Xiao Wei, but I just remembered I have urgent matters at the company that I must take my leave." Seeing Chen Xiang flee faster than a rabbit, Zhu Wei let out a resigned sigh. Turning to her subordinate, she commanded, "Prepare a bulletproof vest for me, that if I must die, so be it." Though the risk of being recognized by the robbers loomed, the urgency of the situation left her no choice. She would not allow her companions to take further risks. "Let me go." At that moment, a calm voice interjected, "It was Su Yang. How did you get down here?" Zhu Wei was taken aback, but she quickly walked toward the bank's entrance. The bulletproof vest, she called out after him, but he dismissed her with a wave of his hand, captivated by his somewhat aloof demeanor. Zhu Wei found herself momentarily entranced. After all, once inside, there was no guarantee of returning. But Su Yang approached the entrance, crouched down, and extended his hands into the building, signaling that he bore no weapons before stepping inside. No sooner had he entered than a gun was pressed to his temple. This was precisely why he had chosen not to wear a bulletproof vest. A direct shot to the head would render any armor useless and hinder his agility. "I am from the Lin family. I have wealth that if you release me, I can offer you anything you desire." Han Ziki, who was pleading for her life, suddenly spotted the newcomer, her face alight with joy. "You Su Yang, quickly, get the robbers to exchange me." Habitually addressing him as a good-for-nothing, she nearly let the term slip. Su Yang was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated encountering his aunt here. No, that's not right anymore. Su Yang, please help me escape. If you do, I promise never to call you a good-for-nothing again. In the past, Hanziki would never have spoken to Su Yang in such a subservient manner. But now, faced with the threat of death, she had cast aside her pride. Kid, who do you intend to exchange? The robber taunted that I will exchange for the pregnant woman. Su Yang replied without a hint of hesitation. Even though Hanziki was still his aunt, he would not exchange her. It was not a lack of willingness to save her. Rather, the pregnant woman was in greater peril. That if I were you, I would definitely swap for the beauty. Who knows? She might repay your kindness. The robber chuckled. I will exchange for the pregnant woman. Su Yang reiterated. You actually refuse to exchange? I am your aunt, Hanziki exclaimed. Su Yang, you worthless piece of trash. Ungrateful scoundrel. Chapter 32. How not to get shot upon realizing that Su Yang would not exchange her. Hanziki erupted in a tirade. So, it turns out you have a young and beautiful aunt. You are quite fortunate, the robber remarked, astonished by Hanziki's youthful appearance, seemingly just in her early 20s, perhaps even younger than Su Yang. All right, you can leave now, the robber instructed the pregnant woman. Thank you. That the woman expressed her gratitude to Su Yang before making her way outside. While Hanziki continued to berate him, that as the pregnant woman reached the door, the robber suddenly aimed his gun at her. Su Yang's pupils constricted in alarm. He had not expected the robbers to be so ruthless. Bang! The gunshot rang out, but it struck the ceiling instead. In that split second, Su Yang seized the gun barrel, forcing it upward, that he then kicked the robber, sending him flying. There were 3 robbers in total, each armed with a homemade shotgun. The other 2, witnessing this, immediately raised their weapons to shoot at Su Yang. He narrowly dodged one bullet, then lunged forward, twisting the gun barrel until it bent. With a swift kick, he sent that robber tumbling to the ground. Only one robber remained, but at that moment, Hanziki suddenly dashed towards the exit in a frenzy. The robber instinctively aimed and fired at her. If she had simply stayed put, Su Yang could have easily subdued the robber. Now it was too late to save her. That in a flash, Su Yang leaped forward, placing himself in the trajectory of the bullet. Bang! A spray of blood erupted from his back as Hanziki finally burst through the door. That Su Yang turned to glare at the robber, who was now paralyzed with fear. The shot had clearly struck Su Yang, yet he remained standing. Are you going to surrender willingly, or should I force you to? Su Yang coldly inquired. The robber glanced at his unconscious accomplices, swallowed hard, and obediently dropped his weapon before crouching down with his hands on his head. But Su Yang approached and swiftly knocked him out before heading outside. The criminals have been subdued. Your people may enter now, he informed Zhu Wei. Hearing the gunfire, Zhu Wei was momentarily stunned, and the other officers were on high alert, fearing for Su Yang's safety. When they saw him emerge, relief washed over them, and the street erupted in thunderous applause from both passers-by and officers alike. Hero, hero! Indeed, Su Yang had not only rescued the pregnant woman, but had also successfully subdued the robbers, earning his title as a true hero. However, at that moment, a figure rushed forward and slapped Su Yang across the face. It was Hanziki. Su Yang, you worthless fool! Why didn't you exchange for me? She shouted angrily. That Su Yang furrowed his brow, raising his hand as if to return the slap, but his body suddenly faltered, and he collapsed. What are you doing? Zhu Wei rushed over, catching the fallen Su Yang, only to discover the gruesome state of his back, torn and bloodied. You deserve it. Why didn't you just get yourself killed? Hanziki sneered. Though she had once been Su Yang's aunt, her resentment for him had only deepened as he had chosen to save a stranger over her. Chapter 33. A wish for world peace. Be quiet. If it weren't for this man shielding you from a bullet, you would be the one lying there. A police officer interjected with a frown. He had witnessed Su Yang taking the bullet for Hanziki. She was incredulous, but soon, the officer retrieved footage from a hidden camera inside the bank. Indeed, it was Su Yang who had blocked the bullet aimed at her as she recklessly charged out. He really did take a bullet for me. Hanziki stood in stunned silence. This good-for-nothing had shown remarkable courage, daring to confront armed robbers. Throughout their acquaintance, she had consistently looked down upon Su Yang, regarding him as a man who had willingly surrendered his dignity to be a house husband, attending to domestic chores while his wife worked. What kind of man was that? She had never offered him a kind word. Remember, he is not a good-for-nothing. He is a hero, the officer retorted coldly. Heroes deserve respect, Besides, if you hadn't rushed out, he likely wouldn't have been injured. At Jiangdu Hospital, after 3 hours of emergency treatment, the doctor finally emerged. Zhu Wei hurried forward to inquire about Su Yang's condition. Are you a relative of the patient? I am. You should brace yourself for the worst. Zhu Wei's heart sank. She felt an ominous premonition. When doctors advise preparation for the worst, it was never a good sign. Unfortunately, he is so young, yet, doctor, what exactly is wrong with him? Cherish the time you have left. Zhu Wei was left utterly speechless. Captain, we have compared the fingerprints. The gun has several prints, all belonging to members of Sanhe, that a police officer approached Zhu Wei to report. Members of Sanhe. Initially, Zhu Wei had been apprehensive that Su Yang was a criminal, as possession of a firearm is a severe offense in Huaxia. Now the evidence was clear. The gun could not belong to Su Yang. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many prints from Sanhe members. Sanhe was a significant underground force in Jiangdu City, and their possession of firearms was not surprising. Realizing she had wrongfully apprehended Su Yang, Zhu Wei felt regret for putting him through this ordeal. Wiping away her tears, she steeled herself and entered the emergency room. Upon entering, she embraced Su Yang tightly. "That I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault that I should have gone myself." Zhu Wei had not intended to cry. But seeing Su Yang lying weakly on the hospital bed, she could no longer hold back her tears. That he was only 24 in the prime of his youth. Not only was he handsome, but he was also capable and brave, far surpassing her timid suitor. Yet now, his life hung by a thread. It should have been her in his place. He had borne the brunt of it all, breathing in the fragrant scent emanating from Zhu Wei. Su Yang reveled in the moment, surprised to find himself in such fortunate circumstances. But was this policewoman truly worth it? He merely sustained a minor injury. Is it truly necessary to weep so uncontrollably? Soon, Zhu Wei wiped her tears and inquired, "Su Yang, is there something special that you have always wanted to do, but haven't had the chance yet?" "What do you mean, beautiful constable?" Su Yang looked utterly bewildered. "I mean, do you have any wishes? I can help you fulfill them." "None. You must have at least one." "Well, my wish is for world peace." Chapter 34. No regrets, brother. Try to see things more positively. Besides, you have such a beautiful girlfriend that if I had a girlfriend as stunning as hers, even if I were terminally ill, I would still consider myself fortunate. At this moment, a portly fellow on the adjacent sickbed shook his head and sighed. Clearly, he had overheard the doctor's remarks. "Su Yang, your time is short." "But she is not my girlfriend," Su Yang replied, glancing at the portly man who had entered with him for treatment, apparently suffering from alcohol poisoning. "Su Yang, do you have a girlfriend?" Zhu Wei asked curiously. "Then, let me be your girlfriend." "That might not be appropriate. After all, we just met and don't know each other well." That Su Yang felt somewhat awkward. Before Su Yang could finish his sentence, Zhu Wei suddenly leaned forward, and before he knew it, her lips were upon his. This scene made the portly man beside them green with envy. The kiss lasted a full minute before their lips finally parted. Zhu Wei's cheeks flushed slightly as she asked, "Is this enough for you to understand now?" Zhu Wei kissing Su Yang did not indicate that she was a loose woman. On the contrary, she was quite reserved. This was her first kiss with a boy. Because Su Yang was on the brink of death, she wanted to ensure he left this world without any regrets. "I have something I wish to consult you about," Su Yang said, gazing into the eyes of the beautiful constable who was so close. "Speak. Does being forcefully kissed by a female constable count as an affront?" Zhu Wei. Sigh. Zhu Wei's heart sank further. This guy, on the verge of death, still had the presence of mind to joke with her. "All right, from this moment on, I shall be your girlfriend. But I haven't agreed to that. I'm merely informing you, not seeking your opinion." "Wow, such a domineering constable." "Su Yang, in your final moments, I will accompany you. You can ask me to do anything within my power." Zhu Wei gently clasped Su Yang's hand. "Well, since that's the case, I do have something I wish to do." Su Yang pondered before stating, "Beautiful constable, let me help you heal your leg." "Is that all?" Zhu Wei bit her lip. Her heart softened once more. Despite being on the verge of death, Su Yang was still concerned about helping her. In the past, she would have rather limped than allow any man to touch her leg. But now, Zhu Wei choked back tears and said, "All right, I'll let you help me heal it." With that, she turned to sit on the edge of the bed, extending her long, alluring leg onto the couch. To facilitate Su Yang's treatment, she even removed her boots. Instantly, her flawless leg was revealed before Su Yang. Such beauty was something Su Yang had only witnessed on two women before. One was Xian Di, the epitome of perfection, and the other was Zhu Wei. This sight made the portly man beside them envious beyond measure. This female constable was simply too beautiful, with a figure and demeanor that left one breathless, especially in her uniform. Just looking at her made the portly man's blood boil, and those legs. It was a pity that this young man was afflicted with terminal cancer. Indeed, God is fair. The sympathy in the portly man's eyes deepened. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware of his own dire condition. Chapter 35. Should I kiss you too, brother? I initially didn't want to tell you, but knowing the truth isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least it can help you cherish the time you have left. Although cancer is incurable, maintaining a positive mindset and cooperating with treatment may allow you to live much longer. Cancer? Su Yang looked utterly perplexed that he had merely been sprayed by SK-12. How had it escalated to cancer? Brother, you have liver cancer, stage 4. Seeing Su Yang's confusion, the portly man approached and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Stay strong." At that moment, a nurse entered and asked, "Who is Su Yang?" "I am. Your injury is nothing serious. You could be discharged shortly," the nurse replied. "Discharged soon? But didn't he have cancer?" The portly man looked bewildered. "Oh, there was a mix-up. The one with cancer is you. He just has an injury." The portly man. Su Yang finally understood why the constable had appeared so distraught, kissing him and insisting on being his girlfriend. That it turned out to be a misunderstanding that he thought. How could a mere sprain threaten his life? He then looked at the portly man with sympathy and said, "Brother, stay strong." "Wow." The portly man burst into tears. "Stay strong, my foot. This is cancer." Upon realizing that Su Yang was not seriously injured, Zhu Wei's face lit up with joy, quickly followed by a blush. She had just kissed Su Yang and had forced herself to become his girlfriend. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Would you believe me if I said I just found out?" Su Yang looked innocently at Zhu Wei. Then, that earlier incident doesn't count. Even Zhu Wei, as the captain of the constabulary, felt her cheeks flush crimson. "What incident?" "The one where I said I wanted to be your girlfriend." "Oh, and what about your kiss?" "That doesn't count. Oh, wait, that was my first kiss that you owe me." "How about I kiss you back?" Zhu Wei felt utterly flustered. She didn't know how to respond. She had already kissed him. Could she really let Su Yang kiss her back? That would be her loss. Just then, Han Ziki arrived at the hospital. Regardless of her previous views on Su Yang, today he had indeed shielded her from harm. "Su Yang, are you all right?" "I'm fine." "That's good." Han Ziki breathed a sigh of relief that if something were to happen to Su Yang, she would owe this useless man for life. Han Ziki opened her bag and placed a red brick on the table in front of Su Yang, coldly stating, "Su Yang, this is my gratitude to you. We are even from now on." Su Yang ignored Han Ziki. "Too little?" "Oh, I forgot. When you were expelled from the Lin family, Lin Shuyi gave you 2 million. Do you think 2 million is a lot? In Jiangdu, it's merely enough to buy a very ordinary house." After that, she placed another brick on the table. "1 brick is 50,000. 2 bricks amount to 100,000. Seeing Han Ziki's arrogant demeanor, Su Yang simply closed his eyes that a bunch of narrow-minded fools who could only see money. They thought that receiving 2 million from the Lin family was a great boon. Little did they know, the initial funds he gave to Tang Ning was 10 billion. Chapter 36. Wouldn't buying ribs be more satisfying? However, Su Yang naturally had no intention of engaging in conversation with Han Ziki. To him, she was merely an insignificant insect. Even the Lin family was but an insect at Su Yang. What kind of attitude is this? I came to express my gratitude, and you're giving me a sour face. Han Ziki was furious at Su Yang's reaction. Han Ziki's lofty demeanor even made Zhu Wei unable to watch any longer. After all, it was Han Ziki's actions that led to Su Yang being shot. Even if she had merely expressed gratitude, Zhu Wei would not have been upset. Yet she believed that giving Su Yang 100,000 meant she owed him nothing. That was a life-saving grace. How could it be measured with money? Do you think you can settle everything with money? Take your money and leave. You're just an eyesore here. Zhu Wei unceremoniously tossed 2 bricks at Han Ziki. What does it have to do with you? Han Ziki, used to being domineering, was about to explode with anger. However, the constable stood up, standing at over 1.7 meters tall, adorned in a crisp constable uniform. She exuded an undeniable aura. Han Ziki immediately wilted. Zhu Wei towered over her by nearly a head and, being a constable, seemed a bit too formidable for her to handle. Su Yang, this is something you rejected yourself. In any case, I, Hanziki, owe you nothing. Hanziki scoffed as she picked up the money and departed, and no need to thank me. I can't stand people who think they are impressive just because they have some money. The constable said, her voice filled with disdain, that Su Yang. I never said I didn't want the money. Zhu Wei. Su Yang, don't tell me you genuinely want that woman's filthy money? 100,000 yuan could buy ribs to eat. Wouldn't that be more satisfying? At worst, I can pay you back when I get my salary. Is your salary enough? I can repay you in installments. Seeing Zhu Wei's frustrated expression, Su Yang felt a surge of delight. Pretending to be impressive was momentarily pleasurable and it was a continuous joy. He was merely teasing Zhu Wei. To say that 100,000 was insignificant to him was an understatement. Even 1 billion or 10 billion held no value in his eyes, that he would have saved Hanziki regardless of her special circumstances, that he would have done the same for anyone. Su Yang's physique was unlike that of ordinary individuals. Especially after the 3S mission, his body had undergone certain changes. During the final stages of that mission, a mysterious black stone had entered his body. This black stone not only stripped him of all his powers, but nearly cost him his life. Yet 1.5 years had passed, and his abilities had not only fully recovered, but surpassed their previous state. Moreover, it seemed his physical strength had significantly increased as well. Although the firearm wielded by the robber was homemade, its destructive power should not be underestimated. Being shot at such close range could have dire consequences, and it was only thanks to Su Yang that he emerged relatively unscathed. Had the bullet struck Hanziki instead, it might have been fatal, so severe that he would have been beyond help. Thus, after just a few hours, Su Yang appeared to be as nonchalant as ever. In stark contrast, the portly individual who had assisted Su Yang in the rescue, originally suffering from alcohol poisoning, was unexpectedly diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer. At a mere age comparable to Su Yang's, he found it nearly impossible to accept this grim reality. While it is true that cancer is not without its treatments, particularly liver cancer, which can be addressed through liver transplantation with a commendable success rate, the costs are astronomical and beyond the reach of an ordinary person. For someone like the portly man, the diagnosis meant a grim wait for death. Chapter 37. Companions from the orphanage. I'm so sorry. Xiaoshu, that I apologize. Ziadia, I am truly sorry. Director, Jean Xiaoping, can only bid you farewell in another life. The portly man knelt in the corridor, tears streaming down his face. Hearing his soliloquy, Su Yang, who was about to take his leave, froze in place. He quickly sprinted to the portly man's side and, with a hint of agitation, inquired, "Portly man, what is your name?" I am Jean Xiaoping. The portly man replied between sobs, that I asked the Xiaoxue you mentioned, Yu Qingxue. And is your director named Gao Yuanfeng? How do you know? The portly man ceased his weeping, gazing at Su Yang with astonishment. I am Ziadia, Su Yang exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. He had thought he would never see them again. The Yu Qingxue and the portly man were orphans who had grown up alongside Su Yang in the orphanage. During his childhood, Su Yang, being exceptionally frail, had been nicknamed Shadia. At 7 years of age, he had been abducted by traffickers and, after a harrowing escape, nearly starved to death amidst refuse. Fortunately, he was rescued by Xuandi, allowing him to survive. The orphanage had long since ceased to exist. After all, more than a decade had passed, and the rapid development of Huaxia had transformed everything. Little did he expect to encounter companions from his orphanage here. In those days, Su Yang, due to his small stature, was often bullied by others, while Jean Xiaoping faced ridicule for his weight. Naturally, they formed a small alliance, standing together against their tormentors. You are Ziadia? I thought you were dead. Jean Xiaoping embraced Su Yang tightly, dissolving into tears once more. Though their reunion was joyous, Jean Xiaoping's heart was heavy with sorrow due to his diagnosis of liver cancer. Just then, a girl in her 20s, slightly plump, rushed over in a fluster. Xiaoping, are you all right? Upon seeing the girl, Jean Xiaoping immediately turned away, hastily wiping his tears before turning back with a smile. That it's nothing. Xiao, that I just ran into some old classmates last night and had a few too many drinks. The girl, named Zhang Cuihong, visibly relaxed at his words. Yet her expression quickly shifted to one of fierce concern as she seized the portly man's ear. I told you to drink less. You wouldn't listen. And now look what you've done, liver cancer. Though she scolded him, her worry was genuine. Ouch, Cuihong. Can you at least spare me some dignity in front of Ziadia? Jean Xiaoping winced in pain. Zhang Cuihong, also an orphan from the same institution, had once been Jin Xiaopeng's rival, but unexpectedly, they had ended up together in adulthood. Zaiduya. Sui-hong, it's me. Su-yang nodded at the girl. Zaiduya, you've grown so tall and strong, Zhang Sui-hong exclaimed, affectionately patting Su-yang's shoulder. That only matters if Zaiduya finds you appealing, Jin Xiaopeng scoffed. The trio departed the hospital, and it was evident that, despite their modest means, Jin Xiaopeng and Sui-hong shared a strong bond, an ordinary kind of happiness. If only Jin Xiaopeng had not been diagnosed with liver cancer. Chapter 38. The star classmate. Clearly, Jin Xiaopeng intended to conceal his illness from Sui-hong, and Su-yang had no intention of exposing him. Moreover, he was determined to help Jin Xiaopeng, for liver cancer is not invariably a death sentence. That it seemed Jin Xiaopeng had a rather unfortunate streak. His first girlfriend was not Sui-hong, but a girl from a small county. They had been on the verge of marriage when, on the wedding day, the bride suddenly demanded 50,000 yuan as a get-out-of-the-car fee, refusing to disembark otherwise. Jin Xiaopeng, being an orphan, had borrowed extensively from friends and colleagues to gather the 150,000 yuan for the dowry, and he had no means to procure more. The bride, however, remained unmoved by his pleas, and after kneeling in the rain for 3 hours, he was ultimately pulled up by Sui-hong, who declared, if she won't marry you, I will. No dowry required. Later, it was revealed that the woman had been a con artist all along. Surprisingly, Jin Xiaopeng and Sui-hong ended up together. Their lives had been going reasonably well. But now this calamity struck. Zaiduya, let me tell you, despite being orphans, we are not just any ordinary folk from the orphanage. The three found a restaurant to dine in. Do you know Yu Haoyang? That guy has hit the jackpot. He's the illegitimate son of a wealthy businessman, inheriting billions. Wang Wei is doing well too. I hear he has become the president of a company. Jin Xiaopeng introduced Su-yang to their former companions. His envy palpable when discussing those who had achieved success, that I must especially mention Xiaoxue. That girl was like a porcelain doll when she was young, and now she is breathtaking. She has become a superstar. Living in Jiangdu, wipe that drool. Zhang Sui-hong shot Jin Xiaopeng a glare. He spoke of Yu Qingxue. His pride was unmistakable. In Jiangdu. How come I've never seen her? Su-yang was taken aback. Stars often use stage names, and you haven't seen her in years. Even if she were standing right in front of you, you might not recognize her. But we are now in entirely different worlds. Reflecting on this, Su-yang recalled that she now went by Tong Lia, commonly referred to as Ya. Su-yang had never paid much attention to celebrities, but he had heard of Tong Lia, though not among the most popular. She was certainly considered a first-tier star. Hearing that everyone was faring well, Su-yang felt a sense of joy. Oh, by the way, Wang Wei and Yu Haoyang are in Jiangdu now. I was out drinking with them yesterday. And they ended up in the hospital. They're planning a reunion in 3 days, and you absolutely must come. I hear Xiaoxue will be there too. Jin Xiaopeng appeared quite excited. While he often saw Yu Qingxue on screen, the prospect of meeting her in person was thrilling, albeit daunting given his current status. His last encounter with her had been years prior, and this could very well be his final opportunity to see her. All right, just let me know the address when the time comes, Su-yang replied, eager to reconnect with his former companions. They parted ways. Su-yang discreetly called Jin Xiaopeng aside to obtain his bank account number, transferring 200,000 yuan to ensure he could afford proper treatment. Brother, I know it's not easy for you to earn money. Jin Xiaopeng, overwhelmed with gratitude, attempted to decline, noting Su-yang's modest appearance and the fact that he had taken a taxi, suggesting that he too was not doing particularly well. It's fine, I have plenty of money. Su-yang insisted, urging him to accept the funds. All right then, I won't be pretentious. Once I have the means, I promise to repay you. After parting with Jin Xiaopeng, Su-yang received a call from Lin Chuyi. Her voice was tinged with tears. What has happened? Su-yang asked, but the line went dead. Furrowing his brow, he pondered the situation. Lin Chuyi had just secured 400 apartments in Guangming community, which should have brought immense profits to the Lin family. Why was she crying? Tang Tang, prepare the helicopter. I need to be picked up. Indeed, the helicopter was the swiftest mode of transportation. Within mere minutes, Tang Ninger arrived at the Dongjun Villa. Su-yang commanded, offering no further explanation. Sir, are we finally about to make our mark? Tang Ninger, brimming with excitement, recognized that Lin Chuyi resided in the Dongjun Villa. It seemed her boss was finally coming to his senses. In this world, what is true love? With wealth, even a dog can experience genuine affection. Otherwise, What could be more disheartening than a gentle soul who achieves nothing? No matter how diligently Su Yang endeavored to please Lin Chuyi, the Lin family treated him with disdain. Yet should he reveal his wealth of billions, the Lin family would undoubtedly bow down to him. Tang Ninger was also curious about how the Lin family would react upon discovering that Su Yang was, in fact, a super-rich individual. In just 20 minutes, the helicopter reached the Dongjun villa. Regrettably, Su Yang did not allow Tang Ninger to land. He instructed her to stop well before their destination, leaving her feeling disheartened. When Su Yang departed, he had already surrendered the keys to the villa, leaving him with no choice but to ring the doorbell. After a considerable wait, the door finally creaked open. In an instant, a soft figure tumbled into Su Yang's embrace. "Have you been drinking?" Su Yang inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. In truth, there was no need to ask. A strong wave of alcohol fumes assaulted him. "I just had a little," Lin Chuyi replied with a sweet smile that tugged at Su Yang's heart. This familiar smile stirred a pang within him. Lin Chuyi rarely smiled, always maintaining a serious demeanor. Yet she was not incapable of joy. Each time she drank too much, she would affectionately call Su Yang hubby and beam at him with a silly grin. It was only in those moments that Su Yang felt Lin Chuyi truly belonged to him. Shaking his head, Su Yang lifted Lin Chuyi into his arms. He fed her some milk, and, once she drifted into slumber, quietly slipped away. "Grandma, I alone secured the property in Guangming community. Why wasn't I allowed to sign the contract? I truly didn't." Lin Chuyi began to sob in her dreams. Upon hearing her murmurs, Su Yang's expression darkened. And no wonder she had consumed so much alcohol. It turned out that the matriarch had switched the contract's responsible party from Lin Chuyi to Lin Chong. Furthermore, she had suggested that Lin Chuyi's access to those 400 units was due to her beauty. Otherwise, why else would she have lingered in the villa for 5 hours? 5 hours could accomplish much. Su Yang had noticed Lin Chuyi's pallor that day, and knew she must not have slept well, which was why he insisted she rest for 5 hours in the villa. Who could have anticipated this would lead to such troubles for her? "I'm sorry. It was my oversight," Su Yang murmured softly as he gently wiped the tears from Lin Chuyi's cheeks. After all, others typically spent no more than half an hour visiting the villa. Individuals like Lin Chong and Lin Ji were sent away by Tang Ninger before they even entered. Chapter 40. Negotiating with Su Tang, the Lin family held a disdainful view of the boss. Naturally, Tang Ninger would not extend any courtesy towards the Lin family. Yet, Lin Chuyi had been invited into the villa and had stayed for over 5 hours. There was no way to avoid misunderstandings. "Tang, please bring me some bitter melon and ribs." 2 hours later, Su Yang left the villa. "Boss, I suddenly find myself somewhat envious of that woman," Tang Ninger remarked pensively while piloting the helicopter. "Envious of her? Look, I manage the villa for you, help you make money, and even drive you to meet your ex-wife. Meanwhile, you're solely focused on how to dock my pay, and that woman, she doesn't have to do anything yet can summon you with just a phone call. And you even cook for her. Meanwhile, I'm here working like a mule." Su Yang acknowledged that he had indeed been overly harsh. He nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll treat you better in the future." "Ha!" Su Yang chuckled. "Aren't you the one laboring tirelessly? Naturally, I should provide for you, boss. Do you believe I could steer this helicopter into the river?" "Sure. I could use a bath." Time passed, and Lin Chuyi awoke. "I actually dreamt of him." In her dream, Su Yang had prepared her favorite dish of dry-fried bitter melon and sweet and sour ribs. What is that delightful aroma?" Lin Chuyi tilted her head towards the bedside. There, quietly resting, was a serving of sweet and sour ribs alongside a plate of dry-fried bitter melon. Shock coursed through her. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, even though it had cooled. Yet it was truly delicious. The Lin Guoyang family's villa. "So, has the contract been signed?" Lin Guoyang asked Lin Chong. "Signed. It was a breeze, and they only added an additional 50,000 per unit. If Grandma finds out, she'll surely praise me," Lin Chong exclaimed with delight. After all, the matriarch's budget was an extra 100,000 per unit. He had merely tested the waters with 50,000, and to his surprise, the other party had readily agreed. "Excellent. If you can secure investment from Su Tang, the position of CEO will surely be yours." At this moment, the Lin family and other small to medium enterprises in Jiangdu began to engage with Su Tang for potential investments. Starting with a staggering 1 billion, the allure was immense. The following morning, Su Yang pushed Long Yusin through the villa's gardens to bask in the sunlight. Tang Ninger had already departed early for the villa. As Su Tang was now operational, and she needed to oversee things. Around 9, Su Yang received a call from Lin Chu. Su Yang, could you do me a favor and take me somewhere? I drank last night and can't drive. If you're busy, it's fine that I'm free. Soon, Su Yang arrived at the Dongjun villa. Lin Chuyi was already waiting for him in the garage. Are you going to negotiate a project? Su Yang inquired. Noticing her in professional attire, that I'm hoping to discuss potential investment with Su Tang, Lin Chuyi replied. This surprised Su Yang, as he had often accompanied her in the past, but she had never articulated her intentions so clearly. Despite Su Tang being a newly established entity, it had already rented an entire floor of the iconic Times Tower in the city center. Chapter 41. The man behind only top-tier enterprises typically qualified to lease space in the Times Tower, with annual rental fees reaching several tens of millions. Companies like the Lin family would scarcely dare to dream of such prospects. Given the momentum, it was evident Su Tang possessed significant financial backing. However, their initial proposition of $100 billion for investment was likely a ruse, as many enterprises sought to take advantage of the situation. What frustrated various companies was Su Tang's exceedingly stringent requirements and comprehensive review process, suggesting they were well-prepared, but by the end of the morning, 20 enterprises expressed eagerness to secure investment from Su Tang. Yet only one managed to pass the scrutiny and secured $50 million. Mr. Wang, you truly are remarkable. Among so many companies, yours is the only one to receive investment, a colleague remarked. Luck, just luck, Wang Wei feigned modesty. Though pride shimmered on his face, $50 million was a substantial amount for a company with fewer than 200 employees. Consequently, the boss rewarded him with a BMW X5, perfect for showcasing at the upcoming class reunion. While it may not rival the likes of Yu Haoyang's vehicle, it was still quite respectable. Most enterprises face rejection. But Lin Chong and Lin Ji suffered the worst fate, being turned away without even entering. The reason was simple. Regarding the Lin family, Tang Ninger typically consulted Su Yang. Send them away. How dare they toss us out for merely having some money? They truly look down on us. Lin Chong and Lin Ji grumbled. However, they recognized that when comparing the Lin family to Su Tang, they were merely insignificant. Cast out, they could only grumble among themselves and dared not inquire further. Hey, I think I saw Lin Chuyi. That's her car. She must be here to negotiate for investment. The two brothers approached. Sister, are you here to discuss investment? Upon seeing Lin Chong, Lin Chuyi was immediately incensed. The Guangming community was clearly her achievement, yet Lin Chong had stolen the credit. She chose to ignore him. Sister, don't say we didn't warn you. It seems Su Tang holds a grudge against our family. We couldn't even get through the door. The security just kicked us out. Lin Chuyi trembled slightly at Lin Chong's words. She had heard that Su Tang's requirements were exceedingly strict, but she had not anticipated that Lin Chong and Lin Ji would be turned away without even entering. Nonetheless, she refused to give up. Regardless of the odds, she was determined to try. Taking a deep breath, she clutched the company documents and headed toward the entrance to AT. That moment, Su Yang approached. I'll accompany you. All right. Lin Chuyi initially hesitated but then nodded. She harbored no real expectations. Su Yang's presence would not significantly impact the outcome. That I'm going. And Lin Chuyi is bringing along that good for nothing. They'll likely be turned away immediately. Lin Chong and Lin Ji scoffed, eager to witness the spectacle. They were confident that upon announcing the company's name, she would be dismissed just as they had been expected upon announcing her company name. The security's expressions turned serious. One of the guards noticed the man standing behind Lin Chuyi, and suddenly, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Chapter 42. Ignorance of etiquette. The guards exchanged hurried whispers before one of them, with a newfound respect, addressed Lin Chuyi. Miss Lin, please come in. They even offered to escort her to the elevator. Lin Chong and Lin Ji were left utterly dumbfounded. That I see now. She must have some connection to the villa's owner. That wretched girl has indeed latched onto the owner. Lin Chong seethed. With the villa owner's influence, it was no surprise they facilitated Lin Chuyi's entry. That good-for-nothing is wearing a green hat and still foolishly trailing behind that wretched girl. Truly, wretched people deserve wretched company. The two brothers seethed with frustration. Lin Chuyi, too, was taken aback by how easily she was allowed entry. One of the guards personally escorted her to the conference room. Hello, I'm Qin Yun, the vice president of Su Tang. The Su Tang vice president greeted Lin Chuyi politely as they shook hands. Qin Yun, a strikingly beautiful young woman, is a classmate of Tang Ninger, who has successfully recruited her with a lucrative offer. Greetings, I am Lin Chuyi, the president of Lin Group. Here are the materials about our company, Lin Shuyi said, handing over the documents. Qin Yun began to scrutinize the materials with great attention. After a few minutes, she closed the file and said, "I'm sorry." Upon hearing those words, Lin Shuyi immediately sensed that the situation was dire. However, she had not held out much hope to begin with. At that moment, a man strode into the conference room without knocking. "That is Su Yang. What are you doing here? Get out." Lin Shuyi's expression changed drastically. Hope was already scant, and Su Yang's impolite entrance dashed any remaining expectations. Unaware of his grave mistake, Su Yang offered a bottle of mineral water to Lin Shuyi, saying, "I thought you might be thirsty, so I brought you some water, but I'm not thirsty." "Just leave," Lin Shuyi exclaimed, exasperated. What was this guy thinking, causing a ruckus at such a crucial time? If only she hadn't invited him along, that he didn't even understand basic etiquette. "Oh, fine," Su Yang conceded and exited. "I apologize, Qin Zong. My friend has never been to such a company and has offended you." Lin Shuyi quickly apologized to Qin Yun, whose gaze remained fixed on the seemingly ordinary figure. Her throat quivered slightly. "Did he yes your friend?" she asked after a long pause. "Yes," Lin Shuyi nodded. "So, Miss Lin, how much funding do you wish for us to provide to Lin Group?" Lin Shuyi regarded Qin Yun with curiosity. This woman, who had previously appeared frigid, had suddenly transformed into someone remarkably polite, even addressing her with respect. Yet from the tone of Qin Yun's inquiry, it seemed there might be hope. "Our company has recently acquired the property in Guangming Community, which has consumed 98 million in liquid assets, resulting in a funding shortfall of the same amount. However, rest assured, the community is set for demolition soon. And once that occurs, profits are expected to at least double. Therefore, I hope to secure 100 million in funding from Su Tang Venture Capital." Qin Yun fell into silence. Lin Shuyi had anticipated Qin Yun's response. Given the strength of Lin Group, asking Su Tang for 100 million was clearly unrealistic. Nevertheless, she hadn't aimed for such a lofty sum. Securing 50 million would be satisfactory. After all, Guangming Community had depleted 98 million, leaving the company in a precarious financial situation. Without replenishing this gap, even with the expected profits from Guangming Community, the company would face significant losses, ultimately diminishing total profits. Thus, her expectation was set at 50 million. Chapter 43. The President's Magnanimity. "How about this? We will invest 200 million for you." Qin Yun stated. "200 million. Lin Shuyi's eyes widened in disbelief. She had assumed Qin Yun's silence indicated that 100 million was excessive. "President Qin, you must be joking." Even after leaving Su Tang Venture Capital, Lin Shuyi felt as though she were in a daze. "Did you not reach an agreement?" Su Yang inquired, noticing her demeanor. "We did. And astonishingly, Su Tang is willing to invest 200 million. Lin Shuyi replied. "That's wonderful. Then why do you look so lost?" "It feels as if I'm in a dream. It's all too surreal." Lin Shuyi finally revealed a smile. Securing Su Tang's investment meant that Lin Chang's attempts to usurp her position as president would not be so straightforward. However, it seemed she had hardly done any negotiating. Perhaps Su Tang was not as stringent as rumored. Upon witnessing Lin Shuyi's smile, Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had seen her smile while she was fully aware. It was truly enchanting that Su Yang escorted Lin Shuyi to the Dongjun Villa. "Thank you for dinner last night, and for the ride today." Lin Shuyi called out from behind him. That a faint smile crept across Su Yang's lips. He had cooked for Lin Shuyi for 2 years, and this was the first time she had expressed gratitude. Upon returning to the mountaintop villa, Tang Ning's voice rang out before they even entered. "Yun Yun, do not be deceived by our boss's exterior. I assure you, he is nothing but a big pig's trotter, talking bad about the boss behind his back. Aren't you afraid of losing your salary? On the very first day, you cost our company 200 million. Are you not the real pig's trotter? Why not just give 1 billion to Lin's family and let Su Tang Venture Capital close its doors for good?" Tang Ninger retorted angrily. Su Yang quickly understood that she was upset because of the investment made in Lin Shuyi. "That 200 million can come from my personal funds," he declared. "Boss, you are truly generous. Why are you not this generous with me?" Tang Ninger pouted, clearly dissatisfied. No, boss, she was just joking. You are the most brilliant and wise boss in the world. Come, let me introduce you. This is Qin Yun, my university classmate, who immediately came to help me upon hearing I was starting a company. Isn't that admirable?" Su Yang nodded and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Miss Qin." "Hello," she replied, shaking his hand. This was precisely why, When Qin Yun saw Su Yang enter the conference room, she had initially intended to refuse the investment, but ended up agreeing to the 200 million. Tang Ninger had shown her a photo and informed her that Su Yang was merely an employee, while he was, in fact, the true mastermind behind Su Tang Venture Capital. By the way, boss, how much do you plan on offering Yun Yun as a monthly salary? You can decide, he replied. How about matching my salary of 1 million per year? That works. That Su Yang was quite generous. As long as the capability was there, he had no issue with the salary. Although he did not know Qin Yun well, he trusted Tang Ning's judgment that if she believed she was worth 1 million, then she indeed was worth that amount. Boss, you are so magnanimous, seeing Su Yang agree so readily. Tang Ninger playfully kissed his cheek. Chapter 44. Women are indeed unreasonable. Yun Yun, it's not what you think. My relationship with the boss that I understand. Qin Yun waved her hand at the two and departed the villa. This is all your fault. Now Yun Yun will definitely misunderstand. Tang Ninger glared at Su Yang reproachfully. It seems you were the one who kissed me. Then why didn't you dodge? If I kiss you, do you just let me? Su Yang retorted. Women are indeed unreasonable creatures. The following evening, Su Yang received a call from Jin Xiaoping, inviting him to a reunion at the Dihao Hotel. That he took a taxi there. Upon arriving at the private room, he found a considerable number of attendees, totaling over a dozen individuals. Unfortunately, Su Yang recognized almost none of them. After all, he had been abducted by human traffickers at the age of 7. And now, 17 years later, his childhood companions had all matured. However, there was one person he recognized, the director of the orphanage, Gao Yuanfeng. 17 years had aged Gao Yuanfeng considerably, yet his appearance had not changed significantly. Director, Su Yang approached the elderly man and bowed deeply. The director was a person worthy of respect. He had selflessly funded the orphanage. During Su Yang's frail childhood, the director had secretly hidden chicken legs in his meals. Although this had not made Su Yang gain weight, the kindness was forever etched in his memory. You are? Naturally, the director did not recognize Su Yang, that he is Little Bean Sprout. The chubby guy quickly introduced. Oh my little bean sprout, you've grown so strong, and your arms and legs are in good shape. Gao Yuanfeng exclaimed excitedly, tightly grasping Su Yang's arm. Especially since Su Yang had been abducted. Gao Yuanfeng had searched tirelessly for him, even fearing he had perished. Rumors of the cruelty of traffickers had reached him. Some would even sever children's limbs to beg for money. Seeing Su Yang healthy and whole brought him immense joy. Let me introduce you. This is Yu Haoyang, now a company owner worth over $1 billion. The chubby guy pointed to a man about 1.8 meters tall, exuding an air of superiority. With a net worth exceeding $1 billion. He certainly had the stature to look down on ordinary individuals. Nowadays, only a star like Yu Qingxue could rival him. Haoyang, this is Little Bean Sprout, but now he goes by Su Yang. This is Wang Wei, the president of Qingxing Technology, with a starting salary of 500,000. The chubby guy introduced one successful individual after another. However, Yu Qingxue was notably absent. Disappointment spread among the crowd, for many had come to meet their star classmate. Please understand, Xiao Xue is currently a major star and quite busy, but she will arrive shortly, Yu Haoyang explained. With his clarification, everyone seemed to understand. His words conveyed that he was close to Yu Qingxue and was privy to her schedule, eliciting envy from the others. They recognized that only Yu Haoyang was worthy of being associated with her, that in truth. This gathering had been arranged by Yu Haoyang specifically for Yu Qingxue. Otherwise, why would he lower himself to meet these classmates he considered beneath him? Even someone earning 500,000 like Wang Wei was merely insignificant in his eyes. Chapter 45. They had met before Yu Qingxue and Yu Haoyang were likely the most successful individuals among the orphans. At least on the surface. After waiting for over an hour, Yu Qingxue finally arrived. However, she was now likely to be called Tong Lia. This was undoubtedly exhilarating news. After all, she was a big star. And he could now boast that he had a friend who was famous. Indeed, the grown-up Tong Lia was breathtakingly beautiful. Standing tall at an impressive height of 1.7 meters, she possesses a slender, yet curvaceous figure. Her skin is as white as paper, and her large eyes seem to spark with electricity. The most striking feature, however, is the air of aristocracy that surrounds her, reminiscent of a princess. Men gaze at her in a daze. It is worth noting that they have seen Tong Lia on screen before, yet the disparity between her on-screen persona and her real-life presence is striking. Apologies for keeping you all waiting, Tong Leah said softly, offering a slight bow to the crowd. Despite her fame, she exudes an exceptional level of politeness, devoid of any pretense that you must be swamped. Come and have a seat. Yu Haoyang greeted her enthusiastically. Tong Leah first acknowledged the director with a nod, then scanned the room as if searching for a seat. The atmosphere instantly became charged with excitement. Everyone understood that only Yu Haoyang was worthy of pairing with Tong Leah. Yet who wouldn't want to sit alongside a star of her caliber? Suddenly, Tong Leah's gaze fell upon Su Yang. She paused momentarily, then a smile broke across her face, and to everyone's surprise, she walked over and sat beside him. This unexpected turn left the crowd in a state of confusion. Tong Leah chose to sit with Su Yang instead of Yu Haoyang, that a shadow of discontent crossed Yu Haoyang's face. It was indisputable that he was the only one deserving of Tong Leah's company at that table. Su Yang, what merit do you possess? However, since Tong Leah had taken her seat next to Su Yang, despite the discomfort it caused him, he could not express his displeasure. It wasn't just Yu Haoyang who felt slighted. Wang Wei and several other male classmates also displayed their dissatisfaction. If Su Yang, a mere nobody, could sit beside Tong Leah, why couldn't they? Although they did not inquire about his current occupation, it was evident that he was not faring well. Su Yang, I didn't expect you to be from the mountain orphanage too, Tong Leah exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy. Indeed, what a coincidence, Su Yang replied, equally surprised. Yes, they had met before, during a time abroad when Tong Leah was harassed by thugs. And Su Yang happened to intervene, that moment. They were strangers to each other. For Su Yang, it was a trivial incident, but for Tong Leah, it held great significance. Had Su Yang not chased away the thugs, the consequences could have been dire. As a public figure, the repercussions of being bullied would have been unimaginable. As for Yu Haoyang, while he may have some wealth, Tong Leah was not much inferior in that regard. Their connection was tenuous at best, and had it not been for this reunion, she would not have attended at all. Thus, she unhesitatingly chose to sit beside Su Yang, recalling how impressive he had been during that encounter. Faced with her beauty, he had not even asked for her name, merely waved his sleeve and departed, leaving her without the chance to express her gratitude. You are truly stunning, even more so than on television. May I have your autograph? Of course. I want one too. Before long, a crowd had gathered around Tong Leah, who graciously signed autographs for everyone, as they were all classmates from the orphanage. Afterward, requests for photos followed, to which she readily agreed. You, brother Yu. I raise a toast, brother Wang. Here's to you. Do take care of your younger brother in the future. In this moment, the atmosphere was thick with camaraderie. Almost everyone was toasting Yu Haoyang and Wang Wei, while Su Yang remained engaged in lighthearted conversation with the director and Tong Leah. Though years had passed since they last met, the bond formed in childhood remained sacred and pure. Interestingly, Tong Leah seemed to enjoy conversing with Su Yang. After all, this man was shrouded in mystery. His skills surpassed even those of her bodyguards. In the blink of an eye, he had subdued 7 or 8 burly thugs, one of whom was armed. Such prowess was not characteristic of an ordinary individual. Brother Yu, it seems you have a rival, someone whispered in Yu Haoyang's ear, noticing Tong Leah's laughter with Su Yang. Today, Yu Haoyang was supposed to be the center of attention. Yet an unexpected Su Yang had stirred the pot. A rival? How absurd, Yu Haoyang scoffed, dismissing Su Yang entirely. Wang Wei, keenly aware of Yu Haoyang's growing irritation towards Su Yang, seized the opportunity that if he could bring Su Yang down a notch, it would undoubtedly curry favor with Yu Haoyang, which would be beneficial for him. Su Yang, my friend, what are you up to these days? Wang Wei inquired, feigning camaraderie. Not working at the moment, Su Yang replied casually. Ah, so you are unemployed then? How about I introduce you to a position at Xinqing Technology? I'm currently the deputy director there. Tong Leah mentioned you have impressive skills. Why not consider joining us as a security guard? The pay is 5,000 a month, plus benefits. No thanks. I'm not looking for work right now, Su Yang said, his tone unyielding. Su Yang. That's where you're mistaken. Look at you, you're 24. Have you bought a car? No. Wang Wei shook his head in disbelief. No car. You truly are down on your luck. In this day and age, how do you expect to find a girlfriend without a car or a house? Though a security guard salary may not be high, it's certainly better than living off others. Hey Wang Wei, enough already. How do you know Su Yang doesn't have a girlfriend? Jin Xiaoping interjected, clearly annoyed by Wang Wei's condescending attitude. In today's harsh reality, Su Yang had lent him 200,000 for medical treatment, making him regard Su Yang as a true brother. Ditto. He has a girlfriend. Where is she? Bring her out. Wang Wei chuckled mockingly. While Su Yang was not unattractive, this was still a society that prioritized wealth. Even if he found a partner, they would likely be far from appealing. At that moment, a stunning figure entered the private room. She was an exquisite beauty, only slightly less striking than the star Tong Leah, yet undeniably captivating, especially in her V-neck gown that accentuated her alluring silhouette. This lady. Wang Wei's eyes lit up at the sight of the newly arrived woman. Tong Leah belonged to Yu Haoyang, so he dared not entertain thoughts about her, but this newcomer was fair game. Among men, aside from Yu Haoyang, he was among the most successful, with an annual salary of 500,000. And he had recently received a BMW X5 as a reward from his boss. However, the beauty paid no attention to Wang Wei, walking straight up to Su Yang. With a face full of longing, she said, "Darling, why didn't you invite me to the reunion?" Darling. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. This stunning woman was calling Su Yang darling. Could it be that she was Su Yang's girlfriend? Surely they must have misheard. How could a nobody like Su Yang have a girlfriend of such caliber? Tang Ninger leaned in close to Su Yang's ear, whispering, "Boss, are you moved? Excited? Just go away. Don't cause trouble for me." Su Yang rolled his eyes. Fine. Tang Ninger pouted, feeling wronged. She had dressed up to impress him and now felt dismissed. Su Yang, is she your girlfriend? Tong Leah asked. Her curiosity piqued. Everyone was astonished at the thought of Su Yang having such a beautiful girlfriend. Yes, Tang Ninger replied confidently. No, Su Yang countered. What the heck? What is going on? Does this woman like Su Yang? But he doesn't like her. Is she out of her mind? Such a stunning beauty, and she is being turned down. At that moment, Wang Wei wished he could shout, "Sister, if he doesn't want you." I do. This beautiful lady. I am the deputy director of Qingqing Technology. Here is my business card, Wang Wei declared, determined to win her over despite the fact that she was presumably Su Yang's girlfriend. A nobody like Su Yang did not deserve such a stunning partner. Qingqing Technology. Tang Ning raised an eyebrow at Wang Wei's introduction. Yes, our company just secured a 5 million investment from Su Tang Ventures. Wang Wei boasted proudly, having orchestrated the deal himself. Tang Ning nearly laughed at his naivety. Do you know who I am? And do you know who you just tried to recruit as a security guard? 5 million is child's play to me. With a single phone call, I could turn it into 500 million to Tang Ning. 5 million was merely a drop in the bucket, but to the others, it was a significant achievement. Wang Wei, you're impressive, securing such a difficult investment from Su Tang Ventures. You'll be a general manager before long. Suddenly, a flurry of flattery ensued that my accomplishments pale in comparison to brother Yu. Wang Wei feigned modesty. Tang Ning couldn't help but twitch her lips in disbelief. How dare you flaunt your superiority in front of a billionaire? You all have some nerve. Give me a minute to clear out. Su Yang interjected, frowning that he didn't want this gathering disrupted by her antics. Seeing Su Yang's annoyance, Tang Ninger sulked, reluctantly leaving the private room. That girl is just a bit eccentric. Please don't take offense. Su Yang raised his glass in apology to the group. Su Yang, is she really your girlfriend? Tong Leah inquired, her expression filled with disbelief that Su Yang could possibly have such a partner. However, Tong Leah held a contrary opinion. Chapter 48. Instantaneous transformation into quail. Of course not. Su Yang shook his head at that moment. The door to the private room swung open, and a waiter entered, cradling a large bouquet of roses. "Yaya, these are for you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Yu Haoyang knelt before Tong Leah on one knee, clutching the roses. Yu Haoyang's intentions were evidently clear to Tong Leah. Yet, she felt no spark of interest towards this nouveau riche. Noticing Tong Leah's lack of response, Yu Haoyang produced a small box. Upon opening it, a pink diamond ring lay nestled inside. Heavens, is that a pink diamond? It must weigh around 5 carats. Zhang Cehong gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Every woman has an inherent fondness for diamonds. A 5-carat pink diamond. Diamonds are inherently expensive, and pink diamonds are even more so, particularly of such a substantial carat weight. It must be worth at least tens of millions. Truly, he is a billionaire. Together. The crowd began to cheer. Witnessing this scene, the old dean felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. His child had achieved such success. He could die content. These two young individuals, one a billionaire and the other a superstar, certainly seemed well-matched, and I'm sorry, but I've signed a contract with my company that prohibits me from dating for 3 years. Otherwise, I would incur a penalty of over 100 million. Tong Lia replied coolly that UH at Yu Haoyang was momentarily taken aback. He would willingly spend 1 million for Tong Lia, but over 100 million. His net worth barely exceeded 100 million, that naturally, Tong Lia had not signed such a contract. This was merely her way of declining Yu Haoyang while providing him an honorable way out. Yu Haoyang certainly wouldn't be willing to lose 100 million for Tong Lia. Dean, you are like a biological father to us. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. After a few rounds of drinks, Wang Wei grasped the old dean's hand and spoke earnestly. All right, there's something I originally intended to keep to myself, but seeing how well everyone is doing, I shall not hold back. With such accomplished children, the old dean felt immense pride. Speak freely, Dean. I would like to ask for your help in rebuilding the Dushan orphanage. That is no problem at all. How much do you need? Just name the figure. With so many of us, building an orphanage would be a matter of moments, Wang Wei proclaimed, thumping his chest. 0.5 million, 0.5 million. Wang Wei jumped in shock. He had thought that establishing an orphanage would cost at most a few $100,000. Little did he realize that times had changed. Just the land alone was prohibitively expensive. 0.5 million was already a modest estimate. Upon learning of the 5 million requirement, Wang Wei felt as if he had slapped himself. He had merely wanted to showcase his success to his old classmates, only to discover the sum was so substantial. Had he known, he would have refrained from boasting. Now, it was evident that Yu Haoyang and Tong Lia were the most successful among them. They would certainly contribute the most. That Yu Haoyang shot a fierce glare at Wang Wei, silently cursing, "Why the hell did you have to show off?" The others immediately lowered their heads, pretending not to have heard. The once vibrant atmosphere dulled into silence. Observing the shift from mutual flattery among the successful individuals to this sudden awkwardness was a stark contrast. Wang Wei, why are you so quiet? Aren't you the vice president now? Surely you can contribute 50,000 at least. The portly man snickered that I am the vice president, but I haven't held the position long enough. My salary hasn't even been paid yet. This matter ultimately falls to Yu Ge. After all, he is the big boss. Wang Wei replied with an awkward smile. As for me, I can't really claim to be a boss. Although it appears I have a net worth exceeding 100 million. I still owe several tens of millions in loans to the bank. Upon hearing Wang Wei pass the responsibility to him, Yu Haoyang felt an urge to kick him. Indeed, although our incomes are decent, you all understand how high the cost of living is nowadays. Car loans, mortgages, and then the expenses for children make it nearly impossible to get by. Chapter 49. Successful individuals. A group of so-called successful individuals began to engage in a pity parade. However, if they did not lament now, they would soon have to produce real money. In truth, it was not entirely a lament. They spoke of facts. Initially, in their eagerness to showcase their success, they had exaggerated their accomplishments. Human nature compels one to desire a life superior to that of others, to evoke envy. But now, as the time approached to dig into their wallets, they transformed into timid quails. Even Yu Haoyang, with his billion-dollar net worth, was not exempt. While for him, parting with 500,000 was not a significant issue, it was still money. 500,000 could secure several young models. Why would a fool choose to donate it to an orphanage? Observing this scene, the old dean sighed that he had not intended to bring this up, as he had anticipated such a reaction. Yet witnessing his children thrive, especially Yu Haoyang, whose wealth had surpassed 1 billion, compelled him to speak up. However, even Yu Haoyang seemed reluctant to part with his money. Perhaps we should let it go. The old dean sighed. Dean, it's not that I don't want to help, but the landlord's family has no surplus grain. How about this? I will contribute 100,000, Yu Haoyang stated, feeling the pressure as he had just prepared to give Tong Lia a pink diamond worth 1 million. However, if he could win her heart, that diamond would just become part of his assets, along with the addition of a superstar girlfriend. In reality, 100,000 was not a paltry sum. It equated to 2 years' salary for an average person. Yet for someone worth over 1 billion, it felt rather meager. Nonetheless, he had at least put forth some money. In that case, I will contribute 50,000, Wang Wei chimed in. Although his achievements did not quite match Yu Haoyang's, he had earned his success through hard work rather than inheritance. Furthermore, he had just secured funding from Sutang Venture Capital, a promising prospect. While parting with 50,000 was painful, it remained within the realm of acceptability. I will donate 10,000. I will contribute 5,000. Amidst a gathering of successful individuals, They ultimately managed to raise over $280,000, yet they were still short by $472,000. Even the rent was insufficient. Their earlier boasts about earning tens of thousands annually now felt like a cruel joke, dripping with irony. Surprisingly, Jean Xiaopeng was willing to donate $100,000, despite being merely a car salesman with a monthly income of just a few thousand. That $100,000 might very well be his entire savings, that if they knew that Jean Xiaopeng had been diagnosed with liver cancer, yet still chose to donate such a significant amount, they would surely be taken aback. That aren't you all successful individuals? Don't you earn tens of thousands annually? Is it not a bit unbefitting of your status to contribute so little? Jean Xiaopeng scoffed. Hey, stop mocking us for contributing little. At least we are giving something, unlike some who are too proud to donate, even though they are big stars, someone retorted. Indeed, among those present there were still two individuals who had yet to contribute, the big star Tong Lia and Su Yang. Tong Lia was certainly not unwilling to contribute. She was merely waiting to see how much Su Yang would offer. Chapter 50. The Son-in-Law. From the moment she entered, Tong Lia had been observing this man. He dressed quite ordinarily, seemingly unremarkable. Yet he was entirely different from the others, that he exuded an approachable demeanor, making it easy for others to draw near. Yet there was also an air of distance about him. While everyone was busy praising one another, he simply watched with a calm indifference, devoid of envy or disdain. That's Yu Yang. I recall the dean used to sneak chicken legs under your bowl. How much are you planning to contribute? The awkward atmosphere required someone to bear the brunt of the discomfort. The successful individuals had exaggerated their accomplishments earlier, and now they felt somewhat embarrassed. They could only redirect their attention towards Tong Lia and Su Yang, a towering star and a struggling commoner, respectively. Yet for some inexplicable reason, a sense of compatibility emanated from their connection. What a peculiar notion. Why did it feel as though these two shared a familial resemblance? Wang Wei entertained a thought in his mind that he himself found absurd. In truth, it was not only Wang Wei. Others, including the dean, felt that Su Yang and Tong Lia seemed well matched. Irrespective of status or appearance, that it was an aura, a true presence of those in high positions. One was a top-tier female star, while the other was a lethal force, commanding countless lives and possessing wealth beyond measure. The regal demeanor they both emanated was undeniable. Moreover, both possessed striking looks, which further contributed to the perception of their compatibility. I won't contribute a single penny. Finally, amidst the crowd's anticipation, Su Yang spoke coolly. The expressions of those present instantly shifted to mockery, especially among the successful individuals who felt relieved. Oh right, you don't even have a job. It's quite normal you can't contribute. Wang Wei glanced at the crowd before adding, actually, there is something you might not know. Su Yang was a son-in-law to the Lin family 2 years ago. The room erupted in an uproar at Wang Wei's revelation. Upon hearing Su Yang's name, doubts had already begun to creep in. He had searched online and discovered that Lin Chuyi's marriage was initially intended to stabilize the stock market, hence the news release. Although it had been somewhat challenging to find, Wang Wei managed to locate a photo of the couple. That it was indeed Su Yang. However, he chose not to expose him. After all, Lin Chuyi is widely recognized as the most beautiful woman in Jiangdu. He would eagerly aspire to become her live-in son-in-law. Of course, that would only be feasible if Lin Chuyi held any affection for him. It remains a mystery what stroke of luck this lad experienced to catch Lin Chuyi's eye. It is said that since their marriage, you have been solely responsible for household chores and catering to her needs, receiving a mere 1,000 yuan as your monthly allowance from the Lin family. Is that truly the case? Wang Wei jestingly glanced at Su Yang, a live-in son-in-law, doing laundry and cooking, attending to a woman. Does that not render him a kept man? Not to mention, Su Yang's complexion is quite fair. Indeed, however, the allowance is not 1,000, but only 200. Su Yang replied calmly, devoid of any rebuttal, for this was the truth. Merely 200 yuan as an allowance? The Lin family is exceedingly stingy, isn't it? If only Lin Chuyi would agree to be my wife, I would gladly forego any allowance. While it may seem that Su Yang's situation is rather dismal, at least he has a beautiful wife, which many would envy. You might not be aware, but over the past 2 years, Lin Chuyi has never allowed Su Yang to touch her. Wang Wei revealed another shocking piece of information. Chapter 51. Heartbreak. Initially, the Lin family released this information to curry favor with the Li family. Of course, this is also a fact that Su Yang has indeed never touched Lin Chuyi. The closest they have come to each other was when Lin Chuyi was intoxicated. And he merely held her, alas, how pitiable it is, doing laundry and cooking, receiving only 200 yuan a month, and not even permitted to touch her. Su Yang. How have you endured this? Even Tong Leah displayed an expression of disbelief. Now, the focus had completely shifted from the charity event to Su Yang. Also, that woman earlier must be a friend of Lin Shuyi's. You intentionally called her over to bolster your image, did you not? If not, why not introduce her to me? I will give you 5,000 yuan as a referral fee. Wang Wei still lingered on the thought of Tang Ninger, who had already departed at Su Yang. Do you have any wealthy women around you? Please introduce me to one. I do not wish to struggle any longer. All right, everyone, it has been so long since we last met. Let us refrain from such discussions and enjoy our meal. The old dean said sternly, noticing that everyone had begun to mock Su Yang. These individuals have truly not changed at all. Over a decade ago, they bullied Su Yang simply because he was small and slender. The meal continued, yet the atmosphere had soured considerably. Suddenly, a female classmate named Hu Jia collapsed while standing to toast. Jia, what is wrong? Quickly call for an ambulance. Oh no, 120 says it will take at least an hour to arrive. Then let's take a taxi. However, after placing the order, no driver accepted it for a long time. After all, with the new year fast approaching, hailing a taxi has become exceedingly difficult. Does anyone here drive? Please take Jia to the hospital. No, I do not drive. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Of course, some among them did have cars, but they simply did not wish to take Hu Jia. Who knows what illness she might have? Hu Jia is also impoverished. What if it turns out to be a serious ailment? Wouldn't they have to cover the medical expenses? Wang Wei, didn't you just buy a BMW? Hurry and take Jia to the hospital. Everyone turned their gaze towards Wang Wei. This fellow had flaunted his BMW by placing the keys on the table as soon as he entered the private room. That's a brand new car. What if she dies in my car? Wang Wei was certainly unwilling to. Why you, Hao Yang? You are a big boss. You must have a car, right? Of course I have a car, but I have an urgent meeting to attend. So I must excuse myself. Yu Hao Yang stated before promptly leaving the room. The gathering was initially held to pursue Tong Leah. Since that goal was unattainable, he saw no reason to waste time with these insignificant individuals any longer. Su Tang Venture Capital just called me to sign a contract. My apologies, Wang Wei dashed away like a rabbit. Meanwhile, he chuckled coldly to himself, realizing that he should never have associated with these impoverished classmates. What a hassle it would be if Hu Jia were to be diagnosed with a serious illness. Would she not seek financial assistance from him? I have some matters to attend to as well. So I shall take my leave. That in the blink of an eye, the group of so-called successful individuals departed, leaving only Su Yang, Tong Leah, Jin Xiaopeng, and the dean in the room. What should we do now? The old dean felt both disheartened and anxious. I will call my assistant to bring the car. Tong Leah hurriedly rushed out, having not driven due to the expectation of drinking at the gathering. Dean, do not worry. I have called for someone to pick us up. They should arrive shortly, and we will make it in time. Su Yang reassured the dean, gesturing for him to remain calm. He had already infused Hu Jia with some of his internal energy. She should be able to hold on until they reach the hospital. Chapter 52. I may not have a car, but I have a plane. You few are truly commendable. The dean sighed deeply. He had once felt pride for his children, but witnessing their eagerness to escape trouble, fleeing faster than rabbits, left him feeling utterly disheartened. This time, it was Hu Jia who collapsed. What if it had been him instead? Would those children have fled just as quickly? Gao Yuanfeng was not wealthy. In order to provide a home for those children, he had personally funded the establishment of an orphanage, but he poured his life's savings into it, only to raise a group of such individuals. Soon, Tang Ninger reappeared before everyone. Boss, there's no place to park. You'll need to carry her over, she instructed Su Yang. Su Yang nodded and lifted Hu Jia into his arms. Who is she? Exactly? Jin Xiaopeng asked, astonished at Tang Ninger referring to Su Yang as boss. Oh, she's my driver, Su Yang replied. But you said you didn't have a car? I may not have a car, but I never claimed I lacked a plane. Jin Xiaopeng thought Su Yang was joking. However, shortly thereafter, a helicopter appeared before them. Su Yang, do you really have a plane? Before long, the helicopter took off, heading straight for the hospital. Miss, is this helicopter really Su Yang's? Despite already being on the helicopter, Jin Xiaopeng still found it hard to believe. Just focus on flying the helicopter. Su Yang shot a glare at Tang Ning. Oh, Tang Ninger looked aggrieved. Who told you, boss, to always play the fool? Initially, Jean Xiaoping thought that Su Yang had rented the helicopter to show off at the reunion. Yet, he quickly realized that was not the case. If Su Yang had wanted to show off, he would have done so at the reunion rather than waiting until now. Could it be that Su Yang is indeed a super-rich individual? It made sense why he exhibited no envy when others were boasting. However, if Su Yang is so wealthy, why did he claim during the donation event that he wouldn't contribute a single cent? Are you wondering why I refused to donate? Su Yang seemed to have read Jean Xiaoping's mind. Because we have grown up, it is our responsibility to carry on the dean's selfless love. As for the orphanage, I will arrange for its construction. The dean only needs to focus on being the dean, that Su Yang declared. This explained why he had said he would not donate. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, the old dean was moved to tears. Though many children had grown into forms he despised, having Su Yang was enough. Wealthy yet unassuming and unafraid of entanglements, that moment, Tong Lia called to inform him that the car had arrived. The dean told her they were en route to the hospital. All right, dean, which hospital? I will come over immediately. Also, I will cover the expenses for building the orphanage. I can manage that on my own. Everyone has it tough. Upon receiving news that Hu Jia had been taken to the hospital, Tong Lia finally breathed a sigh of relief. After hanging up, Gao Yuan Feng wiped away his tears and said, all right, with you the Lin family's two ultimate dreams throughout their lives are as follows. First, for the Lin family to reside in a villa atop the mountain. Second, for the Lin group to establish its offices within the Times Tower. Remarkably, Su Yang fulfilled the Lin family's lifelong aspirations in just a few days. No, in fact, merely within 2 fleeting moments, such as the perception of the so-called useless son-in-law. The Times Tower, completed 5 years ago, has had its most desirable floor remain vacant due to exorbitant rental prices. Now, it has become the headquarters for Su Tang Venture Capital, a true emblem of strength that in the span of just a few days. Su Tang Venture Capital has gained widespread recognition throughout Jiangdu City. Coupled with the enticing salaries offered, there are no fewer than 100 applicants each day. It is no wonder that Tang Ninger exclaimed she could hardly keep up with the influx. Initially, Su Yang was merely dabbling in this endeavor, but unexpectedly, the young woman thrived in it. Besides Su Tang Venture Capital, the entire building houses no fewer than 100 companies of varying sizes, with a total workforce exceeding 5,000. The bustling urban professionals create a striking tableau, each face adorned with a palpable sense of pride. After all, the Times Tower is renowned as a gathering place for elites. The thought of interviewing those so-called elites later filled Su Yang with intrigue. His past life had been a relentless cycle of violence. Following his injuries, he had hoped to live as an ordinary person. Yet, despite his efforts and sacrifices, he was met only with insults and disdain. It seems the time has come for a shift in lifestyle. Lin family, should I become the person you envision, I hope you will not be frightened. Chapter 54. The interview having gathered his thoughts, Su Yang strode purposefully toward the Times Tower, which was now bustling at peak office hours. The elevator was instantly filled to capacity. Beep. The elevator emitted an alarm indicating it was overloaded. What are you pushing for? Can't you see it's over the limit? You, the food delivery person, step out. A fashionably dressed woman shouted at the delivery girl beside her. I got in first. The delivery girl appeared quite diminutive among the elite crowd. So what if you got in first? A mere delivery person, do you have any idea how precious our time is? Delaying us for a minute is equivalent to you delivering for an entire month. Please, I beg you. I'm about to exceed my time limit, and I'll be penalized. The delivery girl looked pleadingly at the elites. Out, hurry up and get out. The elites showed no concern, preparing to shove the delivery girl out. Just then, a girl with a pure appearance and a ponytail voluntarily stepped out of the elevator. I'll step out. Thank you. The delivery girl expressed her heartfelt gratitude. The elevator was finally no longer overloaded. The ponytailed girl glanced at the time, sighed, and turned to leave. Aren't you going to try going up? A voice called out. The girl smiled and shook her head. No, I'm about to exceed my limit as well. I'm also here for an interview. Why don't we go up together and try our luck? Su Yang suggested with a smile. The girl considered for a moment and nodded. After all, she had nothing else to do today. My name is Su Yang. And you? I'm Yao. A lovely name indeed. The girl smiled, though her mood appeared somewhat subdued. In truth, she would not have been late. However, due to the elevator being overloaded multiple times by the delivery person, she had voluntarily stepped down, wasting half an hour. With the interview time already surpassed by several minutes, even if the interviewers were patient, Their interest might have waned. The elevator was quite swift, and soon they arrived at the 42nd floor. Good luck. Su Yang made a gesture of encouragement toward He Yao. Since they had already come, He Yao decided to take a chance and enter. The interviewees gathered in a large hall, where at least 50 individuals were already waiting. The fashionable woman was among them. That you've only waited half an hour. I've been here for an hour. An hour. That is nothing. I was the first to arrive. And I'm still waiting. Everyone bore expressions of discontent. After a few minutes, a striking figure approached that I will call out the names of those who should enter for the interview. Zhang Fun, Deng Qing, He Yao. Upon hearing her name, He Yao's beautiful eyes revealed a look of confusion. How could she be called for an interview when she had just arrived? Why aren't we all allowed to go in first? The fashionable woman immediately became furious. She had arrived first, and yet the one named He Yao was called in for an interview. Do you want to know why? Let me enlighten you. They have all passed the first round of interviews. The staff member stated indifferently. The first round of interviews? Where did that come from? A crowd of people was left bewildered. They had been waiting since they arrived and had not been called for any interviews. Chapter 55. The Kingdom of Women. Do you not find me somewhat familiar? You are that delivery person. At last, someone recognized the woman. It turned out that the interview had already commenced when they entered the Times Tower. Huang Yilin, whom Su Yang had encountered before, was wearing a delivery uniform. Upon seeing her, Su Yang understood that this must be part of the interview process, which was why he encouraged He Yao to take a chance. All right, aside from those whose names I have called, the rest of you are eliminated. Huang Yilin announced decisively. Many were filled with regret upon hearing this outcome, yet they had no retorts that I graduated from a prestigious university. Losing me is your loss. The fashionable woman could hardly accept this reality. It's essential to be a good person before doing good work. If you can't even treat people well, then it doesn't matter if you graduated from a prestigious university or even Harvard. We don't want you. Huang Yilin responded bluntly. In truth, such a method of interviewing was unavoidable. With over 100 candidates coming in daily, Su Tang Venture Capital still lacked sufficient manpower. Thus, Huang Yilin devised this strategy, effectively eliminating 90% of the candidates. She had deliberately scheduled everyone to arrive at 9 o'clock sharp, causing inevitable elevator congestion. By observing how individuals handled this minor inconvenience, one could ascertain their character and quality. When He Yao stepped into the interview room, she immediately spotted Su Yang seated at the interview table, her eyes widening in astonishment. You said. Yes, I said I was here for an interview. Su Yang replied with a smile, that he truly was there for an interview, though he was interviewing others. Only 10 individuals had passed the first round of interviews, meaning there were only 10 left for the second round. The entire process concluded in under half an hour, and 3 candidates were ultimately hired. It was a recruitment. After all, possessing good character was not enough. One must also have competence. Ultimately, He Yao was among those selected. Congratulations to all of you. Huang Yilin congratulated each of the 3 successful candidates with a handshake. Initially expecting some complications, she was surprised at how smoothly everything transpired. Leaving her feeling somewhat bored, she then began to explore the company. Currently, Su Tang Venture Capital was on the right track, though it had yet to recruit a full staff. Approximately 100 people were on board. Among them, around 80 were female, all possessing considerable beauty. As Su Yang walked through the company, he was enveloped by a sense of being surrounded by beauty. Knowing Su Yang's unique status, the women greeted him with unparalleled enthusiasm. No wonder every man aspires to become wealthy. As long as one achieves wealth, even without spending a dime, women will willingly flock to him, eager to please. This was in stark contrast to his experiences at the Lin family. Boss, this is your very own kingdom of women, crafted just for you. Do you like it? Tang Ninger said playfully as she massaged Su Yang's back while whispering in his ear. Ahem, employees should be valued for their abilities. Whether male or female, it matters not. Su Yang coughed lightly. Chapter 56. Taking care of Han Ziki, really? Then why did the boss insist on hiring He Yao? Is it because he has taken a liking to her? I must admit, that girl does have a refreshingly innocent face. Tang Ninger teased with a mischievous smile. Don't speak nonsense. It was Manager Huang who hired her. It has nothing to do with me. Su Yang certainly wouldn't admit it. However, he did choose to hire He Yao for her character. Abilities can be cultivated, but one's character is not easily changed. Upon hearing about Su Yang's chosen female employee, Tang Ninger felt no displeasure. Rather, she was quite pleased. I refuse to believe a single woman cannot keep you, let alone a multitude. The employees Tang Ninger recruited were not only competent, but also possessed striking looks. With this flock of delicate young women, the boss would never escape her grasp that Su Yang, of course, remained oblivious to Tang Ninger's intentions. After all, he was merely playing around with his investments. Let her have her fun. If it turns out well, that is a positive outcome that if he were to lose 10 billion, it wouldn't be a significant issue. After spending the day at the company, Su Yang experienced the sensation of an office worker. Watching Tang Ninger and Qin Yun bustling about, he finally understood why Lin Chu, he was always so busy that it turns out that being a president is truly no easy task. Just as he was contemplating Lin Chu, her call came through Su Yang. Could I trouble you with something? He noticed a change in Lin Chuyi's demeanor. She had become more courteous over time. Previously, she would directly instruct him to do something without any preamble. What is it? My aunt is going out for drinks with a few male classmates, and I'm a bit concerned that I would like you to keep an eye on her. Previously mentioned, Han Ziki is merely 22 years of age and is still pursuing her studies at university. Upon hearing this, Su Yang furrowed his brow. Han Ziki held no interest in him whatsoever, that if he were to pick her up, he might very well face humiliation. Why not send Lin Chong or Lin Ji instead? They both had prior engagements and were unable to assist. Thus, I must implore you that if she scolds you, just consider her a child who doesn't understand. Very well, that I in the end, Su Yang acquiesced. Although Han Ziki indeed treated him with disdain, he regarded her as a mere child, and thus whenever she uttered something excessive, he simply laughed it off. Half an hour later, Su Yang arrived at the Golden Moon KTV. Han Ziki was evidently aware that Su Yang had come to accompany her. Her petite face displayed considerable displeasure. However, since she was out with male classmates, having someone there to look out for her was a blessing. She felt uneasy about the others. What if she were to get drunk and be taken advantage of? But with Su Yang, she felt 1,000 times at ease. This good-for-nothing would undoubtedly not dare to have any improper thoughts. Even if she stood before him in the nude, he would likely not have the courage to open his eyes. Little did she know, Su Yang had already seen her. The USB drive of hers was still lying on his bedside table. That Su Yang had not only glimpsed her figure, but had also witnessed her alluring dance moves. Let us go in, Su Yang stated succinctly, without any superfluous words. Had it not been for Lin Chuyi's request, he would have been disinclined to involve himself. Chapter 57. The charmer Han Ziki upon entering the private room. There were already 7 or 8 individuals inside. Oh, Chi-Chi, you brought a friend. A male classmate noticed Han Ziki had brought a man, and a hint of displeasure flitted across his face, though he quickly masked it. He is not a friend, just a bodyguard for my family, Han Ziki responded nonchalantly, her gaze towards Su Yang brimming with disdain. This was only due to the fact that Su Yang had once saved her. Otherwise, she might have outright claimed he was a servant. She held a deep-seated contempt for this good-for-nothing son-in-law of hers. Unfortunately, after 2 years of being part of the Lin family, Su Yang's reputation had become firmly entrenched, and it would not be easily altered. Upon hearing Han Ziki's introduction and observing her disdainful look at Su Yang, her classmates were convinced that he was merely her bodyguard, and thus paid him no further mind. All right, everyone, let us not just stand around. Let us sing. With no one attending to him, Su Yang happily enjoyed his solitude, indulging in his drink. Chi-Chi, what do you want to sing? I'll select it for you. It was apparent that Han Ziki was the center of attention that evening, with the other girls rallying around her. They allowed her to take the lead in singing, accustomed to being the focus of admiration. Han Ziki was unreserved to his surprise. Han Ziki exuded considerable confidence, kicking off with a rendition of Sa Dingding's Left Hand Points at the Moon. With my left hand plucking flowers, my right hand dancing with a sword. 1,000 years of snow settles between my brows, a single tear. Ah. This was Su Yang's first time hearing Han Ziki sing, and he was astonished by her remarkable talent. After Left Hand Points at the Moon, she seamlessly transitioned into a popular internet song, Your Tavern is Closed. Following that, she performed an incredibly adorable song, Let's Learn to Meow Together. Each song was infused with her unique flair. The passionate vigor of Left Hand Points at the Moon, the subtle melancholy of Your Tavern is Closed, and the delightful sweetness of Let's Learn to Meow Together. Moreover, this girl seemed to be quite the dancer, her body swaying effortlessly while singing, captivating all who watched. Especially today, Han Ziki donned a pair of leather shorts paired with boots, her long, beautiful legs drawing all eyes. Although her legs were not as long as those of the female officer Zhu Wei, they each possessed their own distinct beauty. Zhu Wei embodied a strength of beauty, While Han Ziki radiated femininity and sensuality, that it was no wonder she was dubbed a charmer. The male onlookers were utterly captivated. In truth, Han Ziki was exceptionally talented, beautiful, with an impressive figure, and skilled in both singing and dancing. In school, she was undoubtedly a goddess, with admirers lining up from Jiangdu City to Jiangdong City. Thus, it was no surprise that she looked down upon Su Yang. Even the wealthy and handsome second-generation heirs in school might not catch her eye, unless they were figures akin to the owner of the villa atop the mountain. Only such men would be deemed worthy of Han Ziki. It was simply the case that being born into the Lin family meant Han Ziki had been indoctrinated with the belief that money reigns supreme, and women ought to marry into affluent families. Chi-Chi, this is an 82 law fight I specifically prepared for you. Do have a taste. A tall, handsome male classmate presented a glass of red wine to Han Ziki immediately after her performance. Chapter 58. Do you deserve to drink this wine? This individual, named Xie Chong, was a typical rich second-generation heir and one of Han Ziki's admirers. Wow, 82 law fight. This is my first time drinking it. I'm really benefiting from Chi-Chi's presence today, exclaimed a female classmate, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After all, as students, they rarely had the opportunity to indulge in such fine wine that is expected of Lafite. The flavor is indeed exceptional. This is the best red wine I have ever tasted. Others joined in, savoring their glasses of red wine, while showering praises. The 82 Lafite is notoriously expensive, and Xie Chong had ordered 2 bottles at once. Although Han Ziki wouldn't be swayed by 2 bottles of wine, she nonetheless felt pleased. After all, the extent of a woman's allure can often be measured by how much men are willing to spend on her. Chi-Chi, your singing was simply marvelous. You could have a shot at the voice of China. Let me toast to you. I'll toast you too. The flattery from the crowd only served to further inflate Han Ziki's ego, and she readily accepted every toast offered. It was evident that these male classmates were intent on getting Han Ziki intoxicated. A woman who remains sober presents no opportunity for as for Su Yang. He was just a bodyguard. They could easily dismiss him later. Su Yang observed all of this with keen eyes. Hey, you a bodyguard, why aren't you standing by the door? What are you doing drinking our wine? Do you think you deserve it? Xie Chong glared at Su Yang, clearly displeased that To curry favor with Han Ziki. He had specifically ordered 2 bottles of 82 Lafite, each costing tens of thousands. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. Rather, he found it absurd that a mere bodyguard should partake in such expensive wine. In fact, within that short span of less than an hour, Su Yang had already consumed an entire bottle, pouring himself full glasses without hesitation. This how one drinks red wine. It should be sipped with finesse. This wine I'll pay for it myself, Su Yang stated nonchalantly. Pay for it? Can you even afford it? Xie Chong scoffed at Su Yang nodded, then began to pull out money from his pocket. In full view of everyone. He produced a crumpled 100 yuan bill and placed it on the table. Upon witnessing this, Xie Chong nearly burst into laughter, mocking. Do you even know what kind of wine this is? This is Lafite. Oh, right, someone like you, a country bumpkin, wouldn't recognize Lafite. Quickly put your money away. Don't embarrass yourself here. Han Ziki felt utterly humiliated. How could this guy think he could buy Lafite with a mere 100 yuan? I said I can buy it, and not just 1 bottle, but 2. Su Yang maintained his composure. Han Ziki, did you recruit this bodyguard from a mental institution? He actually thinks he can buy Lafite with 100 yuan, let alone 2 bottles. How ridiculous. Han Ziki wished she could kick Su Yang out. Had she known he would cause such embarrassment, she would have rather faced bullying alone than bring him along. As the crowd jeered at him, Su Yang shook his head. You think I've never had Lafite? I've likely consumed more Lafite than any of you. He then boldly declared, true 82 Lafite is, of course, unattainable, but this is not genuine 82 Lafite. No, this is merely the most ordinary Great Wall Dry Red, the kind that costs 50 yuan a bottle, and it's been watered down. I could buy 2 bottles for 100 yuan. What is wrong with that? Chapter 59, Dry Red Watered Down You Country Bumpkin. What do you know about Lafite? Get out of here. Han Ziki could no longer hold her tongue and chastise Su Yang. After all, these 2 bottles of Lafite had been ordered by her classmate Xie Chong, specifically to impress her. While the total expenditure may not reach $1 million, it was not far from it. The notion that this good-for-nothing son-in-law of hers, who only received 200 yuan for pocket money each month, would dare suggest he could cover the bill with just 100 yuan was nothing short of a public humiliation for her. However, Su Yang did not leave. Instead, he stated, Lafite is one of the world-renowned Bordeaux wines produced by the Lafite estate. The year 1982 was exceptional. The climate that year was perfect, yielding the highest quality grapes. Thus, the wines produced that year are highly praised among collectors worldwide and are consequently quite expensive, currently selling for about 30 to 40,000 yuan a bottle. Do you truly believe that something that should be purchased for 88,000 yuan could be real? Furthermore, this wine has been diluted with tap water. It's best not to drink it. Impossible! You're just spouting nonsense. Xie Chong certainly did not believe Su Yang's claims that if this wine is truly as you say, it wouldn't cost just 100 yuan to buy the whole bill. But of course, Xie Chong saw through it. Called the manager over to ask him. Go ahead and ask that if this wine is genuine. I want you to leave immediately. Xie Chong pressed the call button. Soon, the manager, a middle-aged man, arrived. Xie Xiao, what can I do for you? Manager, tell me, is this wine definitely 82 Lafite? Of course, all the wines in our establishment are guaranteed to be authentic. Yet he claims that your wine is counterfeit. Merely a mix of Great Wall, dry red, and tap water. Xie Chong pointed at Su Yang. Upon hearing Xie Chong's words, the manager's expression instantly changed, his gaze towards Su Yang filled with astonishment. It was not that Su Yang was wrong, but rather that he was exceedingly accurate, even identifying the addition of tap water. Although the bottle was indeed a genuine Lafite, its contents were nothing more than Great Wall dry red, diluted with tap water. Typically, patrons are oblivious to the nuances of wine. Even if the taste is off, they assume it to be as intended. Just moments ago, the group had been blissfully unaware, praising the Lafite as the finest wine they had ever tasted. The manager realized he was facing a formidable opponent. Could it be that this was truly counterfeit wine? Xie Chong, noticing the manager's expression, furrowed his brow and inquired. Surely, the manager must have made an error? At that moment, Su Yang spoke up slowly. Indeed, I must have taken the wrong one. Otherwise, let these 2 bottles be my gift to young Master Xie. The manager's eyes gleamed with surprise. Who the hell wants your gift? Hurry up and fetch the real stuff. I'm sorry, young Master Xie, but we're all out. Not out, but there was simply none to be had. After all, a genuine 1982 Lafite costs upwards of 300,000 to 400,000, and is nearly impossible to find. Damn it, get lost. Xie Chong's face was filled with frustration that he wasn't foolish. The manager's demeanor had revealed the truth. This wine was indeed counterfeit to AT that moment. The others also felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. After all, just moments ago, they had been raving about how this was the best wine they had ever experienced. Meanwhile, Han Ziki regarded Su Yang with a peculiar expression. How did he know the wine was fake? Had he truly tasted a 1982 Lafite? It wasn't impossible. But even if he recognized Lafite, what good was it if he couldn't afford it? Soon enough, the group brushed off the incident and resumed singing, though they opted for beer instead. Just then, a quiet girl who had hardly touched her drink entered the private room. Her eyes reddened. Chapter 60. Brother Frog. The girl's name was Chu Xingyao, one of the university's most admired beauties. However, she came from a humble background, a commoner among campus flowers. Xingyao, what's the matter? Xie Wei asked, noticing something was off with Chu Xingyao. I'm fine. Chu Xingyao muttered, her head bowed, too timid to look up. Xingyao, has someone bullied you? Lift your head, so I can see. Under the pressure of their inquiries, Chu Xingyao finally raised her gaze. Her once fair face bore 5 distinct fingerprints that it turned out that she had encountered a drunken man while going to the restroom, who had brazenly thrown his arm around her shoulder and insisted she drink with him. Startled, Chu Xingyao had splashed the drink he offered back in his face. Enraged, he had slapped her. Damn it. Living so recklessly. How dare you hit my sister Xingyao? Indeed, Xingyao, tell us which room he is in. We'll go deal with him right now. Chu Xingyao was indeed a campus beauty. Her plight ignited a fierce reaction among her male classmates, who saw this as an opportunity to make a stand and no, it's not necessary, I'm fine. Chu Xingyao, who had always been cautious due to her impoverished background, was reluctant to escalate the situation. How can you say that? Look at what they've done to my sister Xingyao. Xingyao, I assure you I will handle this matter. Just tell me which room that man is in, and if he doesn't kneel before you to apologize, I swear I won't carry the surname Xie. Xie Chong vowed with conviction. Yes, if he dares to refuse an apology, I'll knock his teeth out. Another boy, named Zhou Tao, chimed in. However, before they could act, trouble arrived uninvited. A rotund man, swaying unsteadily, entered the room, flanked by 7 or 8 burly men ditto, who dares to demand I kneel and apologize. The rotund man sneered. surveying the group. Upon recognizing him, Xie Chong and Zhou Tao, who had been so eager to assert themselves, suddenly wilted. The newcomer was none other than Brother Frog, a minor leader in the notorious Sanha gang. Sanha was the pinnacle of underground power in Jiangdu, and its leader, Xia Xinghong, was someone not to be trifled with. Thus, even a minor leader like Brother Frog was not someone Xie Chong or Zhou Tao dared confront. Brother Frog approached Zhou Tao, adopting a condescending tone that so, "It was you who spoke?" "No, Brother Frog, you must be mistaken. I would never." Zhou Tao laughed nervously. Brother Frog then turned to Xie Chong, slapping his face lightly and saying, "Then it must be you, right?" "Brother Frog, you misunderstood. I didn't say anything." Xie Chong gulped nervously. "All right, since neither of you said anything, I'll just take her with me. You all have no objections, do you?" Brother Frog indicated Chu Xingyao. "And no objections." The eager defenders of Chu Xingyao turned into ostriches at that moment. Witnessing this, despair washed over Chu Xingyao's face. She had hoped to avoid confrontation, yet the trouble had come knocking. Moreover, judging by her classmates' reactions, it seemed they were prepared to let her be taken away, that if these thugs took her, the outcome was all too predictable. Chapter 61. Zhou Tao's girlfriend. With her male classmates proving useless, Chu Xingyao's pleading gaze fell upon her female companions. However, those girls were just ordinary individuals that if even Xie Wei and Zhou Tao dared not provoke Brother Frog, what chance did they have? At this moment, remaining out of trouble was their only concern. "Brother Frog, I am Han Ziki from the Lin family. Please do me the courtesy of sparing my classmate." Ultimately, it was Han Ziki who stepped forward to to her surprise. This girl displayed a commendable sense of loyalty. "The Lin family, you say? Very well, I'll grant you this favor." Brother Frog's gaze fell upon Han Ziki, his eyes lighting up with intrigue that he hadn't anticipated encountering two stunning beauties in one evening. Chu Xingyao's innocent charm and Han Ziki's alluring appeal. "Then I thank you, Brother Frog." In truth, Han Ziki held little hope. After all, the Lin family had little standing in Jiangdu. Yet to her astonishment, Brother Frog seemed willing to oblige at no problem, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend for a day. "I want to hold your classmate's transgressions against her." Brother Frog grinned. Once, Han Ziki's expression darkened. She understood all too well what it meant to be Brother Frog's girlfriend for a day. Though she was quite loyal, she could not sacrifice herself for Chu Xingyao. Silence fell upon her. "Take her away," Brother Frog commanded with a wave of his hand. "Take who?" one of his men inquired. "Why, all the girls, of course," Brother Frog chuckled. Though Chu Xingyao and Han Ziki were the most attractive, he couldn't overlook the other two girls who, while not stunning, were certainly pleasant to behold. Brother Frog was always considerate of his men. Upon hearing his words, Han Ziki and the other two girls' expressions shifted dramatically. They hadn't anticipated that Brother Frog intended to take all the girls. "Zhou Tao, I'm your girlfriend. You can't let them take me." At that moment, a girl with a small braid on her forehead interjected. Her name was Li Yuanyuan. She possessed a doll-like face. While not exceptionally beautiful, she was certainly above average that she is your girlfriend? Brother Frog's face broke into a sly grin upon hearing Li Yuanyuan. "Since Li Yuanyuan has said so, Zhou Tao, you must confirm it." Reluctantly, Zhou Tao nodded, despite his desire to pursue Chu Xingyao. With Li Yuanyuan having exposed their relationship, he could no longer shy away. "Brother Frog, I implore you to show mercy." Zhou Tao gritted his teeth, aware that if Li Yuanyuan were taken, it would mean wearing a very green hat indeed. And perhaps not just one. What a pity. Brother Frog shook his head, causing Zhou Tao to feel a flicker of hope, thinking Brother Frog might actually let Li Yuanyuan go. However, the next word struck him like lightning. "Unfortunately, I have a penchant for stealing other people's girlfriends. They all go with me, Brother Frog." Zhou Tao attempted a last-ditch effort that if you utter another word, "I'll take you too," Brother Frog snapped impatiently. His burly men perked up at the thought of dragging Zhou Tao along. Witnessing their predatory gazes, Zhou Tao swallowed hard, refraining from further protest. "Zhou Tao, are you still a man?" Li Yuanyuan clutched his shirt. "Damn it. Let go of me. Just because we've been intimate doesn't mean I want to be your boyfriend." Zhou Tao forcefully pushed Li Yuanyuan away. Chapter 62. It seems to have changed. Just as the girls were about to be taken away, Su Yang, who had been sitting quietly and drinking as if nothing were amiss, finally spoke up. "Have you consulted me about taking away my people?" It mattered little if the others were taken. But he had promised Lin Chui to look after Hanziki, and thus could not allow Brother Frog to take her to AT that moment. Brother Frog and his men realized there was still someone seated in the room. One henchman was immediately infuriated. "Who told you to sit there?" Meanwhile, Hanziki looked at Su Yang in disbelief. Was this fool out of his mind, daring to speak to Brother Frog in such a manner? Was he seeking death? However, when Brother Toad beheld the identity of the individual seated upon the sofa, his countenance instantly transformed, for he recognized the M and I in a split second. He seized the firearm from the hands of the Russian, and had it not been for the arrival of the constables, the outcome would have been uncertain. Although he had never directly confronted Su Yang, as someone seasoned in the underworld for many years, how could he fail to discern that Su Yang was no ordinary person? It was likely that aside from the 4 deadly poisons under the command of Red Ant, no one could rival him. Red Ant, known in the martial world as the Scarlet Reaper, reigned supreme over the underground forces of Jiangdu. She commanded the 4 deadly poisons: Winter Mallow, Planago, Wood Cough, and Poria. Each of them was not only a formidable master, but also possessed a beauty that could captivate nations. Suddenly, a glimmer of joy appeared on Brother Toad's face. For one of the 4 poisons, Winter Mallow, happened to be present in this very establishment. The Golden Moon KV was under the management of Winter Mallow. With newfound courage, he coldly addressed Su Yang. "Do you know whose territory this is?" "I don't care whose territory it is. You cannot take my people," Su Yang replied casually to AT this moment, although his tone remained remarkably calm. An invisible aura of dominance began to permeate the air, leaving even Hanziki momentarily dazed. This useless man, who seemed to have transformed since divorcing his niece, suddenly reminded her of the incident at the bank when Su Yang had single-handedly subdued 3 armed assailants. Although he had been injured in the process, he had nonetheless triumphed over them. Could it be that this fellow was a hidden master? Though Hanziki was Su Yang's aunt, she was merely 22 years old, at an age where admiration for heroes flourishes. Indeed, Su Yang's actions that day deserved to be hailed as heroic. Yet, the deeply entrenched perception she held of Su Yang made it difficult for her to reconcile this newfound image. "Are you insane? Do you wish to bring about our demise? Kneel and apologize to Brother Toad at once." It was only then that Xie Chong and Zhou Tao grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces pale with fear. Brother Toad intended to leave with his men, perhaps even taking their girlfriends along, and they dared not utter a word of dissent. How could Su Yang speak to them in such a tone? Was he courting death? If Su Yang wished to perish, why drag them down with him? Xie Chong, Zhou Tao, are you even men? Hanziki could no longer tolerate their cowardice. Initially, she had considered these 2 young men decent, worthy of being her backup in the event she could not find a boyfriend. But now, all she felt was disdain. That in contrast, the man she had always deemed useless, Su Yang, appeared incredibly masculine at this moment. "Hanziki, don't be so obstinate. When Brother Toad decides to deal with you, you'll understand the severity of the situation." Chapter 63. The 4 poisons of Jiangdu. "I would rather be toyed with than be like you bunch of cowards. How dare you speak to Brother Toad like that? Watch me cripple you." A burly man lunged towards Su Yang, his fist as large as a cooking pot aimed directly at Su Yang's face. Yet Su Yang appeared oblivious, allowing the punch to approach unimpeded. Witnessing this, several female classmates instinctively closed their eyes, bracing for the inevitable conclusion. However, Hanziki's gaze remained fixed on Su Yang. The last time he had subdued assailants barehanded, she could not help but wonder how he would fare this time. When the fist was a mere 10 centimeters from Su Yang, he finally struck. With a single finger, he poked the man's fist. Boom! Silence. The room was enveloped in an eerie stillness. That it should be noted that the burly man weighed at least 180 pounds, his body a mass of muscle akin to steel. Yet Su Yang, with just a finger, had sent him flying. "I'll give you 1 minute to disappear." Su Yang lifted a glass of diluted Great Wall dry red wine, took a sip, and spoke slowly. Cool. Utterly cool. Hanziki's perception of Su Yang began to shift. Although he still did not capture her admiration, at least she could now regard him without the contempt she had previously harbored. No longer viewing him merely as a man who served women, Liuan and several other female classmates looked at Su Yang with eyes aglow. It seemed that Hanziki's bodyguard was no ordinary individual. Brother Toad's expression shifted several times before he finally uttered, "Withdraw." Winter Mallow, Upon hearing this name, the occupants of the private room turned pale once more. Winter Mallow's reputation far surpassed that of Brother Toad. This establishment belonged to Winter Mallow. Now, trouble had escalated. Having crossed Brother Toad might result in a broken limb or two, but incurring the wrath of the four poisons of Jiangdu could mean losing one's life. This was a name that sent shivers down the spines of countless individuals. Observing the fear-stricken faces of the women, Xie Chong and Zhou Tao exchanged cynical glances. Why were they so reluctant to provoke Brother Toad? While he was indeed notorious, he did not instill the same level of dread as the four poisons of Jiangdu. They were truly afraid of the four poisons and, above them, Red Ant, one of the three figures one could not afford to offend in Jiangdu. Kid, you've really stirred up a colossal mess that we should best make our escape. If Winter Mallow arrives, none of us will leave here intact. Even Han Ziki appeared frightened, for she too had heard tales of the four poisons of Jiangdu's terror. Even making a person vanish without a trace was child's play for them. The other girls were equally terrified that Su Yang was already aware of the four poisons of Jiangdu, though he had never encountered them before. Today was a fine opportunity to make their acquaintance. Go ahead. I'll handle this, Su Yang said to Han Ziki, recognizing their palpable fear. Can you manage this? Should I call my mother? Han Ziki's expression turned serious. Do you think your grandmother would dare provoke the four poisons of Jiangdu? Su Yang inquired, directing a steady gaze at Han Ziki. Han Ziki froze. Indeed, this was the four poisons of Jiangdu. Chapter 64. The paper fire shop in the past. A single Li family had already instilled terror in the Lin family. Not to mention, her grandmother would never assist Su Yang. Even if she were willing, she would not have the audacity to confront the four poisons of Jiangdu. What on earth could they do now? They had inadvertently provoked such a formidable force that do not worry. At worst, I shall report it to the constables, Su Yang reassured Han Ziki, indicating that she need not fret. Upon hearing Su Yang's intention to call the constables, Xie Chong and Zhou Tao exchanged incredulous glances that if reporting to the authorities were effective, the four poisons of Jiangdu would not be such a source of fear. Whatever, since this fool seeks death, we shan't accompany him. Several male classmates departed. The female classmates followed suit, leaving Su Yang somewhat taken aback by Chu Xingyao's insistence on remaining. After all, this predicament arose because of her. If she left, it would be disheartening indeed. Since Chu Xingyao was determined to stay, Su Yang refrained from further protest. The four poisons of Jiangdu, he held them in little regard. Even if the Scarlet Reaper herself arrived, he would remain unfazed in the supreme private room of the Golden Moon KTV. A stunning woman clad in leather attire puffed on a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Understood. Keep an eye on him for me. I do not wish to make a scene in the establishment. Notify me when he leaves at Su Yang, and Chu Xingyao waited for over an hour without encountering the so-called Winter Mallow. A false alarm. Sir, our boss requests your presence. A man in black obstructed Su Yang's path. Su Yang followed the man, traversing a narrow alley for over 10 minutes. The alley was shrouded in darkness, with only one shop still open. The man in black led Su Yang to the soul-lit establishment. Our boss awaits you inside. Su Yang frowned as he approached the shop, for the sign prominently displayed a large character for longevity. It was a shop selling paper effigies. Coupled with the dim ambience, it appeared exceedingly eerie. Engaging in ghostly antics, Su Yang scoffed, striding directly into the paper fire shop. Upon entering, he was met with numerous paper figures, wreaths, and other items typical of a paper fire shop. That a frail figure was seen with their back turned, wielding a brush to paint a face on a paper effigy. For an ordinary person, merely witnessing this scene would be enough to induce terror. Yet Su Yang was far from ordinary. He had traversed mountains of corpses and rivers of blood that a few paper figures could hardly frighten him. I have heard that you are causing trouble in my establishment. After a prolonged silence, a melodious yet chilling voice emerged. You are Winter Mallow? Su Yang squinted, inquiring. You should not address me so directly. Then how should I address you? Milord, or Winter Mallow Milord. Kneel and bow 3 times, and I shall pardon your disrespect. And if I refuse to kneel? A spine-chilling laughter echoed. Just then, Winter Mallow completed painting the face of the paper figure. And to Su Yang's astonishment, the paper figure began to move. What the hell? Even Su Yang, well-versed in the bazaar, felt a chill run down his spine. Xiaohua, go entertain this young man. The paper figure genuinely approached Su Yang, laughter echoing eerily that Su Yang beheld the true visage of the figure, realizing it resembled a living person more than a mere paper effigy. Chapter 65. The battle with the paper figure circled around Su Yang, moving as if it were a living being. Coupled with the sinister environment of the paper fire shop, anyone would have been terrified to death. Humph. Su Yang snorted coldly, delivering a powerful palm strike toward the paper figure. The figure was instantly sent flying. Ouch! You hurt me, young man. What the hell? Su Yang was taken aback. Although he had not exerted his full strength with that strike, he had still used 30% of his power. Yet it merely knocked the paper figure away. That it was as if his palm struck nothing but cotton. You should join the young gentleman in his play. Don Qizi had once more crafted a paper figure. Another paper figure advanced toward Su Yang. The paper figure that Su Yang had sent flying showed no signs of damage as it approached him once again. That Su Yang raised his hand once more, this time with 50% of his strength. The paper figure emitted a wretched scream, soaring even further away. Yet it appeared unscathed. You are quite the rascal, young man, the female paper figure whined. Don Qizi, I advise you to cease your supernatural antics, or I shall dismantle your shop. Although Su Yang felt a shiver run down his spine, he was not afraid. He was an atheist. Even if ghosts truly existed in this world, they might well fear him, the god of slaughter. Humph. Don Qizi let out a cold snort and proceeded to create another paper figure. This one resembled a burly man, wielding 2 meteor hammers. The paper figure swung the hammers towards Su Yang. Initially, Su Yang dismissed it. After all, it was merely a paper figure. How much strength could it possess? However, when the meteor hammers truly came crashing down, his expression changed instantly, that he felt the terrifying force emanating from them. Not daring to be reckless, he sidestepped to avoid the blow. Bang! The ground trembled beneath him, leaving a small crater where he had stood. Clearly, Don Qizi was not without skill. Had Su Yang not defended himself, he would have surely sustained some minor injuries from that strike. Young man, I suggest you kneel and bow your head. You have no idea what you are up against, is that so? Su Yang scoffed. As the meteor hammers descended upon him, he chose not to evade, but instead retaliated with a punch. To his astonishment, a golden light erupted from his fist. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as the meteor hammers shattered instantly. Following that, the paper figure also exploded. Before overwhelming strength, everything was but a paper tiger. Don Qizi's expression darkened. Then, all the paper figures and horses from the paper shop converged upon Su Yang. Shatter them all? Su Yang unleashed his full power, driving his fist into the ground. Boom! The fearsome shockwave radiated outward. The paper figures struck by the shockwave disintegrated into mere scraps of paper. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy objects crashing against the floor echoed, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The dust settled. Su Yang realized that the noise was produced by 4 paper figures stomping on the ground, each shouldering a coffin. Imagine, on a pitch-black night, devoid of starlight, 4 paper figures appearing before you, each carrying a coffin. What a chilling spectacle that would be. Young man, all you needed to do was bow and knock your head 3 times. Now you shall choose a coffin. Don Qizi's voice pierced the air, cold as if from the void. Chapter 66. The giant paper figure clearly. Don Qizi had turned genuinely enraged, harboring murderous intent toward Su Yang. The night was as dark as a vacuum, with only a flickering glimmer of light from the sign of the paper shop. This moment, Su Yang could not help but regard Don Qizi with newfound seriousness. One must understand how heavy is a coffin. Even 4 men might struggle to lift one, yet those 4 paper figures managed to hoist it effortlessly. Their strength was evidently formidable. Kill him. With Don Qizi's command, the paper figures swung the coffins towards Su Yang. Instantly, Su Yang raised his hands to block. That a powerful force surged through him, causing him to stagger backwards several steps before regaining his balance. Indeed, the strength of the coffin-bearing paper figures was immense. All 4 figures swung their coffins, attacking Su Yang. Not daring to confront them directly, he could only evade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The coffins whirled, producing a cacophony that pierced Su Yang's ears and made him quite uncomfortable. Anger simmered within him. The slaughter star of the 7-Star Alliance. It was rather humiliating to be suppressed by mere paper figures. Ascending dragon fist. His fist ignited with golden flames, resembling a soaring dragon, striking fiercely against the coffin. Boom! The coffin shattered into a cloud of wood chips, sending the paper figures flying. However, in that moment of vulnerability, one paper figure seized the opportunity, and the coffin came crashing down onto Su Yang's back. Dominant golden body. Su Yang's form radiated a golden brilliance, as if a battle god had possessed him. Bang! The coffin exploded behind him, yet Su Yang felt a sweetness in his throat, having sustained some internal injuries. Nevertheless, these coffins were crafted from solid wood, inherently robust. The force behind that blow could easily send a small car flying. Do not mistake my restraint for weakness. I am no frail cat. Suddenly, a slender red sword appeared in Su Yang's hand. Both the blade and hilt were red, exquisitely crafted, albeit a broken sword. Broken blade Hongling. Of course, this sword had not always been severed. It was the personal weapon of Longxian, accompanying her in countless battles, establishing the might of an emperor. Yet, during that 3S level mission, the Empress fell, and Hongling was shattered. Even so, a broken sword remains a weapon of imperial lineage. Still sharp, swish. The sword chi surged forth, cleaving through both the coffin and paper figures with ease. Swish, swish, swish. After a flurry of sword strikes, all that remained in the air were countless wood and paper fragments drifting down in the stillness of the night sky. They rustled softly as they landed. Once the paper scraps touched the ground, silence reigned. The ground was strewn with the remnants of paper figures and horses. The unbroken figures lay scattered, as if they had never come to life. Su Yang, wielding Hongling, surveyed his surroundings. This Donkizi was indeed exceedingly strange. He remained unaware of any hidden attacks. After waiting for a good 10 minutes, Su Yang finally sheathed the broken sword. Not seeing any sign of Donkizi, he surmised she must have fled. However, just as he turned to leave, the fragments of paper on the ground began to coalesce in the blink of an eye. They formed an enormous paper figure. The paper giant stood over 5 meters tall, with fists as large as millstones. The paper giant raised its fist and brought it crashing down towards Su Yang. It was clear that the power of the paper figure was proportional to its size. Such a colossal figure could not lack strength. Su Yang promptly unleashed his martial technique. Chapter 67. The complete ascending dragon fist. The golden dragon collided with the paper fist, creating a deafening sound. This paper giant was truly formidable, shattering Su Yang's technique. The paper giant continued its assault, but Su Yang summoned Hongling once more. Chaotic sword chi. The sword chi blossomed like a blooming begonia. Poo poo poo. The paper giant was sliced into fragments. Flee. Seeing the paper giant shattered, Donkizi finally felt the urge to escape. This individual had the power to obliterate even the paper giant, far surpassing her capabilities. She could not contend with him, that if she did not flee, she might meet her demise. That a female paper figure suddenly darted away into the distance. Su Yang's gaze sharpened, and he hurled his broken sword with great force. Pooh! Hongling struck the paper figure accurately. Ah! The paper figure let out a piercing cry before being pinned to the ground by Hongling. Su Yang approached, withdrew the broken sword from the paper figure, and examined it closely. After a moment, his brow furrowed slightly, for he discovered that this paper figure was indistinguishable from an ordinary one. There was no difference whatsoever. Shaking his head, Su Yang turned to leave. Although he had not slain Donkizi, he had undoubtedly dealt her a heavy blow. As for offending Hong Yi, he cared little. He hoped Hong Yi would not come seeking trouble. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to reshape the underground forces of Jiangdu. After Su Yang had departed for a full half hour, the fleeing paper figure slowly stood up, transforming into Donkizi's likeness. Drip, dripped, a copious amount of blood flowed down her long legs, pooling from a deep wound on her left leg. Thankfully, Hongling had struck her leg. Had it pierced her heart? Just you wait. I, Donkizi, shall have my revenge. The woman stumbled away, struggling to move. Half an hour later in a restaurant. Sister Donkizi, what happened to you? Did you play too hard? A stunning woman dressed in a qipao observed Donkizi's limping gait, unable to suppress a chuckle. Sister Mwanzi, I have been injured like this, and you still dare to mock me. Donkizi's face showed a hint of grievance. In Jiangdu, is there anyone capable of injuring you? Did you not utilize your little toys? The qipao-clad woman appeared astonished that I did. My paper shop was completely dismantled. Su Yang, are you all right? A concerned voice from Han Ziki echoed through the phone. This was the first time Han Ziki had expressed concern for Su Yang. I'm fine. That's wonderful. We're at the happy bar. Come find us." Upon hearing that Su Yang was unharmed, Han Ziki exclaimed with delight. The complete Chu University's campus bell. Are you sure you want to see? Chapter 68. Another side of Han Ziki, Su Yang felt somewhat vexed that he had not anticipated that this girl would dart off to the bar again. Reluctantly, he instructed his master to turn the car around and head to the bar. Half an hour later, Su Yang arrived at the bar. Inside the private room sat 4 girls, the same ones from before. However, Xie Chong and Zhou Tao were no longer present. After all, given the circumstances, they could hardly show their faces. "Handsome, tell us what happened. Did Dong Qizi show up?" The girls surrounded Su Yang eagerly. "She didn't come." Su Yang replied casually. "How boring. We were betting on who would win, you or Dong Qizi." Yes. Handsome, what is your name?" "Thank you so much for tonight. Cough, cough. What are you two doing?" "This is my bodyguard," Han Ziki interjected, clearly displeased at the sight of the 2 girls clinging to Su Yang's arm. "Chi, is this really your bodyguard? Are you sure he isn't your man?" "What? How could that be possible?" Han Ziki's eyes widened in surprise. After all, she was Su Yang's aunt. "Chi, since he isn't your man, why are you feeling jealous?" Li Yuan, who was quite open-minded, wouldn't he have gotten so close to Zhou Tao without even being officially in a relationship? "I mean, isn't this a bit embarrassing for you, to have feelings for a bodyguard?" "What's wrong with a bodyguard? He's incredibly handsome and capable. If I were his girlfriend, I wouldn't have to worry about being bullied." Han Ziki's gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Yang, to her surprise. He truly was quite attractive, especially now that he had transformed into a man. A certain invisible aura of dominance surrounded him, causing Han Ziki's heart to race uncontrollably. How had she never noticed how handsome Su Yang was before? "Han Ziki, have you lost your mind? He is your nephew-in-law." Wait a minute, technically speaking, he wasn't really her nephew-in-law. After all, the marriage between Su Yang and Lin Shuyi was a sham, and they hadn't shared any intimate relationship over the past 2 years. This thought, a rather ludicrous idea, suddenly crossed Han Ziki's mind. What if she and Su Yang were to be together? Would Lin Shuyi then have to address Su Yang as uncle? Of course, this was merely a whimsical thought for Han Ziki. She was a woman destined to marry into a wealthy family, and wouldn't he suddenly develop feelings for Su Yang just because he had become a man and was capable of fighting? Compared to Li Yuan and Wang Qianqian, Chu Xingyao was much more reserved. She politely thanked Su Yang, and even Han Ziki, with a rather indifferent tone, also expressed her gratitude. "Chi, your thanks seem rather insincere. Don't you think? If it weren't for your handsome bodyguard, you might be happily playing with Frog Brother right now." Indeed. Chi, have you fallen for your handsome bodyguard? Or have you already succumbed to his charms? "You little brat, do you dare to tear my mouth apart?" Han Ziki was both embarrassed and angry that if Su Yang were truly her bodyguard, these jokes wouldn't be so out of place. But after all, Su Yang was her. Even if it was a false relationship, it still made her cheeks flush. Not only Han Ziki, but even Su Yang felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, when he was with the Lin family, Han Ziki was his elder, and that girl always liked to put on a serious demeanor in front of him. This was the first time he had seen Han Ziki's true youthful side. Chapter 69. Either submit or stand at the pinnacle. The group had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and were nearly intoxicated. As the drinks flowed, their courage swelled, and they began to share their dreams. Li Yuan and Wang Qianqian's aspirations were to find a wealthy boyfriend, while Han Ziki dreamed of marrying into a prominent family. The old matriarch had always told her that women like her were destined to be without ordinary love. Lin Shuyi was one such example. Although Su Yang had his shortcomings, he was at least kind-hearted, taking meticulous care of Lin Shuyi and excelling in culinary skills. Sometimes, Han Ziki found herself envious of Lin Shuyi. Unfortunately, because Su Yang was an ordinary person, no matter how well he treated her, he would always be seen as useless in the eyes of the Lin family, easily cast out at any moment. Thus, if Han Ziki were to seek a partner, she needed to find someone formidable. That way, she wouldn't be thwarted by the old matriarch. That foolish niece of hers, Lin Shuyi, had genuinely fallen for Su Yang and even wanted to convince the matriarch to extend their engagement. If the old matriarch hadn't sensed something amiss, why would she have been so eager to undermine Lin Shuyi's authority? Han Ziki rambled on about many things that even Su Yang was unaware of. Lin Shuyi had developed true feelings for him, and she wanted to extend their engagement. Unfortunately, once a woman marries into the Lin family, she must either submit or stand at the pinnacle. Was this the reason Lin Shuyi had been working so hard? Others may not know of Lin Shuyi's efforts, but Su Yang surely did. Countless nights, the light in her bedroom had never gone out, that Su Yang had once thought Lin Shuyi was simply a workaholic. Was it possible that her ambition to reach the pinnacle had something to do with him? Xingyao, what is your dream? The women turned their attention to Chu Xingyao. The my dream is to become a princess. Waiting for my Prince Charming to arrive, she said, her eyes sparkling with longing. Silly girl, do you think princesses live in castles? Today's princesses often reside in cavey rooms. That if you want to be a princess, it can happen in an instant. Wang Qianqian and Li Yuanyuan laughed heartily. Many girls dream of being a princess in their childhood, but when they grow up, they become princesses of a different kind. Handsome, what is your dream? Finally, all eyes turned to Su Yang. That my dream. Su Yang was taken aback. His greatest aspiration was for the brothers of the greedy wolf to remain safe. Secondly, to find Xiandi's corpse and grant him peace. Then, to heal Long Yusin's 9 absolute veins. And then a figure appeared in Su Yang's mind. Lin Shuyi. Originally, on the day he left the villa, he had planned to sever all ties with Lin Shuyi. Yet, Han Ziki had mentioned how hard Lin Shuyi was working, how she genuinely wanted to succeed, possibly because of him, and how she had secretly approached the matriarch to extend the engagement. This urgency from the matriarch to strip Lin Shuyi of her power made sense. Indeed, over the past 2 years, Su Yang had faced countless disdain and scorn, and Lin Shuyi had not fared any better. As a prominent CEO, she had unexpectedly married such a useless husband that no, we want to keep drinking. The girls were reluctant to leave. Chapter 70. Other dances as well. Usually, they wouldn't dare to drink so much, as it could be dangerous for girls to get drunk outside. However, with Su Yang there, they felt reassured, unafraid of being bullied. Of course, there was also a possibility that Su Yang might take advantage of them. But if Su Yang truly intended to do so, they would be willing. Especially Wang Qianqian and Li Yuanyuan, who had already dated numerous boyfriends. Given Su Yang's impressive demeanor today, they would gladly reward him with their bodies. Naturally, this was primarily because Su Yang was handsome. Throughout history, handsome heroes have always been met with the adoration of women, while the unattractive ones are often met with the hope of repayment in the next life. Such is the reality. Su Yang could not allow the girls to continue drinking indefinitely, that he forcibly led them out of the bar and called a taxi, ensuring they were all safely inside. That as they left, he even took a photo of the taxi's license plate in front of the driver. Su Yang, I didn't realize you were so considerate. Big nephew, why don't you let me ride in the same car with them? I must remind you, I am your aunt. You cannot harbor any improper thoughts about me. Han Ziki gazed at Su Yang with dreamy eyes. That it must be said, Han Ziki truly lived up to her reputation as a heartthrob. When she smiled, her 2 sharp little tiger teeth showed, adding to her charm. Though she claimed he couldn't have any improper thoughts, she was practically draped over Su Yang. Her youthful, soft body radiated vitality, and the blush on her beautiful face was captivating. If Su Yang had any questionable character, Han Ziki would surely have been the first to fall. After all, her beauty, figure, and unique status provided a fatal allure to men. But the truth was clear. If Lin Shuyi hadn't called him, he would never have come to accompany Han Ziki. Hey Bakaki, I thought you were quite manly. What, facing me, a youthful beauty, do you have no thoughts at all? Seeing Su Yang's calm demeanor, Han Ziki felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. After all, she was a heartthrob. Why wasn't Su Yang interested? In truth, Han Ziki had a childlike mindset. The more disinterested Su Yang appeared, the more she sought to pique his interest. She immediately released Su Yang's hand and stepped into the light. Su Yang, I can dance even more beautifully. Han Ziki winked at him and, to his astonishment, began to perform a pole dance. With her already outstanding figure and a hint of intoxication, her movements became less precise, but this very lack of precision rendered her all the more enticing. Su Yang stared dumbfounded. This was his aunt, dancing provocatively before him. Yet her performance was surprisingly captivating and oddly familiar. After all, Han Ziki was quite tipsy and nearly stumbled. Su Yang rushed over to steady her. What a klutz! No wonder I haven't seen my niece in 2 years. Han Ziki pouted as she leaned against Su Yang's chest. He prepared to call a car, but Han Ziki insisted on being carried. It's no big deal to carry your own aunt, right? He promptly slipped his arms under Han Ziki's long legs and hoisted her up. Chapter 71. The flowers of our nation, what an obedient big nephew. Han Ziki wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck and fell asleep on his back. Feeling the docile Han Ziki resting against him, Su-young shook his head helplessly. When had she ever treated him this way? She had never regarded him with any seriousness that he recalled the most humiliating incident. After recovering his skills, he had prepared to carry out a mission abroad. Due to time constraints and a lack of direct flights, he had ordered the Greedy Wolf team to requisition a small civilian aircraft to ensure the mission's success. However, they encountered an incompetent leader who couldn't reach an agreement after much negotiation. Su-young, thinking that the Greedy Wolf team could use a plane, decided to buy it outright. Typically leased for civil aviation operations, it could be swiftly requisitioned by the Greedy Wolf when needed. What was unforeseen, however, was that Han Ziki was interning as a flight attendant at that particular airline. Indeed, Han Ziki was studying aviation service, which occasionally entailed practical assignments. Consequently, the two encountered one another aboard the aircraft. When Su-young boarded the plane, Han Ziki adamantly refused him entry, insisting on checking his ticket. After all, in her eyes, Su-young only had 200 yuan for pocket money each month. How could he afford a flight? She was resolute in her belief that he intended to evade the fare. Ironically, Su-young truly had no ticket, that he was the one who purchased the plane, so why would he need a ticket? It was quite the absurdity that Su-young guaranteed that it was one of the most embarrassing moments of his life, nearly causing a stir throughout the airline. Unable to reveal the truth to Han Ziki, he ultimately had to procure a ticket on the spot at the Lin family residence. He was seldom met with such coldness that it was rare for him to exhibit such a timid demeanor. Once Han Ziki fell asleep, he called for a taxi. No, let go of me. I want to get in the car. Sensing that Su-young intended to shove her into the taxi, Han Ziki resisted. Nevertheless, Su-young paid little mind to her objections. Driver, to Jiangdu University, please. The driver was a woman who, upon witnessing the scene, slightly altered her expression but refrained from voicing any remarks. Inside the car, Han Ziki seemed to be having a nightmare, especially after being startled at the KTV earlier, fearing that she might be abducted by the frog brother. No, you're a bad person. Let go of me. She even clawed at Su-young's face. Had Su-young not been robust, he might have been injured. The female driver discreetly observed the two, her eyes glinting with a sense of justice that it was evident she perceived Su-young as a nefarious character. Although they were en route to the university, Su-young certainly did not present himself as a student, especially with his plain attire. Yang Lan could easily discern that he was merely a loser. Under normal circumstances, someone like Su-young would never have a girlfriend as stunning as Han Ziki. Thus, the only conclusion was that this exquisite beauty had been picked up by this loser. Moreover, there were numerous small inns near the university that in a way, she could not allow the nation's flower to be ravaged by such a dubious individual. After approximately 20 minutes, the car screeched to a halt. Thank you, driver. Su-young intended to carry the unruly Han Ziki out of the car. However, he noticed the female driver had swiftly exited and locked the door behind her. Looking up, he found himself in front of a police station. What the Su-young felt perplexed. Logically, reaching Jiangdu University should take about 30 minutes. Yet they had arrived in just over 20. It turned out the female driver had brought them to the police station. Officer, there's a bad man here who wants to harm a flower of our nation. Please arrest him. The female driver shouted at the police station's entrance. That Su-young's face turned pale. This person, frequenting KTVs and bars, even dancing on the street, was now labeling him as a societal menace. Hearing the commotion, a throng of officers rushed out. You can't blame me for this. Su-young kicked the car door open and swiftly carried Han Ziki away. Though it was merely a misunderstanding, Han Ziki was clearly intoxicated and unable to clarify the situation. That it was best to make a hasty retreat. That Su-young moved with remarkable speed, carrying her as if she weighed nothing. The cold wind rushed past them. Han Ziki surprisingly began to regain some lucidity. Gazing at Su-young's resolute face, she felt a momentary daze that if only this man were a bit wealthier, he would be utterly perfect. Unfortunately, in today's society, lacking wealth equated to negating everything. At least, that was how Han Ziki perceived it. Ultimately, Su-young personally escorted Han Ziki to the university. Just as they entered, he spotted Tang Ning emerging from her room in a nightgown. Searching for water, the thin fabric accentuated her already striking figure, rendering the sight rather startling. Upon seeing Su-young, Tang Ning gasped, "Ah, boss, you rogue." Chapter 72. The boss is bent Su-young. It appears I must establish some boundaries with this girl. Otherwise, I might have to reconsider our living arrangements. Tang Ning quickly dashed back into her room. That a few minutes later, she reappeared, now clad in a thicker nightgown. After all, for a successful man like Su Yang, there would be no shortage of young women eager to gain his favor. Boss, may I propose a condition? Tang Ning said, her demeanor suddenly pitiful. What condition? Su Yang inquired, somewhat taken aback that she would present a condition before he had even voiced his own. Her request was rather audacious, considering she was currently living off him. If not for Su Yang, she might have been struggling to survive. Furthermore, she was not even his girlfriend. What right did she have to make demands? All right. To Tang Ning's surprise, Su Yang readily acquiesced. Boss, you're so kind. I meant that I would inform you in advance. Observing Tang Ning's indignant expression, Su Yang felt a sense of elation. Ever since she had become his housekeeper, he found it unsettling not to tease her daily. You wretched boss, be careful. I might just bite you. Tang Ning muttered, suddenly recalling what Su Yang had said that day. She felt her cheeks flush. She was merely jesting, but did she secretly desire him to take action? If he did, what would she do? After all, he was her boss. Would resisting lead to her dismissal? But if she didn't resist, never mind. Being mistreated is far better than dying of poverty. Before encountering Su Yang, Tang Ning had lived a miserable existence, constantly bombarded with calls from debt collectors. Hence, it wasn't that she was materialistic. She genuinely needed money. Even now, she was still in dire need of funds. Although Su Yang had gifted her 10 billion, that money was meant for investment. She would never misuse it. If the boss dares to take advantage of me, I'll embezzle those funds. Tang Ning thought to herself, why aren't you going to bed? You look as if you were ready to offer yourself to me. Let me tell you, the money must be repaid, Su Yang replied with a serious expression. Tang Ning, oh my goodness, how did I end up with such a titanium alloy boss? After all, since falling from grace, she had encountered many men willing to help her, each one eager to possess her on the spot. Yet this oaf, Su Yang, remained indifferent to her alluring presence. Boss, could it be that you're? Tang Ning's eyes widened. The more she pondered, the more plausible the idea seemed. After all, how could he have been with Lin Chuyi for 2 years without ever touching her? Lin Chuyi was reputed to be the most beautiful woman in Jiangdu. How could Su Yang resist? And as for her, while perhaps not more beautiful than Lin Chuyi, she certainly had a few more pounds to her figure. Yet he remained unfazed. The verdict was in. The boss was indeed bent. Chapter 73. The New Year boss, come help me. Early in the morning, Su Yang was roused by Tang Ning's incessant nudging. This girl was becoming increasingly unrestrained, wandering around the villa disheveled, and now daring to invade his bedroom. Get up. It's time to put up the Spring Festival couplets, Tang Ning insisted. Put up the couplets? Is it already the New Year? In previous years, while residing with the Lin family, Su Yang had been responsible for preparing the festivities, hanging couplets, organizing the New Year's Eve dinner, and even paying respects to the matriarch. Although he felt somewhat out of place in the Lin household, he could still sense the vibrant atmosphere of the new year. This year, however, he was no longer with the Lin family and could finally relax without any obligations that he didn't even realize that the new year was approaching. Why not ask the servants to help you? Su Yang suggested, momentarily taken aback. But he remembered the villa being bustling with activity just yesterday. Yet today, it was eerily quiet. It dawned on him that he hadn't heard a single sound as Su Yang had exceptional hearing. Although the servants tried to keep the noise down, he could still perceive their movements. But today, there was nothing done. Of course, I stay behind to celebrate the new year with my boss, now that there are no servants left. If I leave too, who will cook for you? Su Yang felt a warmth in his heart. It's worth 5 times that. You're so kind, boss. Now get up. I'll sleep a bit longer. In truth, Su Yang did not wish to remain in bed. He simply didn't know what to do upon waking in the Lin household. He would rise at 5 or 6 in the morning to prepare for the new year. Boss, if you don't get up soon, I might just pull the covers off you. Tang Ning threatened to go ahead, but if I'm not dressed, don't blame me if you're shocked. Oh no, you're really going to pull them off? Boss, you rogue. Tang Ning covered her eyes and bolted out of the room. Su Yang's face twitched in annoyance. Damn it, you came in here and pulled my covers off. And I'm the rogue. Who told you to barge in without clothes? I told you I wasn't dressed. A few minutes later, Su Yang donned his clothes and finished washing up. Tang Ning still sat on the stairs with her face covered, wearing an expression of shock. What's wrong? Were you really scared? Su Yang approached her. I have seen nothing. she stammered, trying to maintain her composure. So you've seen a lot. Then, no, I haven't tea. Then why did you say you hadn't seen anything? I just wasn't scared. Tang Ning, Er's heart raced. This was her first encounter with a man, and it felt somewhat terrifying. She had seen men before, but she frequently viewed them from afar. Consequently, an image involuntarily surfaced in her mind, one concerning a pen cap and a pen holder. How could the pen holder fit inside the pen cap? Will it not break? How frightening. Too terrifying. What nonsense are you spouting about pencil holders and caps? Su Yang inquired, noticing Tang Ning murmuring quietly to herself. Nothing at all. And I'm just going to paste the spring festival couplets. Tang Ninger replied, her face clouded with gloom. How could this fellow have such keen hearing? Even when she spoke so softly, he could still hear her. Upon descending the stairs, Su Yang found, indeed, the entire villa was deserted. Apart from Long Yusin, Tang Ninger, and himself, there was not a soul in sight. Chapter 74. This year cannot be celebrated fortunately. Tang Ninger had stayed. If she had also departed, leaving only him and Long Yusin, it would have been truly pitiful that he recalled previous New Year celebrations, where, despite his in-law's consistent lack of warmth towards him, they would still display a semblance of courtesy during the holiday. Particularly Lin Chuyi, who after a grueling year would finally take a break and come into the kitchen to assist him while he cooked. Although her help often made things more chaotic, the feeling of having the family gathered together in joyous celebration was quite delightful, that he wondered how the Lin family would celebrate this year. Mom, you haven't bought anything. What will we eat for the new year? Lin Chuyi exclaimed, looking at the empty kitchen as she called out to her mother. Wang Xiujuan, wasn't that useless good-for-nothing supposed to prepare everything? Wang Xiujuan replied, I forgot. In the Lin family villa, Lin Guodong, Wang Xiujuan, and Lin Chuyi stared at each other in bewilderment that in previous years, it had always been Su Yang who took care of the New Year's Eve dinner single-handedly. They merely needed to wait to sit down and eat. Lin Chuyi did not know how to cook, and since Su Yang's arrival, Lin's mother had essentially stopped cooking as well. Moreover, Wang Xiujuan's culinary skills were notoriously poor. Consequently, after Su Yang's departure, the Lin family had hired a servant. Life had continued, albeit not without its challenges. The servant had completed dinner yesterday and left. What now? Can we not celebrate the new year without that useless fellow? I'll cook, Wang Xiujuan declared, frowning. Mom, you're cooking. However, Wang Xiujuan soon noticed the disdainful expressions on her husband and daughter's faces that, Dia, you look down on me? Just you wait. She was eager to prove herself that an hour later. 5 dishes and a soup were served that looked unappetizing. There was no choice. She had never been particularly skilled in the kitchen, and after 2 years of neglect, she had lost all sense of timing. Either the food was burnt or undercooked. What looked edible turned out to be overly salty. Even Wang Xiujuan herself could not bring herself to eat. How could we order takeout for New Year's Eve? Lin Guodong's lips twitched. Dad, even if you wanted to order takeout, it's not available during the holiday. What shall we do then? The 3 of them wore long faces. Should we call him over? After all, it must be quite lonely for him on his own. Ultimately, Wang Xiujuan had no choice but to relent. Without Su Yang, it seemed the new year truly could not be celebrated. Thank you, Mom. Lin Chuyi exclaimed joyfully upon receiving Wang Xiujuan's consent. But let us be clear, just for today. Mom, we still need to eat tomorrow. Then, just for these few days of the new year, after it's over, he must leave. Surprised by Lin Chuyi's call, Su Yang felt a mix of emotions. Though a flutter of excitement stirred within him, he calmly replied, No need. I have someone to celebrate with. That Su Yang glanced at the busy Tang Ning and Long Yusin. While the atmosphere was somewhat subdued, it was not devoid of companionship. What? That good-for-nothing actually declined. Does he really think he has someone important? Wang Xiujuan's temper flared upon learning of Su Yang's refusal. Chapter 75. You fool, however, Su Yang hung up after listening to only half of the conversation. That useless fellow dared to hang up on me. Wang Xiujuan was furious. Mom, is this how you invite someone over? Can't you speak properly? Lin Chuyi lamented. Speak properly? Do I really need to speak nicely to that good-for-nothing? It's all because you chose such a useless partner that we ended up like this, Mom. Do you still not understand? Our situation is not due to Su Yang's shortcomings, but rather because he was too good. When he was here, he handled the laundry, cooking, and cleaning the villa, allowing us to live so comfortably. And what of it? Those tasks can be managed by hiring a servant. Wang Xiujuan scoffed that if he could find me a capable son-in-law, I could hire 10 servants. Wouldn't that be better than that good for nothing? Lin Chuyi was left speechless. Wang Shijuan had a point that a man without wealth is akin to having nothing at all. The current problem was that they had neither a servant nor anyone to prepare their New Year's Eve dinner. Lin Guodong also felt Wang Shijuan was being a bit excessive, that it wasn't that he disagreed with her, but now was precisely when they needed Su Yang. What shall we do? I can't just apologize to that good for nothing. Wang Shijuan said sternly that it's not about apologizing. Your attitude needs to improve. Then call him again. Soon after, Lin Chuyi dialed Su Yang's number once more. Su Yang, I'm sorry, my mom. Wang Shijuan snatched the phone away, stating, come over and prepare our New Year's Eve dinner, that if you take good care of us for these few days, I'll have Xiaoi give you 20,000. Hearing Wang Shijuan's offer, Su Yang chuckled. How about I offer you 100,000 to come and cook for me instead? You fool. Su Yang hung up again, in truth, he didn't want to insult Wang Shijuan, considering she had once been his mother-in-law. However, her demands were simply too outrageous, and he couldn't help but retort. Boss, I just heard you offer someone 100,000 to cook for you. Surely it's not unreasonable for me to ask for 50,000? Tang Ninger, wielding a spatula, dashed up to Su Yang, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Is money all you think about? Su Yang replied, feeling exasperated, that I'd do it for free if you'd just marry me. Dream on. Don't think I don't know you're in debt. Meanwhile, Wang Shijuan was seething. Su Yang had the audacity to offer her 100,000 to cook and called her a fool. It was utterly outrageous. That good for nothing was infuriating. She vowed never to let him set foot in the Lin family again. Lin Chuyi sighed deeply. This was truly a lost cause. Rising to her feet, she prepared to leave. Where are you going? Are you planning to find that good for nothing? Wang Shijuan asked suspiciously. I'm not going to find him. I'm going to cook frozen dumplings for you. Thus, the Lin family's New Year's Eve dinner consisted of frozen dumplings. It was an indescribable sense of desolation. Why is everyone sighing? No matter how miserable we are, it's still better than that good for nothing. He has no friends in Jiangdu. Wang Shijuan thought of Su Yang's pitiful state and suddenly felt that her own situation wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 76. The boss is a monster in the villa atop the mountain. Tang Ninger had already prepared several dishes. Though there were only 3 of them, the ambience befitting a millionaire was still essential. Thus, a variety of dishes were prepared, including lobster, abalone, and a plethora of delicacies. Tang Ninger's culinary skills were commendable. Boss, do give it a try. She beamed at Su Yang. Su Yang picked up a piece of dongpa pork and took a bite. Nodding slightly, he remarked, not bad. Although it's slightly inferior to what I make, it's still acceptable. His words nearly made Tang Ning throw her spatula in frustration. Boss, if you can't make anything better than mine today, I'm going on strike. Seeing Tang Ninger fuming, Su Yang realized he had no choice but to showcase his skills. That he promptly prepared a sweet and sour fish. Tang Ninger initially looked unimpressed, but gradually her eyes widened in astonishment as Su Yang's knife skills resembled a performance of juggling. Not only did the slices appear almost identical in size, but his movements were akin to those of a master chef. Want to give it a try? Su Yang extended the plate to her amidst her astonished gaze. Tang Ninger picked up her chopsticks and took a small piece, placing it into her mouth. Moments later, her expression transformed into one of pure bliss. This is simply delicious. Boss, are you a monster? She exclaimed, overwhelmed by the exquisite taste of the sweet and sour fish. Are you convinced now? If you are, go back to cooking. I'm not doing it anymore. Tang Ninger shook her head vigorously. Why not? Boss, your cooking is so outstanding that I wouldn't dare to compete. I'll give you 50,000. However, no amount of persuasion or threats could convince Tang Ninger to return to the kitchen. With no other option, Su Yang resigned himself to the task. Boss, make more. Why make so much? There are only 3 of us. Well, it's not just 3 anymore. Tang Ninger waved her phone. Su Yang was taken aback to see that Tang Ninger had created a WeChat group, inviting her friends over to the villa for dinner. To his surprise, Qin Yin was there because her parents were abroad, and Huang Yilin had been pressured into marriage by hers. Consequently, the atmosphere in Su Yang's villa became lively once more. However, it seemed he was the only male amidst a sea of female companions. Boss, your dishes are simply too delicious. Boss, you are the most outstanding man in the world. Boss, to you cheers. May you grow increasingly handsome. A group of stunning, leggy ladies surrounded Su Yang, continuously toasting him. Today, they would drink until they were intoxicated, with 7 or 8 girls taking turns toasting him. even with Su Yang's remarkable drinking capacity. He began to feel dizzy. Nonetheless, he and T indulged in drinking like this for quite some time, so he decided to enjoy the revelry. The group continued drinking until 8 or 9 in the evening, moving from beer to white wine, and from white wine to red wine, transitioning from the dining room to the living room. From the living room to the bedroom in the end, even Su Yang was quite inebriated. On Su Yang's luxurious king-size bed lay an array of enchanting bodies, sprawled in every direction. The next morning, Su Yang shook his somewhat dazed head, preparing to rise for a glass of water, only to feel an overwhelming weight upon him, as if something were pressing down. Looking down, he discovered a slender figure lying across him. There was also someone resting on his legs, and an arm encircled his neck. To his dismay, a foot was firmly planted on his face. To his astonishment, it was none other than Tang Ning's foot. Fortunately, there was no foot odor. Otherwise, Su Yang would have been in quite a predicament. However, he had to admit, her foot was rather attractive. Not exceeding size 35, each toe was adorned with charming pink nail polish. Moreover, she was clad in nothing but form-fitting attire. As Su Yang's mind whirled, he realized that it wasn't just Tang Ninger. It seemed every woman had shed their outer garments. That it was simply unbearable. The air conditioning in the room was excessively powerful, combined with the fact that everyone had indulged in considerable amounts of alcohol, leading to a pervasive sense of warmth. Even his own shirt was missing, and his trousers that were nowhere to be found. This was unreal. That it was evident that drinking could lead to unforeseen consequences. That it would be wise to slip away unnoticed. If he were to be held accountable later, whom would he owe his responsibility to? Su Yang gently pushed Huang Yilin aside, then shifted the long white leg that was draped over him. He stealthily crawled out of bed, phone in hand, making his way toward the exit. Thankfully, all the women were sleeping soundly, oblivious to his movements. That he needed to make a swift escape to the living room, claiming he had slept there last night. However, just as Su Yang thought he had evaded danger, his phone suddenly rang. Oh no! He quickly ended the call, relieved that he hadn't roused any of the women. Exhaling, he cautiously continued toward the bedroom door. Just as he was about to succeed in his escape, a frosty voice pierced the air. Stop! To his surprise, Tang Ninger had awakened, her large eyes filled with a dangerous glint. Good morning, Tang Tang, Su Yang forced a greeting, bracing himself. What? Planning to flee from your sins? Tang Ning's expression remained cold. I swear, I didn't take off your clothes. It was all of you who did that on your own. Su Yang protested, gazing at Tang Ning's proudly upright figure, swallowing hard. What are you saying? Tang Ning's beautiful eyes narrowed as she swiftly scanned the room. Then she looked down at herself. Ah, boss, you better get out of here. Su Yang hastily fled in disarray, for Tang Ning's shout had awakened all the women. What happened? I feel so dizzy. Tang Tang, why are you yelling so early? The group of women slowly opened their eyes, and soon the villa was filled with deafening screams. Ah, enough already, Tang Ninger exclaimed, nearly having her eardrum shattered. Come on, we're all adults here. It's not a big deal. Just pretend nothing happened. Honestly, who hasn't benefited from this? Tang Tang, what we wanted to say is... Huang Yilin pointed at Tang Ninger below. Tang Ninger looked down and gasped at a boss, you shameless scoundrel. It turned out that when Tang Ninger looked down, she noticed a crimson stain. There was red on her pants as well. Just as Su Yang descended the stairs, his phone rang again. It was Lin Shuyi calling. Happy New Year! Lin Shuyi greeted. How was your yesterday? Not bad. And you? Su Yang glanced upstairs, swallowing nervously. I'm okay. Then, silence fell. Well, if nothing else, I'll hang up. Wait, I have something to discuss. Lin Shuyi took a deep breath before continuing. Su Yang, you should know that today, everyone in the Lin family must go pay respects to the matriarch and celebrate the new year. That we're already divorced, aren't we? Su Yang was puzzled. Traditionally, they would go to pay their respects. But now that they were divorced, it seemed unnecessary. Do you also believe we are truly divorced? Lin Shuyi replied softly. The divorce agreement has been signed, hasn't it? However, signing the divorce agreement does not equate to being divorced. Moreover, this agreement only becomes effective after we are actually divorced. What exactly are you trying to say? Su Yang furrowed his brow. Lin Shuyi hesitated for a moment, finally summoning the courage to say, Su Yang, since we haven't truly divorced in reality, I believe we should go together to pay our respects to the matriarch. Su Yang chuckled self-deprecatingly. The matriarch won't welcome me, nor will the Lin family. But I welcome you. Why? Because, until we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the paperwork, I am still your wife. I am still your wife. Lin Chuyi's words left Su Yang momentarily stunned. He recalled what Han Ziki had said while intoxicated. Lin Chuyi had secretly approached the matriarch, hoping to extend the duration of Su Yang's marriage. Could it be that Lin Chuyi truly had feelings for him? Yet, on that fateful night, Xianti stopped him from leaving to Su Yang. Are you still blaming me for not stopping you that day? It wasn't that I didn't wanna. My parents pressured me. If I had known they wanted me to please Li Xiao, I would never have signed. The DOU love me. Su Yang asked, if I said I loved you, would you believe me? I would, had it not been for that night with Han Ziki. Perhaps Su Yang wouldn't have believed it. That proud woman actually loved him. Deep down, Su Yang was aware of Lin Chuyi's feelings. After all, they had spent 2 years together. However, he could not accept a love measured by wealth. In retrospect, he couldn't entirely blame Lin Chuyi. She had been born into such a family, with many things beyond her control, that if he were to be honest, it was his fault that he shouldn't have remained so low-key. If 6 months ago, when he regained his strength, he had informed the Lin family that he was not a useless person, that his wealth surpassed theirs 100-fold, the outcome would have surely been different. Though he had endured a great deal of hardship, Lin Chuyi had suffered just as much. She was torn between her parents and her partner. It must have been difficult for her as well. Each time Wang Xiujuan berated him for being useless, Lin Chuyi must have felt equally distressed. That I will go, Su Yang finally said, taking a deep breath. After all the turmoil, he merely wished to hear Lin Chuyi utter the words I love you. Xiao Yi, from today onward, I won't allow you to suffer any longer. Su Yang resolved that today, he would show the Lin family his true self, Tang Tang. As soon as he called out for Tang Ninger, she appeared before him, her beautiful eyes filled with fury. Boss, you're in big trouble. Su Yang waved his hand to interrupt Tang Ninger, stating, you need to listen to me first. Right now, I need you too. A few minutes later, after Su Yang had finished speaking, he inquired, what were you about to say? Nothing, that I'll go prepare. Tang Ninger appeared somewhat dazed in Tang Ninger's bedroom. The girls buzzed around Su Yang. So, what is the deal? Is the boss going to take responsibility? He proposed. Tang Ninger said blankly, that a proposal. Isn't that a bit too soon? Does the boss truly intend to take responsibility? Wow. Tang, doesn't that make you the mistress of this villa? It's not me. After a long pause, Tang Ninger finally replied. Not you? Then who could it possibly be? The other women were skeptical. While they held confidence in their own beauty and figures, they still felt overshadowed by Tang Ninger. Besides, she was not merely a pretty face. She was also highly capable, that if Su Yang were to marry Tang Ninger, she could undoubtedly be his right-hand woman. Yet, seeing Tang Ninger's expression, it appeared she wasn't deceiving them. Really not you. I'm going to confront him. This matter cannot be overlooked. He must take responsibility. Qin Yun's eyes flashed with anger. Wait, Yun. Tang Ninger quickly stopped her. Tang, you can't just let him walk all over you. Tang Ninger gritted her teeth and replied, but I don't like him. Tang, how long have we known each other? You think I don't know if you like him or not? Qin Yun frowned. Yun, please leave me some dignity. I beg you. Seeing the pleading expression on Tang Ninger's face, Qin Yun sighed deeply. Fine, let us just pretend this never happened. Tang, are you really okay with this? This is your first time. There will be many firsts in life, and besides, I wasn't even fully conscious, so it doesn't count. Tang Ninger feigned strength. The women gradually departed from the villa. Su Yang, feeling guilty, dared not linger. Moreover, he had pressing matters to attend to, paying respects to the matriarch. In previous years, he had no part in these ceremonies, even lacking the qualifications to join the table. However, this year was different. That at 5 o'clock in the evening, Su Yang arrived in front of the matriarch's villa. The Water's Edge Villa was not a standalone property, yet it boasted over 300 square meters, with the living room alone exceeding 100 square meters. Today was the matriarch's happiest day, as all her descendants would come to pay their respects. Grandmother, this is a gift I present to you, wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountains. Lin Chong held out a wooden box before the elderly matriarch. Upon opening it, a jade bracelet was revealed. The quality and hue are truly exquisite. Chonger, it must have cost you a fortune, hasn't it? Not much at all, merely 880,000. The money isn't the focus. What matters is that the number is auspicious. Lin Chong replied with a smile. Hearing the price of the jade bracelet, the matriarch nodded in satisfaction. Although she didn't care much about the amount spent, It was the sentiment from her grandson that mattered. The more valuable the gift, the deeper the affection. Such is the way of a family with riches. Everything is measured in terms of wealth. Grandmother, this is a piece of calligraphy, valued at 500,000. Lin Ji also presented his gift. Following suit, Han Ziki, Lin Guoyang, and Lin Guowei each offered their presents. Only Lin Guodong's family had yet to arrive. Grandmother, at this hour, why haven't uncle and sister arrived yet? They must not hold you in high regard. Lin Chong squinted his eyes and remarked, Tio, extend New Year greetings to the matriarch. The earlier one arrives, the more it signifies respect that I end previous years. Lin Shuyi's family always arrived first. Indeed, the matriarch's expression darkened. Outside the Shuian villa, Su Yang, why did you arrive at this hour? Lin Shuyi, seeing Su Yang finally arrived, let out a sigh of relief. Apologies, I was delayed preparing a gift for the matriarch. Su Yang replied apologetically that it was no easy task. Had it not been for Tianxian being there, I would not have managed it at all. You able to afford a gift? You'd be better off not bringing anything, as it might provoke the matriarch's displeasure, which you certainly cannot bear. Wang Xiujuan immediately mocked. Clearly, she was aware that Lin Shuyi had invited Su Yang to celebrate the new year with the matriarch. Initially, she would have never allowed Su Yang to come. However, since Su Yang had not yet finalized his divorce from Lin Shuyi, he should indeed pay a visit to the matriarch. It is a matter of courtesy. Of course, her primary reason for permitting Su Yang's presence was that Lin Shuyi had promised to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to process the divorce as soon as it reopened. Lin Guodong felt a surge of anger upon seeing Su Yang, who had forced him to eat dumplings for the New Year's Eve dinner. Yet now was not the time to dwell on that. They were already late. Lin Guodong and Wang Xiujuan entered the villa first. Once inside, it would be just like in previous years. Whatever they say, you can simply pretend not to hear, Lin Shuyi advised as she adjusted Su Yang's suit. Every year at this time, the entire Lin family gathers, inevitably subjecting Su Yang, the son-in-law, to a barrage of mockery. That I apologize for the discomfort, Su Yang said as he gently tidied Lin Shuyi's slightly disheveled bangs. Although they insulted him, Lin Shuyi was his wife. The grievances she faced were not any less than his own. Hearing Su Yang's words, Lin Shuyi felt a pang in her heart, nearly brought to tears. Indeed, she too felt wronged as Su Yang was her husband, and being insulted was a wound to her heart. Forcing back her tears, Lin Shuyi managed a strained smile. Perhaps this was simply fate. With that, she walked towards the villa. At that moment, Lin Shuyi's silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn. She truly felt aggrieved, yet there was nothing she could do. She had fallen in love with Su Yang, the so-called good-for-nothing in everyone's eyes. Rest assured, I will ensure you are not wronged in the future. Su Yang's gaze was resolute. Eldest sister, why did you arrive now? Is it that you do not regard the matriarch highly? As soon as Lin Shuyi arrived, Lin Chong was the first to leap forward. It's all to wait for that good-for-nothing. Lin Guodong glared at Su Yang. Mother, we actually arrived earlier, but this good-for-nothing delayed us. Wang Xiujuan chimed in. Good-for-nothing. Why don't you kneel and apologize to grandmother? Lin Chong scolded Su Yang. Grandmother, please do not blame Su Yang. It was I who asked him to prepare a gift for you, which is why we were late. Lin Shuyi quickly interjected. Oh, then let me see what he can present to me. The matriarch said with a teasing glint in her eyes. Grandmother, this is a gift from my mother, my father, and me, and this is the Su Yang's gift. Lin Shuyi presented 4 gift boxes in succession. Although Su Yang claimed he had prepared a gift for the matriarch, Lin Shuyi had already selected it for him. The gifts were, in truth, quite similar, consisting of items like ginseng, deer antler, and luminous pearl ornaments. The jade bracelet Lin Shuyi prepared was specifically chosen because she knew the matriarch adored jade, and she spent 200,000 on it. A 200,000 jade bracelet. Is that even worthy of grandmother? I just presented an 880,000 bracelet. Lin Chong scoffed upon seeing the gift Su Yang had prepared. Chapter 81. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Lin Shuyi was taken aback, glancing at Lin Chong in surprise. After all, the Lin family was not a large wealthy clan. Typically, gifts for the matriarch averaged around 100,000. The gift she prepared was approximately 150,000. Only the jade bracelet she selected for Su Yang was valued at 200,000. Yet, she did not expect Lin Chong to present an 880,000 bracelet. In the past, Lin Chong would never have acted this way. However, it was a pivotal time, and the matriarch clearly intended for Lin Shuyi to relinquish her position as president. Moreover, The Lin family had successfully acquired 400 properties in Guangming community, substantially increasing their assets. Thus, it was only natural to offer more extravagant gifts. Even Lin Ji's gift was valued at 500,000. Such a shabby bracelet simply diminishes the matriarch's status. Come, grandmother, let me adorn you with my bracelet. Lin Cheng eagerly presented his jade bracelet to the matriarch, placing it upon her wrist. The matriarch was naturally delighted, growing fonder of her grandson with each passing moment. The elder daughter truly cannot be kept. She is so stingy as to not even present a valuable gift to her own grandmother that in truth, Lin Chuyi did wish to offer something more extravagant, but the investment in Su Tang Fengtu would have to wait until after the new year to finalize the contract. Consequently, Lin Chuyi was currently the most financially strained. Furthermore, everyone typically presented gifts worth around 100,000. Who knew they would suddenly be so generous? Grandmother, you haven't seen my gift yet. At that moment, Su Yang suddenly spoke up. Realizing that his gift paled in comparison to the others, Lin Guodong and Wang Shijuan felt their faces burn with embarrassment, and upon hearing Su Yang's words, their anger intensified. They immediately berated him. Get out of here, do not embarrass yourself in front of us. Mother doesn't need your gift. The matriarch, however, remarked playfully, your gift is merely a 200,000 jade bracelet, right? And it should have been funded by Xiao Yi, correct? Indeed, that jade bracelet was indeed purchased with Lin Chuyi's funds. Su Yang replied flatly that Su Yang's words instantly prompted a wave of disapproval from the Lin family. Although everyone had long suspected the jade bracelet was bought with Lin Chuyi's money, Su Yang's public admission made the situation awkward and solidified his reputation as a good-for-nothing. This good-for-nothing still dares to acknowledge it. It is utterly laughable. Fortunately, he would soon no longer be a member of the Lin family. Xiao Yi is truly something else, spending 200,000 for a good nothing, that it cannot be said that way. After all, it is a gift for the matriarch, still our Lin family's property, that a plethora of relatives spoke harshly. Facing their scorn, Su Yang remained unfazed. He had endured similar treatment in the past. Grandmother, this is my gift to you. A health supplement that can extend your lifespan and enhance your vitality, that Su Yang presented his prepared gift. Upon seeing that Su Yang's gift was a health product, laughter erupted throughout the room. Nowadays, 90% of health supplements are fraudulent. Even if they aren't fake, they hardly cost much. Moreover, Su Yang had brought a single vial of liquid at the very least. He should have brought a box. Good for nothing. Is this what you present to grandmother? Are you trying to poison her? Lin Cheng laughed heartily. Oh, you wish to make me die laughing, so you can inherit my credit. Chapter 82. An exorbitant bride price at that moment. Lin Guodong and Wang Shijuan felt utterly humiliated. Even Lin Chuyi bit her lip tightly. Health products are only cherished by those in the countryside who do not understand. Who knows what is actually inside? Who would dare to consume it? Su Yang's gift was worse than not bringing anything at all. It was too embarrassing, that good for nothing. You need to leave right now. Wang Shijuan stepped forward and slapped the vial from Su Yang's hand, sending it crashing to the floor. The glass shattered instantly, spilling the green liquid everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Su Yang's expression darkened. That liquid was something he had acquired at a high cost from the Laojun furnace. Valued at 10 million, that consuming it would greatly benefit the elderly, effectively enhancing their health and prolonging their lives. Yet, 10 million was now wasted. Su Yang took a deep breath. That it seemed that no matter what he did before revealing his true abilities, it would always be wrong. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, a dozen men in black entered. Who are you? The people inside looked bewildered. We are here to deliver the bride price. The men in black walked into the room one by one. The first man in black carried a shoulder pole, laden with bundles of cash. 18,888,000. 88 pounds of gold. 999 pounds of silver, jade artifacts. The black-clad men recited each item of the bride price. At that moment, all the Lin family members held their breath. With each item announced, a tremor coursed through their hearts. The total value of these items amounted to a staggering 88,888,000. Shock and awe enveloped the Lin family, leaving them utterly speechless. It is important to note that the entire Lin family had assets amounting to just over 100 million yet. This bride price alone was a staggering 88,888,000. What a monumental gesture. It is estimated that throughout the vast expanse of Huaxia, there is hardly anyone bold enough to act in such a manner. This raises a pertinent question. To whom is this betrothal gift meant? And who is the giver? After the figure clad in black had recited the details of the betrothal gift, he departed without revealing to whom it was addressed. Within the Lin family, there are only two eligible women of marriageable age. One is Lin Shuyi, but she is already wed, thus she must be excluded from consideration. The other is Han Ziki. Naturally, there are some collateral relatives of the Lin family, yet it would be inconceivable for them to present the betrothal gift directly to the matriarch. Therefore, only one possibility remains. This betrothal gift is intended for Han Ziki. Moreover, Han Ziki is currently the most exquisite and physically appealing among the unmarried ladies. Aside from her, it is implausible that it could be for anyone else. Do you also believe that these gifts are meant for my aunt? Su Yang tilted his head towards Lin Shu. At that moment, Lin Shuyi glanced at Han Ziki, her eyes glimmering with envy. She was aware that when she married Su Yang, he had given her no betrothal gift. Instead, she had to contribute 2 million, no, 3 million to him. Of course, it couldn't possibly be me. Lin Shuyi cast a reproachful glance at Su Yang. Yet she stifled her envy. After all, envy serves no purpose. Simultaneously, she did not wish to wound Su Yang's pride, but as Su Yang smiled faintly and remained silent, that I know who the giver of the betrothal gift is. Just as everyone was speculating, Han Ziki suddenly declared, her face alight with indescribable joy. Oh, white, it must be that person. Who is it? The matriarch's eyes sparkled with interest that it is the owner of the villa on the mountaintop. Han Ziki asserted with unwavering confidence, the owner of the villa on the mountaintop. Upon hearing this, the Lin family members erupted in exuberance. They were, of course, unaware of the wealth possessed by the owner of the mountaintop villa. It is likely that he had the means to purchase the entire Guangming community in a matter of days and then acquire a mansion worth over 2 billion, with assets conservatively estimated to exceed 10 billion. Perhaps even more. After all, even a billionaire would hesitate to part with 88 million as a betrothal gift, wouldn't they? A tycoon of such magnitude, even if he were an octogenarian, would undoubtedly have Han Ziki eager to marry him. Han Ziki's certainty stemmed from a simple realization. Among the people she has encountered, the wealthiest is undoubtedly the owner of the mountaintop villa. Surely, he must have seen her USB drive and conducted an investigation into her. She firmly believed that no man could resist her captivating charm. In truth, Han Ziki was not mistaken. The betrothal gift indeed came from the owner of the mountaintop villa. However, it was not intended for her. Congratulations, Ziki, from now on, you shall be a wealthy lady. Do not forget us. Envy illuminated the eyes of every member of the Lin family. This is the enigmatic owner of the mountaintop villa. Previously, there had been no whispers about him in Jiangdu. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Did you see that good-for-nothing? Just the betrothal gift alone is 80 million. If it weren't for you, perhaps this gift would have been for our little E. Among them, Lin Mu Wang Xiujuan displayed the most profound envy. After all, the only individuals in the Lin family worthy of such a betrothal gift are Lin Shuyi and Han Ziki. Yet Lin Shuyi is already married and has not yet divorced cleanly. It is evident that the gift could not possibly be for Lin Shuyi. They completely overlooked the fact that Lin Shuyi and Su Yang's marriage was orchestrated by the Lin family themselves. At this moment, Lin Guodong and Wang Xiujuan were filled with regret. They had facilitated Lin Shuyi's marriage to Su Yang in hopes of regaining control over the Lin group. Had they known, they would have never allowed Lin Shuyi to marry Su Yang. After all, how much is the Lin group worth? And how wealthy is the owner of the mountaintop villa? However, now that regret has set in, what good does it do? Lin Guodong could hardly bear to look at Su Yang, wishing fervently for him to disappear. Mom, it was I who pursued Su Yang. He did not pursue me. Although Lin Shuyi felt a pang of envy. She had previously stated that it was fate that at this juncture, you still stand up for this good-for-nothing. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Lin Guodong fumed. The moment the Civil Affairs Bureau opens, I will go straight to file for divorce. Though Lin Shuyi had been married, she had not engaged in any relations with Su Yang. She could easily marry someone who would be 10 or even 100 times better than him. Facing her parents' reproaches and her relatives' ridicule, tears brimmed in Lin Shuyi's eyes. Yet, her gaze remained resolute. Regardless of Su Yang's flaws, he was the man she had chosen for herself. Only she knew how good or bad he truly was. In stark contrast to Lin Shuyi's desolation, Han Ziki basked in the limelight. Everyone sought to curry favor with her, for she was destined to become the future lady of the mountaintop villa. The villa itself represented the ultimate aspiration of every member of the Lin family. Who wouldn't envy her? Observing those who fawned over Han Ziki, Su-yang shook his head. He had never anticipated being so misunderstood. However, the misunderstanding would soon be resolved that he took out his phone and messaged Tang Ninger. Chapter 84. Certainly not forgiven, signaling Tang Ninger to set off. The helicopter ascended from the mountaintop villa, carrying the key to the villa. Indeed, Su-yang intended to gift the mountaintop villa to Lin Chuyi. "You great scoundrel, I curse you to fail in your proposal," Tang Ninger muttered under her breath. Unfortunately, she understood that once the Lin family learned of Su Yang's identity, Lin Chuyi would have no choice but to accept. Moreover, that woman had always harbored feelings for Su Yang, that my dear, after today. No one will mock you, all will envy you, and the Lin family will also kneel before you. Su Yang thought to himself. At that moment, a girl from the collateral branch of the Lin family suddenly slapped her boyfriend across the face. "Churin, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I truly love you." The boy, after being struck, immediately knelt before Lin Churin. "That in no way, I will never forgive you, you liar. Get away from me." Lin Churin unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the man. "Churin, what on earth happened?" Lin Chong approached and inquired. "This scoundrel deceived me into believing he was a rich second-generation heir, but he is just a delivery boy. That I'm furious. I can't believe I was seduced by a mere delivery boy." Lin Churin's lips turned purple with rage. "How dare you deceive my Churin? I will beat you to death." Lin Chong, upon learning the details, went to give the boy another beating. "Churin, I never intended to deceive you. I truly love you." The boy, bruised and battered, still refused to give up. His eyes revealed genuine affection for Lin Churin. Unfortunately, women from the Lin family have always prioritized wealth. "Will you leave or not? If you don't, I will break your arms and legs." The Lin family was indignant. The boy looked at Lin Churin with pleading eyes. Regrettably, Lin Churin did not even spare him a glance. She simply called for security to have him thrown out. Deceit is never excusable. Even Lin Chuyi felt the boy had gone too far. What if this boy were wealthy but pretended to be poor while being with you, and you suddenly discovered his affluence? Would you forgive him? Su Yang directed his gaze towards Lin Chuyi. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Many lowly individuals enjoy posing as rich heirs to attract women, often with considerable success. However, once discovered, the inevitable outcome is abandonment. Conversely, if a wealthy man feigned poverty and was later revealed, most women would likely choose to forgive him. After all, they fell in love with him for his character, not his wealth. Certainly not. I would be even angrier. If he were truly wealthy, yet chose to pretend to be poor while with me, it would imply he doubts my feelings for him, believing I would only love him for his wealth. That is an insult to me. Lin Chuyi responded earnestly. After speaking, she realized Su Yang had vanished. Where is Tang gone? In the restroom, Su Yang anxiously dialed Tang Ninger's number. However, Tang Ninger did not answer. Water's Edge Villa. Look, there's a helicopter. The roar of the helicopter captivated everyone's attention. The Lin family gathered by the window to watch. Is it coming towards us? Could it be the owner of the mountaintop villa here to fetch Ziki? Surely, aside from the villa's owner, who else possesses such grandiosity? Indeed, I have seen this helicopter at the villa, Han Ziki confidently remarked. Quickly answer the phone. Su Yang was growing increasingly anxious. Chapter 85. Lin Chuyi's suitor, it drew nearer. Closer still. They were on the verge of meeting the legendary owner of the mountaintop villa. All awaited with bated breath. Even the matriarch, leaning on her cane, approached the window, her aged face etched with excitement. If Han Ziki were to marry the villa's owner, it would fulfill her lifelong dream. Han Ziki's face radiated happiness and excitement beyond words. This is the allure of wealth. Even without seeing the man, all the members of the Lin family were utterly satisfied that as long as he is wealthy, age, appearance, and character do not matter. Finally, Su Yang managed to connect with Tang Ninger, although he was uncertain of Su Yang's intentions. Tang Ninger dared not disregard his orders. In fact, she was somewhat pleased that Su Yang had suddenly abandoned his proposal. Why has the helicopter taken off? Confusion and disbelief were etched across the faces of all the Lin family members. Only Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, he had thought that revealing his identity would lead the Lin family to accept him, that in reality, it should have been that way. Yet Lin Chuyi had said it would only make her angrier, as it was an affront to her dignity. Forget it, he would have to gradually reveal the truth to her later. Surely, There must have been some urgent matter. Han Ziki's expression also grew somewhat awkward. Then hurry and call to inquire. The matriarch urged anxiously, "Mother, are you so eager to marry me off?" Han Ziki feigned shyness, for she was well aware that she did not possess the villa owner's phone number. "Oh well, the betrothal gifts have already been presented. There is no need to rush," the old matriarch sighed, lamenting the missed opportunity to glimpse the true identity of the villa's master. It is said that Tang Ninga serves as the housekeeper at the villa atop the mountain. Tang Ninga, is she not the one often mentioned alongside Xiao Yi as the twin beauties of Jiangdu? Indeed, it is rumored that this girl is exceedingly proud, yet she has taken on the role of a housekeeper. This merely underscores the immense influence of the villa's owner. Listening to the group incessantly extol the virtues of the villa's master, Su Yang found the situation rather amusing, that if only they knew that the illustrious villa owner they so admired was, in fact, the worthless son-in-law they looked down upon. What would their reaction be? Just then, the doorbell rang once more. Upon opening the door, a striking foreign man with golden hair and blue eyes stood before them. "Steve, what brings you here?" Lin Chuyi's expression shifted upon seeing the visitor. Steve, whose full name was David Steve, had been her classmate during her studies abroad and was also one of her admirers. In fact, Steve had nearly succeeded in winning her heart. During her time abroad, Lin Chuyi had been harassed by a group of ruffians, and it was Steve who had come to her rescue. Not only was Steve talented, but he had also established his own company while still in school. He was undeniably handsome, often regarded as the heartthrob of the school, and he and Lin Chuyi appeared to be a perfect match. Under his fervent pursuit, Lin Chuyi had almost fallen in love. However, she discovered that one of the ruffians who had tormented her was, in fact, a close friend of Steve's. After some investigation, she learned that Steve had orchestrated the entire ordeal. Lin Chuyi's greatest aversion in life was deceit. Chapter 86. The People's Choice. In truth, had Steve pursued Lin Chuyi in a straightforward manner, his chances of success would have been quite high. After all, he was both talented and attractive, leaving few girls immune to his charm. Yet it was precisely his cunning that caused him to lose the opportunity with the goddess Lin. "I have come to pay my respects to grandmother," Steve announced as he entered, carrying several large bags of gifts. "Grandmother, these are for you. Uncle, this is for you. Aunt, your gift." Steve had truly grasped the essence of gift-giving in Huaxia, preparing presents for nearly everyone. Naturally, the recipients were all smiles. Although the gifts Steve had prepared were not exorbitantly priced, each was valued at no less than 50,000, with fewer than 50 people present from the Lin family. That amounted to over 2 million. While this was a mere drop in the bucket compared to the villa owner's betrothal gifts, it was still tenfold better than the paltry offering of Su Yang, who had only brought a bottle of oral solution. It was simply laughable. "Xiao Yi, this is a gift for you. Will you be my girlfriend?" In a dramatic gesture, Steve knelt before Lin Chuyi, producing a jewelry box that contained a diamond ring of considerable carat weight, conservatively estimated to be worth no less than 10 million. "Xiao Yi, why are you dawdling? Quickly accept it." Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Xiujuan hastily urged her. Although this diamond ring paled in comparison to the villa owner's betrothal gifts, having something was certainly better than nothing. She paid no mind to Su Yang standing nearby, nor did she need to, as he had already signed the divorce agreement and was merely awaiting the opening of the Civil Affairs Office to finalize the proceedings. Wang Xiujuan and her husband were genuinely pleased with Steve. Young and already a company owner, he was also quite handsome and a foreigner to boot. That if Lin Chuyi married Steve, she would have a foreign son-in-law. "I'm sorry, Steve, but I have already informed you that I am married." Lin Chuyi felt a twinge of temptation upon seeing the magnificent diamond ring. However, it was not Steve who stirred her heart, but rather the desire for a ring of her own, a ring given to her by her husband. Yet she knew that Su Yang could never afford such a diamond. "You are divorced now." "I won't mind," Steve replied with a smile. Lin Chuyi frowned slightly. Although she had not officially announced her divorce from Su Yang, how did Steve know? Could it be that her mother? Indeed, her mother must have retained Steve's contact information. When Steve had pursued her, her parents had eagerly tried to matchmake them. However, due to Steve's deception, Lin Chuyi had condemned him outright. She would rather marry a stranger than endure betrayal. It doesn't matter that you don't mind. "I do." Clearly, Lin Chuyi had yet to forgive Steve. "What nonsense are you speaking? You, a second-hand item, should feel fortunate that anyone desires you at all. I will take charge here, and you must marry Steve," Wang Xiujuan declared coldly. Had Lin Chuyi not rejected Steve back then, she might already be a grandmother. Indeed, Steve was quite exceptional. It was rumored that he was the president of a multinational corporation. Handsome and capable. Where could one find a son-in-law like him? Steve, if Xiao Yi won't marry you, how about me? The Lin family, having received Steve's gifts, naturally rallied in support of him. That it was clear that a union between Lin Chuyi and Steve was the will of the people. Chapter 87. I should have made you wear it sooner. However, Steve was indeed impressive, and there were even those who expressed a desire to marry him. Well, isn't your ex-husband right here? Are you not going to consider his opinion? Lin Chong remarked with a mocking smile directed at Su Yang. To that moment, Su Yang appeared pitiful, watching as his wife was pursued by another, unable to intervene. Why should he have any say? Hadn't he already wasted 2 years of Lin Chuyi's life? If it weren't for him, perhaps the betrothal gifts would have been meant for Lin Chuyi. Wang Xiujuan had always harbored resentment over not receiving the betrothal gifts. After all, while Han Ziqi's looks and figure were not inferior to Lin Chuyi's capabilities far surpassed those of Han Ziqi. Capable men generally favored capable women. Had Lin Chuyi not been married, there would have been at least a 70% chance that the betrothal gifts would have gone to her. What right does he have to object? If he dares to backtrack, the penalty alone would cost him $1 billion, Lin Guodong sneered. Hurry and leave. Don't delay Xiao Yi's happiness. Su Yang, you should leave to avoid further humiliation. Han Ziqi sighed deeply, although she secretly thought Su Yang was quite decent as a member of the Lin family. The first consideration was wealth. Han Ziqi's behavior was somewhat unusual, as she typically would have made a few derisive remarks towards Su Yang. However, today she refrained from any mockery, the only thing she said being a suggestion for Su Yang to depart to spare himself from embarrassment. In this situation, where everyone sided with Steve, it would indeed be best for Su Yang to leave. Yet, Su Yang had no intention of departing. That he looked toward Lin Chuyi. Even if thousands stood against him, as long as Lin Chuyi stood by his side, he felt fearless. However, before Lin Chuyi could speak, Steve interjected, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yang. So, you were Xiao Yi's ex-husband. Not yet an ex-husband, Su Yang replied coolly. Do you think you deserve Xiao Yi? Can you protect her? How about this? Let us engage in a contest of men. If you win, I shall leave. If you lose, you are to never appear before Xiao Yi again. Oh, what do you mean by a contest of men? Su Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. Quite simply a duel. Very well, I accept it. Su Yang, are you out of your mind? Steve was the president of the Taekwondo club in college. Lin Chuyi's brows knitted in concern. While it was true that Steve had orchestrated the rescue, his strength was indisputable. After all, how else could he have defeated 7 or 8 thugs? If it had been an act, Lin Chuyi would have seen through it. Yes, let us duel. We will ensure that you are given a fair chance. Wang Xiujuan wholeheartedly agreed to this method. After all, Su Yang's physique was vastly inferior to Steve's. Steve towered over Su Yang by at least a head and far outweighed him. In truth, Su Yang appeared almost like a mere twig in comparison. Steve, during the duel, make sure to go all out. It would be best if you could cripple that worthless fool. He is an eyesore. Wang Xiujuan even whispered this encouragement in Steve's ear, unaware that Su Yang's keen hearing captured every word. Steve subtly gave Wang Xiujuan an approving gesture. Why propose a duel? To resolve matters once and for all. He had discerned that Lin Chuyi still harbored feelings for Su Yang. Should he leave Su Yang incapacitated? Would Lin Chuyi still hold affection for him? If you are afraid, you may leave now. Lin Chong taunted. It seemed that the entire Lin family supported the duel between Steve and Su Yang. Meanwhile, Han Ziqi wore a somewhat playful expression. Though she was uncertain of Su Yang's martial prowess, surely he would be more than capable of handling a Taekwondo club president, right? Since we are to duel, why not raise the stakes? Su Yang maintained a calm demeanor. Dodo, how do you propose to raise the stakes? Steve asked, a hint of excitement in his voice, wondering if this man was daring to up the ante. How about a hand? Very well. If I lose, I shall forfeit both hands. Steve had initially intended to leave Su Yang with at least one hand incapacitated. That I do not agree. I am not an object. Why should I be wagered like a commodity? Lin Chuyi interjected, gritting her teeth. Observing Lin Chuyi's angry expression brought Su Yang some measure of joy. Clearly, Lin Chuyi vehemently opposed his duel with Steve, fearing for his safety. After all, Lin Chuyi possessed an intimate understanding of Steve's capabilities and was even more aware of Su Yang's strengths. It matters not if you disagree. What is essential is that I concur. At that moment, the matriarch interjected, stating, in our esteemed Huaxia, there has always been a tradition of martial contests for courtship. Only true heroes are worthy of beautiful maidens. However, Lin Chuyi was about to voice her thoughts when she was interrupted by Su Yang, who expressed his gratitude. My dear, thank you for selecting me amidst the vast sea of people. I shall ensure that everyone knows your discerning eye is not misplaced. Haha, even a waste of space has begun to engage in theatrics. Lin Chong sneered at Su Yang's words. Due to Lin Chuyi's previous remark, Su Yang refrained from revealing his wealth, yet he felt it permissible to showcase a bit of his martial prowess. Do not overexert yourself. Concede quickly if you cannot prevail. Lin Chuyi retorted, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found Su Yang rather manly at that moment, as if he were no longer the ineffectual person he once was. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Wait, put this on. Just as the two were about to commence, Hanziki tossed her motorcycle helmet over, concerned about potential fatality. Rest assured, I shall ensure he retains a breath. Steve laughed heartily as he charged towards Su Yang. Throw a punch. Taekwondo emphasizes speed and power. Coupled with Steve's imposing physique, a single strike could effortlessly shatter several of Su Yang's ribs. Yet instead of targeting Su Yang's chest, he aimed for his face. Disfigured visage is still a disfigurement. Boom! A dull sound reverberated as a figure was sent hurtling backward. Serves him right. He shall be rendered a fool. Lin Chong mockingly shook his head. Suddenly, his eyes bulged in disbelief, for the one sent flying was not Su Yang, but Steve. Steve's body was propelled 5 meters back, crashing into the wall, which crumbled upon impact that he lay there, motionless. The scene was utterly astonishing. Was this truly the same ineffectual person they had known? Although Su Yang had previously bested Lin Chong, it was evident that Lin Chong was merely a debauched figure, nowhere near Steve's caliber. This must be a joke. Ah, I should have insisted you wear it. Hanziki shrugged upon witnessing the spectacle. Chapter 88. How could I possibly compare to her? Steve mistakenly believed that Hanziki had intended for Su Yang to wear the helmet, when in fact it was meant for himself. Steve, what has happened to you? Wang Xiaozhuan's expression shifted dramatically as she rushed over, only to discover that Steve was barely breathing. She immediately turned on Su Yang, shouting, How dare you strike my son-in-law, you scoundrel! I will not let this go, mother. Have you had your fill of this ruckus? Lin Chuyi interposed in front of Su Yang, frowning. Moreover, Steve is not even your son-in-law. If Steve is not my son-in-law, then who is this utterly useless waste? Mother, it was all of you who agreed to the duel. Thankfully, Su Yang emerged victorious. Had he lost, you would surely have been the first to take advantage. Lin Chuyi, do you insist on siding with that good-for-nothing? How could I have given birth to such a daughter? In this instance, Lin Chuyi did not back down, and the mother-daughter duo engaged in a fierce quarrel. All right. Someone call 120. We must get him to the hospital. Ultimately, it was the matriarch's voice that calmed the situation. At that moment, Wang Xiaozhuan finally realized. Yes, hurry. Take him to the hospital. After speaking, she shot a glare at Su Yang, adding, If anything were to happen to my esteemed son-in-law, I will make you pay dearly. How absurd, for it was Su Yang who was her true son-in-law. Oh no, Steve has stopped breathing. You waste of space have killed him. Lin Chong exclaimed, probing beneath Steve's nose and checking his pulse, his expression turning peculiar. Lin Chong's words caused several present to pale. With the Lin family's influence, as long as no fatalities occurred, it would not be a significant issue. However, should a life be lost, the Lin family would face dire consequences, especially since Steve was a distinguished international guest. This was a monumental mess. Initially, Lin Chuyi had felt a sense of joy at Su Yang's victory. But now her complexion had turned ashen. We are in deep trouble now. What is there to fear? The one who committed the act is this brat. It has nothing to do with our Lin family. Indeed, quickly apprehend this murderer and take him to the police station. The Lin family clamored. Lin Chuyi was at a loss for how to proceed. What is all this shouting about? Who says he is dead? Just then, Su Yang dug in his ear and approached Steve. He delivered a solid punch to Steve's chest, exclaiming, You scoundrel! Even if Steve were truly dead, you would still not relent. Wang Xiaozhuan was about to unleash another tirade when suddenly, Steve coughed violently. Her face lit up with joy. Thank heavens, my dear son-in-law is alive. The Lin family breathed a sigh of relief. Had Steve truly perished, even if Su Yang was the one who struck him, the Lin family would still be implicated. What happened to me? Steve's expression was one of confusion. Moments ago, he had intended to shatter Su Yang's face with a punch, yet suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he remembered nothing. You lost. It is time to fulfill your promise. Su Yang narrowed his eyes. What promise? You said that should you lose, you would relinquish both your hands to me. Su Yang was not a benevolent individual. Since the opponent sought to sever his hands, he would certainly not let Steve off easily. You waste, how dare you? Wang Xiujuan stepped forward, hands on hips, her eyes seething with fury as she glared at Su Yang. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Without further ado, Su Yang vanished in a flash. When he reappeared, he stood before Steve, seizing both of his hands. Crack, crack, two sharp sounds echoed. My hands, Steve screamed in agony. Akin to a pig being slaughtered, as his hands were brutally broken by Su Yang. The onlookers were left aghast, and it was well known that for the past 2 years, Su Yang had a reputation for his good temper. He had silently endured insults and reprimands, particularly from Wang Xiujuan, obeying her without any hint of defiance, that he had even washed her intimate garments without a hint of complaint. Never had anyone witnessed such a violent side of Su Yang. Moreover, this fellow possessed astounding strength, capable of breaking someone's hands. You waste, have you gone mad? Wang Xiujuan raised her hand, poised to slap Su Yang. However, her hand remained suspended in the air, for Su Yang was staring at her with a chilling gaze. His eyes, devoid of emotion, instilled a profound sense of fear in Wang Xiujuan, as if they belonged not to a human, but to a ferocious beast. Get out. The Lin family does not welcome you. Wang Xiujuan finally roared at Su Yang, that he turned and walked away at Su Yang. Lin Chuyi attempted to call him back. Stop. Should you dare to continue associating with him, I will sever our mother-daughter ties. Lin Chuyi's body suddenly stiffened. It seemed she had once again placed her in a difficult position. Shaking her head, she turned to leave. Oh dear, my good son-in-law, are you all right? From behind, Wang Xiujuan's concerned voice reached him, as if Steve were truly her real son-in-law. Initially, she had meticulously planned everything, preparing to confess to Lin Chuyi. However, Lin Chuyi had stated that if a wealthy man pretended to be a poor boy in order to be with her, it would be an insult, and she would be furious. Although Su Yang did not intentionally pretend to be a poor boy, the reality remained, compared to being looked down upon by the Lin family. He cared more about Lin Chuyi's feelings. Originally, Tang Ninger had been in a sour mood, but upon seeing Su Yang's glum expression, her spirits lifted considerably. Oh boss, did someone refuse your proposal? Tang Ninger inquired with a grin. Convinced that Su Yang had been turned down by Lin Chuyi, hence his sudden retreat, that if he remains silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Su Yang, feeling dejected, naturally wore a sour expression. Boss, if you have suffered at the hands of another woman, do you have to take it out on me? Tang Ninger bit her lip in a somewhat aggrieved manner. That I'm sorry. Realizing he had been somewhat excessive, Su Yang immediately apologized. Observing Su Yang's dazed expression, Tang Ninger exclaimed, Boss, is that woman truly so extraordinary? Am I, Tang Ninger, truly not even comparable to her? How would I know if I've never compared? Then let us compare. Suddenly, Tang Ninger stepped forward, gripping Su Yang's collar and leaning in, her body arching forward, as Su Yang's gaze involuntarily fell upon Tang Ninger. She was clad in a royal blue silk nightgown, standing proudly before him. He could not fathom how this girl had grown so voluptuous, her waist impossibly slender. With her tall stature and beautiful features, her gold-rimmed glasses accentuated her unique aura, while a delightful fragrance enveloped him. Chapter 89. An IQ of 138. Wherein do I fall short of her? To be frank, Su Yang could not pinpoint where Tang Ninger fell short compared to Lin Chuyi in terms of height, appearance, and figure. It seemed that Tang Ninger was hardly inferior to A.S. for talent. Had it not been for Su Yang's covert protection, the Lin group would have long been swallowed by the Li group, leaving no trace of its current status as Jiangdu's top female CEO. That Su Yang was no stranger to women, having gained a comprehensive understanding of them through Xiandi. She had raised him, taught him martial arts, introduced him to the allure of femininity, and made him aware of the joy a woman could bring to a man. However, when it came to emotions, Su Yang was a blank slate. For Xiandi had never bestowed upon him a title, he had never acknowledged her as his girlfriend, nor had she ever recognized him as her boyfriend. He yearned for it, and Xiandi would acquiesce to his desires, especially after each bout of slaughter. Only Xiandi had the power to temper the bloodlust that surged within Su Yang, as for matters of the heart. He had only ever experienced Lin Shuyi, caring for her and the Lin family for 2 years, only to be met with such an outcome. Thus, it was not that Su Yang was unfeeling. Rather, he simply lacked an understanding of romantic nuances. After all, Xiandi had shown him the essence of womanhood, but had not instructed him on how to court one that within the confines of their home. They were akin to a married couple. Yet in public, they presented themselves as brothers. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere shifted into something delicate. Tang Ning remained still, her long eyelashes fluttering ever so slightly. What was the boss's situation, given the current circumstances? Shouldn't he take some action? Could it be that the boss did not know how to interact with women at all? Boss, have you not had any other women besides Lin Shuyi? After 5 minutes of tense silence, Tang Ning finally spoke. That it was evident to her that Su Yang held considerable interest in her, at least in her physical form, that he was perhaps unsure of how to proceed further. If it were a more experienced man, he would have made his move in an instant. How could this be? Su Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Could she truly perceive his interests so clearly? Yet he could not admit it. Haha, boss, you needn't deny that if I am not mistaken, you and Lin Chuyi must be contractually bound as a couple, and you likely have yet to consummate your relationship. Am I right? Who was Tang Ning to have, at such a young age, ascended to the role of a CEO in a publicly traded company, her mind sharp and discerning? It was easy for her to deduce certain truths. No, you must have never been with a woman, correct? Before Su Yang could respond, Tang Ning continued. You have. This time, Su Yang spoke with newfound confidence. Tang Ning keenly sensed the shift in Su Yang's demeanor. Boss, you have experienced intimacy with a woman. Yet why do you appear so inexperienced? Could it be? Suddenly, Tang Ning's eyes widened in shock, her brows knitting together as she glared at Su Yang. Boss, your notion of intimacy cannot possibly refer to some alleyway romance, can it? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Yang's face grew even more awkward, that he was well aware of what an alleyway romance entailed. So, it follows that you have had a woman, yet she did not grant you any recognition. Tang Ning mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Good grief. Su Yang was taken aback by Tang Ning's expression. Could she truly infer such details? Do not be surprised. My IQ is 138. Tang Ning declared with a hint of pride. What? 138. It is known that the average IQ ranges between 90 and 110. With anything above 120 deemed genius, that I never anticipated Tang Ning's intelligence to soar to such heights. However, intelligence does not equate to emotional acumen, which ultimately led Tang Ning to be outsmarted by her friends, resulting in her current predicament. Boss, would you like me to teach you? Upon discovering Su Yang's naivety in matters of the heart, Tang Ning raised her eyebrows at him. How would you teach me? You would simply pretend I am your girlfriend, treat me well, and I will point out where you falter. Trust me, once you grasp the essence of love, winning over someone like Lin Chuyi will be a mere trifle. Su Yang contemplated this. It did seem to have a modicum of logic that, you have a boyfriend? No, why? Then how can you presume to teach me? One single man instructing another on romance, a true farce. Su Yang rolled his eyes and turned to retire for the night. You are such a cad, boss. Tang Ning pouted as she too went to be in the following days. Su Yang found himself quite bored, repeatedly urging Tang Ning to invite her friends over for some entertainment. They even offered to cook for them. Yet she remained unmoved in truth. Tang Ning was not hesitant to invite friends. Rather, she found the situation too awkward. After all, they had all indulged a bit too much that night, and she had lost her virginity in a rather inexplicable manner. She remained uncertain if any of her other friends had fallen victim to Su Yang's clumsiness as well. Even if they hadn't tea, what did it matter? Sharing a bed. The thought alone filled her with embarrassment. Finally, the day arrived for them to return to work. That Su Yang was eager to check on the company, having grown increasingly restless. However, before he could depart, he received a call from Lin Chuyi, indicating she needed to speak with him. Upon answering, it was not Lin Chuyi's voice he heard, but that of Wang Shizhuan. Su Yang, the Civil Affairs Bureau is open today. You need to come and finalize your divorce with Xiao Yi. Without allowing him a moment to respond, Wang Shizhuan hung up the phone. Mom, I told you I have business at the company today. I can't make it. Humph. Nothing is more pressing than your divorce that I will accompany you today. You must finalize it. Wang Shizhuan's tone was unyielding. Mom, I don't want a divorce. Don't want a divorce. I've long seen that you are likely still infatuated with that good-for-nothing. Let me tell you, even if I accept him, can your grandmother accept him? Just give up on that thought. Wang Xiujuan insisted, forcibly dragging Lin Chuyi to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Back at the villa, Su Yang appeared somewhat lost and disoriented. Obtaining a divorce certificate was not the same as merely signing a divorce agreement. The issuance of a divorce certificate signified the complete severance of their relationship. He had thought he could remain unfazed, for during the signing of the divorce agreement, he had already considered himself divorced from Lin Chuyi. Yet, with all that had transpired, he had come to realize that Lin Chuyi did harbor some feelings for him. Forget it, women from the Lin family have no true emotions. The call was from Lin Chuyi, and if she had not consented, Wang Xiujuan would not have made that call in less than an hour. Su Yang arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, but Wang Xiujuan still complained of his tardiness, claiming she had waited for him for ages. Presumably, he had taken the bus. Indeed, such a significant matter, and he could not even spare the expense for a taxi. Her words dripped with disdain. Su Yang chose not to retort. After all, once today was over, he would finally put an end to it all. The process was smooth, and they were merely awaiting the official stamp to receive the divorce certificate. However, at that moment, a deafening gunshot rang out. Ordinary people are often oblivious to the sound of gunfire, mistaking it for something else, perhaps a collapse. Yet Su Yang was different, that he not only recognized the sound as gunfire, but identified it as that of a Desert Eagle. The Desert Eagle was undeniably a weapon of faith. A handgun using exceptionally powerful magnum rounds, its power comparable to that of a sniper rifle. What was a Desert Eagle doing at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang instinctively tackled Lin Chuyi and Wang Xiujuan to the ground, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. You fool! What are you doing? Wang Xiujuan, startled by the sudden noise, began to berate him as she was thrown down. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, her scream pierced the AT that moment. A robust man in his 30s brandished a handgun, and before him lay a woman whose arm had been reduced to a mere stump. Such was the devastating power of the Desert Eagle. Upon impact, it did not merely leave a bullet hole, but obliterated the woman's arm entirely. My arm, my arm. The woman, initially shocked by the gunfire, only grasped the reality of her situation when she noticed the horrified gazes of those around her. Her screams echoed in anguish. Everyone, shut up. If anyone dares to make another sound, I will kill you. The muscular man bellowed, and immediately, silence fell upon the room as everyone clamped their mouths shut. Zhang Jun, spare me. I was wrong. Wrong? What exactly did you do wrong? I should not have betrayed you. I should not have slept with another man. The woman, tears streaming down her face, pleaded for mercy. Through their conversation, the onlookers began to piece together the story's origins, a tale rife with melodrama. Yet for many women, mere monetary gain could never suffice. The man worked tirelessly to provide, while the woman luxuriated at home, all the while sowing seeds of betrayal. Any man would find such a betrayal intolerable. Upon discovery, the woman brazenly declared her wish to divorce, unaware that her partner was far from an ordinary man. Lu Lang, your character mirrors your name. An utter wastrel, I toil endlessly, while you turn my life into a farce. Zhang Jun raged with bitter laughter. Bro, we support your decision to eliminate this shameless woman. But could you perhaps let us go? A brave soul timidly suggested. Let you go? Certainly, but it will cost a life. What do you mean? The crowd was puzzled by Zhang Jun's cryptic words. Zhang Jun scoffed. It is simple. If anyone steps forward to sacrifice themselves for their partner, I will release one of you, that if not, well, I am sorry, but you all will meet your demise. To lay down one's life for a partner? It was a jest. Even the most enamored couples would find such an act daunting, let alone these individuals who had come to sever ties. Where are your vows now? What happened to your promises of never parting? Zhang Jun's laughter was laced with sorrow, that in his quest for a better life for his wife, he had ventured down a path of no return, only to find his sacrifices met with betrayal. In his madness, he resolved to take everyone present with him, convinced that no one would dare step forth. And indeed, he was correct. Among these divorced couples, some have long engaged in bitter disputes, their feelings eroded to nothingness, while others have succumbed to infidelity. They have long harbored a deep-seated hatred for one another, to sacrifice one's life for the other. Preposterous. I shall grant you one more minute to contemplate, that if not, I shall regretfully inform you that you are destined to perish on this very day, Zhang Jun stated coldly. Time ticked away, second by second. Sweat beaded on each person's brow that in a one wished to die. Yet no one stepped forward. It seems that true love is but a farce. Let us descend into hell together. Zhang Jun raised his desert eagle, a cruel glint appearing in his eyes that I am willing. Just as Zhang Jun was about to pull the trigger, a calm voice resonated. Soon, a man slowly stepped forward. The man's appearance momentarily startled Zhang Jun. Were you not here to finalize your divorce? Yes. Then why would you willingly sacrifice your life for her? I do not wish to, but living one is better than both dying, that Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Indeed, this unexpected figure was Su Yang, that he was gradually inching closer to Zhang Jun. If he could close the distance to within 3 meters, he was confident he could subdue Zhang Jun before a shot was fired. However, he was still 5 meters away. Taking risks was unwise. The others were equally dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that someone would actually stand up and offer their life for another in this divorce hall. Envy flickered across the women's faces that if their own men were willing to die for them, how could they ever consider divorce? Alas, the men beside them 5 meters, for meters 4.5. Very well, your woman may leave, Zhang Jun addressed Su Yang. And her, I hope you can allow her to leave as well. Su Yang indicated towards Wang Xiu. As he conversed with Zhang Jun, he slowly approached him. Wang Xiujuan, who had previously appeared ashen, suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy upon hearing this, exclaiming, Yes, I am his mother-in-law. She had never anticipated that this useless man would stand up at such a critical moment. Yet, this was fortuitous that it was better for this useless man to die than for her and Lin Chuyi to perish. Thus, for the first time in 2 years, Wang Xiujuan embraced her identity as a mother-in-law. As Su Yang approached within 3 meters of Zhang Jun, Lin Chuyi suddenly rushed in, blocking Su Yang's path. No, I will not leave. You are insane. You are insane. Both Su Yang and Wang Xiujuan exclaimed, utterly taken aback by Lin Chuyi's actions. Chapter 91. How to get to the hospital? I am not insane. We are already divorced. What right do you have to sacrifice yourself for me? Lin Chuyi bit her lip, though she was terrified. Nevertheless, she could not allow Su Yang to die in her stead. Miss, has our divorce certificate been processed? Su Yang turned to ask the frail-looking female staff member at the counter. Did you hear that? The divorce certificate has yet to be finalized, so as of now, you are still my woman to be obedient and take your mother out. Daughter, listen to him. Letting him die is better than both of us perishing, Wang Xiujuan urged. Yet Lin Chuyi merely shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. Lin Chuyi, are you out of your mind? Get out of here right now. I do not wish to see you. Su Yang cursed vehemently at Su Yang. Do you think that by insulting me, you can provoke me into leaving? I will not. If we are to die, let us die together. I am not afraid. Lin Chuyi was a fiercely stubborn woman. Hearing her declaration to face death together warmed Su Yang's heart. After all, life is the most precious thing in this world. He was willing to step forward because he understood that even if he were shot by the Desert Eagle, he would not die. But Lin Chuyi truly would, that he immediately retorted. Lin Chuyi, if you are not afraid of death, do you wish for your mother to die alongside you? Indeed, Wang Xiujuan was Lin Chuyi's Achilles heel. Daughter, I do not wish to die. Wang Xiujuan began to weep. Whether genuinely or feigned, it was uncertain. Glancing at the tear-streaked face of Wang Xiujuan, Lin Chuyi felt deeply conflicted. Over the past 2 years, Su Yang had adhered to Lin Chuyi's every word. She had commanded him not to touch her, and he had complied without fail. When had he ever uttered such domineering words? Very well. I will wait for you. Lin Chuyi finally agreed to leave. If it were solely up to her, she would never have walked away. However, she could not abandon her mother. Observing this, Wang Xiujuan swiftly grabbed her daughter and ran outside. Brother, you are truly a fool. Your mother-in-law looks at you with disdain. Yet you are willing to die for her. Wang Xiujuan's gaze towards Su Yang was noted by Zhang Jiyuan. As Su Yang smiled faintly, refraining from retorting, this moment. Wang Xiujuan likely wished he were dead, and Su Yang's thoughts were not unfounded. Wang Xiujuan indeed harbored such sentiments. Originally, Lin Chuyi had maintained a tenuous connection with Su Yang. Today, by risking his life to save her, Lin Chuyi was unlikely to separate from Su Yang again. Thus, the most favorable outcome would be for Su Yang to be killed by Zhang Jun. Of course, she could never voice such thoughts, especially after Su Yang had just saved both her and Lin Chuyi. Meanwhile, Lin Chuyi was in turmoil. She had never expected that the man who had always been submissive to her would display such bravery. At that moment, the police finally arrived. "Officer, please save my husband." Lin Chuyi grasped the leading female officer, her eyes glistening with tears. She herself did not realize that she had referred to Su Yang as her husband. "What is going on inside?" Zhu Wei inquired, her expression grave. Lin Chuyi quickly recounted the situation. "Do not worry. We will do our utmost." Upon learning that Su Yang was inside, Zhu Wei's tension slightly eased. In the previous robbery case, Su Yang had subdued 3 armed robbers. Afterward, he had simulated the scenario countless times. Even she, the captain of the precinct, had a success rate of 0. However, based on Lin Chuyi's description, the weapon being used was likely a Desert Eagle. Anyone capable of acquiring such a weapon was certainly not an ordinary person. Zhu Wei wasted no time and dashed inside. Mere seconds after Zhu Wei entered, gunfire erupted once more. Lin Chuyi tensed, tears streaming down her face. Memories flooded her mind. Approximately a minute later, Zhu Wei emerged carrying a person. It was Su Yang. Su Yang was genuinely astonished. He had finally managed to approach Zhang Jun within 3 meters and successfully disarm him of the Desert Eagle. But he could not comprehend why this woman had entered and immediately opened fire. It turned out that upon entering, Zhu Wei had seen a figure with a gun preparing to shoot. And as Su Yang's back was turned to her, she instinctively fired. Su Yang could have evaded the bullet. But had he done so, it would have struck the person behind him, that he had no choice but to endure a bullet. Fortunately, Zhu Wei's weapon was not a Desert Eagle, but a standard-issue firearm, which lacked significant power. Simultaneously, Su Yang recalled how he had ended up in the hospital after fainting. It turned out he had been carried there by this long-legged officer. Impressive. Su Yang could only think of those 2 words regarding the female officer capable of carrying a burly man. However, he could walk on his own. Regrettably, Zhu Wei offered no opportunity for Su Yang to resist, forcibly placing him onto the ambulance, while Zhang Jun was escorted into the police vehicle to the hospital. Outside the emergency room, Lin Chuyi was like an ant on a hot pan. "Daughter, why are you so anxious? If that man dies, it is for the best. He will no longer entangle you," Wang Xiujuan remarked coldly. "Mother, is that how you speak? If it were not for Su Yang, we might have perished." Lin Chuyi could hardly believe her mother would utter such words. "Hey, you heartless child, how can you speak to your mother like that? If you had not divorced him, would you have encountered such a situation? It was you who insisted we go for a divorce today. If he were a capable man, would I have allowed your divorce? I see him as a harbinger of misfortune. He nearly brought calamity upon the Lin family last time. It would be best if he were dead. If he is not, this marriage must end," Wang Xiujuan scoffed. Lin Chuyi was left speechless, unwilling to continue debating with her mother. This time, Su Yang had sustained a gunshot wound to his shoulder, which was even less severe than his previous injury. In truth, he could have walked on his own. However, the domineering officer insisted on carrying him. Was this girl feeling guilty for injuring him? The emergency doctor was a woman clad in a white coat, her figure impossible to conceal, a fragrant aroma wafting into Su Yang's nostrils. The doctor, wearing a mask, pulled out a long syringe to administer an injection. However, just as the needle was about to pierce Su Yang's arm, his expression abruptly changed, and he seized the doctor's wrist. With a menacing tone, he demanded, "Remove your mask." Chapter 92. The fiery empress upon being grasped by Su Yang. The female doctor tensed up, instinctively attempting to break free from his grip. Unfortunately, Su Yang's hold was like a vice. She could not escape. "I shall say this once more. Remove your mask." Su Yang reiterated his demand, a glimmer of menace flashing in his eyes. All right, I will remove it." The doctor's voice was soft and dulcet, not at all befitting a medical professional. She reached up to her ear and gently removed her mask. Instantly, a stunning visage was revealed. Her skin was fair, her brows elegantly arched, and her nose high and refined. She was a Western beauty. Upon seeing her face, Su Yang let out a sigh of relief, simultaneously feeling a surge of astonishment. "Fiery Empress, how dare you come to Huaxia? Do you not know how valuable your head is at present?" To her astonishment, despite wearing colored contact lenses, she was still recognized by you, the female doctor remarked, as she reached up to remove the lenses from her eyes. Instantly, she revealed a pair of azure eyes reminiscent of the ocean. Coupled with her striking features, she possessed an indescribable allure, a quintessential Western beauty. "Your scent has betrayed you," Su Yang said nonchalantly. Typically, one would expect the scent of antiseptic from a doctor, yet this female physician exuded a delicate fragrance of perfume. Ditto. I didn't realize that Lord Pajuan had such a keen memory for scents. The female doctor leaned in closer to Su Yang, playfully tracing her finger across his face. Her expression radiating charm, it must be said. She was an enchanting enchantress, a captivating beauty with an irresistible allure that could tempt any man. Even Su Yang had entertained the thought of indulging in her charms. However, he was fortunate enough to refrain from turning that thought into reality. The reason was simple. This woman had attracted the attention of a powerful figure, the leader of the 12 Round Table Knights, King Arthur. Of course, this King Arthur was not the one documented in history, but rather the latest bearer of the sword in the stone. Historically, King Arthur became the king of Britain by drawing the sword from the stone and simultaneously led the 12 Round Table Knights. Over time, a new King Arthur would emerge periodically. They no longer held the title of King of Britain, yet they continued to lead the 12 knights. To become King Arthur was a straightforward task. One simply needed to draw the sword in the stone. It was said that this sword was extraordinarily magical, embedded in a rock, and no one could pull it out except for King Arthur. This sword was a formidable weapon, embodying the very essence of King Arthur. Legend spoke of the Arthur who could draw the sword as nearly invincible. The reason the Flame Empress caught the eye of King Arthur was quite straightforward. She had stolen the sword in the stone. As the emblem of King Arthur, the theft of the sword could not go unpunished. Each of the 12 Round Table Knights was immensely powerful, and they immediately commenced a relentless pursuit of the Flame Empress. Su Yang's acquaintance with the Flame Empress stemmed from one such chase. She was on the verge of being captured when Su Yang appeared and, with overwhelming strength, repelled 3 knights of the Round Table. It was then that the Flame Empress became entangled with him. Had Su Yang known the reason behind her being hunted, he would have never intervened. Initially, he was merely compelled to act when he saw 3 burly men ganging up on a single woman. Little did he know that this audacious woman dared to steal from King Arthur. The 12 Round Table Knights were formidable, akin to the infamous Greed Wolf. Even the Greed Wolf would not dare claim to defeat them. Su Yang's ability to fend off 3 knights was due to his exceptional combat prowess, being one of the top-tier fighters among the Greed Wolf. Aside from Xiandi, no one could rival him. During his 2 years of marriage to Lin Chuyi, he had made every effort to conceal his abilities, successfully avoiding the Flame Empress's advances. Yet, scarcely a month after activating his Pajuan account, the Flame Empress sought him out. "Brother Pajuan, have you considered my proposal? Marry me, and you shall possess both me and the sword in the stone." The Flame Empress whispered enticingly in Su Yang's ear. He had to admit, he was intrigued by both her and the sword. However, he had no desire to provoke the 12 Round Table Knights. Moreover, the Flame Empress sought to wed him solely for his protection. "That I must ask, dear lady, why choose to steal the sword in the stone of all things? Perhaps you should return it and sincerely apologize. There is a chance King Arthur might forgive you," Su Yang suggested with an eye roll. The Flame Empress sighed in resignation, responding, "It's not as simple as returning the sword. King Arthur desires not only the sword, but also my very self." It turned out that King Arthur was captivated by the Flame Empress's unparalleled beauty and had declared her to be his woman. What kind of existence was King Arthur? Few dared to provoke him across the globe that if he were a handsome man, the Flame Empress might have accepted her fate. However, King Arthur was an imposing figure, towering over 2 meters, resembling a giant. Standing before him, even the 1.75-meter Flame Empress felt diminutive, akin to a fledgling chick. With his formidable presence, the thought of marrying such a beast was unthinkable for her. Previously, the Flame Empress was a figure of immense allure, with countless leaders of organizations bowing to her. She could demand the moon from the sky, and someone would surely retrieve it for her. But times had changed. Any man who approached her now would distance themselves. Knowing King Arthur had claimed her as his OWNTO come near her would be tantamount to donning the proverbial green hat of infidelity. Few dared to challenge King Arthur in such a manner. Nevertheless, the Flame Empress saw great potential in Su Yang. "Perhaps you should consider it. After all, who wouldn't want to be the king's woman?" she said, her expression clouded with melancholy. Su Yang jested. "I want to be your man. That one do." "Su Yang, are you truly unwilling to marry me?" "It's not that I'm unwilling. I simply dare not. I have no desire to attract the attention of a beast." Very well. He expected her to persist, But to his surprise, she decisively relinquished her pursuit that if you wish for me to cease my advances, you must agree to one condition, the Flame Empress said, her beautiful eyes narrowing. What condition? Let me be your woman for a single occasion. Su Yang gazed at the stunning beauty before him, and it was impossible to claim he harbored no desire. After all, he was a man in the prime of his youth, that it had been 2 years since he had last been with a woman. Yet, if he were to comply, what difference would it make from marrying the Flame Empress? He couldn't possibly wait until she wed King Arthur to declare, I had my turn first. You're free to do as you wish. Don't you want to see what the legendary sword in the stone looks like? The Flame Empress dangled the bait. The sword in the stone was a mythical weapon that it was said that the first King Arthur wielded this sword to become the King of Britain. It was a weapon befitting a ruler. Naturally, Su Yang was eager to witness its grandeur. However, confronting King Arthur merely to glimpse the sword seemed hardly worth the risk. Very well, let me first see what the sword in the stone looks like. And then I shall contemplate your proposal, Su Yang conceded. Though reluctant to provoke King Arthur, the allure of the sword was too great to resist. Moreover, it was primarily a means to temporarily escape the Flame Empress's entanglement. For she surely wouldn't carry the sword with her. Really? The Flame Empress exclaimed with delight. She promptly opened a nearby medical kit and tossed the sword to Su Yang. Is this truly the sword in the stone? Upon receiving what she had thrown, Su Yang's lips twitched slightly. The object was a short sword, about a foot long, embedded in a rock slightly larger than a steamed bun. Could this truly be called a sword? It seemed more akin to a dagger. The legendary sword in the stone was supposed to be awe-inspiring. Yet here it was, a mere trinket that was short, unimpressive, and even appeared rusted. Su Yang could hardly believe that this was the famed sword in the stone. This is genuinely the sword in the stone. If you don't believe me, try pulling it out, the Flame Empress urged, noticing Su Yang's skepticism. With a swift motion, Su Yang grasped the sword and pulled it free without effort. Is this how it's done? The Flame Empress stood in shock. She attempted to pull the sword herself, but it remained firmly in place, no matter how much strength she exerted in the end. She even resorted to using all her might, yet the sword remained unyielding. Keep pretending. Su Yang scoffed I truly cannot pull it out. The Flame Empress was on the verge of tears, noticing her genuine distress. Su Yang took hold of the sword again, effortlessly pulling it free once more. If you wish for my protection, at least show some sincerity. Trying to deceive me with a broken sword is hardly engaging. Before Su Yang could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a weight in his hand. The short sword transformed into a massive sword, approximately 2 meters in length, radiating a blue glow, free of rust. Its blade resembled Frostmourne from the world of Warcraft, exuding an aura of terrifying power by the heavens. Su Yang gasped, his eyes widening. Could this truly be the sword in the stone? The aura, the pressure. It felt as though he was wielding a ferocious beast. A sense of uncontrollable power surged through him, but as Su Yang swiftly plunged the massive sword into the stone, an astonishing scene unfolded. It was as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Meanwhile, the Flame Empress sat on the ground, her complexion pale as a sheet, clearly shaken by the sword's emergence. Su Yang felt certain that this was indeed the authentic sword in the stone. It was no wonder that the Arthur who wielded it was deemed invincible. Yet why was he able to draw the sword in the stone? Minutes passed before the Flame Empress regained her composure, her eyes brimming with joy as she gazed at Su Yang. You actually managed to pull out the sword in the stone. And then what? Su Yang felt no particular pride in his ability to draw the sword. It seems that pulling the sword from the stone requires immense strength. The average person simply lacks the power to do so. Su Yang, do you comprehend what it signifies to be able to extract the sword from the stone? It means you would be the leader of the 12 Knights of the Round Table. And then, you could expel that old rascal Arthur from the Knights, and I would no longer be pursued. Why would I do such a thing? Su Yang scoffed you not wish to lead the Knights of the Round Table. It is one of the most powerful organizations in the world. Not interested. Of course, Su Yang was not genuinely disinterested. The Knights of the Round Table symbolized Britain as a foreigner. Even if he could pull the sword from the stone, they would never permit him to become King Arthur. Well, the Flame Empress sighed in disappointment. Since a soft approach has failed, a more forceful method will have to suffice. Initially, the Flame Empress had set her sights on Su Yang. Now that he could actually pull the sword from the stone, she would not let him slip away easily. Suddenly, she seized the syringe in her hand and lunged at Su Yang. Flame Empress, do you think your strength could... Oh my! Su Yang's eyes widened in shock as the needle of the Flame Empress pierced his neck. Brother Pejuan, do you wonder why I have been conversing with you for so long? How does the fragrance of Yuxiang Chua smell? The Flame Empress gently blew towards Su Yang, and a more intense aroma enveloped him. Yuxiang Chua is a potion specifically designed for those skilled in internal energy, often employed as a perfume. It is utterly insidious that in the past, upon seeing the Flame Empress, Su Yang would have instinctively held his breath. However, having lived in the city for too long, he had let his guard down. What have you injected me with? Su Yang's expression darkened. Little did he expect that after endlessly hunting the wild goose, he would be pecked in the eye today. Rest assured, Brother Pejuan, it is not poison, merely a potion to unleash your primal instincts. Now, do you not feel that I have become even more beautiful? The Flame Empress giggled like silver bells, then unfastened the buttons of her lab coat. Indeed, when Su Yang looked at the Flame Empress again, his heart ignited with fervor. Flame Empress, even if you possess my body, you shall never have my heart. I never intended to capture your heart, The Flame Empress chuckled. Chapter 94. The sixth night. Anya. Once she shed her lab coat, the Flame Empress's enchanting figure was fully revealed. She wore a red mini-skirt, her long legs captivating in their allure, with a waist that could be grasped with a single hand and a proud bosom, complemented by her emerald eyes. Combined with the effects of the potion she had just injected, this moment, Su Yang felt that the Flame Empress must be the most beautiful woman in the world. His body was completely out of his control, and the internal energy within him was unable to function normally under the influence of Yuxiang Chiluo. As the saying goes, life is akin to that if one cannot resist, then one must. Furthermore, the Flame Empress is internationally recognized as one of the top 10 most alluring women. Otherwise, how could even King Arthur be enamored by her charms? To possess the Flame Empress while also obtaining the sword from the stone would be a tremendous gain. However, just as the rice was about to be cooked, the emergency room door was suddenly thrust open with force. It was a petite girl, around 1.5 meters tall, with her slender, fair thighs exposed. She wore a pink cloak and appeared remarkably delicate, resembling a character from an anime. Yet, upon seeing the petite girl, the Flame Empress's expression shifted dramatically. For this girl was no mere soft and easily toppled figure. She was Anya Arsto, the sixth knight of the 12 Knights of the Round Table. The strength and rank within the Knights of the Round Table are intricately linked. The higher the rank, the stronger the individual. Though Anya appeared as a diminutive girl, she had earned the title of knight and held the position of sixth knight, making her a formidable opponent. The Flame Empress could not help but swallow hard. It is worth noting that in previous encounters, although King Arthur had dispatched 3 knights, they were merely the 12th, 11th, and 10th knights, the weakest among the 12 knights. Yet this time, the 6th knight had come. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the Flame Empress grasped the sword from the stone and leaped towards the emergency room window. Crash! The window shattered. Surprisingly, Anya did not immediately pursue the fleeing Flame Empress. That a hint of sorrow graced her youthful face. Why flee? You cannot escape. Her voice was filled with compassion. That moment, Su Yang felt an intense anxiety. He had been affected by Yuxiang Chua under normal circumstances. Even if King Arthur were to appear, he would not feel afraid. But now his internal energy was incapacitated. Not only the 6th knight, but even the 11th or 12th knights could effortlessly take his life. He had truly been led into a dire predicament by the Flame Empress. You cannot see me. Cannot see me. Su Yang fervently prayed in his heart that as a renowned figure, the Star of Slaughter. It would be unbearable to be effortlessly dealt with by this so-called 6th knight. Just when he feared the worst, the petite girl turned her gaze towards him. Hi, hello there. Su Yang mustered the courage to greet the little girl. Tap, tap, tap. The petite girl approached him, her metallic boots striking the ground with a crisp sound, akin to stepping on Su Yang's heart, and no matter what, if Anya dared to make a move against him, he would unleash his ultimate technique, ensuring she would remember him. However, as Anya reached Su Yang's side, her little head tilted side to side, her large eyes scrutinizing him, showing no intention of aggression, she appeared somewhat adorably naive. After a long pause, the petite girl finally spoke. Man, do not get close to that woman. It will be fatal. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of her boots striking the floor echoed again as the petite girl gracefully exited the emergency room. her pink cloak billowing behind her as if caught in an unseen breeze. That it was only after the girl vanished that Su Yang let out a long sigh of relief. He could hardly believe that he had been so frightened by a little girl. Although she had not attacked, preliminary assessment suggested that her strength was on par with Tianxian, or even comparable to Kaiyang. Among the 7 stars of the wolf, the strongest was undoubtedly the wisdom star, Xiandi, followed by the Pejuan star, Su Yang, and then the Wuqiu star, Kaiyang. That it seemed he had previously underestimated the 12 knights of the Round Table. The 6th knight was indeed comparable to the 3rd strongest of the wolf. Nevertheless, Su Yang felt grateful for Anya's timely arrival, which temporarily freed him from the clutches of the Flame Empress. Yet before he could fully relax, he felt a surge of heat within him. Oh no! The effects of the potion were kicking in. As fate would have it. At that moment, the long-legged officer Zhu Wei burst into the emergency room. That it was evident that she had been drawn by the commotion caused when the Flame Empress shattered the glass. With a gun in hand, she scanned the area, only to suddenly notice Su Yang standing before her, his eyes bloodshot, seemingly ready to tear her apart. Su Yang, are you all right? Zhu Wei furrowed her brow. We must leave immediately. Do not allow anyone to approach the emergency room. Veins bulged on Su Yang's forehead, teetering on the brink of losing control. That if an ordinary person were to witness Su Yang in this state, they would undoubtedly be terrified. But who was Zhu Wei? She was the captain of the precinct and would not be easily intimidated at Su Yang. Your condition is alarming. What has happened? Where is the doctor? Zhu Wei inquired with concern. Did you not hear me tell you to get lost? Su Yang roared in fury. Hey, do you think you're crazy? I am genuinely concerned for you. How could you? Before Zhu Wei could finish her sentence, she found herself swept up in Su Yang's embrace. What are you doing? She exclaimed in shock, attempting to break free, only to discover that Su Yang's arms were as strong as steel, rendering her powerless. Su Yang, put me down immediately. Do not make a mistake. Unfortunately, at that moment, Su Yang had already lost his sanity and could hear nothing. Zhu Wei, unflappable as the captain of the precinct, clenched her fists and struck at Su Yang's temple. If executed correctly, this could render him unconscious. However, this time, Zhu Wei miscalculated. Su Yang showed no reaction to her blow. Should she increase the force? Yet if she did, it might very well lead to his demise, as the temple is a critical area of the human body. But if she did not act, she would face the Tio. Speak frankly, Zhu Wei had no intention of killing Su Yang. However, she could not allow him to. Chapter 95. Illusion. Sadly, Su Yang remained oblivious to her concerns. With no other choice, Zhu Wei had to strike at Su Yang's temple once more, but to no avail. Her attacks only seemed to incite further rage within him, and he began to carry her toward the hospital bed. In that moment, Zhu Wei was truly frightened that Su Yang resembled a wild beast. As the situation spiraled toward uncontrollable chaos, Zhu Wei's hand brushed against her sidearm. Should she use her gun? If so, it would only be effective if aimed at Su Yang's head, but that would surely lead to his certain death. Could it be that he was poisoned? Quickly, Zhu Wei confirmed her suspicions that Su Yang's behavior mirrored that of someone afflicted by a similar poison described in novels. Her gun was now pressed against Su Yang's head, yet his gaze was fixated solely on her. Ultimately, Zhu Wei slowly lowered her weapon. None of this was by Su Yang's volition. Su Yang is a hero, yet she finds herself unable to act. After all, it would not cost her anything, moreover, due to her status as a maiden. She is subjected to mockery from her subordinates. Although the constables dare not speak of it in her presence, they frequently gossip behind her back. To make matters worse, Su Yang has even cured her long-standing ailment. However, this scoundrel is exceedingly rude, gripping her neck with one hand while tugging at her hair with the other, resembling a beast in every sense. Is it truly destined that my first time should be surrendered to the hands of a savage? Quickly, strike my Bai Wei, Xiu Qi, and Higu acupoints with force. Just as Zhu Wei closed her eyes in anticipation of Su Yang's arrival, such a voice suddenly echoed in her ears. Although Zhu Wei had never studied traditional medicine, she had made a point to familiarize herself with human acupoints during her martial arts training. That moment, Su Yang's body seemed to be struck by lightning. Subsequently, she collapsed on Zhu Wei. Upon witnessing Su Yang lose consciousness, Zhu Wei began to breathe heavily, her entire body drenched in sweat. It appeared that Su Yang was indeed poisoned. Otherwise, she would not have permitted Zhu Wei to strike her acupoints in such a critical moment. After resting for a brief moment, Zhu Wei prepared to push Su Yang off her. However, just then, a figure rushed in to it was Zhu Wei's admirer. Chen Xiang. Xiao Wei. Zhu Wei. What are you doing? Chen Xiang roared. What he beheld nearly drove him to madness. His goddess was being pinned down by a man. The crux of the matter was that Zhu Wei was still holding Su Yang. In truth, she had intended to move Su Yang off her. This situation was akin to a yellow mud mishap. Neither feces nor anything else. You, how did you come here? A flustered expression surfaced on Zhu Wei's face. Not out of fear of being seen by Chen Xiang, but rather from the sheer embarrassment of such a scene being witnessed. Chen Xiang naturally saw what they were doing, and his heart was filled with frustration and gloom. He knew that, given his status, securing a female constable would be exceedingly easy. Yet he had no intentions of merely playing around. He wished to be with Zhu Wei for the long haul. This was why he pursued her, aiming to win her heart in an honorable manner. However, the scene before him shattered his resolve that he had never managed to pin down Zhu Wei himself. Yet here was a destitute man who had gotten there first, an undeniable pauper. If looks could kill, Su Yang would have been slain hundreds of times over. Zhu Wei, I never imagined you to be such a woman. Chen Xiang trembled with rage. Zhu Wei had never harbored strong feelings for Chen Xiang. And after he had refused to exchange hostages last time, her feelings for him had only soured. Yes, Chen Xiang had no obligation to exchange hostages, but she also had the right to refuse. Her grip on Su Yang tightened instead, and she huffed, What kind of woman do you think I am? Do I need your permission to be affectionate with anyone? Zhu Wei, even if you don't want to be with me. Is it necessary to find a beggar? At least a beggar is better than you coward. A mocking voice rang out that it was Su Yang, who had regained consciousness. She had not anticipated the effects of the medicine to dissipate so swiftly. Logically, the effects of the fragrant potion should last several hours. Yet, after merging with the black stone, her physique had undergone a tremendous transformation. Although she could not claim to be immune to all poisons, her resistance to toxins had increased manifold. Kid, who are you calling a coward? Chen Xiang's face turned a shade of pale fury. That I'm scolding myself, Su Yang chuckled. Chen Xiang's expression darkened as he replied. Kid, there are some things you cannot touch. Oh, what is it that I cannot touch? Surely you aren't referring to this beautiful constable. Constable, he says you're an object, that I'm not an object. Zhu Wei instinctively retorted, only to realize her words were contradictory. Seeing the two of them flirt right in front of him ignited Chen Xiang's fury. However, he dared not resort to violence. For Zhu Wei was a female constable, and a captain at that. Dealing with him would be as easy as handling a chick. Kid, remove your filthy hands. At that moment, Su Yang's hands were resting on Zhu Wei's. You expect me to just let go because you say so? That would be utterly embarrassing. You say I can't touch, and now I'll touch just to spite you, as Su Yang spoke. Her hands ascended to at this moment. Both Zhu Wei and Chen Xiang's eyes widened in shock. All right, very well. Chen Xiang turned and stormed out of the emergency room. How long do you plan to hold on? After Chen Xiang departed, Zhu Wei's icy voice rang out. The longer, the better. However, Su Yang dared not voice that thought, lest she be annihilated by the constable. She hastily changed the subject, saying, That guy seems rather impressive. Right? I didn't offend someone formidable, did I? Only now do you realize he is impressive. Let me tell you, Chen Xiang is the young master of the Chen group, and he has a formidable godmother who operates in both the underworld and the legitimate world. In truth, even Zhu Wei was reluctant to provoke Chen Xiang. So, is it too late for me to apologize to young Master Chen? Su Yang asked weakly, that it's too late for your grandpa. Can't you show a bit of backbone? Zhu Wei scolded. Yet she soon sighed, adding, In truth, you really shouldn't provoke Chen Xiang, that if I anger him, I might just lose my job. But if you do, what then? I've already provoked him. You should have told me earlier that he was such a big deal, or perhaps you could go tell young Master Chen that what he saw was merely an illusion, and that you and I have nothing going on. Is that also an illusion? The constable said, her pretty face cold, as I see it dawned on her that up to that moment. This scoundrel's hands. Chapter 96. Is this our mom? Oh dear, I feel dizzy. I can't muster any strength. Su Yang promptly activated his playing dead mode, collapsing once more onto the constable. Zhu Wei was well aware that he was feigning it. She exerted all her strength to push Su Yang away, but his body felt like an immovable mountain pressing down on her, and she could not budge him. So, you refuse to get up, do you? I'll bite you to death. Finally, the constable, now furious, bit down hard on Su Yang's shoulder. Ouch! Su Yang gasped in pain. Oh, you want to bite, do you? Then don't blame me. She retaliated with a grip. No, a rabbit-catching technique. The constable gasped in pain as well, leading to a vicious cycle of mutual infliction. They held on for over a minute, both feeling as if their bodies were no longer their OWN. Su Yang felt more pain than being shot. After all, a bullet inflicts instantaneous damage, whereas Zhu Wei's teeth caused a lingering torment. How about I count to 3, and we both let go? If you agree, just blink twice. Su Yang was desperate to end their mutual suffering. However, the proud constable refused to compromise. All right, then let us see this through to the bitter end. Su Yang, equally incensed, bit down on Zhu Wei's shoulder in retaliation. Damn. Zhu Wei vowed she had never encountered such a shameless man in her life. The Tio think he would bite a woman. How utterly disgraceful. Fine, if you can use the rabbit-catching technique, I'll show you the dragon-catching technique. The situation spiraled out of control, and the scene became exceedingly chaotic. What are you two doing? Just as they were preparing to unleash their respective moves, a voice that made Su Yang's stomach churn sounded out. That it was a melodious voice, yet filled with fury. It belonged to Lin Chuyi. She and Wang Shizhuan had been waiting outside the emergency room for Su Yang. But her mother had been nagging her not to associate with Su Yang any longer. Unable to endure it, she sent Wang Shizhuan away. Then, she witnessed the scene before her, 2 people clawing and biting at each other. Damn it, how did Lin Chuyi arrive? This was a disaster for Su Yang, but he quickly got off Zhu Wei and turned to Lin Chuyi, attempting to explain, no, it's not what you think. Initially, Lin Chuyi had been quite worried about Su Yang. Yet now, her heart was ablaze with rage. Evidently, if he could overpower a woman, he was perfectly fine. From Lin Chuyi's expression, Su Yang understood that she would not believe in the purity of his relationship with the constable. Constable Zhu, you should explain, Su Yang urged anxiously. Zhu Wei, who already knew of Su Yang's relationship with Lin Chuyi, leisurely sat up from the bed, tidying her disheveled hair caused by Su Yang's antics. She then slowly addressed Lin Chuyi. Indeed, it's exactly as you think. Su Yang. Damn it, Constable, you can't play me like this. Su Yang's mind felt like it was about to explode. Now, he feared the situation would blow up. However, Lin Chuyi remained oddly calm, simply saying, I'm sorry to interrupt you too, before turning to leave. Su Yang was now even more distressed that he understood Lin Chuyi well. The calmer she appeared, the angrier she was inside. Lin Chuyi was indeed furious. The greatest threat to any romantic relationship is the presence of a third party, and no man or woman can choose to forgive their partner when they see them embracing another. After the incident at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Chuyi had even begun to accept Su Yang's ordinariness. However, she could not tolerate the existence of a third party. Did I say? You did this on purpose. Didn't you? Su Yang glared at Zhu Wei in frustration. That I asked you to explain, and you only added fuel to the fire. Zhu Wei continued to adjust her constable uniform, exhibiting no sense of wrongdoing, and coolly replied, when Qin Xiang came earlier, weren't you the same? We're even now, right? How can that be the same? You don't even like Qin Xiang. How do you know I dislike him? Even if I, as your sister, do not fancy him, having a wealthy heir as a backup option is quite appealing, isn't it? The policewoman smirked at Su Yang. But moreover, you and Lin Chuyi have divorced, haven't you? What, do you still have feelings for her? A teasing expression appeared on the policewoman's face. Indeed, Su Yang had no grounds to blame Zhu Wei. After all, he was the one who made the first move. That it seemed that the one taking advantage was also him. Little brother, could it be that you still wish to continue being a live-in son-in-law? I advise you to give up on that notion. A woman like Lin Chuyi is destined to marry into a wealthy family. Seeing Su Yang still sullen, the policewoman patted him on the shoulder. Su Yang felt disgruntled, while Zhu Wei appeared quite pleased. Serves you right for bullying your sister earlier. Zhu Wei, a sudden shout echoed, startling both of them. Then, a middle-aged woman stormed into the emergency room, fuming. Who on earth is this? My mother. Upon seeing the woman, the policewoman's smug expression vanished, replaced by a hint of trepidation. Su Yang's lips twitched. This plot twist was beyond ridiculous. First, Zhu Wei's suitor, Qin Xiang, showed up and he chased him away. Then Lin Chuyi arrived, just as the policewoman was reveling in her triumph. Who would have thought her mother would come as well? The story was becoming increasingly entertaining. Mom, what are you doing here? The fierce policewoman felt a bit downcast. She already knew the answer without needing to ask. Chen Xiang must have gone to complain to her mother. How disgusting of him to involve the parents. What do you mean? How did I get here? How dare you ask? I want to know who this man is. The middle-aged woman pointed angrily at Su Yang. Mom, don't listen to Chen Xiang's nonsense. I have nothing to do with him. Zhu Wei explained timidly, seemingly intimidated by her mother. However, at that moment, Su Yang cheerfully asked Zhu Wei, So, is this our mom? What the hell? Zhu Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. How dare you? You surnamed Su, I will not let this slide. Her mother had always hoped she would end up with Chen Xiang, that if she found out Zhu Wei had a boyfriend, she would surely be furious. Zhu Wei glared at Su Yang with a fierce expression, as if to say, You better watch your words. Su Yang paid no heed to Zhu Wei's threatening gaze. Instead, he wore a smug grin, thinking, Come on, let's hurt each other. However, the anticipated wrath of Zhu Wei's mother did not materialize. She merely squinted at Su Yang and asked, Kid, if you want to be my son-in-law, it's not impossible. What? Zhu Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that her mother finally came to her senses? Was she actually considering marrying her off to Chen Xiang? Mom, please clarify that Su Yang shamelessly continued to play along. Zhu Wei's anger was palpable. The do you own a house? No, but don't worry, Mom. I earn $3,500 a month. If I save for 30 to 50 years, I can definitely buy a house. Zhu Wei's mother frowned. $3,500 a month. So, no car either? Does a shared bicycle count? What about savings? It must be said that Zhu Wei's mother was very much the stereotypical demanding mother-in-law, immediately inquiring about a car, a house, and savings. Mom, you know how high the cost of living is nowadays, that my monthly salary barely covers my credit card bills, but I will strive to save money, Su Yang declared with fervor. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Wei's mother displayed a strong disdain that no car, no house, no savings, and a monthly salary of $3,500. Yet he wished to marry her daughter? How dare he, meanwhile? Zhu Wei's face turned a deep shade of anger. $3,500. How dare you insult me? Even if I am down on my luck, finding someone with a salary of $50,000 should be a piece of cake. Zhu Wei's mother forcibly suppressed her anger and addressed Su Yang. Kid, my Weiwei has always excelled in her studies, received a higher education, and at a young age, she is already the captain of the police squad. Zhu Wei's mother was clearly exasperated. Who told you to cherish Zhu Wei? I meant for you to scram. Zhu Wei immediately sever all ties with him. Ignoring Su Yang completely, Zhu Wei's mother directed her words at Zhu Wei. Mom, why should I? Zhu Wei instinctively retorted. Because I am your mother, so I can only marry someone you approve of. Zhu Wei clenched her teeth. Zhu Wei's mother shot a cold glance at Su Yang and snorted. Even if you never marry, I will not allow you to wed a beggar. In her eyes, Su Yang, with his $3,500 monthly salary, was no different from a beggar. Mom, even if he is a beggar, I still want to marry him. Zhu Wei was incensed. All right, Zhu Wei, you think you're so capable? If you continue seeing him, then I disown you as my daughter. With that, Zhu Wei's mother stormed out of the emergency room in a fury. Watching her mother leave in anger, Zhu Wei felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Since ancient times, parents have meddled in their children's marriages that as long as they are satisfied, they do not care about compatibility. All of this was the fault of that brat for daring to call her mother mom. But even if he did, why mention his meager salary of $3,500? She shot a murderous glare at Su Yang and said, You're dead meat. Policewoman, your mood swings are rather swift. Just a moment ago, you said you would marry me even if I were a beggar. Su Yang replied weakly. Say another word, and I will smash your face. The policewoman seized Su Yang's collar, her expression fierce. The surgery's still going to happen? At that moment, the real doctor finally arrived, and upon seeing the two glaring at each other, swallowed hard. What surgery? Look at him. Does he need surgery? Zhu Wei gritted her teeth. He does need IT. Su Yang replied. And then, to everyone's shock, he collapsed. It was only then that Zhu Wei realized his hands were covered in blood. Stunned, she quickly realized why Su Yang was there. Are you all right? Zhu Wei rushed to Su Yang, her face filled with concern. After all, she was the one who shot him. Just moments ago, he had been lively. How could he suddenly be unwell? Miss, could you please step outside? I need to perform emergency treatment on the injured, the doctor urged. Please, doctor, you must save him. Zhu Wei gritted her teeth and exited the emergency room. Once Zhu Wei left, Su Yang immediately sat up on the hospital bed. The doctor looked alarmed. Quick, lie back down. I need to remove the bullet from you. No need. I've already taken it out. Su Yang tossed a bullet onto the tray. The doctor looked bewildered. How on earth did this guy manage to extract the bullet himself? Then I need to help you stop the bleeding. The bleeding has stopped, but Su Yang showed his arm to the doctor. And indeed, the bleeding had ceased. What a strange occurrence that in fact, Su Yang's wound had long since healed. He had merely pretended to open the wound using his internal energy to frighten Zhu Wei. He certainly did not want to be pummeled by the policewoman's fists. After discreetly changing into a fresh set of clothes and disposing of his bloodied outfit, he then pushed Long Yusin outside to bask in the sun. Brother, you're injured? Long Yusin furrowed her delicate brow. That it's nothing, just a minor injury. Su Yang was startled. He anticipated that even after changing clothes and bathing, Long Yusin could still detect something was amiss. Since she couldn't see, her sense of hearing and smell was extraordinarily sharp. Brother, since you're hurt, you shouldn't take me outside. Long Yusin insisted. Su Yang hesitated for a moment, then replied, It'll be ready soon. Thinking of Xuandi, a wave of sorrow washed over Su Yang. Then aren't you supposed to be invincible? Why did you have to die? Brother, what's wrong? Long Yusin sensed Su Yang's emotional shift. It's nothing. Su Yang quickly concealed his feelings. If Long Yusin were to learn that Xuandi had truly passed away, how heartbroken would she be? The departed are gone. His current task is to care for Long Yusin. Along with her were several female employees from the Su Tang Fondue Company. Tang, why are you all off work so early today? Su Yang asked, puzzled, as it was only 3 o'clock that we haven't clocked out. However, boss, you're in big trouble. Tang Ninger wore a grim expression. What trouble have I gotten into now? Su Yang felt utterly bewildered. He didn't think he had provoked that girl. Chu, do you want to tell it, or shall I? At that moment, Tang Ninger turned to a slender girl, who looked no more than 80 pounds and was quite attractive. Su Yang recalled Chu, who had dined at his home during the New Year's Eve celebration. With clenched teeth and downcast eyes, Chu pleaded, Tang Zong, let us just drop it. The boss probably didn't mean any harm. What do you mean by didn't mean any harm? Once an incident occurs, he should take responsibility. Tang Ninger asserted firmly, did I say? Tang, what on earth have I done to warrant such a commotion? Su Yang asked, noticing the fury etched on each girl's face. All right, Chu, if you want to speak, I'll do it for you. Tang Ninger narrowed her eyes at Su Yang and said, Boss, do you remember what happened on New Year's Eve? New Year's Eve? We all had dinner together, right? Then what? Then we all drank a lot. And then, I cannot recall, I was intoxicated. It seems that Su Yang has come to a realization. Is this a foreshadowing of retribution? On the eve of the new year, everyone was inebriated, and ultimately, they ended up sharing a bed. Having thought that no one would seek him out for trouble after all this time, he assumed the matter had been laid to rest. Should I remind you of your actions while inebriated? Tang Ninger's expression was frosty. What did I do? Su Yang felt a twinge of guilt. Specifically, what did you do to Peng Chuyu? I have no idea. I truly don't know that moment. Chu suddenly retched and dashed towards the restroom. Tang Ninger coldly gazed at Su Yang. Boss, do you now comprehend what you did? As for that incident, it cannot be solely attributed to Su Yang. Thus, everyone was prepared to let it go. However, Su Yang's little seed had already taken root in Chu's belly, making it impossible to dismiss the matter as if nothing had occurred. Hence, this scene unfolded, with a group of female employees converging at the villa to confront him. Observing this, Su Yang weakly suggested, did she eat something bad? Bad what? She is pregnant. Tang Ninger shot a glare at Su Yang. Pregnant? That's a good thing. Congratulations. I'll prepare a large red envelope for her. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was not a significant issue. Tang Ninger's lips twitched in disbelief as she shook her small fist and stated, Boss, this is not a matter that can be resolved with just a red envelope. How about 2? Su Yang ventured. 0.21 suffice. Then what do you want? Speak up, do you want it or not? What do I want? Su Yang appeared bewildered. Of course, the child. The one in Chu's womb. Tang Ninger exclaimed angrily. Su Yang wore a troubled expression. This is not good. I may want it, but Chu may not be willing to give it to me. And even if she is, her husband might not agree. Tang Ninger almost found it amusing. Is this boss genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Chu has no boyfriend. But if she has no boyfriend, where did the child come from? What do you think? Su Yang seemed to finally grasp the crux of the matter, exclaiming in shock. Are you implying that the child is mine? Chu Chu has no boyfriend, nor has she slept with any other man. If it's not yours, then whose could it be? Tang Ninger glared fiercely at Su Yang. Finally realizing he was catching on, in a way that Su Yang rubbed his head, bewildered at the thought of inexplicably acquiring a child. Tang Ning, boss, whatever you did to us, we can overlook, but you must take responsibility for Chu Chu. What else have I done to you? Su Yang gulped. You also did something to Tang Tang. Qin Yin interjected. No way. Su Yang looked at Tang Ninger oddly. Don't worry, chaotic boss. I want to hold you accountable. Tang Ninger replied with an air of arrogance that Su Yang glanced over Tang Ninger several times before saying, You all aren't attempting to set me up, are you? Initially, he was unsure of what he had done that night. Yet, Qin Yin had the audacity to suggest that he had also. But surely, Tang Ninger was still a virgin. Su Yang could differentiate between a girl and a woman. Boss, are you even human? Would we use Chu Chu's reputation to entrap you? Tang Ninger's expression soured. That moment. Chu Chu emerged from the restroom, looking somewhat pitiful that Su Yang had indeed not touched Tang Ninger, as she was untouched. But with Chu Chu, he could not be certain. Chu Chu, fear not. If this chaotic individual dares to shirk responsibility, I shall take matters into my own hands, Tang Ninger declared boldly. Then she turned to Su Yang and said, Boss, when you err, you must take responsibility. Now you have two choices. First, marry Chu Chu and allow her to bear the child. What is the second option? What the hell, boss? Do you even want a second choice? Are you suggesting that Chu Chu should terminate the pregnancy? Do you have any humanity left? Chu Chu is so young, and there is already a life in her. How can you expect her to marry in the future? Su Yang was speechless. Wasn't it you who mentioned two choices? He scrutinized Chu Chu for a moment, causing her to feel bashful. He finally said, well, marrying Chu Chu isn't out of the question, but if she doesn't bear me a child in 10 months, how about you, Tang Butler, give me one instead? Oh, come on. Boss, you haven't even resolved the matter with Chu Chu, and you're already eyeing me. Tang Ninger angrily lunged at Su Yang, prepared to unleash her fists. Hey, stop it. Su Yang raised his hand to protect himself from Tang Ninger's onslaught, and then inquired of Chu Chu. Chu Chu, when did your last period end? January 20th. Chu Chu replied, her face flushed. This year, the eve of the new year falls on January 24th, just 2 days after your period ended. That's a safe period. So it wouldn't be so easy to conceive, boss. Tang Ninger was about to explode again, that Su Yang quickly interjected. Tang Butler, don't rush. Just hear me out. Chapter 99, Change of Responsibility. After a gathering of beautiful women, one finds themselves pregnant and seeking the young man's accountability. The young man. How can one conceive while on their period? Chu Chu nodded as Su Yang continued. Do you know what this signifies? However, if one is pregnant, how can their period return? Exactly, you are about to have your period, Su Yang stated nonchalantly. Impossible, pregnant women don't menstruate. Naturally, Tang Ninger did not believe it. However, not long after, Chu Chu's expression shifted slightly, and her face turned crimson. Chu Chu, you didn't actually get your period, did you? Everyone turned to look at Chu Chu. Chu Chu nodded. I'll fetch you some small wings. Tang Ninger hurriedly dashed to her room. Thus, a farcical situation was effortlessly resolved. Su Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved that Chu Chu happened to have her period today. Had these women sought him out a day or two earlier, he feared he would have found it nearly impossible to explain himself to for how he knew Chu Chu was about to get her period. The reason was simple. He sensed a faint metallic scent. Accustomed to the sight of blood, Su Yang was exceedingly sensitive to the scent of blood. Even if a drop of blood were diluted 10,000 times in water, he would still be able to detect it. But why was Chu Chu retching? The others still couldn't comprehend. There are numerous reasons for retching. Consuming something unclean could lead to it, and it doesn't necessarily mean pregnancy. Su Yang rolled his eyes. Upon learning the sequence of events, the women felt somewhat embarrassed that I still have a meeting. Soon, each woman hurriedly departed. Eventually, even Tang Ninger prepared to make her exit. How utterly humiliating. Stop right there. Su Yang called out to Tang Ninger. Boss, I genuinely need to get to work. Several companies are coming to discuss projects with us. Tang Ninger swallowed hard. What are you so anxious about? I merely have a few questions for you. Boss, what do you wish to ask? Tang Ninger felt as though she were on the chopping block. Rest assured, I'm not one to seek personal revenge. I merely wish to inquire whether the property in Guangming community has been transferred to Lin Group. Don't bother. We aren't transferring a single property to Lin Group. That if we don't, we will be in breach of contract and liable for a penalty of 1 billion. Tang Ninger frowned. If we breach the contract, so be it. If he has the ability, let him come and demand it from me, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Very well, boss. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Go ahead, but your bonus for this month is deducted by 10,000. Boss, you promised not to seek personal revenge. Tang Ninger looked despondently that I'm not seeking revenge. You were absent from work, and you even led all the senior executives to skip work. Deducting 10,000 is the least of it. Tang Ninger left the villa with her head hung low. Boss, you scoundrel, I curse you to eat instant noodles without seasoning. Soon, the Lin family received the news. The villa owner will not transfer the properties in Guangming community to the Lin family. They are in breach of contract. I will notify the lawyer and sue them. Lin Chong was incensed. 400 houses could yield over 1 billion in profits. If they were lost just like that, the consequences would be dire. The most crucial aspect was that the matriarch had entrusted him with this task to elevate his status within Lin Group, laying the groundwork for his ascension to the presidency, that if he botched it, he would have a hard time explaining himself to the matriarch, that Chong. You must not. Lin Guoyang urgently stopped his son. Frowning, he said, Chong, do you understand who we are dealing with? That is the owner of the villa atop the mountain. Even if he were to hand you the money, would you dare accept it? Indeed, a single Li family had silenced the entire Lin family. How much more daunting is the owner of the villa, who is even stronger than the Li family? But why would he act this way? Has it already given Annie a betrothal gift? Lin Chong was puzzled that it is known that the villa owner's betrothal gift was nearly 1,400,000,000 houses are nothing compared to the entirety of Guangming community. Who knows? Go and find out what the other party truly wants. Soon, news came in. The other party insisted that the property could only be transferred to Lin Chuyi, and no one else from the Lin family would be recognized. Why must it be Lin Chuyi? Lin Chong asked the top saleswoman, Wang Yu, in confusion, that it was Ms. Lin who initiated the discussions from the very beginning. It is worth noting that she stood outside the villa for a full 6 hours, which deeply moved our boss with her sincerity. This is why he ultimately decided to sell 400 properties to her. Otherwise, do you think our boss is a fool? You have already received news about the demolition of Guangming community. Do you think our boss is unaware? Wang Yu said indifferently. There was no choice but to let Lin Chuyi handle the transfer. The Lin family certainly could not bear to miss out on such a lucrative opportunity. Upon hearing this news, Lin Chuyi was naturally elated. After all, it was she who had secured the project, only to have the credit snatched away by Lin Chong. She confronted the matriarch, who unceremoniously told her that they were all members of the Lin family, and it mattered little under whose name the transfer was conducted. How could it be the same? While Lin Chuyi was jubilant, Lin Chong was left feeling quite dejected. Son, there's no need to feel down. We still have 2 billion from the candy project, Lin Guoyang remarked with a grin, observing his son's gloomy demeanor. Yet, wasn't the candy project also negotiated by your sister? I just met the matriarch. She has now entrusted you with full responsibility. Really? Lin Chong's face lit up with unrestrained joy. After all, while Guangming community is profitable, it requires upfront investment. The returns would only materialize after the demolition of Guangming community. Although it was said that the demolition would occur soon, the exact timing remained uncertain. In contrast, the candy venture was different. Once the contract was signed, the 2 billion would be deposited directly. Dad, once we receive the funds, I want to buy a Maserati just like my sisters. Lin Chong exclaimed excitedly. Foolish son, you already have 2 billion and all you want is a Maserati. Oh right, then I want to buy a Rolls Royce. The father and son duo had already begun to indulge in fantasies of their future prosperous life. After learning the news, Lin Guodong and his wife, who had only just begun to feel happy, were instantly infuriated. Wasn't he the matriarch being exceedingly biased? Just because Xiao Yi was a daughter, did that mean she had to favor Lin Chong? Wang Xiujuan was beside herself with anger, although she did not usually concern herself with business matters. She understood that the candy venture was far more lucrative than Guangming community, that it was, after all, 2 billion, even if deposited in a bank, it would yield several million in interest annually. Why are we so unfortunate that we couldn't have a son? Lin Guodong sighed in lament. Chapter 100. Lin Chuyi's desperate situation. Despite her reluctance, there was nothing she could do. Once the matriarch had made a decision, no one could alter it. Upon receiving this news, Lin Chuyi was filled with despondency. Perhaps, no matter how hard she tried, it would only serve to provide Lin Chong with a bridal gown. Because she was a woman, she would never gain the matriarch's recognition. Just as the matriarch would never acknowledge Su Yang, the impoverished son-in-law. Early the next morning, Lin Chong gleefully went to sign the contract for the candy project. Did I need to consult our boss about this? Upon learning that the person in charge had suddenly changed, Qin Yun furrowed her brow slightly. Initially, she had been willing to invest $2 billion in the Lin Group out of respect for Su Yang, who was the true owner of the candy venture. Boss, there is something I need to report. Qin Yun called Su Yang. Upon hearing the details, Su Yang could barely contain his laughter. The matriarch was indeed doting on her grandson. Having already botched the Guangming Community Project, she had now transferred the responsibility for the candy project from Lin Shuyi to Lin Chong. Ask him what he plans to do with the $2 billion. Su Yang simply stated and then hung up the phone. Mr. Lin, may I ask what project you intend to pursue if you were to receive this $2 billion? What project? Lin Chong was taken aback. How was he to know what project to pursue? To secure investment from a venture capital firm, one must first have a project in mind, and this project must promise substantial returns with minimal risk. This matter had previously been handled by Lin Shuyi, who had also developed the project. Once Lin Chong learned that he was now the person in charge, he had been so overwhelmed with joy that he hadn't even glanced at the project Lin Shuyi had prepared. It was only when Qin Yun inquired that he hastily pulled out the contract, eager to see what Lin Shuyi had in store. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yun's expression hardened. Mr. Lin, it seems your family lacks sincerity. As the primary person responsible for the project, you don't even know what it entails. I'm sorry, but a company like yours is not someone we at Candy can invest in. Lin Chong was left dumbfounded. Heaven knows he had made such a fundamental error. It was over for him. After leaving Candy, Lin Chong felt utterly dazed. His grandmother had high hopes for him, having entrusted him twice with projects that rightfully belonged to his sister. He had ruined the Guangming Community Project, and now he was on the brink of sabotaging the Candy Project as well. This time, it was truly hopeless. Today, the head of a company was utterly ridiculous, wanting to secure investment without even knowing what his own project was. Did he truly believe that the people at Candy were fools? I've heard that Candy was originally prepared to invest $2 billion. But now, they want to invest a single cent soon. Lin Chong's infamous blunder spread like wildfire. This was truly adding insult to injury for him. If his grandmother found out, he would be finished. He needed someone to take the fall. Lin Chong quickly sought out the matriarch and informed her that Candy had requested Lin Shuyi to discuss the project. Lin Shuyi again. Without Xiao Yi, can the company not operate? The matriarch was becoming increasingly irritated, feeling that her grandson was a bit of a lost cause. Yet, even if he was a lost cause, she still felt compelled to support him. Grandmother, I'm helpless. They specifically requested my sister to sign the contract. Lin Chong dared not admit that he had lost the Candy collaboration, that he needed the matriarch to trick his sister into negotiating with Candy. And if the contract fell through, it would be her fault. Given Candy's reputation, it was likely that his sister wouldn't even be allowed through the door. Since they specifically requested Xiao Yi, then let her go. The matriarch sighed. What? Lin Chong has already messed up, and now you still want Xiao Yi to negotiate. Isn't that clearly setting her up to take the blame? Wang Xiujuan could no longer contain herself. This was simply too much. Unfortunately, when she approached the matriarch, she was met with a nonchalant response. This is a task that Xiao Yi was originally responsible for. What is the problem in sending her? But mother, you don't understand. Lin Chong couldn't even articulate what the project was. And he has already jeopardized the collaboration. Wang Xiujuan gritted her teeth that if it's been jeopardized, it can be renegotiated. Otherwise, what is the point of having Xiao Yi serve as the president? The matriarch remained unfazed. Wang Xiujuan was left speechless. It appeared that the matriarch was determined to protect Lin Chong at all costs. If Lin Shuyi had made such a blunder, she would have likely been stripped of her presidential title immediately. Mother, your unwavering protection of Lin Chong will ultimately lead to the downfall of the Lin family, even if he does become president. Wang Xiujuan seethed. Presumptuous. The matriarch slammed her cane down, her expression cold. What right do you have to speak here, mere woman? Do you think I need your guidance on how to proceed? I initially intended to let Xiao Yi try, but now I've changed my mind. If Xiao Yi cannot secure the investment from Candy, then she shall no longer serve as president. Wang Xiujuan staggered back, taken aback by the matriarch's domineering attitude. As a result, things backfired, inciting the matriarch's anger. Now, not only must Lin Shuyi negotiate, but she must also secure the contract. This was a task fraught with peril for Lin Shuyi. Candy's project evaluations were notoriously stringent, with a responsible party who couldn't even articulate what the project entailed. This was not merely irresponsible. It was a blatant insult to the intelligence of Candy's auditors. Moreover, this incident had already become a subject of ridicule, that if Candy were to invest in the Lin family after this, wouldn't it imply that they were merely foolishly rich? Upon learning of this situation, Lin Chong was elated. It seemed his grandmother indeed favored him above all. Initially, he merely sought to shift the blame, but now Wang Xiujuan had unwittingly provoked the matriarch's wrath. Lin Shuyi was likely doomed. It's just that you don't want me to be president. Very well. I want TB. Lin Shuyi declared, then promptly headed to Candy without taking any materials with her. It had been a string of unfortunate events lately. Being bullied by that villain Su Yang was one thing. Now, encountering this debacle was another. Lin Shuyi was prepared to abandon all hope. She had expected to be turned away by security. However, to her surprise, they welcomed her in. Moreover, they agreed to sign the contract and still offered $2 billion to the Lin Group. Lin Shuyi was left utterly astonished, incredulously exclaiming, "But I didn't even bring any materials." Chapter 101. Awaiting results. Ms. Lin, your willingness to come discuss matters without any materials indicates your confidence in the project. Would you care to share the latest developments? Qin Yun inquired with a professional smile. Of course. Lin Shuyi responded confidently. As the initiator and planner of the project, she had managed all related affairs single-handedly. Even without any documentation, she could articulate everything clearly. Our company primarily specializes in clothing design and production, and this project involves the introduction of a new, completely natural, non-toxic, and harmless dyeing technology. With the improvement of living standards, people are increasingly attentive to safety issues. However, this project does come with risks. Lin Shuyi spoke eloquently, thoroughly conversant with every aspect of the project. That a few minutes later, Qin Yun's gaze towards Lin Shuyi subtly shifted. She was now willing to invest in Lin Shuyi's endeavor. That it is not due to the excellence of Lin Shuyi's project, but rather entirely attributable to Su Yang. However, upon hearing the updates on Lin Shuyi's project, Qin Yun was compelled to acknowledge that it is indeed an exceptionally promising endeavor, and Lin Shuyi possesses the capability to see it through. Manager Lin, your project is truly remarkable, and you have candidly articulated the associated risks. Therefore, we at Su Tang Venture Capital have decided to increase our investment by an additional 100 million, totaling 300 million. Lin Shuyi was taken aback. She had come with a resolute mindset, prepared for failure. Thus, she felt no fear. Typically, during project discussions, participants tend to highlight only the favorable aspects while deliberately sidestepping significant risks. Yet, Lin Shuyi laid all risks bare, unexpectedly garnering Qin Yun's favor. Half an hour later, in Tang Ninger's office, Su Yang sat in a swivel chair while Tang Ninger prepared tea for him. Today, she donned a beautiful blue and white porcelain qipao, accentuating her flawless figure. Her hair elegantly pinned atop her head, adorned with a jade hairpin, exuding an undeniable grace. Her movements were both poised and adept, leaving Su Yang in a state of serene admiration. That it must be said, Tang Ninger was indeed a woman of many talents, proficient in flying, cooking, and the art of tea. Managing the company, she was also highly capable. In truth, to gauge a person's management skills, one need only observe their demeanor at work. The more relaxed a leader appears, the more adept they are at management. It is only the incompetent leaders who are perpetually flustered. But Su Yang felt fortunate to have encountered such a treasure. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open as Qin Yun entered. Has that woman left? Tang Ninger raised an eyebrow and inquired. Qin Yun nodded and replied, Manager Tang, please forgive my unilateral decision to invest an additional 100 million into the Lin Group. You better provide me with an explanation. Tang Ninger responded with a serious countenance, emanating an aura of authority. Because I genuinely believe that Miss Lin's project has the potential to be profitable. Qin Yun stated, neither servile nor overbearing. Very well, should this project fail, you must resign in shame, Tang Ninger said while pouring tea. Although she granted considerable autonomy to her subordinates, each individual must be accountable for their actions. Understood, Qin Yun replied succinctly, and then exited. Strangely, at that moment, Tang Ninger exhibited a hint of the domineering CEO persona that if this project incurs losses, you truly intend to have Qin Yun resign. Su Yang. seated on the sofa and fiddling with a pen, asked incredulously, "Of course. She is your closest confidant. Business is business, and personal matters are personal. I will not treat her any differently simply because she is my friend." Unlike certain individuals, Tang Ninger pouted, her demeanor starkly contrasting her earlier authoritative presence. That Su Yang's lips twitched slightly, clearly aware that the certain individual she referred to was himself. After all, the investment from Su Tang Venture Capital into the Lin family was primarily due to him. Let me cover that 100 million as well. Although we haven't known each other for long, my impression of Qin Yun is quite favorable that I do not wish for her to lose her job over this matter. Shall we use WeChat or a bank transfer? Tang Ning, who had just moments before appeared serious, suddenly beamed with delight. Su Yang felt somewhat exasperated, as it seemed he had once again fallen into her trap. Nevertheless, a gentleman's word is his bond. He promptly transferred 100 million to Tang Ning. "Boss, just how much money do you have?" Tang Ninger asked, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the bank balance. "That is something I cannot disclose. What if you were to use that knowledge to tempt me? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would bow to money? Not much. Perhaps just over 10 billion to boss. Do you need someone to warm your bed? I'm exceptionally fast at it." Su Yang's eyes widened in shock. Just moments ago, she had been seated several meters away, and now she was perched on his desk, tugging at his collar to reveal a portion of her delicate shoulder, biting her lip in a seductive manner. Tang Ninger was already stunningly beautiful. With a figure to match this moment, she lifted one foot, her high heel deliberately askew, resting on her toes clad in sheer stockings, swaying gently. Who could possibly resist such allure? Su Yang rolled his eyes, recalling her earlier proclamation about not bowing to money. "Boss, I just remembered I have a meeting to attend. I'll be off." In the blink of an eye, the enchanting and alluring Tang Ninger reverted to her calm demeanor, appearing as if she had transformed into a different person altogether. 100 billion was indeed enticing, but for Tang Ninger, 100 billion yen held little appeal at the Lin family's matriarch's villa. The key figures of the Lin family had gathered, all awaiting news of Lin Chuyi's negotiations with Su Tang Venture Capital that, if successful, Lin Chuyi would continue to reign as the illustrious president of the Lin Group. If not, a new president would be appointed to that moment. Wang Xiujuan was filled with regret. Had she not confronted the matriarch, such a predicament would not have arisen. Deep down, she was aware that the matriarch had always intended for Lin Chong or Lin Ji to assume the presidency. She just hadn't found the right opportunity. This time, it could only be said that Wang Xiujuan had walked into a trap of her own, making Chong. When the time comes, you must not show mercy. Ensure that your elder sister relinquishes the position of president, and if possible, have her transfer her shares as well. Lin Guoyang admonished his son. "Understood, Dad." Aside from Lin Guoyang, the Lin Guowei family was equally exhilarated. While the chances of Lin Ji becoming president were slim, there remained a glimmer of hope. Only Han Ziki remained remarkably composed. With a bride price of 80 million already secured, she was on the verge of becoming the mistress of the villa atop the hill, rendering the Lin group insignificant in her eyes. In truth, the reason Lin Chuyi found herself in this situation was due to her choice of a worthless husband. Otherwise, with her beauty, she could have easily attached herself to any wealthy young man in Jiangdu City, avoiding such a predicament altogether. Everyone was eagerly awaiting Lin Chuyi's misfortune. Chapter 102. Securing the contract. Women should engage in pursuits befitting their gender, no matter how capable they may be. What does it matter? It would be far better to marry a good man. You all ought to learn from Ziki. The matriarch surveyed the assembly of the Lin family and spoke slowly. This is the model for Lin family women. Lin Chuyi has toiled for many years, yet the Lin family's assets barely exceed 1 billion. To progress further, it would require a stroke of luck, like acquiring a property in Guangming community. Otherwise, it is simply unattainable. Conversely, Han Ziki has achieved all this without lifting a finger, merely receiving a bride price of 88 million that she then honored the matriarch with 40 million. Leaving herself with over 40 million. Han Ziki is still merely a university student, yet she has already become a young heiress, basking in her good fortune. She has yet to realize that this bride price may not be intended for her. But if it is not for her, then to whom could it possibly belong? In the entire Lin family, there is no one else worthy of such a bride price. Indeed, Ziki is remarkably fortunate to have caught the eye of the owner of the Hilltop Villa. She will soon become a wealthy matron. and I truly envy her. It now appears that the owner of the Hilltop Villa is inclined to sell the property to Lin Chuyi solely because of Ziki. Is there really any doubt? Lin Chuyi genuinely believed it was her own merit. The family members engaged in lively discussion. Previously, there had been rumors that Lin Chuyi acquired the property due to having spent several hours at the Hilltop Villa, sacrificing her beauty. Now, those rumors were swiftly dispelled. The owner had been interested in Han Ziki, which prompted the sale to the Lin family. Otherwise, who would engage in such a losing venture? In due course, they must ensure that she relinquishes the property. It cannot be deemed solely her accomplishment. Yes, indeed. Wang Xiujuan and Lin Guodong were utterly vexed, and these were their own blood relatives, such as the nature of the wealthy. Being born into wealth is akin to being born onto a battlefield. This is precisely why Wang Xiujuan and her husband fervently desired Lin Chuyi to marry a good man. After expending so much effort, it would be far more advantageous to capitalize on one's own good looks. Their prime youth squandered on a worthless partner. Finally, as everyone awaited with bated breath, the matriarch inquired, Xiao Yi, has Su Tang's investment been secured? Need I even say? Of course not. I heard she went empty-handed today, without bringing any materials. Lin Chuyi, since you have not secured the contract, you ought to willingly step down from the position of president. Furthermore, the property in Guangming community under your name must also be transferred. It is not your accomplishment. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuyi's brows furrowed in distress. I understand that you are all eager to see me fail. But even if I am no longer president, the property in Guangming community was acquired through my efforts. On what grounds can you claim it is not my achievement? Haha, what capabilities do you possess? Have you even met the owner of the villa? Do you truly believe the owner was swayed by your sincerity? Don't be ridiculous. Lin Chong scoffed. Grandmother, please speak fairly. Lin Chuyi, weary of engaging in idle banter with Lin Chong, turned her gaze to the matriarch. The matriarch shook her head and said, Silly girl, the villa owner decided to sell to you out of respect for your aunt. Lin Chuyi staggered upon hearing this. In other words, had she stood outside the villa for 6 hours for naught, just because the villa owner had bestowed a bride price upon Han Ziki, all her efforts were rendered meaningless? Yet, Lin Chuyi found herself bereft of the right to refute, for it was indeed a plausible scenario. Even if it were not the case, the entire Lin family believed it to be so. Xiao Yi, do you now comprehend why I so vehemently opposed your relationship with Su Yang? While you are still young, it is imperative to engage with those wealthy young heirs. Business matters should be left to men. The matriarch, though not explicitly stating it, was making her intentions abundantly clear. Lin Chuyi must relinquish the presidency. Grandmother, your eagerness for me to abdicate is palpable. But what if I successfully secure the investment for the candy? Lin Chuyi bit her lip, the joy in her heart evaporating, that I have mentioned before. If you manage to secure the investment, you may continue as president, the matriarch replied. Lin Chong, however, laughed heartily. You think you can secure the candy investment? Who do you think you are? If you manage to do so, I shall kneel and offer you tea. Having dug such a deep pit for Lin Chuyi yesterday, it would be remarkable if she were not driven out. Let alone securing an investment. Such is the folly of a dreamer. Remember your words. Lin Chuyi shot a glance at Lin Chong and retrieved the contract from her bag, slapping it onto the table. Do not presume that a few sheets of paper can masquerade as a contract. Lin Chong scoffed as he picked up the contract. Flipping through a few pages, his expression shifted dramatically. This is impossible. Did you not claim to have brought no materials? Where did this contract come from? Lin Chong swallowed hard. That I drafted it myself. Is that not sufficient? Lin Chuyi replied with a huff, after glancing at those waiting to see her fail. She continued, I apologize for disappointing you, but not only did I secure the investment, I have also acquired an additional $1 billion. Is that true? Bring the contract over. Let me see. The matriarch's expression also changed upon hearing this. After perusing the contract, joy spread across her face. Indeed, Xiaoyi had secured a $3 billion investment for the candy. Upon receiving this news, Lin Guodong and his wife nearly leaped for joy. Why Xiaoyi has secured the investment. None of you shall dare to suggest she resign from her position as president. At that moment, Wang Xiujuan could hardly contain her urge to embrace her daughter. Xiaoyi, you are truly remarkable. How did you manage it? Yes, do share your insights with us. A group of relatives who had initially been poised to kick her while she was down instantly adopted a sycophantic demeanor. Lin Chuyi replied nonchalantly, it's simple. Really, Just claim ignorance of the project's name when negotiating, and success is guaranteed. Sister, are you deliberately mocking me? Lin Cheng erupted in anger. Ditto? I never indicated it was you. Why are you so quick to confess? Lin Shuyi replied with a teasing smile. Lin Cheng's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Although his illustrious feats had spread far and wide, as long as he did not admit to them, no one could hold him accountable. Yet now he had unwittingly confessed. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chuyi's subtle sabotage was equally adept. What do you mean? What did you just say? If I secure the investment, you shall kneel and offer me tea. Correct? Lin Chuyi smiled. After enduring so much for so long, she was finally able to stand tall and speak with confidence. Chapter 103. Delivering Takeout Grandmother. Lin Cheng had no choice but to seek the matriarch's assistance. While offering tea to Lin Chuyi was permissible, kneeling to do so was far too degrading. Naturally, Lin Cheng had no desire to kneel, that a man must honor his word. However, this time, the matriarch did not come to Lin Cheng's aid. After all, she had indeed shown excessive favoritism, and with Lin Chuyi just having secured the investment, it was ill-advised to create discord. With the matriarch's decree, Lin Cheng had no choice but to obediently offer tea to Lin Chuyi. Watching Lin Cheng kneel before her, Lin Chuyi was left with a lingering question in her mind. How had she managed to secure the candy investment? Was it truly due to her impassioned speech gaining the other party's approval? As someone seasoned in the business world, she knew this was simply impossible, that IT felt as though someone had been secretly aiding her. But who could that be? Could it be Steve? In the Times Tower. Boss, look at how busy your subordinates are. Shouldn't you offer them some comfort? Tang Ninger remarked, observing Su Yang leisurely strolling through the company with his hands behind his back. How should I comfort you all? Su Yang felt somewhat embarrassed. While everyone was hard at work, he was left idly doing nothing. How about treating everyone to milk tea? Tang Ninger suggested. Very well. They work hard to earn money for me. So a cup of milk tea is indeed warranted. Awesome. The boss is treating us to milk tea. I want honeydew flavor. I want blueberry. Su Yang initially intended to order from a milk tea shop, but the shop informed him they were short-staffed. Forget it. I'll go buy it myself. Soon, Su Yang entered Times Tower, carrying over a dozen cups of milk tea. As he approached the elevator, he was bumped into by a provocatively dressed woman. One cup of milk tea fell to the ground, spilling everywhere. Have you no eyes? You've ruined my dress. The woman glared at her stained skirt, her expression souring. Miss, it was you who bumped into me. Su Yang frowned. Who told you a mere delivery person could enter Times Tower? If you hadn't come in, would I have bumped into you? The woman retorted stubbornly. What is happening here? At that moment, a man in a suit approached, accompanied by a rather attractive young woman. This delivery person has stained my skirt, which cost over 3,000. The woman pointed at Su Yang, demanding, Mr. Wang, you must stand up for me. Upon seeing Su Yang, a smirk appeared on the man's face. Lo and behold, he was none other than Wang Wei, a former classmate from the orphanage, alongside Zhou Li, who was Wang Wei's secretary. Old classmate. What brings you here? Have you really fallen to the level of delivering takeout? But then again, finding a job these days is quite challenging. Wang Wei laughed. How do you know I'm a mere delivery person? Su Yang replied, his tone flat. Just look at your poor, shabby appearance. What else could you be? Are you still working at Times Tower? Su Yang squinted, remaining silent. Ever since the orphanage reunion, he had lost interest in these so-called old classmates. Xiao Wen, this is my old classmate. Don't bother with him. After I sign the contract, I'll buy you a new dress, Wang Wei said, full of confidence towards the alluring young woman. The flirtatious woman immediately brightened up. Wang Wei then turned to Su Yang, saying, in the future, refrain from wandering around Times Tower. You were fortunate today to encounter me, that if it were someone else, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Should I be thanking you then? Su Yang replied, somewhat amused that no need for thanks. Just hurry along, and don't overstay your welcome. Wang Wei disdainfully shook his head and led his secretary into the elevator, his nose held high. Although he was not the most outstanding individual from the Dushan orphanage, he felt a sense of superiority in front of Su Yang. Indeed, with an annual salary of 500,000, driving a BMW, and accompanied by a beautiful secretary, he was the envy of many. Furthermore, his career was progressing rapidly, and earning $1 million annually was no longer a distant dream. Su Yang, you need not envy Wang Wei. Work hard, and one day you too will be as successful as him, capable of finding such a beautiful secretary. Just as Su Yang was about to head upstairs, Zhou Li spoke to him. It was evident she was genuinely trying to comfort him. She understood how Su Yang felt at that moment. Delivering takeout and encountering a former classmate who was now a president would leave anyone feeling disheartened. Zhou Li, does Wang Wei have intentions towards you? Zhou Li admitted without hesitation. After all, being pursued by a successful man was something no woman would conceal, providing a significant boost to her vanity. If the roles were reversed and Wang Wei asked Zhou Li if Su Yang was pursuing her, she might have been less forthcoming to not accept his advances, Su Yang advised. Zhou Li frowned slightly. Although she had no intention of immediately accepting Wang Wei's advances, she inwardly leaned towards agreeing, given Wang Wei's appealing looks and success. Why would you say that? Do you like me? Zhou Li wondered, surprised. Yet, she couldn't help but think about Su Yang's current situation. Merely a delivery person. What qualifications did he have to pursue her? Why, despite her displeasure, Zhou Li did not let it show he may not be good enough for you. But are you any better? Su Yang, no one will look down upon you for your struggles, but your blatant envy is quite unbecoming. Zhou Li remarked coldly. Initially sympathetic towards Su Yang, she now felt he was too envious. It would be best to distance herself from him. If that's the case, then I wish you all the best. Su Yang chose not to say more. Since Zhou Li was unwilling to heed his advice, there was little left to discuss. He could confidently assert that Wang Wei was not a good person, and his reasoning was sound. What legitimate boss would choose such a flamboyant woman as a secretary? Moreover, as Wang Wei passed by, Su Yang distinctly caught a whiff of the secretary's perfume. It was evident that Wang Wei and his female secretary shared a complicated relationship. However, this was of no concern to Su Yang. He simply needed to replace the spilled cup of milk tea. Upon arriving at the company, he unexpectedly encountered Wang Wei and his party. Wang Wei had come to sign a contract with the candy company. But the person in charge was currently occupied with other clients and could not attend to him, leaving him to wait in the lobby. Chapter 104. The true owner of the candy company. This candy company is quite the big shot, isn't it? They make you wait, Zhou Li remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Zhou Li, don't speak carelessly. This candy company is formidable. The owner is rumored to be worth billions. Wang Wei hurriedly gestured for Zhou Li to refrain from speaking. Although he was a boss himself, in the presence of the candy company, he felt utterly insignificant. My goodness, 100 billion. That's an unfathomable amount. Zhou Li is merely an ordinary worker, earning just a few thousand yuan a month. And she was instantly taken aback. However, you are quite impressive yourself. At such a young age, you're already a CEO, driving a BMW and accompanied by a secretary. It is evident that Zhou Li holds a certain admiration for Wang Wei, as she has affectionately referred to him as a Wei. Rather mediocre, one might say. Flattered by the praise from his crush, Wang Wei felt a surge of happiness. His boss had promised him a raise to 1 million a year once he signed the contract. An annual salary of 1 million is undoubtedly commendable. Zhou Li's spirits lifted even further upon hearing this. Yet Su Yang had the audacity to suggest that she should not be with Wang Wei. Clearly harboring ulterior motives, it was apparent that Su Yang was indeed fond of her, attempting to malign Wang Wei out of jealousy. Regrettably, he was nothing more than a pitiful loser, unworthy even to carry her shoes. Lost in thought, Zhou Li was taken aback when Su Yang approached. Feeling a thirst, Wang Wei turned to Su Yang and requested, "Could you fetch me a few cups of milk tea?" "No time," Su Yang retorted, as he was busy distributing milk tea to his beautiful employees, promptly rejecting the request. Of course, even if he had the time, he would not oblige. "Don't worry, Su Yang, I won't let you run an errand for nothing. Here is 500 yuan. After buying the milk tea, the remainder is yours." Wang Wei, adopting the demeanor of a successful individual, pulled out 500 yuan from his wallet and offered it to Su Yang. Though he wasn't typically so generous in front of his goddess and an old classmate, he felt compelled to appear affluent to his surprise. Su Yang didn't even glance at the money. Witnessing this, Zhou Li could no longer contain herself. Su Yang was utterly shameless. Su Yang, you should be grateful. A Wei is letting you help him buy milk tea out of consideration for your long-standing friendship. You probably don't even earn 500 yuan in a day. How do you know I don't earn 500 yuan a day? Su Yang chuckled at Zhou Li's furious expression. Not only do I know you don't earn that much, but I also know you have a crush on me. I advise you to give up. We are not from the same world. Only men like a Wei are suitable for me. Su Yang looked at Zhou Li in astonishment. Zhou Li was indeed attractive, but to someone like Su Yang, Surrounded by beauties, she was merely mediocre. Not to mention Tang Ninger, Qin Yuan, Huang Yilin. He outed how could she compare to any of them? Even the front desk clerk was superior. Where did her confidence come from? Since Zhou Li had already spoken, Wang Wei felt no need to hold back. He stood up and wrapped his arms around Zhou Li's waist, grinning smugly. Poor thing, I never imagined you secretly admired Lily. Have you looked in the mirror to see if you're worthy? Zhou Li made no resistance, allowing Wang Wei to embrace her, her face adorned with a look of pride, as if being held by Wang Wei was a tremendous honor. But Su Yang was utterly stunned by the spectacle before him. He had intended to caution Zhou Li against being toyed with by a scoundrel, only to find her misconstruing his intentions as affection. Zhou Li's inner monologue was rather rich, to say the least. At that moment, the HR manager, Huang Yilin, happened to stroll over. Hearing Zhou Li's words directed at Su Yang, she was utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? How could anyone despise their own boss? Was she insane, or was this woman out of her mind? With Su Yang's capability, any woman seeking to win his favor would require no less than 8,000 yuan. However, the primary issue was that the boss was far too low-key, dressing in common attire and personally running errands for his employees to buy milk tea that if Huang Yilin weren't acquainted with Su Yang, she might have mistaken him for a delivery person. Yilin, your milk tea. Upon seeing Huang Yilin, Su Yang immediately handed her a cup for Zhou Li, Wang Wei, and that flirty secretary. He had lost interest in them. Thank you, boss, Huang Yilin replied sweetly, her tone as gentle as that of a kitten. Su Yang continued to distribute milk tea. What did you call him? Wang Wei's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Huang Yilin's address. Boss, don't you recognize our boss? Huang Yilin looked at Wang Wei with a playful glint in her eye. That loser is your boss. Wang Wei could hardly believe his ears. Yes, the true mastermind behind Su Tang. You all don't even know who your boss is and expect to sign a contract? No, it's impossible. He cannot be the boss. Huang Yilin relished Wang Wei's incredulity as she strutted away in her little heels. Zhou Li was equally stunned that Su Yang was, in fact, the legendary billionaire behind the scenes. He cannot be the boss. At the last class reunion, he didn't even own a car. That beautiful woman must be teasing us. Let us hurry and follow. Wang Wei dashed after her as Su Yang continued to hand out milk tea, each girl beaming at him with sweet smiles, thanking him with, "Thank you, boss." Even the vice president, Qin Yuan, referred to Su Yang as boss. Su Yang is indeed the owner of Su Tang Venture Capital. This must be a joke. It can't be real. Wang Wei plopped down onto the ground, aghast that he had attempted to offer Su Yang 500 yuan to fetch him milk tea. Zhou Li was equally flabbergasted. She had the audacity to tell a billionaire that he could not earn 500 yuan a day, urging him to work hard and aspire to be like Wang Wei. How could she believe she was worthy of him? If Su Yang was the owner of Su Tang, then surely every woman in this company would want to throw themselves at him. And among those women, how many could surpass her? Even that flirty secretary could not help but swallow hard. Her gaze at Su Yang filled with stars. Such a man in her eyes was akin to walking cash. Wang Wei, it's time for you to sign the contract. At that moment, a staff member approached to deliver the news. Wang Wei swallowed hard. He could not afford to lose this contract, as he had negotiated a 50 million yuan investment from Su Tang, and his boss had promised him a BMW as a reward. He had even agreed to a raise that if the investment fell through, he would undoubtedly be fired. At that point, his life of wealth, his beautiful secretary, and his once cherished goddess would all slip away. Wang Wei steeled himself and entered Qin Yun's office, only to find Su Yang already inside. Old classmate, Wang Wei said, a hint of irony in his voice. Not a loser anymore. Su Yang remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. How could I be? It's all my fault for being blind. Old classmate, please don't hold it against me. Even though he felt 1,000 regrets, Wang Wei could only swallow his pride that if Su Yang were to cancel the contract, he would have nowhere to cry. He regretted showing off in front of a billionaire. Su Yang merely tapped his fingers lightly on the table, remaining silent. Wang Wei seemed to grasp Su Yang's meaning and suddenly knelt before him. Yang no, Yang dad, I beg you, please don't cancel the contract. If you do, I'm finished. Su Yang frowned slightly, surprised that Wang Wei would cast aside his dignity for the sake of a contract. Even calling him dad. Yang dad, I was wrong. I want to compete with you for Zhou Li anymore. Don't you like her? I could bring her to you tonight. Wang Wei was willing to do anything for the contract. Oh, and how do you plan to bring her to me? Su Yang inquired with curiosity. This Zhou Li, don't be fooled by her innocent appearance. She just a money-seeking woman to as long as the money is right. She'll do whatever you ask. Wang Wei squinted. You seem to know her quite well. Su Yang smiled at, of course. You don't know. After the class reunion, she actively added me and Yu Haoyang on WeChat. Since she couldn't curry favor with Yu Haoyang, she had to choose me. Just say the word, and I can help you win her over. Wang Wei's face was full of flattery. Do you think I lack women? Su Yang replied coolly. Wang Wei was taken aback. Indeed, with Su Yang's status, what kind of woman could he not have? Only someone like him would consider Zhou Li, who barely scored an 8 in terms of looks and figure, to be a goddess. For Su Yang, 9-point beauties were abundant. That, of course, a mere Zhou Li is unworthy of you. Yang, what do you think of my secretary? Since Su Yang seemed uninterested in Zhou Li, Wang Wei had to present his secretary as an alternative. The secretary was no less attractive than Zhou Li, but Wang Wei knew that such women could only serve as lovers. Su Yang felt a wave of annoyance. You think I would want someone you've had? Then what if I let my secretary work with Zhou Li? Wang Wei was not ready to give up, determined to hold on to the contract. Wang Wei, cut the nonsense. Just as his words left his mouth, the door was forcefully pushed open. Zhou Li stormed in, having contemplated the situation after learning that Su Yang was the mastermind behind Su Tang. She decided to apologize to Su Yang. Although the chances of him being interested in her were slim, it was wise to maintain a friendly relationship with him. However, as she reached the doorway, she overheard Wang Wei's remarks about her being a superficial gold digger and his intentions to win her over. Fury surged within her. Oh, Zhou Li, did I say anything wrong? When I invited you out, you ignored me, but when I sent you a red envelope of 1314, you appeared immediately. How can you claim you're not a gold digger? Wang Wei, unafraid of Su Yang, taunted Zhou Li that a single lipstick costs hundreds. The skincare and makeup I use when going out amount to several hundred. What's wrong with charging you 1314? If you love money so much, why not sell yourself? Wang Wei sneered. You scoundrel. How dare you insult me? I'll fight you. Zhou Li charged at Wang Wei. What is wrong with you, gold digger? You used to look down on Yang Ge, and now you come running over. What do you want? To curry favor with Yang Ge? Spare yourself. Do you really think Yang Ge would be interested in someone as trivial as you? Zhou Li was utterly furious. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Witnessing this scene, Su Yang could only shake his head in resignation. Not long ago, Zhou Li and Wang Wei were sweet on each other, and Zhou Li had even publicly declared that only Wang Wei was her perfect match. Yet now, she was grappling with him like a shrew. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, for the sake of a contract, was on his knees calling himself dad. What has happened to this world? Is it truly the case that everything can be sacrificed for money? Su Yang stood up and left the office, no longer interested in this farce. Boss, where's my milk tea? He bumped into Qin Yin at the door. Did I place it on your desk? Next time, order when there are fewer customers. Otherwise, I can't guarantee it will still be hot when it arrives, Su Yang replied, glancing at the two still struggling in the office. Qin Yin, quick to understand Su Yang's intent, responded, Boss, your shop is so busy. How am I supposed to know when there are fewer people? The two inside exchanged puzzled glances. What does this mean? Could it be that the boss everyone speaks of isn't referring to the owner of Su Tang, but rather to the milk tea shop owner? Indeed, it must be so. They thought, how could Su Yang, that poor fellow, possibly be the owner of Su Tang? Turns out he's just the owner of a milk tea shop. Since Su Yang is the milk tea shop owner, it's not inappropriate for Su Tang's employees to call him boss, is it? I see Mr. Wang seems a bit indisposed today. Perhaps we should postpone the contract signing? Qin Yun entered the office. Although the two had separated, their clothes were still disheveled. All right, President Qin, I will come back another day. Wang Wei's clothes had been torn by Zhou Li, leaving him too embarrassed to sign the contract. Soon, the two exited the Times building, and Wang Wei dismissed his female assistant, that a mere milk tea shop owner, daring to impersonate the owner of Su Tang. If I ever cross paths with him, I will make him regret it. Wang Wei fumed. Indeed, he must pay for this. Zhou Li echoed. They exchanged glances, suddenly united in their animosity. Now that everything was out in the open, Wang Wei straightforwardly declared, Zhou Li, if you become my girlfriend, I will give you 20,000 a month. Not enough. 20,000 is too little. Zhou Li shook her head. 30,000. That's my final offer. Deal. Zhou Li pondered for a moment. Wang Wei earned only 50,000 a month, so asking for too much might not be reasonable. 30,000 a month for doing nothing was already quite a bargain. The two smiled at each other and got into a BMW. Seemingly having forgotten the earlier altercation in the office, Inside the office, Su Yang, feeling rather bored, took out his phone and sent a text to Lin Chui, intending to clarify that day's events. That day, things were not as you perceived. I was with that female constable. Chapter 106. All wrapped up, what does it have to do with me? Lin Chui would feel jealous, which indicated she cared about him. Just as he was contemplating how to appease Lin Chui, he received a message from her. My aunt and I are going shopping and need a laborer. If you're busy, forget it, oh boss. Who are you so happily messaging? Tang Ninger suddenly appeared from behind, that it's none of your business. Su Yang tucked his phone away. An hour later, Su Yang arrived at the mall designated by Lin Chui. This way, as he reached the mall's entrance, he spotted two beauties, one tall and one petite. Waving at him, it was none other than Lin Chui and Han Ziki. Lin Chui, dressed in a royal blue uniform paired with black stockings and high heels, exuded an air of intellectual charm. Han Ziki, in a stylish coat, short hot pants, and thigh-high boots, was a fiery temptress. When the two stood together, it was a striking contrast of ice and fire. To have either one would be a tremendous fortune. To possess both would be a dream come true, drawing the attention of countless passers-by. Faced with such stunning beauties, many lacked the courage to approach, feeling that even a lingering gaze would be a desecration. Seeing the two wave at him, Su Yang immediately walked over, leaving the onlookers astonished. They had expected someone of great stature to be with such exquisite women, but instead, it was merely a poor lad. Had they known, they would have approached first. It's been a while since I've shopped. Today, we must buy. Han Ziki exclaimed at Su Yang. Don't tire yourself out. Upon seeing Su Yang, Han Ziki linked her arm with his, showing no hesitation since he was her nephew. After the bar incident, Han Ziki's perception of Su Yang had shifted slightly. While she still struggled to accept his impoverished status, she no longer found him repugnant. She even grew somewhat fond of him. It seemed that after leaving the Lin family, this nephew of hers had straightened his back. Meanwhile, Lin Chui appeared a bit awkward, having always had a disdainful view of Su Yang. Today, she unexpectedly took the initiative to link arms with him. Nevertheless, Lin Chui was genuinely pleased that Han Ziki could accept Su Yang. The trio entered the mall together. Su Yang, does this look good on me? Su Yang, can you bring me that pair of shoes to try on? Su Yang, about this bag. Su Yang, I can't zip this up. Come help me. Never mind, let my dear niece handle it. Upon entering the mall, Han Ziki became incredibly lively, continuously trying on various clothes, shoes, and bags that Su Yang found himself as the laborer while Lin Chui played the role of the attendant. Are you shopping for yourself, or is it for your aunt? Su Yang quipped, exasperated. Lin Chui shrugged. Clearly, it's for Han Ziki. She explained that they were celebrating her impending status as a villa owner and Lin Chui securing an investment. Before long, Han Ziki had purchased a considerable amount of items, totaling several $100,000. Previously, she had not been so extravagant, but after receiving a hefty bride price, she no longer hesitated to spend. In her words, I can't let the status of a villa owner slip. Seeing Han Ziki's lavish spending, Su Yang almost wanted to ask her if the bride price wasn't meant for her. As they continued shopping, the trio entered a Chanel clothing store. Before they could even look at the clothes, a blonde foreigner hurriedly approached. It was Lin Chui's suitor, Steve. Xiaoyi, it's really you, Steve exclaimed with surprise that he had intended to greet Lin Chui with a hug. But his hands were still in casts, making it inconvenient. Lin Chui merely nodded, acknowledging him. Xiaoyi, are you here to buy clothes? Pick whatever you like. It's on me, Steve generously offered. No need. My wife doesn't require your generosity. A somewhat irritated voice interjected. Upon seeing Su Yang, Steve was taken aback for a moment, then frowned. What are you doing here? Accompanying my wife shopping. Can't you see? Su Yang retorted, rolling his eyes. Shout, he has divorced you. You can't call her wife anymore. Steve gritted his teeth. Sorry, the divorce certificate hasn't been processed yet. She remains my lawful wife, so what is the problem with me calling her that? Huh, you poor loser. You don't even look at yourself. Do you think you're worthy of Xiao-Yi? Steve retorted without hesitation. Am I unworthy? What about you with your hands disabled? Do you think you're worthy? Su Yang shot back. Steve was furious but recognized he was no match for Su Yang. So he sneered, you're just a brute. Without money, you're nothing. How do you know I don't have money? Su Yang laughed. If you had money, could you buy Xiao-Yi these clothes? Steve scoffed, glancing at Su Yang disdainfully before arrogantly instructing the sales clerk. Wrap up the most expensive outfit you have in a size that fits this young lady. Certainly, sir. The salesgirl was thrilled. The most expensive outfit in the store was worth $48,000. Even the commission was a significant sum. Steve looked down his nose at Su Yang, as if to say, "Can you afford this?" Su Yang shook his head and replied, "In that case, I'll choose one as well." "Just you? You think you can pick something worthy of Xiao Yi?" Steve's face was filled with contempt. Although he wasn't in the fashion industry, he knew many top designers, so his taste was undoubtedly refined. Su Yang casually picked a dress off the rack. "This one will do." "Ha ha, that one. Are you an idiot? That dress, while stylish, is far too revealing. Xiao Yi would never wear something like that." Steve's disdain only intensified. Realizing that despite being married for 2 years, he didn't even know what Lin Chuyi preferred to wear to it seemed the rumors were true. The two likely hadn't even been intimate. This only solidified Steve's determination to win Lin Chuyi over. After all, this was a luxury clothing store. Buying out the entire stock would cost millions, if not tens of millions. Even he would find it difficult to manage. Surely, Su Yang didn't think these were street market goods that could be bought for a few dozen yuan. Did he? Chapter 107. The way you spend money is truly dashing after all. Su Yang's attire was quite unsophisticated. Were it not for the two stunning beauties accompanying him, the staff might have already asked him to leave. In the eyes of the sales clerk, Su Yang was likely a bodyguard, and now he claimed he would buy the entire store's inventory. Naturally, she found it hard to believe. "Are you unable to comprehend Chinese? Or is my Mandarin not clear enough for you?" Su Yang frowned. "But do you know how much it costs to buy out the entire store? If you don't tell me, how would I know?" Su Yang rolled his eyes. "Today, our store has just completed the inventory, and the total value of all the clothing amounts to 3,180,000. "What? 3 million? Upon hearing this, Su Yang was taken aback. The expression on Su Yang's face made Steve chuckle and shake his head. "Did you realize how ridiculous that price is? Indeed, there is a saying in Huaxia, 'Do not flaunt your wealth, or you may be struck by lightning.'" Seeing the amused expression on Steve's face, Su Yang smiled and said, "What I mean is, it's only a little over 3 million. I thought it would be in the tens of millions. Just wrap it up." "Very well, sir. Please proceed to the card reader over here." The saleswoman flashed a sweet smile. Yet, beneath that smile lurked a threat. "Should you fail to swipe your card, I shall summon security to escort you out." Just for showing off, when Su Yang truly went to swipe his card, Lin Chuyi quickly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "What if we just forget it?" Lin Chuyi knew all too well how much money Su Yang had. Although she had given him 3 million, the total for these clothes was 3,180,000. During his time at the Lin family, Su Yang had not earned a penny. It was Wang Xiujuan who provided him with 200 yuan for pocket money each month. Even if he managed to save a little while grocery shopping, it was impossible to have amassed tens of thousands. "Nephew, do you actually have that much money?" Han Ziki doubted Su Yang's ability to produce such a sum that he might have enough for a few pieces of clothing, as Su Yang merely smiled faintly. "Go on, keep pretending." Steve scoffed that Su Yang followed the saleswoman to settle the bill. "Dear niece, are you looking forward to it?" Han Ziki asked Lin Chuyi with a grin. "Looking forward to what?" "Of course, I anticipate seeing my dear nephew being tossed out by security for showing off. There are consequences for that behavior. Indeed, if he gets thrown out, I will be utterly humiliated." Lin Chuyi felt her cheeks flush slightly. Could it be that he really couldn't produce the money and would flee? A hint of worry crossed Han Ziki's face that he must be fleeing, Steve asserted with certainty. "What should we do?" "How about this, Steve? Could you help my niece by covering the bill?" Han Ziki looked at Steve. I seem to have forgotten my bank card." Steve certainly had the means to produce 3 million, but having to part with it all at once was still painful. "Don't worry, sir. We didn't include that item in the total." The saleswoman's demeanor became exceedingly respectful. The reason for her respect was simple. Su Yang had indeed swiped for 3,180,000. He really did swipe the card. Steve gulped. "Here is the receipt. Would you like to take a look?" Su Yang pulled out the long receipt that stretched several meters and teasingly regarded Steve. "Sir, would you prefer to pay by card or cash?" The saleswoman also turned her gaze to Steve, that of course the card. In truth, Steve was somewhat reluctant to make the purchase. After all, he had already gifted an entire store. It would seem rather stingy if he were to gift just one item. However, he was now compelled to settle the bill, lest he face greater embarrassment. Yet, when he reached for his wallet, he discovered he hadn't brought his bank card after all. Security. Throw him out. "No, I genuinely forgot my card. It's not that I lack funds." That Steve's voice faded into the distance. "That Su Yang, did you really buy out the entire store?" Lin Chuyi looked at Su Yang in shock. Where did you get the money? I only gave you 3 million. I had some savings before I met you. Su-yang replied nonchalantly that no, I can't accept this. Please return it. Lin Chuyi felt a surge of emotion, but shook her head. That was over 3 million, enough to buy a decent house and a car. Moreover, that 18,000 must have been all of Su Yang's savings, right? Having already purchased, how could one return it? Really, just return it. I'm touched that you would spend all your money on clothes for me, but it's unnecessary. And besides, I want to be able to wear all of this. Dear niece, if you can't wear it all, you can always give some to me. Han Ziki chimed in eagerly. Yes, you could also give some to your aunt. Su-yang added that you are truly not returning it, are you? If you don't, I will take it. And you might regret it later. No returns. Su-yang shook his head. Miss, could you please fill out your address? We will handle the delivery. The saleswoman quickly said, fearing any unforeseen changes. Lin Chuyi was reluctant to fill it out. But Su-yang took the pen and filled in the address himself. Miss, your husband is truly wonderful. If my husband were even half as good as yours, I would be overjoyed, the saleswoman said enviously. Although she saw beautiful clothing every day, she could neither afford them nor bear to buy them. Yet, Su-yang had managed to buy out the entire store for Lin Chuyi. Just thinking about it made one feel blissful. Indeed, it is quite blissful. Who wouldn't he want a husband who is both impressive and caring? However, Lin Chuyi understood that Su-yang had limited funds. Having a few million meant he could live a comfortable life, even if they were no longer together. At this moment, Lin Chuyi felt a mix of happiness and conflict. Nephew, although your actions may seem foolish, the way you spent your money is truly admirable. Han Ziki felt increasingly pleased with Su-yang. She took the initiative to buy him a whole new wardrobe that a man must have a few decent outfits. Han Ziki not only bought clothes for Su-yang, but also personally helped him with the details, such as buttoning shirts and tying ties. When it came time to try on shoes, she even knelt down to help him put them on. Lin Chuyi watched nearby, feeling quite annoyed that it was as if they were the couple, rather than her and Su-yang, that Su-yang, however, felt nothing amiss, for he had always regarded Han Ziki as an elder. Han Ziki, too, must have seen him as a junior. After purchasing the clothes, the three of them went out to eat together. Han Ziki generously offered to pay the bill. Unbeknownst to them, while they were shopping, a paper figure, roughly the size of a thumb, had been facing them from a short distance away, as if watching their every move. Chapter 108. Your woman is in my hands. Han Ziki was not only fond of beauty, but also a genuine foodie, ordering an extravagant feast. During the meal, she frequently offered Su-yang dishes, causing Lin Chuyi to feel increasingly aggrieved. All right, you two are clearly a couple. I'm just an outsider here, she grumbled while focused on her meal. Halfway through, Han Ziki excused herself to use the restroom, leaving only Su-yang and Lin Chuyi at the table. How have you been lately? Su-yang initiated the conversation. Oh, not bad. Lin Chuyi nodded and returned the question. And you? I'm doing well. You seem to be doing quite well. Having found a new love so quickly, Lin Chuyi remarked, her tone tinged with jealousy. You know me well. It's that female officer who was bullying me, and I just fought back, that Su-yang replied meekly. Oh, you've learned to fight back now. I suppose that female officer must have quite a grip. Su-yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, that he sensed that the conversation was heading into awkward territory. Then when I bullied you before, why didn't you fight back? Lin Chuyi continued her inquiry, noticing Su-yang's reluctance to engage. You were my wife, after all. How could I resist when my wife bullies her husband? Shameless. Who's your wife? Lin Chuyi's cheeks flushed slightly. Although they had been married for 2 years during that time, they had maintained a respectful distance that Su-yang did call her wife. But back then, it felt merely formal. Now, however, it felt genuine, and she experienced a fluttering sensation in her chest. What? Have you started missing me after just a few minutes apart? Lin Chuyi teased. Cough, cough. What nonsense. That's our aunt, that Su-yang stammered awkwardly. Oh, so you do remember she's your aunt? Anyone who didn't know might think you two were a couple. So, are you admitting that we are a couple now? Su-yang chuckled. Lin Chuyi hadn't expected to be drawn into this playful banter again, turning her head away in a huff. After a few more minutes, Lin Chuyi began to feel something was off, that it had been over 10 minutes. Why hadn't your aunt returned? Surely, even if she were using the restroom, she would have finished by now. She promptly took out her phone to call Han Ziki. Shortly, the call connected, but the voice on the other end was not Han Ziki's. It was that of a stranger. Who are you? Lin Chuyi frowned and asked that my name is Xia Dong. I don't know you. Where's my aunt? Oh, perhaps you've heard of me by another name. I go by Dong Queasy. Dong Queasy. Su Yang, who was in the midst of enjoying his steak, immediately felt his pupils constrict. He reached out and snatched the phone from Lin Chuyi's hand. What do you want? Su Yang asked coldly. I don't want anything. I merely wish to inform you that your woman is in my hands, that if you don't want her to die, come to, Dong Queasy said before abruptly hanging up. What just happened? Who is this Dong Queasy? Sounds somewhat familiar. Lin Chuyi pondered aloud. Afterward, she called for the waiter to settle the bill, which once again left Lin Chuyi astonished. After all, this meal was far from cheap. Su Yang, has something happened? Lin Chuyi asked anxiously, noticing Su Yang's serious expression. After seeing Lin Chuyi off, Su Yang called for a vehicle and headed towards the Lonley Chemical Factory. The Lonley Chemical Factory had been abandoned for over a decade, now only consisting of dilapidated buildings. Due to its distance from the city center, it had yet to be developed. Meanwhile, Han Ziki was terrified. She found herself tied to a chair, unable to move. The scene around her was chilling. Countless figures surrounded Han Ziki, that if they were merely people, she wouldn't have been so terrified. However, these figures were all paper dolls. Each doll was vividly crafted, so lifelike it seemed as if they were real. In addition to the paper dolls, there were also paper horses and spirit houses, resembling a paper funeral setup that a gust of chilling wind swept through. The paper figures and horses emitted a rustling sound. Is anyone there? Help me. Han Ziki, who had never encountered such a scene before, was instantly terrified and began to scream. Not only Han Ziki, but even a man in such a situation would likely be paralyzed with fear, intensifying the eerie atmosphere. Little sister, please stop screaming. Your cries are hurting my ears. After Han Ziki had called out for some time, a chilling voice finally echoed. Yet, Han Ziki could not see the source. Are you human or ghost? Why are you trying to capture me? She whimpered that I am human, and also a ghost, he. Han Ziki felt a cold breeze brush past her ear, as if the presence was right behind her. She turned her head but saw nothing. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a paper figure suddenly appeared before her. Da-da! Han Ziki fainted from the shock. Finally, peace could be restored. The paper figure transformed into a woman, adorned in attire reminiscent of the Republic of China, wearing a melon-shaped hat and sporting a long braid at the back. In her hand, she held a brush. Her beauty was striking, but her appearance was enough to send chills down one's spine, particularly due to her pallid skin. Dong Queasy, I have come. Do not harm her, a furious voice rang out. Little brother, do not move. Dong Queasy waved her small hand, and several paper figures surrounded Han Ziki. One of them, wielding a crescent blade, raised it high, aiming it at Han Ziki's neck. Though the blade was made of paper, Su Yang knew that if it struck, Han Ziki would lose her head immediately. His expression darkened. If you touch even a single hair on her head, I will not let you go. Little brother, it seems you still do not understand the situation. Your woman is in my grasp, and with a single command, your precious darling will meet her demise. Dong Queasy laughed. She is not my woman. You are mistaken. Oh, little brother, do not deceive me. My little Wang has seen it all. Dong Queasy extended her bloodless palm, revealing a paper figure no larger than a thumb standing in her palm. Su Yang's pupils contracted. He recalled feeling as though a pair of eyes had been watching him during their outing, but he had not identified the watcher. Coupled with his audacity, he had dismissed the feeling. He never expected it to be a paper figure sent by Dong Queasy. Indeed, Han Ziki's behavior today had been more intimate than that of Lin Chuyi, his legitimate wife, leading Dong Queasy to mistakenly believe Han Ziki was Su Yang's woman. What do you want? Nothing much, just to have you entertain my king for a while. Dong Queasy let out a cackling laugh, her form gradually disappearing into the shadows. Su Yang then felt the building before him begin to shift. No, it was not the building, but rather. Chapter 109. Paper Man, Paper Wolf, Paper War Chariot, a colossal paper figure, towering over 10 times larger than the paper figures Su Yang had previously battled. And there was not just one, alongside the gigantic paper figure. There was also a paper war chariot and a paper wolf. Clearly, Dong Queasy had prepared extensively to deal with him. Before the enormous paper figure, Su Yang appeared as insignificant as an ant. However, he remained unafraid. No matter how large, it was still just a paper figure. He immediately drew the Hongling sword. The paper figure charged forward, lifting its foot to stomp down on Su Yang. As he beheld the gigantic foot that seemed capable of blocking out the sky, Su Yang's gaze sharpened. Disorderly sword chi. Disorderly sword chi was a formidable martial technique, the third form of the 7 kills sword technique. Upon execution, it would create a domain of sword energy, resembling a begonia, designed to obliterate all. Clang, clang. However, to Su Yang's surprise, when the sword energy struck the bottom of the paper figure's foot, it sparked a shower of embers. Although it inflicted some damage, it was hardly significant, especially considering the paper figure's towering height, rendering it virtually unscathed. Su Yang's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated that the paper figure had not only increased in size but also in material resilience. Fortunately, the chaotic sword energy managed to slow the descent of the figure's foot. Su Yang swiftly retreated, escaping the paper figure's attack range. Boom! The paper figure's foot slammed to the ground, causing violent tremors and cracking the earth like spider webs. When the paper figure lifted its foot, a shallow pit remained. The force of a single step was terrifying. Not to mention a human, even a car would likely be flattened underfoot. The only drawback was the paper figure's sluggish movements. But one mustn't forget the presence of the paper war chariot and the paper wolf. Buzz! The paper war chariot sped towards Su Yang, while the paper wolf lunged at him. The colossal paper figure exerted its crushing power. The agile paper wolf engaged in close combat, and the paper war chariot charged recklessly. Together, they formed a flawless synergy, a deadly trap laid by Dong Qizi for Su Yang. Nearly unsolvable. Boom! The paper figure's fist descended upon Su Yang like a massive pendulum. He dared not take it head-on and could only evade frantically. Yet just as he dodged the paper figure's fist, the paper wolf's claws lunged at him with ferocity. He evaded the paper figure's claws, but could not escape the assault of the paper war chariot and braced himself for the impact. Dominant Golden Body. The perfect defensive martial technique, Dominant Golden Body, enveloped Su Yang in a layer of golden radiance. Boom! The next moment, the paper war chariot crashed into him, and he felt as if he had been hit by a train head-on, propelling him into a dilapidated building like a cannonball. Boom! The building collapsed instantly. Was it over? That was too easy. Dong Qizi felt somewhat disheartened. After all her meticulous planning, she hadn't anticipated that Su Yang would be dealt with so effortlessly. However, a beam of golden light burst forth from the swirling dust, charging straight for the paper wolf. Although the paper wolf was of average size, strength, and speed, it posed the greatest threat to Su Yang. The attacks from the paper figure and paper war chariot followed predictable patterns, allowing for openings to be exploited. Thus, he decided to eliminate the paper wolf first. Now this is getting interesting, seeing Su Yang still alive. Dong Qizi felt a surge of joy. After all, she had not only prepared for a long time, but had also invested a considerable cost. If it ended so quickly, it would be far too dull. Extreme Blade Sword Chi. Su Yang approached the paper wolf once more, employing the fourth form of the 7 kills sword technique, Extreme Blade Sword Chi. As the Hongling sword descended, a black curtain appeared out of thin air, like a guillotine descending towards the paper wolf's head. Extreme Blade Sword Chi, the sharpest sword strike among the 7 kills. Puff! Despite the paper wolf's efforts to evade, it was still cleaved in half. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yang thrust his sword into the paper wolf's head, and the chaotic sword energy detonated within, reducing the paper wolf to countless fragments. Yet, he was soon struck by the paper war chariot. A metallic taste filled his throat. The impact of the paper war chariot was indeed fearsome. However, with the paper wolf dispatched, it would be far more challenging for the paper war chariot to land another hit on him. Su Yang darted left and right as the paper war chariot pursued rapidly. The paper giant, hampered by its sluggishness, could not reach him, but it seemed Su Yang was trapped in a predicament. Yet, just as the paper figure's colossal fist was about to strike him, Su Yang stomped the ground, and his body miraculously slid 2 zhong to the side. Boom! The enormous paper fist crashed down with a thunderous roar, striking the paper war chariot that had been pursuing him. Without any surprise, the war chariot was reduced to mere fragments. It turned out that Su Yang's apparent flight was a ruse to create an opportunity for the paper figure to destroy the war chariot itself. Now, only the largest paper figure remained, which was far easier to handle. Su Yang brandished the Hongling sword, aiming for the paper figure's foot. As the blade struck, sparks flew. Its defensive power was indeed astonishing. Yet, it had met Su Yang, Extreme Blade Sword Chi. The sharpest strike of the 7 kills, once more unleashed. Puff! A massive gash was carved into the paper figure's foot. Undeterred, Su Yang unleashed another extreme blade sword chi. And finally, one of the paper giant's feet was severed, causing it to topple and crush a multitude of buildings. Then Su Yang swiftly drove the Hongling sword into the paper giant's head. The disorderly sword chi erupted from within, blossoming like a golden begonia. The head of the paper giant exploded. Though it was merely a paper figure, it seemed to possess fatal weaknesses akin to those of a human. Little brother, you truly astonish me. Dong Qizi watched in shock, unable to fathom that her elaborate preparations had failed to claim Su Yang's life. Fortunately, she still had a card to play today. Su Yang, wielding the Hongling sword, advanced step by step toward Han Ziki. Release her. What if I refuse? Then she dies. Hee little brother, do not come any closer. Otherwise, that a fierce glint flickered in Dong Qizi's eyes. She waved her hand, and a paper figure beside Han Ziki thrust a stick into her shoulder. Ah! Han Ziki screamed in agony, jolting awake from her faint. Please, let me go, she sobbed, her youth and sheltered upbringing unable to withstand such torment, beads of sweat pouring down her face. Chapter 110. She's my woman. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yang immediately hesitated to advance. Stop! You want me to stop? Just like that? Dong Qizi once again had the paper figurine strike Han Ziki. You! Su Yang exclaimed, filled with indignation. This is the consequence of provoking me. If you cease your resistance, perhaps I will spare the life of your woman. Fine, I won't resist. Just don't hurt her anymore. Su Yang sheathed his red blade. That's more like it. Dong Qizi cackled with glee, then commanded a paper figurine towering over 2 meters to step before Su Yang, wielding a long whip. Crack! The paper figurine lashed out with the whip, tearing Su Yang's clothing and leaving a long gash on his shoulder. Yet, he merely furrowed his brow slightly. The paper figurine swung the whip again, relentlessly striking Su Yang. Each lash carved a bloody furrow upon his skin. That was only due to Su Yang's extraordinary physical resilience that he endured. A regular person would have succumbed after a single strike. Stop! Please do not hurt him! Han Ziki cried, her eyes brimming with tears at the sight. Was this truly the same useless nephew she remembered? If you won't strike her, how about I strike you instead? Dong Qizi laughed wickedly, prompting a paper figurine to slap Han Ziki across the face, causing her delicate features to swell. That if you have any grievances, direct them at me. Do not harm her. Su Yang's expression darkened. I am indeed here for you. Is she not your woman? Hurting her is tantamount to hurting you. You are mistaken. She is not my woman. Do you take me for a fool? If she were not your woman, would you forsake your resistance for her? Dong Qizi was naturally skeptical. Believe it or not, even if you kill her, I wouldn't care. My intent to save her is merely because she is my elder. Elder? Do you take me for a fool? How could she possibly be your elder at her age? Fine, if you do not believe me. You must know the son-in-law of the Lin family. I am that very son-in-law. You are the fabled waste. Dong Qizi scoffed, her disbelief palpable. With Su Yang's prowess, he could easily rival the 4 healers of Jiangdu, if not surpass them. That if he were indeed a waste, then the 4 healers would be rendered as such as well. Whether you believe it or not, the truth remains. You are aware of how the Lin family has treated me. Do you truly think I would care for her well-being? A cold indifference washed over Su Yang's face. Very well, I shall take your word for it. Now release her. Su Yang's expression brightened. However, Dong Qizi merely grinned sinisterly and replied, since she is of no importance to you, let us end her life. The crescent blade was raised high, poised to sever Han Ziki's head. Han Ziki shut her eyes in terror. No, you have won. Su Yang's countenance shifted dramatically. Dong Qizi was merciless. The crescent blade halted at Han Ziki's neck, a fine line of blood already forming upon her alabaster skin. Should it advance a mere inch more, Han Ziki would meet her demise. Little brother, did you not say you did not care for her life? Dong Qizi taunted, her laughter echoing. In truth, there are no deep-seated grudges between us. There is no need for this standoff. How about this? If you stab yourself a few times, I shall let you both go. Dong Qizi casually tossed a dagger before Su Yang. Blood immediately began to flow. Not enough. Dong Qizi shook her head. Thud! Another dagger plunged in. Still not enough. Dong Qizi again shook her head. Thud! Su Yang had no choice but to comply soon. His garments were entirely soaked in blood. Yet Dong Qizi showed no sign of mercy, continuously shaking her head and declaring it insufficient. Do not stab anymore? Please stop. Su Yang, you must flee. Forget about me. Why are you still so kind to me after how I treated you? Han Ziki shook her head in anguish. It was worth noting that during their time in the Lin family, Han Ziki had never regarded Su Yang with kindness, always viewing him as a waste. Yet, to her astonishment, Su Yang was willing to stab himself for her sake. Finally, after Su Yang had pierced himself a dozen times, Dong Queasy was satisfied. All right, we shall end our game here for today. Her voice gradually faded as the paper figurines promptly vanished. Dong Queasy did not wish to kill Su Yang. Her own energy was nearly depleted, and she might not be his match. Moreover, she dared not actually kill Han Ziki, for fear of provoking Su Yang into a frenzy. There was no rush to deal with Su Yang, especially since there were still 3 poisons yet to be unleashed, particularly the foremost among them. Fooling, Su Yang would have to submit. Regardless of his strength, he rushed to Han Ziki's side to untie her bonds. Do not fear. I will take you to the hospital. He lifted Han Ziki into his arms. However, they were in the outskirts, with no vehicles in sight. He attempted to call a cab, but discovered none were nearby. With no other option, Su Yang began to sprint towards the city, carrying Han Ziki. Behind them, a torrent of blood rained down, some from Han Ziki and some from Su Yang. At that moment, Su Yang wished he could take flight. Su Yang, you are such a fool. Why did you come to save me? Because you are my elder, is that all? Do you have feelings for me? I must inform you, you cannot harbor such feelings for me. And grandmother would never approve that. Su Yang, I am in so much pain. Am I going to die? You will not die. Su Yang ran with frenzied urgency. However, the hospital was still too far away that he himself was not in serious danger. Despite appearances, with the fusion of the Black Stone, he could recover even from grievous injuries. But Han Ziki was different. She was but an ordinary person, that he could staunch her bleeding, but the pole that pierced her body had also damaged her internal organs. Su Yang, I feel so cold. I want to sleep for a while. Do not sleep. Su Yang understood that if Han Ziki fell asleep now, she would likely never awaken. But I am so tired. Her voice grew increasingly faint. Think of the thing you most desire. Envision your dreams. My dream is to marry the owner of the villa, to help my family flourish and repay my mother's kindness. Su Yang was taken aback. Was Han Ziki's aspiration to marry into wealth merely a means of repaying the matriarch's nurturing? Su Yang, you must think I am obsessed with wealth, but while I do love money, it is unavoidable that I am a woman of the Lin family. I must bring value to them, especially since I am not even a biological child, that I do not wish to be torn apart like you and Xiaoyi. Su Yang, you are actually quite handsome and considerate, that if only you were not so poor, the matriarch would not have driven you away, and my elder brother and sister-in-law would accept you. Su Yang, I do not want to die. Tears streamed down Han Ziki's cheeks. Merely 22 years of age, she was in the bloom of youth, with a beautiful life just beginning, accompanied by a dowry of 80 million. Do you think the owner of the villa on the mountaintop is an old man? That I wonder what he looks like. I am the owner of the villa on the mountaintop. Feeling the girl's breath growing fainter, Su Yang could no longer contain his secret. Even if Lin Chu were to discover his deception and despise him, it mattered not. Haha, dear nephew, though I am on the brink of death, I am not foolish. If only you were truly the owner of the villa. Han Ziki murmured before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Despair filled Su Yang. They were still at least 10 miles from the hospital. However, just as he was about to lose hope, he finally spotted a taxi. Quick, take us to the hospital, Su Yang shouted at the cab. Unfortunately, upon seeing him drenched in blood, the driver accelerated away in fear. Yet, this area was closer to the city, and taxis were more plentiful than at last. Su Yang successfully hailed a cab. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital. Sir, you have lost so much blood. I am fine. Just save her. Only when Han Ziki was wheeled into the emergency room did Su Yang notify the Lin family. Before long, the Lin family members arrived, including the matriarch herself. That Su Yang, you vile scoundrel, what have you done to my Ziki? The matriarch raised her cane, striking at Su Yang, that if anything happens to her, I will make you pay with your life. Get away from me. I never wish to see you again. The matriarch berated and struck Su Yang, while the others from the Lin family demanded he leave. What is wrong with Annie? Are you all right? Only Lin Chui approached with concern. Xiaoyi, come here. Upon seeing Lin Chui walk towards Su Yang, Wang Xiujuan immediately intervened, pulling Lin Chui away. You are never to see him again. Su-young quietly departed. In truth, Hanziki's injuries were all due to him. Had he not clashed with Dong Queasy, she would not have been captured. After leaving the hospital, a surge of rage washed over Su-young. Since arriving in Jiangdu 2 years ago, he had been cautious to conceal himself, avoiding any conflicts with other factions. His reluctance to provoke others did not mean he could be bullied. It was time to teach Dong Queasy a lesson. Kaiyang, help me find out where a woman named Dong Queasy is at. Su-young directly called Wu Tsuxing Kaiyang. Dong Queasy is currently at an entertainment venue under her control. Boss, do you need me and Tianxian to take action? No, I will handle it personally. Su-young rushed straight to the Royal Entertainment Center without even changing his clothes. The elder sister truly lives up to her title. Once she takes action, that little brat will surely kneel and sing conquer, Brother Frog said with a fawning expression towards the woman before him. The woman was Dong Queasy. She was lounging on a massage chair, indulging in the service. After a fierce battle, it was time to unwind. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from downstairs. Sister, it seems someone is causing trouble. Give me a minute, and I will settle it, Brother Frog declared, eager to take credit before stepping out with a cigarette in his mouth. Then he saw a bloodied man standing at the door, smoking. Dong Queasy immediately attempted to rise from the massage chair, but suddenly received a blow to her spine. She slumped back into the chair, unable to move. What do you want? A look of fear washed over Dong Queasy's face upon seeing Su-young. She never expected him to arrive so swiftly. As Su-young remained silent, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Then he extinguished it on Dong Queasy's flawless, pale back. Dong Queasy let out a cry of agony. The tip of the cigarette could reach temperatures over 700 degrees. You better let my sister go. Brother Frog struggled to rise after a lengthy effort. As Su-young produced another cigarette, lit it, took a few puffs, and then once more extinguished it on Dong Queasy's back. I will kill you. You won't die a good death. I will annihilate your entire family. Dong Queasy screamed in pain, cursing vehemently. Yet, Su-young seemed impervious to her words, lighting cigarette after cigarette, extinguishing them on her back. The once enviable back that would drive any man mad with desire was now marred with numerous dark, unsightly scars. Witnessing this scene, Brother Frog couldn't help but swallow hard. This brother was truly ruthless, using cigarette butts to burn Dong Queasy. That he had the audacity to go this far. Despite her peculiar attire and penchant for eerie paper dolls, her beauty was indisputable. Did this guy truly possess no compassion? Bastard, if you have the guts, kill me. Dong Queasy's beautiful eyes seemed to blaze with fire. Su-young lit another cigarette, but this time, he refrained from pressing it against her back. With a detached expression, he stated, Dong Queasy, you should be thankful that you reside in Huaxia, that if you wish to take revenge on me, I welcome it at any time. But if you dare to lay a hand on those around me, I assure you, you will regret ever coming into this world. The deal you think I was raised to be afraid? Dong Queasy was unperturbed by Su-young's threat. Upon hearing her words, Su-young narrowed his eyes and turned to Brother Frog, saying, Come here. What do you want? Brother Frog stuttered. As Su-young placed a pack of cigarettes on Dong Queasy's back, instructing, Do exactly as I did. Damn it. I won't harm my sister. If you have the guts, kill me, Brother Frog retorted defiantly. However, minutes later, Brother Frog stood before Dong Queasy, a lit cigarette in hand, trembling like a leaf. Sister, I am sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. Chapter 112. Family condemnation. At this moment, Brother Frog's expression was more wretched than if he had just eaten excrement. One was his elder sister, Dong Queasy, one of the 4 medicinal masters under the red seat. The other was Su-young, this little calamity. Both were not individuals he could provoke, that if he complied, Dong Queasy would surely seek retribution later, and he would meet a grim fate. But if he refused, he would immediately face a dire consequence. Crackling sounds accompanied Dong Queasy's screams as more black smoke rose from her back, filling the room with the scent of charred flesh. This moment, Dong Queasy wished nothing more than to devour Su-young alive. Unfortunately, she was paralyzed and unable to move. Yet Brother Frog, thinking he was doomed anyway, decided that indulging himself before his demise was not a bad idea. After all, Dong Queasy had always been his superior. In her presence, he was like a dog. He would never dare to defy her. Moreover, Dong Queasy was an exceptionally cruel woman. A single misstep could lead to being dragged off to play with her little paper dolls. At this moment, he was using a cigarette but to scorch Dong Queasy's perfect back. The thrill of revenge, The joy of destruction and the fear of retribution combined to leave Brother Frog feeling euphoric. That's enough. Unfortunately for him, before he could indulge further, Su Yang waved his hand to interrupt. Don Queasy, today, this is merely a light punishment. Should there be a next time, I won't be so courteous. Su Yang stood up and departed. Meanwhile, Don Queasy was drenched in cold sweat, yet not a single tear fell. Only hatred, boundless hatred, filled her heart. This man must die. Finally, Don Queasy regained her ability to move. With a resounding crash, she struck the massage chair, causing it to collapse. "Sister, are you all right?" Brother Frog asked, trembling. "What do you think? Someone bring me this audacious scoundrel's head for the fish." Don Queasy roared. "Spare me, sister." Brother Frog immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. However, no one came after a long while. When Don Queasy stepped outside, she was met with the sight of security guards strewn about in disarray, as Su Yang had incapacitated the entire security team of the Royal Entertainment Center. Nevertheless, Don Queasy was not particularly surprised. Su Yang had defeated her powerful foes, the king, the wolf, and the battle car. It was hardly astonishing that he could handle these ordinary guards. Each of the 4 medicinal masters of Jiangdu could achieve this. "You will clean up this mess. Remember, if you utter a word about what transpired today, I will have you chopped in a fish feed." Don Queasy coldly instructed Brother Frog. "Thank you for sparing my life." "Sister," Brother Frog rejoiced, "scram." Don Queasy kicked Brother Frog away in irritation. Hiss. With her movement, pain surged through her back. However, Su Yang's strength was overwhelming. Perhaps even if 2 masters combined forces, they would struggle to defeat him. She had underestimated Su Yang's power in Jiangdu City. Such a formidable opponent existed that it seemed she should report this to An Hong. Jiangdu First Hospital. "Lin Chuyi, I have told you repeatedly to avoid associating with that good-for-nothing. Yet you refuse to listen. Look at the situation now." The Lin family was filled with righteous indignation that in the past, they might not have cared so much about Han Ziki, in fact, if she were to die, they would even benefit from her demise. But now, the owner of a villa on the mountaintop had offered 80 million as a bride price for Han Ziki, once she married into wealth. The benefits for the Lin family would be immeasurable to that point. The assets of every Lin family member would multiply, perhaps even tenfold. More importantly, with the villa owner as a powerful ally, anyone wishing to target the Lin family would think twice. This was precisely why prominent families favored alliances through marriage. It could be said that Han Ziki had become the Lin family's most crucial figure, bar none. However, Han Ziki, who was cherished by everyone, had sustained severe injuries and was now in the emergency room, her life hanging in the balance. How could the Lin family not be enraged? Moreover, Han Ziki had gone out with Lin Chuyi. So naturally, Lin Chuyi bore significant responsibility. In truth, if she hadn't invited Su Yang along, Lin Chuyi might not have found herself in such dire straits. After all, accidents are unpredictable. Yet, the Lin family had always viewed Su Yang unfavorably, considering him a harbinger of disaster. But Su Yang was merely a penniless youth of no consequence. Even if they killed him, it would amount to nothing. Thus, the blame fell squarely on Lin Chuyi's shoulders. Lin Chuyi clenched her fists, feeling immensely wronged. Yet, she had no means to refute their accusations. Although it was Han Ziki who invited her out for shopping, she had still been involved. "Lin Chuyi, do you truly not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Don't you realize what your little aunt means to our Lin family?" Lin Chong seized the opportunity to berate Lin Chuyi. "Indeed, although Ziki is not my mother's biological child, we have always treated her as family." Lin Chong's mother chimed in. "How can all the blame rest solely on my little Chuyi?" Seeing everyone criticize Lin Chuyi, Wang Xiujuan could no longer contain herself. Lin Guowei snorted. "If it had just been Chuyi and Ziki shopping, we wouldn't have said anything. But why did Chuyi have to bring along that good-for-nothing? Ziki has never offended anyone. Perhaps that person was targeting him. Exactly, he is nothing but a walking disaster. He must never set foot in our Lin family again." In the face of overwhelming opposition, even Wang Xiujuan's eloquence faltered. "What, spending millions on luxury goods? Lin Chuyi, have you lost your mind? Although you secured investment from Sutong Venture Capital, it doesn't justify such extravagance. Moreover, that money is not yours. It belongs to the Lin family. Indeed, spending millions in a single day at this rate, you will squander 200 million before long." Upon learning that Lin Chuyi had spent millions on luxury goods, the entire family erupted in outrage in truth, Given Lin Shuyi's status, spending a few million on herself was hardly scandalous. However, the timing was questionable, especially with the incident involving Han Ziki. Instantly, all accusations were directed at her. Chapter 113. Voluntary resignation. At this moment, Lin Shuyi felt utterly isolated and defenseless. She finally comprehended the burden Su Yang had endured in the Lin family over the past 2 years. In conversation, no one believed her. In action, everything she did was wrong. That feeling was truly unbearable. Yet, even so, Su Yang had never uttered a single complaint in her presence. Diligent and devoted, he attended to her and to the entire Lin family with utmost care. Initially, she believed that Su Yang was motivated solely by monetary compensation. After all, 2 million over 2 years is an astronomical sum for an ordinary person. However, it was only today that Lin Shuyi realized Su Yang's true intentions were never about the money. In fact, the 180,000 was his own savings. Surely, that must have been money he had saved for a long time, right? Xiao Yi, is what they say true? Have you really purchased luxury goods worth millions? The matriarch's expression darkened as she gazed at Lin Shuyi. Will you admit it? But it was not she who had made those purchases. It was Su Yang who had gifted them to her. Would anyone believe that it was Su Yang who had bought them for her? After a long pause, Lin Shuyi sighed softly and replied, "Yes, I did buy clothes worth millions, but Grandma, is there anyone in the Lin family who hasn't indulged in luxury items? And haven't you ever made such purchases? Second, and if I am not mistaken, isn't your necklace the latest Tiffany design? Priced at 190,000? At Lin Shuyi's words, the expressions of the others became somewhat strained. After all, they too had indulged in luxury, many of them still wearing such items, since everyone else is purchasing luxury goods. Why should I not? Lin Shuyi retorted. Because you are the president of the Lin Group, you should set a good example. Such extravagance is unbecoming, the matriarch replied solemnly. Indeed, we have bought luxury items, but ours are only in the tens of thousands, while you have spent millions. When we offered gifts worth tens of thousands during the new year, you went and spent millions on clothes that it seems the matriarch's affection for you has been in vain. The others quickly took to the moral high ground, beginning to criticize Lin Shuyi, accusing her of being unfilial and dismissive of the matriarch. You spend so much on clothes, yet show no filial piety towards your parents. She had never been extravagant. Up until now, her most expensive bag had only cost a little over 10,000, and her clothing typically ranged in the thousands. Afraid of being accused of wastefulness or misappropriating public funds, she said, "If I told you that these clothes were not purchased with my own money, but rather given to me by Su Yang, would you believe me?" Lin Shuyi clenched her teeth. "Ha! That useless fellow could afford to buy you clothes worth millions? Don't make me laugh. Even if he sold both of his kidneys, he wouldn't be able to raise that much," another scoffed. "You might as well claim that the clothes were given to you by a beggar on the street. I would believe that more." As expected, no one believed Lin Shuyi's claim that Su Yang had bought her the clothes. Since no one would believe her, why bother explaining further? "Xiao Yi, you have made a grave mistake. If I do not punish you, it would be difficult to maintain order." The matriarch narrowed her eyes. "Grandma, you needn't say more. You simply want me to relinquish my position as president, don't you? Fine, I will resign." Lin Shuyi interjected, cutting off the matriarch's words. She had endured too much hardship and humiliation for this presidential position. Yet, in the end, no matter how hard she tried, it seemed all her efforts were merely paving the way for Lin Chong and Lin Ji. If that were the case, why should she continue to struggle? "Xiao Yi, what nonsense are you talking?" Upon hearing Lin Shuyi's intention to resign, Lin Guodong's expression changed dramatically as he shot her a fierce glare. Turning to the matriarch, he said, "Mother, you must not listen to this child as foolishness." "Exactly, Xiao Yi. Quickly tell Grandma that you were just joking," Wang Xiujuan urged, panic rising in her voice. Their opulent lives were all thanks to Lin Shuyi's position as president. If she resigned, their days of luxury would soon come to an end. Especially once Lin Shuyi married, she would have no ties to the Lin Group. If Lin Shuyi had not been married before, it would have been easy for her to marry into wealth, given her beauty. But now, as a divorced woman, that would be a significant obstacle, that I'm not joking. This time, however, Lin Shuyi stood her ground. Yet now, she felt no desire to persist. She was exhausted and had had enough of her relatives, who valued wealth above all else, and had no sense of genuine affection. "Xiao Yi, I am not forcing you. This is what you have chosen," the matriarch said with a smile. Originally, if she had brought up this matter, although no one would dare oppose her, it would have appeared overly targeted at Lin Chuyi. Now that Lin Chuyi had raised it herself, it could not have been more fortuitous. Grandma, you may not be forcing me, but every action you take tells me that I am unworthy of being president. If that is so, why should I continue to seek your approval? Lin Chuyi declared before turning to leave. Those words had been bottled up inside her for far too long. She had longed to express them to the matriarch. To her surprise, saying them felt liberating down on the curb outside the hospital. Lin Chuyi squatted beneath a streetlight, her figure appearing somewhat fragile. She had thought that losing her position as president would bring her great sorrow. In truth, she was saddened, yet not as devastated as she had anticipated. Xiao Yi, how can you resign from the presidency? How will your father and I manage? Lin Chuyi looked up at her mother. Was this truly her mother? Upon losing the presidential position, her mother's first concern was how they would continue to live a life of luxury, rather than asking if she was upset. Mom, can't you see that Grandma never intended for me to remain president? Even if I do not resign, she would find a way to force me out. Of course. I know. But can't you just hold off a little longer until the Guangming community is redeveloped? The matriarch wanted her grandson to take on the presidency. Wang Shijuan was well aware of that if they could delay until the redevelopment, even if she resigned, they could still make a fortune. But what good was it to say such things now? Lin Chuyi had already resigned. Xiao Yi, has the investment for Su Tang arrived yet? Before you hand over your responsibilities, transfer 20 million to your father's account. Lin Guodong, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 114. Lin Chuyi runs away from home. However, Lin Chuyi shook her head. The funds from Su Tang have not yet arrived. Upon hearing this, Lin Guodong frowned. Then where did you get the money for those clothes? Didn't you say that you had nearly exhausted your funds when purchasing the Guangming community property? I told you, the clothes were bought for me by Su Yang. Lin Chuyi replied. That useless fellow has that much money. Lin Guodong sneered. When he left, I gave him 3 million, plus his own savings of 180,000, totaling 318,000 at what? Wasn't it agreed upon that it would be 2 million? You actually gave him 3 million. How foolish, Wang Shijuan exclaimed, then grasped Lin Chuyi's hand that if that is the case, it isn't your fault that it's not extravagant spending, that we should go clarify this with Grandma right now. But Lin Chuyi pulled her hand away from Wang Shijuan's grasp. After that, she called a taxi. Once she was in the cab, Lin Chuyi's tears finally flowed uncontrollably. The Lin group felt like her child. Surrendering it to others was indescribably painful. If Lin Chong or Lin Ji were more capable, able to manage the company, it would be one thing to hand it over to them. But those two were as incompetent as they come. Placing the Lin group in their hands would surely lead to its ruin. Forget it, since I've come this far, there is no use in dwelling on it. With that thought, Lin Chuyi took out her phone and dialed Su Yang's number. When Su Yang had brought Han Ziki over, he had been covered in blood. She wondered if he was all right. The call connected swiftly, which touched Lin Chuyi slightly. For the past 2 years, whenever she had taken the initiative to message or call Su Yang, he had always responded to Su Yang, are you all right? I'm fine, I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Today's incident is not your fault. Hearing Lin Chuyi's words, Su Yang's previously gloomy mood lifted considerably. Even if the whole world despised and misunderstood him, all that mattered was that Lin Chuyi understood him. Where are you? Can I come see you? Su Yang hesitated, as he was currently at a villa on the mountaintop. Do you not want to see me? Not at all. It's just that my place is rather shabby, that I'm afraid you won't be comfortable. Su Yang lied. That's all right. I'm not a real wealthy young lady. When our company was just starting, I even slept in the factory. But that's Su Yang. Let me be honest with you, I have run away from home and currently have nowhere to go. Just tell me if you will take me in or not. I will, but this is rather sudden that I wasn't prepared. Come on, we are practically an old married couple now. What is there to prepare for? If you won't take me in, I will come over myself. Hurry up and give me your address. Lin Chuyi said somewhat assertively, her cheeks slightly flushed. How'd she ended up saying something like old married couple? Goodness. Su Yang felt a pang of anxiety. Had he known, he wouldn't have lied. Lin Chuyi had always said she detested being deceived. Now, where could he find a shabby place? Tang Tang, do you know where I can find a particularly shabby house? After hanging up the phone, Su Yang hurriedly sought out Tang Ning. You should ask Wang Yu about the housing situation. Why are you asking me? Tang Ning rolled her eyes. Right, I need to call Wang Yu. Wang Yu, right now, find a room. No, a single room. Preferably as shabby as possible. and it must have someone living in it. Upon hearing Su Yang's request, Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, but eventually replied, "All right, Yang Ge, just a moment." Wang Yu's efficiency in handling matters is undoubtedly remarkable. Is it breaking? Indeed. Very well. Please provide me with the address, and I shall head over immediately. Wang Yu promptly sent the address. Subsequently, Su Yang hastily grabbed a few sets of clothing and made his way to Guangming Community. Indeed, the residence Wang Yu found for Su Yang was located within Guangming Community, in no time. Su Yang arrived at Guangming Community. A patrolling security guard noticed an individual rushing into the community with an armful of clothes and immediately called out to him. "Hey, you there, stop, let me in. I am the homeowner." Su Yang had no time for idle chatter. "You are not the homeowner." The guard confidently shook his head. "How do you know I am not the homeowner?" Su Yang inquired. Puzzled, was it inscribed on his face that he was not the homeowner? At that moment, another individual attempted to enter the community. The guard promptly addressed that person. "Please present." "Get lost," the individual retorted angrily. The guard shrank back and then turned to Su Yang, saying, "Did you see that? That is what a real homeowner looks like, that is Su Yang. Look, a plane where—" The guard instinctively turned to look, and Su Yang seized the opportunity to slip inside. "Hey kid, stop right there." Naturally, Su Yang paid no heed. He was pressed for time and had no intention of wasting it with the guard. "All guards assemble at the main gate." The guard immediately pulled out his walkie-talkie to call for backup. Soon, 7 or 8 guards rushed over. "Someone has trespassed. Capture him immediately. Whoever catches him first will receive a reward of 100 yuan. Don't worry, Captain. I will definitely catch him," Zhang Daowei declared, brandishing his electric baton, filled with determination. This is the harsh reality of life at the bottom, that a reward of 100 yuan is enough to keep them elated for quite some time. That'd be why the time Su Yang arrived. Wang Yu was already there, but she was engaged in a conversation with a tenant, who turned out to be a hefty man weighing over 200 pounds, clearly a reclusive otaku. The room was suffused with a stench of sweat and smoke, littered with discarded water bottles and garbage that in short, it was in dismal condition, with the bedsheets seemingly untouched for ages. "Brother Yang, is this acceptable?" Wang Yu asked upon seeing Su Yang. "All right, just get me some clean sheets and blankets." "Hey, I haven't agreed to this yet. If I move in, where will I stay?" The hefty man protested. "Did I ask that enough?" Wang Yu promptly handed the man 1,000 yuan. "That's sufficient." The man cheerfully accepted the money and departed. Perhaps due to the generous sum, as he left, he intentionally asked Su Yang if he slept well, that if not, he suggested purchasing earplugs, as the female tenant next door could be quite noisy at night. Chapter 115. I can understand you at that moment. Su Yang was hardly concerned about neighbors or earplugs. Lin Chuyi was about to arrive, and the room was in utter chaos. It needed to be tidied up immediately. With no time to remove the trash, he hastily swept it under the bed. Despite their best efforts, the two could barely make the place livable, but thankfully, the bedding had been changed to clean ones. However, the bed was only a single. Yet now, there was no room for complaints that "I've arrived. Come pick me up. Your community is so dark." Not long after they had finished tidying up, Lin Chuyi sent a voice message. Wang Yu quickly excused herself. Soon, Su Yang appeared before Lin Chu. As she beheld the dilapidated community and the figure emerging from within, her heart sank. This area was already quite old and on the verge of demolition. Clearly, the environment could not be too pleasant. "That I told you this place was run down. I warned you not to come." Su Yang scratched his head, feeling somewhat guilty. "Are you a pig? If you're living in such dire straits, why buy me so many clothes?" Lin Chuyi's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. The reason she had given Su Yang 3 million was to ensure he could lead a decent life away from the Lin family. Yet here he was, residing in such poor conditions and spending all his money on clothing for her, depleting his meager savings. That was infuriating. Yet at the same time, she felt deeply touched that a man with 1 million who spends 100,000 on you may not necessarily love you. But if a man only has 100 and is willing to spend 99, that man surely loves you. And Su Yang, with 100, was willing to spend 200 on her. Seeing the moved expression on Lin Chuyi's face, Su Yang felt increasingly guilty, that he was hardly living here. Surrounded by beautiful women and attended to by servants, he was enjoying a life of leisure. If Lin Chuyi were to find out, he would surely be in for it. There was no turning back now. He could only steel himself and continue the charade. Indeed, once you tell a lie, you must weave more lies to sustain it as long as it brings you joy. "I am willing to spend any amount of money," Su Yang declared with deep sincerity. You fool. Lin Chuyi stepped closer to Su Yang, raising her small fist as if intending to punch him in the chest. However, Su Yang swiftly caught her hand. Did I end that moment? Their eyes met, and the atmosphere turned intimate. Two silhouettes, one handsome man and one beautiful woman, cast elongated shadows under the community lights. The shadows inched closer. Yet, just as their forms were about to meld, a man in a security uniform rushed over, wielding an electric baton. Suddenly, Su Yang felt a jolt akin to an electric shock. Wife, your mouth is so numb. Wait, I haven't even kissed you yet. Finally caught you. Zhang Daowei exclaimed, absolutely elated. The reward of 100 yuan was now his. Su Yang finally realized that it wasn't Lin Chuyi's lips that were numb. Rather, he had been shocked by the electric baton. Typically, a normal person would faint from such a shock. However, Su Yang's physique far exceeded that of an average individual, so he remained standing. Zhang Daowei, seeing Su Yang perfectly upright, scratched his head in confusion, but he then jabbed the baton into Su Yang's waist. Still, there was no reaction. Upon seeing Su Yang, Zhang Daowei was instantly dumbfounded. How could it be him? We're doomed now. This is the man who bought the entire community in the blink of an eye. Zhang Daowei, puzzled, poked the baton into his own leg. Da-da! He cried out, and then he collapsed, convulsing. Perhaps for Zhang Daowei, this was a stroke of good fortune. Let's head inside. Su Yang said to Lin Chuyi, at the entrance. They were again stopped by the security guard. Get lost, Su Yang shouted at the guard. Why are you being so rude to him? Lin Chuyi thought Su Yang was being excessively impolite. There was no choice. If you weren't a bit forceful, they wouldn't let you in. Su Yang looked utterly helpless. Upon entering Su Yang's room, Lin Chuyi was taken aback once more that Su Yang was actually sharing the apartment with someone else, and didn't he even have a private bathroom. The room was permeated with a foul odor. Make yourself at home. But Su Yang felt embarrassed under Lin Chuyi's guilt-laden gaze. Lin Chuyi glanced around and found the only plastic stool to be grimy. How about I go out and book a hotel for you? Do you still have money? Su Yang had initially planned to say he did, but under Lin Chuyi's stern gaze, he fell silent. Observing the disordered room, Lin Chuyi surprisingly rolled up her sleeves, ready to tidy up. No, I'll handle it myself. Su Yang hurriedly intervened. What a joke. He had only hastily tidied the surface earlier and would never dare to let Lin Chuyi help him clean. What? Are you hiding something shameful? Lin Chuyi pouted. No, not at all. Su Yang quickly waved his hands. Lin Chuyi shook her head and began squatting down to tidy up the room. All along, these chores had been Su Yang's responsibility. But today, she finally had the chance to do something for him. Watching the woman known as the most beautiful in Jiangdu clean his room filled Su Yang with immense pride. Suddenly, Lin Chuyi stared blankly at the drawer of the wardrobe she had opened. After a long pause, she softly asked, Su Yang, have I been too cruel to you these past 2 years? No, not at all, Su Yang quickly replied. Then his gaze fell upon the contents of the drawer, and his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Inside lay a pink, plastic object resembling a woman. Damn it, that wretched, hefty man. He actually left a blow-up girlfriend in the drawer. Initially, Su Yang had been too preoccupied to check the drawer. Now, he was utterly mortified that moment. He wished he could simply vanish. It's all right. I can understand you, to his dismay. Lin Chuyi shot him an understanding look. Dio, you believe me if I say this isn't mine? Su Yang was on the verge of tears. Lin Chuyi said nothing, but opened another drawer. Upon seeing the contents of that drawer, Su Yang felt as if he could just die. Chapter 116. Squeeze, and inside the other drawer were numerous women's garments. Su Yang wanted to weep. Why hadn't he opened the drawer earlier? That hefty man clearly had no girlfriend. Why was he buying women's clothes? I know these aren't yours, Lin Chuyi said, casting Su Yang a peculiar glance. In truth, after seeing these items, Lin Chuyi felt a slight sense of relief. Deep down, she had harbored a small doubt. Was Su Yang a normal person? After all, having spent 2 years with such a stunning woman like her, maintaining a respectful distance could only imply that something was amiss with Su Yang. Even Lin Chuyi had once harbored doubts about whether Su Yang had an inclination towards men. However, upon witnessing these items, it became evident that Su Yang had an affinity for women. At that moment, Su Yang's eyes appeared vacant, and his expression was one of apathy, having seemingly surrendered to the situation. Thus, he thought, why not let the storm rage even fiercer? Then he saw Lin Chuyi retrieving more women's items from the wardrobe. I was merely jesting. Perhaps it would be best if the storm did not come after all. Su Yang was on the verge of tears. At that instant, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate that wretched fat man. Upon seeing these items, Lin Chuyi was not angered. As a woman, she could easily discern that all these clothes were new and had not been worn. Clearly, Su Yang had not betrayed her. Darn it. After 2 years together, I never imagined you had an affinity for these things that if only you had mentioned it earlier, dear sister, I could have gifted you a few pieces. No, perhaps this fellow, it's no wonder my clothes always go missing, dear. Perhaps I should escort you to a hotel. This place is unworthy of your nobility. Su Yang regretted it immensely. He lamented why he had lied about living in a dilapidated place, and why he had chosen the residence of that insufferable fat man. This might be the most humiliating experience of his life. Do you have a lot of money? Lin Chuyi inquired, somewhat irked. But you have me, Su Yang replied sheepishly. It's merely a 200-square-meter house. If you desire it, 20,000 square meters would be a trivial matter. Su Yang mumbled under his breath. What did you say? Noticing Su Yang's obedient demeanor, Lin Chuyi felt quite satisfied. Unexpectedly, after stepping down from her position as president, she felt a sense of liberation. With her capabilities, even if she could no longer earn as she once did, living a modest life would not pose a problem. From this day forth, she would no longer spend a single penny from the Lin family. After enduring 2 full hours of torment, Lin Chuyi finally finished tidying up. Thankfully, she did not discover anything more bizarre. Exhausted, she exclaimed, I'm utterly spent. Run me a bath. I need to cleanse myself. Lin Chuyi, clad in men's slippers, commanded Su Yang from the edge of the bed. Of course. Lin Chuyi needed not concern herself with anything. Su Yang took care of everything. Cooking laundry, tidying the house, drawing her bath water to his surprise. Tidying up was quite laborious. Some tasks, if left undone, one would never realize the effort others exert. Wife, the water is hot, but I don't have a bathtub here. Only a shower. Su Yang poked his head out to inform Lin Chuyi. Thankfully, the water heater was functioning well. I'm okay. Lin Chuyi donned her slippers and headed towards the bathroom. After a moment's thought, she retrieved one of Su Yang's shirts from the wardrobe. About half an hour later, Lin Chuyi emerged. Women do take a considerable amount of time in the shower. That moment, she wore Su Yang's shirt, clutching the dirty clothes she had changed out of. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders. Exuding an indescribable beauty, I'll wash your clothes. Su Yang dared not look at Lin Chuyi any longer. Fearing he might lose control, he took the clothes from her and headed to wash them. Wait! Lin Chuyi produced a worn sock. Don't wash this. Su Yang thought little of it. It wasn't particularly dirty, so he did not insist. After washing the clothes, Su Yang hung them under the air conditioner. This way, Lin Chuyi would have something to wear tomorrow. Lin Chuyi had already dried her hair and was lying on the single bed, engaged in a phone call with her mother. She swiftly concluded the conversation, not allowing Wang Xiujuan a chance to chastise her, and hung up. Before long, Wang Xiujuan called again, but Lin Chuyi simply hung up once more. Finally, she turned off her phone altogether, preparing to liberate herself completely. She sought a moment of tranquility in that place. Not only Su Yang, but even she felt a profound sense of oppression. It was curious. It seemed that the million-yuan villa was far less comfortable than this humble rented room. Aside from being a bit dirty, run down, and having a strong odor, everything else was rather decent. What's the matter? Su Yang inquired, noticing Lin Chuyi's less than pleasant demeanor. Isn't at all, because you bought me so many clothes? They accuse me of being extravagant, of squandering wealth. And when I say it was you who bought them, they simply don't believe me. Lin Chuyi lamented. Su Yang found her plight amusing. Given Lin Chuyi's standing, spending a few million on clothes was hardly significant. Even many of Han Ziki's garments were more expensive than hers. The Lin family members were akin to leeches, intent on draining every last drop of her vitality. I'm sorry, Su Yang hadn't anticipated that his actions would bring Lin Chuyi such trouble. You realize your mistake, don't you? I was wrong. Henceforth, I shall buy you even pricier items. How infuriating. Lin Chuyi raised her pillow, ready to strike Su Yang. I'm being earnest, Su Yang insisted seriously. Thank you, Su Yang. In truth, sometimes a man's words could touch a woman's heart, without the need for material gifts. Women are emotional beings. Although reason may tell them that sweet nothings will ultimately fade into oblivion, they still find solace in them. Lin Chuyi set down her pillow and yawned. I'm feeling tired. Then let us sleep. But your bed is rather small. No matter, I'll just sleep on the floor. What I meant was we could squeeze in together. Chapter 117. Is this also possible? just as Su Yang was about to lay on the floor. His eyes widened in astonishment at that moment. Lin Chuyi lay with her back to him, obscuring her features, yet her flawless figure displayed a commanding curve. Coupled with the white menace shirt, she was an embodiment of beauty. Don't misunderstand. I'm merely concerned that the floor is quite dirty, and the air conditioning isn't very effective that I wouldn't want you to catch a chill. You mustn't take advantage. Lin Chuyi's voice was barely above a whisper. In truth, her heart raced uncontrollably. Indeed, she had developed feelings for Su Yang, especially after he had selflessly spent all his money to buy her clothes, which deeply moved her. It was worth noting that even her parents in the Lin family behaved like leeches, extracting every ounce of her sustenance, and she had scarcely received any gifts. However, this did not signify that she was prepared to be Su Yang's woman, nor was she ready for that here. After all, the environment was far too inadequate for someone of her stature, the most beautiful woman in Jiangdu. Such significant matters should have the appropriate decorum. She dared to allow Su Yang to come closer, primarily because she trusted him. That time during winter when the air conditioning broke, fearing for Su Yang's well-being, she had drawn a line, forbidding him from crossing it. Remarkably, he had adhered to her request at that time. Lin Chuyi had thought of sharing tales of the baseness of certain creatures, but ultimately decided against it. Presently, Su Yang felt an immense joy. Being with the woman he cherished did not necessitate any particular actions. Merely gazing at Lin Chuyi was a delightful experience in itself. So, you really will come up? Su Yang seemed incredulous, taken aback by such a serendipitous turn of events. Lin Chuyi's voice was akin to a whisper. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Su Yang asked that I wouldn't. Lin Chuyi replied, somewhat exasperated, that if you keep talking nonsense, then don't come up. Lin Chuyi was thoroughly annoyed. This fellow, she thought, just come up already. Why waste words? However, Su Yang dared not draw too close to Lin Chuyi for fear of inciting her aversion. Yet due to the confined space, he had no choice but to let half his body dangle over the edge of the bed. This position was quite uncomfortable. Yet with Lin Chuyi beside him, he could endure any discomfort that moment. Su Yang's feelings were a stark contrast to those he experienced at the Lin family villa. While there, he was unaware that Lin Chuyi harbored feelings for him, believing their relationship to be strictly contractual. Therefore, he had always treated her with utmost respect. But now, it was different. He had come to realize that Lin Chuyi indeed had affections for him. Moreover, she had ventured into his domain, that a scent of cheap shampoo and body wash wafted from Lin Chuyi, remnants of that loathsome fat man's purchases, which Su Yang had yet to discard. Nonetheless, to him, it was the most delightful aroma in the world, in truth, Lin Chuyi possessed a faint fragrance of her own, though it was subtle, so subtle that even she was unaware. But Su Yang was aware. For to catch a whiff of it, one had to be exceedingly close. What should I do now? Su Yang found himself at a loss that he had experienced too little in this domain, having known only Xuandi. When with Xuandi, he never had to think deeply. He merely needed to obey. Everything unfolded naturally, and he had no fear of upsetting Xuandi. However, things were not so simple with Lin Chuyi, that it was impossible to attain the same level of understanding as he had with Xuandi. Where silence could convey thoughts, with Lin Chuyi, he felt an ever-present need to tread carefully. Damn it, this one do. I should find someone to consult. That Tang Ning was supposedly a master of romantic affairs. Although Su Yang suspected she was mostly boasting, he could not afford to dwell on that now. He would grasp at any straws that as Su Yang gently took the phone from the bedside, his movements delicate. At that moment, Lin Chuyi seemed like a butterfly perched on a flower, ready to take flight at the slightest disturbance. Tang, I have a friend who wants to consult you about some emotional matters. Su Yang's lips twitched. This girl was extraordinarily clever. Then just consider it me. Subsequently, Su Yang recounted his circumstances to Tang Ning out on the other end. Tang Ning stared at Su Yang's message. Unable to calm her tumultuous emotions, my esteemed employer, you insufferable scoundrel, how dare you traipse about and inform me of such matters? I shall make you regret it. After responding to Su Yang's message, Tang Ninger, with her pride on display, forcefully pressed a cushion down as if it were Su Yang himself. Upon reading Tang Ninger's message, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Su Yang's mouth. That was not my intention. The situation is rather complicated, and I shall explain it to you later. Aren't you the so-called master of romance? Quickly, offer me some advice. Tang Ninger picked up her phone once more, and upon seeing Su Yang's message, A wicked grin spread across her face. You want my guidance? Just wait and see how I lead you astray. She typed swiftly. It's quite simple. As a man, you must take the initiative. After sending the message, Tang Ninger wore a mischievous smile, as if she could already envision Su Yang being metaphorically kicked into the dirt by a high-heeled shoe. Su Yang refrained from revealing his current circumstances to Tang Ninger, though he merely expressed that he was with a girl and inquired how to advance their relationship. Clearly, Su Yang's question indicated that he had yet to establish a connection with the girl. Generally, a woman's waist is something only the closest of individuals are permitted to touch, that if Su Yang were to initiate such actions, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Little did Su Yang realize that Tang Ninger was setting him up for failure. Though apprehensive, he steeled himself to proceed. Lin Chuyi's body stiffened momentarily. Yet, she did not escape, as there was little room to do so in the confined space that it appeared this fellow had grown bolder. In truth, had Su Yang exhibited even a modicum of courage or audacity in the past 2 years, she might have already been his. After all, there had been numerous occasions where she had been inebriated beyond measure. And Su Yang had ample opportunities. Seeing that Lin Chu made no attempt to resist, Su Yang felt a surge of joy, astonished that Tang Ninger's advice was indeed effective. Success. Thank you. Tang Ninger. That Tang Ninger was exasperated, wondering how such a situation could even occur. What should be the next step? Since Tang Ninger's tactic bore fruit, Su Yang naturally sought her counsel once more. Immediately, he sent another message to his emotional guru. Tang Ninger. If that approach fails, let me suggest something even bolder. While Tang Ninger typed with a smirk, she noted, Boss, what you're attempting, that this may be a bit excessive. Don't you think? Might it not be a case of overreaching? If you proceed like that, will Lin Chu not take offense? Rest assured, boss, she has already allowed you to embrace her, so there is absolutely no cause for concern. Trust me, I am a woman too. I understand women. Tang Ninger hastily encouraged upon perceiving Su Yang's hesitance, that Su Yang pondered her words and found them reasonable. Yet when the moment arrived, he found himself hesitating. His hand moved several times, but he lacked the courage to advance. Lin Chu naturally, sensed Su Yang's movements, feeling his hand meandering along her waist, provoking a slight ticklish sensation that amused her. Clearly, Su Yang was in a state of indecision, fearing her potential ire. Forget it. After 2 years of his unwavering devotion, having endured bullying from the Lin family, perhaps she could afford him this one indulgence. With that thought in mind, Lin Chu grasped Su Yang's hand. The scheming Su Yang, suddenly stricken with trepidation, dared not move. Would Lin Chu be angry? Oh, you wretched boss, are you not caught in a trap now? Tang Ninger tossed her phone onto the mattress. Her expression won a triumphant scheming that it would be a light punishment if she merely slapped him. Suddenly, Lin Chu seized his hand and guided it toward its intended destination. At that moment, Su Yang truly felt overwhelmed. Wife. Just as Su Yang prepared to speak, Lin Chu interrupted him sharply. Don't say a word, and keep your hands still. Otherwise, I shall kick you out. Time seemed to freeze. Su Yang remained motionless, resembling a statue, which caused Lin Chu to find him utterly amusing. This fellow was far too obedient. At this juncture, Lin Chu wished Su Yang would exhibit a bit more defiance. Yet she hesitated to voice her thoughts. Minutes ticked by, and Su Yang remained as still as ever. Lin Chu was at a loss. Did he not understand that when a girl says not to do something, she does not genuinely mean it? Alas, he was indeed a hopelessly straightforward man, destined to seek solace in an inflatable girlfriend. This was not merely a torment for Su Yang. It was equally trying for Lin Chu. After all, they were both adults, were they not? Though Lin Chu would undoubtedly reject any further advances, engaging in other activities was not out of the question. Regrettably, Su Yang was a veritable embodiment of a steadfast man, accustomed to acquiescing to Lin Chu's wishes. Unless she initiated a request, he would not dare to act. Had he perhaps overstretched the boundaries? Tang assistant, I appreciate your brilliant suggestion. I shall reward you with an additional 50,000. Just as he was about to inquire further, a message arrived. Upon reading Su Yang's text, Tang Ninger was once again filled with exasperation. Cunning and conniving, a den of thieves. As time slipped away, Lin Chu found herself growing weary. Preparing for sleep at that moment, a series of rapid high-heeled footsteps echoed on the floor. Don't rush. Come inside first, that a soft voice floated through. "You little enchantress." And then Su Yang understood why the chubby man had advised him that the female tenant next door was rather noisy, recommending he procure earplugs. The sounds persisted for a full half-hour, not only preventing the two from sleeping, but also causing their hearts to flutter with anxiety. Lin Shui, in particular, refused to let Su Yang embrace her any longer. Alas, the cacophony from next door was far too alluring, easily igniting primal instincts in men. Thankfully, after half an hour, both the man and woman departed, allowing them at last to seek rest. Unfortunately, reality proved contrary to their hopes. Barely 10 minutes had passed when another man entered, not the same one as before, that Su Yang instantly comprehended the woman's intentions, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. He should never have chosen this neighborhood, nor should he have occupied that chubby man's room. Yet, it was too late to lament his decision, that he could only hope Lin Shui would not overthink the situation. However, as the saying goes, fear often begets reality. Surely you haven't been involved in her business, have you? Lin Shui inquired sharply, sitting up and gritting her teeth. After all, Su Yang's room shared a mere wall with the female tenants, and that wall offered little in the way of soundproofing. Listening to her enchanting melodies nightly, it was inevitable that he might harbor certain thoughts that of course not. Su Yang swallowed hard. "You wouldn't dare." Lin Shui shot him a sidelong glance before resuming her attempt to sleep. One battle concluded, yet another commenced. Will this ever end? Am I to be deprived of sleep? Lin Shui, already exhausted, was on the verge of breaking down, driven to the brink by the sounds from next door, which were utterly shameless. "Wife, wait for me." Su Yang too found himself at his wit's end. He rose and knocked on the door across the hall. Moments later, a woman opened the door, wrapped in a bedsheet. Though she possessed a certain charm, her makeup was excessively heavy. The woman glanced at Su Yang with impatience. "That I'm busy. Come find me later." With that, she slammed the door shut. She had mistaken Su Yang for someone seeking to engage in business. Undeterred, he continued knocking. The woman opened the door again, her annoyance palpable. "What do you want?" "I told you I'm busy. Do you want to come in and join the fun? Could you possibly lower your volume?" "You're disturbing my girlfriend's sleep," Su Yang stated, clarifying his intent. The woman frowned at his words. Since Su Yang had a girlfriend, it was evident he would not be inclined to assist her with her business. She retorted sharply, "Mind your own business. This is my rented room, and I shall do as I please." "Lily, who is it?" A man's voice emerged from within. "It's nothing. Fat sheep, just an idiot from next door," the woman said, preparing to close the door once more, but it would not budge, as Su Yang had caught it with his hand. "I'll say it again. Shut your mouth, or I shall not be polite." Since the woman refused to engage in rational discourse, Su Yang felt no need to extend courtesy. What's this? Looking for trouble? The woman showed no fear of Su Yang's threats, turning to the man inside. "Fat sheep, someone says he wants to be polite with you." Before long, a burly man covered in tattoos approached. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, he towered over Su Yang as he spoke. "Kid, are you looking for death? Do you know who Fat Sheep is?" However, upon seeing Lin Shui, who was clad only in a shirt, the man nearly drooled. "Stop right there. Did I say you could leave?" Fat Sheep's voice boomed behind them. Su Yang strode directly up to Fei Yang and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap across his face. Fei Yang's body spun a full 360 degrees on the spot, his teeth flying in all directions. "How dare you hit me? You're dead meat." Fei Yang sputtered, struggling to regain his composure while clutching his bleeding mouth, his words somewhat slurred. However, Su Yang paid him no mind. Casting a glance at Li, he declared, "I shall say this once more. Close your mouth, or I will knock out your front teeth." Li was not one to be trifled with either. Though she was involved in such dealings, she had connections with numerous gangsters that if she had no backing, how would she dare conduct business alone in this place? With hands on her hips, she shouted, "You little bastard, daring to strike someone on my turf. You must be tired of living." The thought of Fei Yang being assaulted could ruin her reputation. Who would dare approach her for business thereafter? Su Yang's expression darkened instantly. Generally, he refrained from striking women. Yet having issued a warning that went unheeded, he felt justified that he stepped forward, closing the distance to Li. "What do you intend to do?" Li asked, her voice tinged with trepidation as she looked at Su Yang. After all, he had just felled Fei Yang with a single blow. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Su Yang's lips. "I intend to fulfill my promise." With that, he seized Li by the hair. She yelped in pain, her mouth opening wide in a scream. Then, with a flick akin to a marble being shot, he struck one of her front teeth. Whoosh! The tooth flew out, embedding itself in the wall with a resounding thud. Da-da! Let go of me, you bastard! Lily howled in agony. Su Yang shook his head and flicked another tooth from her mouth. For every word you utter, I'll knock out another tooth. He growled menacingly. You son of a Li continued to curse. Each time she uttered a word, another tooth was sent flying. Finally, after losing 8 teeth, Lily fell silent, realizing that further insults would leave her toothless. Seeing her rendered mute, Su Yang finally released her hair. Once he departed, Lily immediately cried out to Fei Yang. Fei Yang, call someone to kill this bastard. Her speech was comically distorted, the absence of her front teeth causing her words to whistle through the gaps. Fei Yang glanced at Li Li's tooth embedded in the wall, unable to suppress his gulp. How much strength would it take to knock out someone's teeth? This was clearly beyond what he could contend with, and he hastily fled the scene. Useless piece of trash, Li Li fumed, stamping her foot. She then retrieved her phone and dialed a number, speaking into it with a wind-blown voice. Brother Frog, I've been attacked. Someone played without paying and even struck me. Tearfully, she recounted the events, embellishing the details, emphasizing how formidable her assailant was, even able to take down Fei Yang, urging Brother Frog to bring more men. Upon hearing this, Brother Frog was alarmed. The ladies of Guangming community were under his protection. If someone dined and dashed, it was akin to stealing, that he promptly gathered his brothers to confront the situation. Back in his room, Lin Chu felt a pang of worry. Although she had witnessed Su Yang's prowess during the New Year visit to the matriarch, she knew that even the most skilled fighter could be overwhelmed by numbers. What if retaliation ensued? Rest easy, my love. Sleep well, that I assure you. You will hear not a sound tonight, Su Yang reassured her, signaling her not to worry. Seeing Su Yang's confident demeanor, Lin Chu chose not to press further. Fatigue settling in. It was already 2 in the morning, and on any other day, she would have been fast asleep by now. She had plans to seek employment the following day. Determined to prove her independence after leaving the Lin family, Lin Chu drifted off. Su Yang remained awake, taking up a position outside the door. Prepared in case anyone sought revenge, he had promised Lin Chu that she would hear no disturbances that night. Outside, he noticed Li Li waiting near the entrance, seemingly anticipating something. Su Yang sat on the staircase, smoking a cigarette. After about half an hour, Brother Frog's men arrived, exuding a menacing aura. Brother Frog, it's this bastard. Kill him. Li Li pointed at Su Yang with a gaze that could pierce through flesh. She was taken aback by the number of men Brother Frog had brought. However, when Brother Frog recognized who Li Li was pointing at, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Why is he everywhere? He thought, feeling a surge of dread. This man was known for his ability to suppress even the 4 herbs of Jiangdu. Despite bringing over 20 men, Brother Frog felt no sense of security. Li Li, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued urging Brother Frog to kill Su Yang, promising to serve him well that night if he complied. In response, Brother Frog slapped Li Li across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. You idiot! He bellowed, striding over to Su Yang, a fawning expression plastered on his face. Brother Yang, my sincerest apologies. This fool has crossed the line. Allow me to treat you tonight. The ladies of Guangming community are at your service. He then commanded his men, go and fetch every pretty girl in the neighborhood, whether they are working or not. Chapter 120. Let's not change. Su Yang's lips twitched at the suggestion. Brother Yang, don't be misled by the surroundings. The quality of the girls here is quite commendable. Brother Frog chuckled nervously, mistaking Su Yang's presence for a pleasure-seeking visit due to Li Li's claims of him dining and dashing. He instinctively sought to appease him. Knowing he couldn't afford to offend someone who could take down even the 4 herbs, he offered to treat Su Yang to his pick of the ladies. Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. No need for the girls. Just ensure you don't disturb my sleep. Yes. I'll make sure the entire building is off limits for work, Brother Frog immediately ordered. But what will we eat if we don't work? Li Li interjected, seemingly still grasping the situation. Brother Frog kicked her, cursing, have you lost your mind? You don't even recognize Brother Yang. Get down on your knees and apologize. Li Li was utterly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. How could this seemingly impoverished young man possess such influence? Brother Frog's deference was a reality she couldn't comprehend. Under the weight of his command, Li Li knelt before Su Yang, stammering, "Brother Yang, I'm so sorry." That's enough. It's forgotten that Su Yang wasn't the type to bully others, especially after having already knocked out several of her teeth. Consider yourself fortunate, as I won't hold this against you. Just remember, you are now under my command. Do as I say. Brother Frog kicked Li Li a few more times before turning back to Su Yang, asking, "Brother Yang, do you have any further instructions?" "None. You may leave," Su Yang replied. Brother Frog, relieved, gathered his men and fled the scene. Finding Lin Chu peacefully asleep, Su Yang refrained from disturbing her, choosing instead to sit quietly, watching over her slumber. Even in sleep, Lin Chu exuded beauty, although they had spent 2 years together. Their relationship had not progressed as significantly as it had that night. Not only had they shared a bed, but they had also engaged in intimate moments. Seated in the chair, Su Yang found himself smiling foolishly. Lin Chu was attempting to retrieve clothes hanging from the air conditioner, jumping up and down, but unable to reach them. Clad only in a man's shirt, her movements offered an alluring sight. As she leaped, the view was mesmerizing, causing Su Yang to be momentarily entranced. "Are you not coming to help?" Lin Chu chided, noticing Su Yang's daze. Startled, Su Yang set down his breakfast and approached her. Squatting down, he wrapped his arms around her legs and lifted her up. "Can you reach now?" he asked from below. Lin Chu grabbed her clothes, finally retrieving them. "All right, let me down," reluctantly. Su Yang set her down. Lin Chu flustered, waved her small fists. "Why didn't you just help me get it down instead of lifting me? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Isn't hugging my own wife taking advantage?" Su Yang replied innocently. "That doesn't count. If you want me to be your wife again, you'll have to propose properly. I want a diamond ring, a proposal, a wedding, and—" Lin Chu began listing her demands. Su Yang, bemused, responded, "Then perhaps I won't marry you after all." "Fine, I don't need you. I'm not going to remain unmarried." Lin Chu retorted, heading to the breakfast table. After finishing her meal, she began changing clothes, unperturbed by Su Yang's presence. After all, she had changed in front of him before. The most alluring moments for a woman are not when she is undressed or when she is removing her clothing. Rather, it is when she is putting on her clothes, especially when donning stockings, that is an exquisite visual delight, particularly when the woman possesses beautiful legs, as Lin Chu undeniably did. However, as Lin Chu completed her outfit, she showed no intention of wearing stockings. "That aren't you putting on stockings?" Su Yang asked, his eyes wide with anticipation. "Today, I won't wear it. I'm giving it to you to play with," Lin Chu declared before slinging her bag over her shoulder and departing. Su Yang was left utterly perplexed. Play with it? What does that mean? He wondered, his eyes widening in astonishment. The it suddenly dawned on him. The reason Lin Chu had taken her socks out last night was because he had offered to wash her clothes. Could it be that she had seen those items in the drawer and mistakenly thought he had some peculiar preferences? "Dear wife, I truly do not have such inclinations," Su Yang lamented, feeling a sense of despair. Yet Lin Chu had already left, that he realized he could no longer stay in this place. Su Yang resolved to move out immediately. However, he soon received a message from Lin Chu stating that she would be coming over to stay the night, as she still had no place to call home. "What the Su Yang exclaimed, inquiring if she could possibly find another place to stay, only to be met with a firm no that if he could stay there. So could she. Su Yang was deeply frustrated. Was he not inviting trouble upon himself? Yet, the bed was far too small. A larger one was an absolute necessity. Lin Chu had only forbidden him from changing apartments. But she had never mentioned anything about not upgrading the bed, right? He promptly called Wang Yu, requesting her to procure a spacious 1.8-meter bed. "Yang, I have a question, but I'm uncertain if I should ask it." She ventured to go ahead. "But you mustn't get upset when I ask." "All right, I won't. Have you and your partner done the deed?" Wang Yu inquired bluntly. She posed this question because she was aware of Su Yang's situation. Rumor had it that during the 2 years Su Yang and Lin Chu had been together, they had never been intimate. That Su Yang felt a touch embarrassed, unsure why Wang Yu would suddenly bring this up. "Yes or no?" "No," he finally admitted. "Then there's no need to get a new bed." Chapter 121. The Two-Dimensional Girl. Chow, why not? Su Yang asked, perplexed. After all, the quality of the bed directly impacted sleep quality. Lin Chu, being a daughter of a wealthy family, could have chosen to live in a luxurious environment. Yet here she was sharing a humble abode with him. That would be rather pitiful if they lacked even a decent bed. Moreover, Su Yang himself preferred a comfortable sleeping arrangement. Wang Yu couldn't help but feel exasperated. It seemed that Tang Ninger was right. This guy truly was a bona fide titanium alloy straight man. Did it even need to be asked? A larger bed would indeed be more comfortable, allowing for various sleeping positions. But it came with a significant downside. One might struggle to locate their partner amidst the expanse. Conversely, a smaller bed ensured that one could easily reach out and touch the other, thus igniting the sparks of romance. After numerous subtle hints from Wang Yu, Suyang finally comprehended the underlying implications. Ahem, Miss Wang Yu, I am not that kind of person. Shall I go ahead and order the bed for you? Wang Yu inquired. Despite not changing the bed, Suyang resolved to rid his room of all the items belonging to the chubby one, particularly the inflatable girlfriend, which filled him with a sense of indignation. Surely, he had not sunk to such depths of desperation. He immediately packed up all those items, including the inflatable girlfriend, and headed out to dispose of them. Of course, he would never part with Lin Chuyi's original scented sock. Unbeknownst to him, however, the bag he chose had a hole at the bottom. Su Yang was a conscientious young man who cared for the environment. Naturally, he intended to dispose of the trash in the appropriate bin. Upon opening the door, he unexpectedly encountered his neighbor. The girl across the hall was a two-dimensional loli with her hair tied into two buns. She sported typical two-dimensional attire, dressed in anime-inspired clothing, complete with a wig, and was even cosplaying as a character from Honor of Kings, namely Xiao Qiao. Who knew how long Lin Chuyi would be staying here? As they were neighbors, Suyang felt it only polite to greet her. "Hello, Xiao Qiao," he called, one hand clutching the garbage bag while he waved with the other. After casting a few glances at him, Xiao Qiao's cheeks flushed a shade of crimson, and she merely uttered a hello before swiftly shutting the door. Was she really that shy? Just a glance at him made her blush. Could it be that she had taken a liking to him? Alas, such is the plight of a handsome man. Shaking his head, Suyang prepared to head downstairs to dispose of the trash. However, after taking just a few steps, Xiao Qiao opened her door once more, calling out to him. Her face had grown even redder, and her demeanor appeared somewhat bashful. "Are you perhaps interested in me and considering confessing your feelings?" He jested that I advise you to abandon such thoughts, for I am already married. Suyang replied with utmost seriousness. Xiao Qiao's already large eyes widened in shock that Suyang sighed inwardly. It seemed he had unintentionally hurt the girl's feelings. What can I say? I was not born when you were born. You were young when I was old. That I in truth, Suyang felt a tad aged in comparison to this girl who appeared to be merely in her teens. Calling him uncle would not be entirely unwarranted. Upon hearing Suyang's words, Xiao Qiao's lips twitched slightly. "Who said anything about confessing to a creepy uncle like you?" she retorted. "You are quite adorable. And surely, you will find someone better." Suyang fretted at the thought of being pursued by Xiao Qiao. How would he handle that? He had to admit, this girl was rather self-absorbed. Just a fleeting glance from her, and he was convinced she fancied him, that if she were to smile at him, he might even start dreaming about what names to give their future children. "Uncle, I just wanted to point out that your inflatable girlfriend is about to fall out," Xiao Qiao said, suppressing her disgust as she pointed at Suyang's garbage bag. As Suyang looked down to find the head of the inflatable girlfriend protruding from the bag. "What the hell? This is beyond embarrassing," he exclaimed, hastily retreating in humiliation, wishing he could disappear into the ground. "Curse you, chubby one, for putting me in such a predicament," he thought, hoping desperately not to encounter Xiao Qiao again. Yet, as fate would have it, she stood nearby, holding a phone stand, seemingly taking selfies. However, it appeared she was not merely taking selfies but was actually live-streaming, as Suyang could hear her thanking her viewers for their generous gifts. "Thank you for the airplane, big brother. Thank you for the lollipop, my dear friends." The world of live-streaming was indeed a vast one that with a bit of charm and any sort of talent, one could become a streamer. The content varied widely, even extending to live-streaming one's sleep, which had garnered over 10,000 viewers and substantial monetary gifts for one particular streamer. Xiao Qiao certainly had the looks and physique to attract a following. Especially with her two-dimensional attire, she would undoubtedly garner numerous fans. Yet, this was of little concern to Suyang. After the recent embarrassing encounter, he decided it would be best to make a discreet exit. However, he suddenly overheard Xiao Qiao sharing her earlier encounter with her fans. "Let me tell you something disgusting. Earlier when I went downstairs, I encountered a creepy uncle who thought I was going to confess my feelings. In reality, I merely wanted to inform him that his inflatable girlfriend was showing." Xiao Qiao recounted her brief interaction with Suyang to her audience, causing the chat to explode with comments. Xiao Qiao, be careful. I've heard that creepy uncles love to prey on cute girls like you. We demand to see the creepy uncle. We want a live stream featuring the creepy uncle and his inflatable girlfriend. An excellent streamer must possess the ability to stir up conversation. Only by engaging the audience could the atmosphere of the live stream become lively and gifts start pouring in. Indeed, Xiao Qiao's live stream was soon buzzing with discussion. Some even expressed their willingness to send 10 rockets, requesting a live stream featuring the creepy uncle and his inflatable girlfriend. Each rocket was worth 1,000 yuan, meaning Xiao Qiao could pocket 500 yuan for each one. 10 rockets would amount to 5,000 yuan. The prospect was enticing for Xiao Qiao. Nonetheless, given that Su Yang was a creepy uncle, she dared not provoke him. Please, everyone, don't encourage this. Xiao Qiao is just a girl. What if that creepy uncle decides to harass her? Yes, Xiao Qiao, you must protect yourself. It was evident that Xiao Qiao had her share of genuine fans. She was also aware of Su Yang's presence, thus deliberately lowering her voice while speaking. Little did she know, Su Yang's hearing was exceptional. He caught every word she exchanged with her followers. His anger began to simmer. Young lady, while you may stream as you please, it is not right to exploit me. He strode purposefully toward Xiao Qiao. Chapter 122. Things have escalated. Thank you, everyone, for your concern. Xiao Qiao will indeed take care of herself. She continued in a hushed tone. Where did that guy go? Suddenly, Xiao Qiao noticed that Su Yang had vanished from her peripheral vision. Hello, everyone. I'm Xiao Qiao's husband. A voice suddenly rang out near her, mere centimeters from her ear, directly in front of the live streaming camera. To her shock, he was even waving at the camera. What on earth is happening? Xiao Qiao has a husband. Wait, did you deceive us, goddess? In an instant, Xiao Qiao's live stream erupted once more. She was utterly taken aback. For a female streamer, it was paramount that her fans remained oblivious to her marital status, or even the existence of a partner. This was an unwritten rule of the industry. Female streamers must remain single. After all, many viewers were spending real money. Some were hoping to woo or even sleep with the streamer. If it were revealed that a female streamer had been married, her popularity could plummet. There have been instances where the revelation of a streamer's marriage had drastically affected their fan base. Later, a considerable sum was spent on media public relations to cover up the incident. You are talking nonsense. I don't even know you. After a while, Xiao Qiao finally came to her senses, her small hand angrily pointing at Su Yang. What? The goddess is not only married but also has children? The goddess is now a married woman. I want to jump off a building. Don't stop me, Mama. I feel like I've experienced a heartbreak. The live streaming room descended into utter chaos, with the barrage of comments increasing tenfold, especially from the big shots on the leaderboard, who incessantly sent private messages to Xiao Qiao. Everyone listen to me. I truly do not know him. Xiao Qiao was on the verge of tears. Yet no one believed her. With no other option, she had to end the live stream. Once she shut it down, the fun was over, and only then did Su Yang leisurely turn to leave. You called me a perverted uncle who plays with inflatable girlfriends. You stop right there. Xiao shouted angrily at Su Yang. Done in no time. I'm off to play with my inflatable girlfriend. Su Yang casually scratched his ear and walked away. Naturally, Xiao could not let Su Yang go and chased him all the way to his home. Did I say, miss, are you walking straight into a trap? Su Yang grinned at Xiao, who suddenly realized her predicament. She had unwittingly entered the home of a perverted uncle. She was but a small girl, while Su Yang was tall and imposing that if he intended to harm her, her petite frame would be no match for him. The key was that this Guangming community was an old district slated for demolition, with poor security. There were thousands of residents, yet only a handful of security guards. Instinctively, Xiao wanted to leave, but Su Yang blocked the doorway. Since you're here, why not play a little longer? Su Yang said with a smile, though why you better not do anything reckless. I'm going to call for help. Xiao was somewhat frightened. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. Didn't you want to live stream me and my inflatable girlfriend? Come on, let's go live. Xiao truly regretted it now. Not only was she married off by Su Yang, but she was also made a mother. Her live stream popularity was surely going to plummet. Now, she was stuck in this rented room with Su Yang. ATA lost for what to do. Xiao resorted to the weapon of women. Tears. Hey miss, do you think your fake crime will make me let you go? I have no compassion for delicate flowers. Woo. Chow Xiao Chow continued to sob. Stop crying. I'll let you go, all right? Woo, miss, I said I would let you go. What more do you want? Su Yang was somewhat overwhelmed by her tears. Their livestream popularity was about to vanish, and she owed him that popularity back. Woo. Initially, Chow Xiao Chow was merely pretending to cry to elicit Su Yang's sympathy. But upon realizing her popularity was doomed, she felt genuine despair. Losing popularity was one thing. The guild would certainly cause her trouble if they found out she had been married, possibly terminating her contract and leaving her without the earnings from last month's livestream. Although she had not truly married, people would not believe her. To convince them, she would need to engage in public relations, which would be costly. That if she were a prominent streamer, the guild might invest in her PR. However, she was merely a mid-tier streamer. The guild would definitely not spend that much on her. The most likely outcome was a direct contract termination. Contemplating the potential consequences, Chow Xiao Chow began to cry genuinely. I say, miss, you insulted me first. I merely gave you a light punishment. I just told a story to my fans, mentioning neither your name nor showing your video. It wouldn't harm you at all. But you ruined me. You ruined me. Wu as Chow Xiao Chow spoke, her tears flowed more freely. Despite her wrongdoing in using Su Yang as a topic, the impact he had on her was immense. Su Yang was taken aback that he had only intended to mildly punish Chow Xiao Chow, not truly harm her, that he hadn't anticipated it would escalate like this. Although he had little experience with live streaming, he understood it was quite taboo to have such rumors. The key was that this was not merely a rumor. He had appeared directly in Chow Xiao Chow's live stream. The blow to her was far from trivial. So, how can I make amends? Su Yang began to feel he might have gone too far. Chow Xiao Chow shook her head in anguish while sobbing, indicating there was no remedy, that if Su Yang had been wealthy, she could have demanded compensation or simply made him her benefactor, that if Su Yang showered her with gifts, what would it matter if they were truly together? After all, many female streamers dated their top supporters. Those big shots showered gifts precisely to win over female streamers, right? But Su Yang was just a broke guy living in a cheap rental with an inflatable girlfriend. Even if she killed Su Yang, it would not compensate for her losses. Forget it, I'll count this as bad luck. Wiping her tears, Chow Xiao Chow pushed Su Yang away and left his room. Miss, I truly can make amends. Unfortunately, Chow Xiao Chow ignored Su Yang completely and shut the door behind her. However, just as she turned around, she saw several angry Annies charging towards her, wielding brooms and spatulas as weapons. What is going on? This jerk bullied Xiao Qiao, beat him to death. The Annies were filled with righteous indignation, brimming with fury. How can you lay hands on such a kind girl? You deserve to be thrown into a pot of hot oil. They blocked Su Yang's door, refusing to let him out. It seemed this young lady had quite a following. What was this about? It turned out these Annies were low-income sanitation workers who rented from Chow Xiao Qiao, paying only 200 yuan a month. In Jiangdu City, where rents were steep, even in a rundown area like Guangming Community, a single room would typically cost around 800 yuan monthly. Yet Chow Xiao Qiao charged just 200 yuan. Of course, these houses weren't owned by her. She rented them at market price and sublet them to the sanitation workers at a reduced rate. Additionally, she often provided these workers with clothes and rice, among other necessities. Just these expenses amounted to several thousand yuan each month. And no wonder it seemed like this girl had a high popularity, yet lived in such humble circumstances. Logically, female streamers typically earn decent incomes, especially someone like Chow Xiao Qiao. Annies, we are her family. No one can bully her. Beyond the fact that Chow Xiao Qiao rented her properties at low prices, Su Yang also learned another thing. Chow Xiao Qiao's mother was also a sanitation worker who had passed away when she was just a few years old. Her father had long since divorced and neglected her. It was these sanitation workers who had raised her. Later, after she became a streamer and began to earn money, she rented dozens of apartments to sublet to these workers at affordable rates. Upon discovering this fact, Su Yang felt even more guilty. It was for the sake of the live stream effect. Xiao Qiao, you should have said something earlier. You scared us, with Chow Xiao Qiao's explanation. The Annies finally dispersed. It seemed this girl was truly kind-hearted. Despite Su Yang having harmed her greatly, she still came forward to defend him. I'm sorry, I didn't know it affected you so much. Su Yang opened the door and spoke to Chow Xiao Qiao. Is an apology even effective? Chow Xiao Qiao gritted her teeth. That I can make amends. Back in her room, Chow Xiao Qiao took several deep breaths. She decided to go live again, hoping to clarify the situation. After all, live streaming was her only source of income. She had rented 30 apartments, each costing her 600 yuan a month, a total of 18,000 yuan. This was evident from the backdrop behind her. Unlike most streamers who decorated their rooms beautifully, Xiao Xiao merely placed a curtain behind her. When she restarted the live stream, she was surprised to find several hundred viewers still present. It seemed her fans hadn't deserted her. However, before she could celebrate, she realized that they were all berating her. Xiao is shameless, clearly married yet pretending to be a pure maiden. You shameless BT, how dare you go live? Return the gifts we sent you. The comments were filled with insults, many from big shots who had previously generously gifted her. This is it. I've thoroughly offended my top supporters. Xiao tried to explain, but no one was listening. It seemed she would have to wait for her fans to calm down before addressing the situation. She ended the live stream once again. After waiting several hours, Xiao finally went live again. This time, no one was there to criticize her because the room was empty, save for 3 visitors, all of whom were merely passing by. Xiao had no desire to continue streaming, sitting in front of the camera in a daze. Although she had anticipated her downfall, she never imagined it would happen so swiftly. Streamer, sing something? What is this? Is this a live stream of sitting in silence? It's not entertaining at all. I'm out of here. Soon, even the last 3 visitors left. The worst part had yet to come. She was unexpectedly challenged to a live PK. The so-called PK involved 2 female streamers interacting and competing to see who could receive more gifts within a set time. The one who received fewer gifts would face a penalty. Xiao originally had no desire to engage in a live duel, for her room was hardly spacious enough to accommodate even a single person, let alone a formidable opponent. However, she perceived that garnering a modicum of popularity could be beneficial, and thus she acquiesced. The female streamer she was to compete against, named Lang Xian, was also an attractive host and a member of the same guild as Xiao. Nevertheless, she had never achieved the same level of fame as Xiao. Isn't that our illustrious star, Xiao. Came the remarks from the audience to take it easy on her. Everyone, brothers, let us shower her with gifts. Soon enough, Lang Xian was inundated with over 10,000 starlight donations, with each starlight equating to a dime. Thus, 10,000 starlight translated to a substantial sum of 1,000 yuan. Earning 1,000 yuan in mere minutes is a testament to the lucrative nature of the female streaming profession. Meanwhile, Xiao's total stood at 0, while Lang Xian's starlight continued to soar. Thanks to Brother Cong Tian for the romantic dolphins. Thanks to Gong Bao Ji Ding for the cruise. Thanks to Brother Shen Wuzong for the 10 rockets. Brothers, you are awe-inspiring. Observing the escalating starlight of Lang Xian, a bittersweet sensation welled up within Xiao. It was worth noting that in previous duels with Lang Xian, she had always been the one to dominate. Little did she expect the roles to reverse now. What pained her the most was that her number 1 supporter, Shen Wuzong, had chosen to bestow 10 rockets upon the opposing side. Brother Shen Wuzong, are you not Xiao's top supporter? Why have you switched sides to shower gifts on Xian? Could it be that you were heartbroken over Xiao's marriage? Lang Xian teased that don't mention that trashy woman Xiao. She is already married, yet still pretends to be innocent to swindle gifts. How shameless. I want to give her a dime in the future. If I do, it'll only be dunged, she continued. Oh, Brother Shen Wuzong, we are in a civilized streaming room. Let us mind our language. Lang Xian chuckled as she read the comments. Indeed, after Shen Wuzong made his remarks, he proceeded to send 10 dung donations to Xiao's room. Chapter 124. The streaming room is full of dung due to the live duel. Xiao's room had attracted a considerable audience. However, these viewers were either mere spectators or there to insult her. Starting today, no one is allowed to gift Xiao. Any gifts must be dung. Shen Wuzong sent out a message that dominated the entire server, visible to all viewers and streamers alike. That trashy woman Xiao deserves nothing but dung. As Shen Wuzong was a level 40 super supporter, countless others quickly echoed his sentiments. At last, Xiao's starlight began to accumulate, reaching 1990 starlight, thanks to Shen Wuzong's 10 dung gifts. Under normal circumstances, such dung donations would be seen as a joke, but now they were a blatant mockery and disdain. Particularly for Shen Wuzong, who had previously lavished tens of thousands of yuan on Xiao without ever even seeing her face. The revelation of her marriage and motherhood was a bitter pill to swallow. Aside from Shen Wuzong, others began to follow suit with dung gifts, creating an overwhelming deluge. This in turn caused Xiao's starlight to rise rapidly, soon reaching tens of thousands, nearly rivaling Lang Xian Heir's total. Regrettably, all these gifts were dung. With 2 minutes remaining in the PK, Lang Xian Heir, fearing she might be surpassed, immediately began to feign distress. Brother Shen Wuzong, quick, save me! With Shen Wuzong's backing, Lang Xian Heir felt emboldened that in their previous duels, she had rarely emerged victorious, with each loss resulting in a punishment from Xiao. Now, she could finally redeem herself. How do you want to play this? Xiao, though feeling utterly defeated, understood that this was her job and pressed on. Crying could wait until after the stream. How about this? Whoever loses has to shout 100 times in the live room that they have had 3 abortions, proposed Lang Xian Heir, suggesting a humiliating punishment. Wow, Xian, that's harsh. Are you intentionally mocking Xiao's marital status? The comments flooded in, and the atmosphere grew increasingly toxic. Only 3? A little calculation here tells me Xiao has had 10. Xiao, who had always portrayed an innocent image, was now faced with the possibility of having her persona shattered. The live room was rife with vulgarity, causing Xiao to tremble with anger. If you remain silent, I'll take that as your agreement. Brothers, there's just a minute and a half left. Let us hear Xiao admit to having had 3 abortions. Lang Xian Heir began rallying for votes. The severity of this punishment was unforgiving, leaving Xiao with little room to maneuver. That it was essential to remember that Xiao had built her image on being pure and adorable, especially due to her fondness for cosplaying as the character Xiao from the game Honor of Kings. Thus, admitting to such a scandalous claim would completely obliterate her carefully crafted persona. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed irrelevant. Both sides' starlight continued to surge, surpassing the 100,000 mark, a staggering sum of 10,000 yuan. This indicated that the revenue from this live session for both Lang Xian Heir and Xiao would be no less than 5,000 yuan each, further highlighting the financial allure of female streamers. Yet, as long as Xiao's starlight remained below Lang Xian Heir's, Shen Wuzong would continue to send rockets her way. Witnessing her former top supporter showering gifts on the opposing side filled Xiao with profound sadness. For female streamers, a top supporter is akin to family, and this felt like a betrayal from someone deeply cherished. Xiao was destined to lose this PK. No amount of dung could salvage her. Just 30 seconds left, brothers. Let us go, and soon you'll hear Xiao confessing to having had 3 abortions. Xiao closed her eyes in anguish, bracing herself for the inevitable conclusion. She had resolved that once this live session ended, she would withdraw from streaming altogether. Wow, rockets are flying over there. Brother Shen Wuzong, save me. Yet at that moment, Lang Xian Heir suddenly cried out for help. Rockets? Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Someone was indeed sending rockets her way. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the ID Xiao Meizi. I'm sorry, sending rockets. Xiao instantly recognized who was behind this gesture. Was this an apology? Unfortunately, a single rocket would not be enough to rescue her. Initially, the sight of someone sending her rockets stirred excitement within Xiao. It seemed she still had fans who hadn't abandoned her. However, upon realizing it was Su Yang, despair washed over her. Su Yang was simply a struggling individual. He likely couldn't afford to give her much, with a monthly income typically hovering around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Wow, someone is sending Xiao rockets. Watch me send 10 sets of rockets. Shen Wuzong immediately retaliated, sending 10 sets of rockets, widening the gap once more. Shen Wuzong was indeed a wealthy benefactor, considering each rocket costs 1,000 yuan. 10 sets amounted to a staggering 10,000 yuan. Today alone, he had already spent over 50,000 yuan in Lang Xian Heir's stream, an amount equivalent to a regular person's annual salary. Even if Xiao chose not to withdraw from streaming, the loss of her top supporter would leave her in a precarious position. However, just as everyone assumed Xiao was destined to lose, an avalanche of rockets launched in her room. 10 rockets, 20 rockets, 30 rockets. Everyone was astounded. Xiao was equally astonished. Had this individual gone mad? 30 rockets represented a staggering sum of 30,000 yuan. If Shen Wuzong had sent those 30 rockets, Xiao would have felt no pressure. However, knowing it was Su Yang who sent them filled her with guilt and concern. After all, half of these gifts would be claimed by the guild, and this money likely represented Su Yang as hard-earned savings. Immediately, she sent a private message to Su Yang, urging him to stop his donations. Unfortunately, Su Yang was too engrossed to notice her plea and continued sending rockets that in the blink of an eye. The count reached 50 to 0, so you wish to compete in generosity. Shen Wuzong was now furious and began to send rockets himself. Finally, the 30 seconds elapsed. Lang Xian Air had accumulated a total of 980,000 starlight, equivalent to 98,000 yuan. After deducting half, that left her with 49,000 yuan, a staggering sum earned in just 4 minutes, equivalent to what an average person makes in a year. Meanwhile, on Xiao's side, Chapter 125, The Triumph of Xiao 1-080-000. She had actually won. Xiao stared at the number in disbelief, feeling a mix of surprise and disappointment. She expected Su Yang to send her 100 sets of rockets. That was a sum of 100,000 yuan, given Su Yang's income. It seemed unlikely he could save that much in 2 years. Meanwhile, Lang Xian Air, though initially excited, was now somewhat despondent. Because of her loss, she was required to shout 100 times in the live room that she had had 3 abortions. However, given her flamboyant nature, this punishment was hardly a deterrent for her. I have had 3 abortions. I have had 3 abortions. She began to chant, repeating the phrase fervently. Before long, she completed her 100 repetitions. Xiao, do you dare to have another round? This time, the loser must remove their makeup live and turn off the beauty filter. The stakes have been raised significantly, with this new punishment being 100 times more severe than the previous one. After all, when someone in the live streaming room accuses me of having undergone 3 abortions, it does not necessarily imply that I have indeed experienced such a thing. On the contrary, many fans might perceive it as a sign of my boldness, leading them to follow me more closely. However, should I remove my makeup and deactivate my beauty filter, I would inevitably lose followers. For instance, there was once a female streamer named Xiao Bulu, whose facial filters suddenly failed, revealing her true appearance. She turned out to be a middle-aged woman. Her popularity plummeted instantaneously. It is said that the top supporter was so enraged that he immediately canceled his account. Although every female streamer appears as a beauty on the screen, this is merely the result of cosmetics and beauty filters that one truly knows what they look like in reality. Once the makeup is removed, their true selves are laid bare. Xiao, who had already suffered a decline in popularity due to a marriage incident, would find herself with no chance of redemption if she were to remove her makeup. I am sorry, but I do not wish to compete. Xiao declined. It wasn't that she was afraid to turn off the beauty filter. Rather, she did not want Su Yang to continue spending money on her. Deep down, she was still a relatively kind-hearted girl. Su Yang had already spent 2 years' worth of salary on her, and she felt quite guilty about it. The fact that Xiao hesitated to remove her makeup and deactivate her beauty filter might suggest that she is a dinosaur, which is quite possible. To my astonishment, Xiao was indeed married and possibly a dinosaur. It was a shame that I had even given her a small star. Xiao's unwillingness to engage transformed into an inability to do so. Now, Shen Wuzong clearly stood on his side, while Lang Xian was naturally reluctant to relinquish this opportunity to receive gifts. Unfortunately, no matter how much she provoked or mocked Xiao remained unresponsive. Finally, finding it intolerable, she decided to end the stream. After logging off, Xiao knocked on Su Yang's door. "Why do you keep sending me gifts?" Xiao asked through gritted teeth. That I said I wanted to make amends. "I had no idea it would affect you so greatly," Su Yang replied, feeling a bit guilty. "Stop sending gifts. No matter how much you spend, it won't make a difference. My reputation is already in shambles." "So how can I restore your reputation?" Su Yang inquired. "Unless the guild helps me with crisis management, but that would cost a lot of money." "How much?" Observing the young girl's feigned strength in her smile, Su Yang felt a pang of sympathy. "I cannot let this go. I must help her restore her reputation." That he immediately dialed Tang Ming's number. "Oh, boss, are you planning to make a move on a female streamer?" Tang Ming teased upon hearing Su Yang inquire about the streaming guild. "Get your hands off it." "Boss, I know several beautiful internet celebrities. Shall I introduce them to you?" "Stop joking. I'm discussing serious matters. President Wu, what brings you here? Upon seeing Wu Liang, Qiao Xiao's expression slightly changed. That Wu Liang was the vice president of Qiao Xiao's guild. Qiao, do you know the negative impact your actions have had on the company? Wu Liang said with a stern face that I'm sorry. When I next go live, I will announce my withdrawal from the streaming world. Qiao replied, her head lowered. Withdraw from the streaming world? The guild invested over $1 million to cultivate you. Do you think you can just leave whenever you want? You can leave the guild, but you must pay a penalty of $1 million. Wu Liang scoffed. $1 million. Qiao stumbled upon hearing this. Since joining the guild, she had only earned a few $100,000, and that money had long been spent. There was no way she could come up with $1 million. Wu Liang was well aware of Qiao's situation. He knew she could never afford such a sum. Little Qiao, you are actually a very talented female streamer. It would be a pity for you to leave the streaming world. Here's the deal. If you agree to one condition, I will use the guild's resources to help you with crisis management. Perhaps this incident will even boost your popularity. That Wu Liang shifted his tone. Really? Hope flickered in Qiao's eyes. After all, her rent was $18,000 a month. If she could no longer stream, she wouldn't even be able to pay her rent. That of course it's true. I'm the vice president of Time Media Guild. Wu Liang said confidently. That's so, President Wu. What is your condition? Qiao knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Wu Liang's gaze swept over Qiao's adorable and charming figure, and he swallowed hard before saying, I want you to be my lover for a year. I want you to be my lover for a year. Qiao was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Wu Liang would propose such an idea. It is worth noting that Wu Liang was already married. If she agreed, wouldn't she become a mistress? As long as you are with me, I will not only help you navigate this crisis, but also elevate you to the position of the guild's top female streamer. And at that point, you could easily earn $1 million a year. Seeing that Qiao remained silent, Wu Liang continued to entice her. That I'm sorry, President, but I cannot agree to that. Although Qiao was a female streamer, she had her own principles. Otherwise, given her condition, she would have become the top female streamer long ago. After all, her top supporter Shen Wuzong had promised her $200,000 in gifts the moment they met offline, which would have easily secured her position as the guild's top female streamer. Yet, she had turned him down. She relied on her looks to earn a living, but not her body. Furious at being rejected, Wu Liang snapped, Qiao, don't pretend to be innocent. Do you dare claim that you haven't slept with your top supporter? I haven't. Qiao bit her lip. Haven't? That's even better. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to either $1 million or becoming the guild's top female streamer. You choose. Wu Liang said coldly that he was convinced he had Qiao in his grasp. Chapter 126. Buying the guild, even a fool knows which option to choose. One is a life of luxury, while the other is a mountain of debt that is merely a small sacrifice in the grand scheme of things. Qiao was unique. If it were any other woman, Wu Liang wouldn't even bother. Qiao still wasn't particularly famous, not due to a lack of talent, but because she was unwilling to make sacrifices. Consequently, many top supporters were rather conservative in their gifting. Otherwise, she could have easily secured Shen Wuzong's support and been propelled to the position of the guild's top female streamer. $1 million was clearly an astronomical amount that Qiao could not afford. Becoming Wu Liang's lover? That was out of the question. I'll tell you this. I know many people in the streaming world. If I speak up, all the guilds and streaming platforms will blacklist you. Wu Liang's words effectively extinguished Qiao's last glimmer of hope that, of course, in reality, Wu Liang did not wield such power. He could not truly blacklist Qiao across the internet. There were many more formidable individuals than him. Yet, Qiao, being unfamiliar with the ways of the world, was indeed intimidated. She thought about her substantial monthly rent that Wu Liang was indeed a seasoned player. Through threats and temptation, he had left Qiao in a precarious position that in truth. Wu Liang had exploited his position to take advantage of numerous female streamers. Some, like Qiao, were coerced, while others sought him out willingly, as he had genuinely helped those female streamers earn money. His crude saying, whoever sleeps with whom is just that, held a certain logic. Let me think about it. Qiao truly found herself at a loss. She didn't mind for herself, but if she lost her income, those Annies would no longer be able to rent such affordable housing. It should be noted that the Andes earned only a little over 1,000. If they had to pay 800 in rent, it would be tantamount to taking their lives. Upon hearing Xiao say she needed to think, Wu Liang knew he had a chance. Little Xiao, what more is there to consider? The other female streamers in the guild would do anything to curry favor with me, yet I don't even give them a chance. Xiao hugged her shoulders, her head lowered, appearing small, pitiful, and helpless. Coupled with her exceptionally high attractiveness, this presented an extraordinary allure for any man that Wu Liang found it increasingly difficult to control himself, and intended to take advantage of Xiao first. Afterward, he planned to coerce and tempt her further. Confident she would yield, he reached out to embrace Xiao. But after much effort, he was unable to do so, as someone had grabbed the back of his collar. I am your father. For such scum, Su Yang would not hold back. He kicked Wu Liang away. Wu Liang, rising to his feet, intended to confront Su Yang, but he realized there was a significant disparity between them. After all, he was merely a short and stout individual, while Su Yang appeared robust and was not someone to be trifled with. So, he glared at Xiao and said, Xiao, I will ask you one more time. Do you agree or not? If you refuse, I will immediately have Time Media terminate your contract, given the impact of this incident on the guild. You could be liable for 2 million. Upon hearing this, Xiao trembled slightly. 1 million was already an astronomical figure. 2 million was simply unfathomable. Just as Xiao was at a loss. Su Yang gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, don't worry. He won't be able to trouble you, and you won't have to pay anything. Well, you're quite the bold one. Aren't you? Do you even know who I am? I'm the vice president of her guild. Wu Liang sneered. Vice president? Well, you aren't one anymore, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Ha, you're quite the comedian. Do you think you are someone important? Unless you are the guild owner. Even the president cannot just dismiss me at will. However, it wasn't long before Wu Liang's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he realized it was a call from the owner of Time Media. Boss, that you're fired. The voice on the other end declared, followed by a disconnection, that Wu Liang was left utterly dumbfounded that he had just been fired. Now, both wealth and beauty are slipping away from him. Who exactly is this man? What gives him such immense power? He merely uttered a single sentence, and he was dismissed. Did he truly lose his job? Beside him, Xiao wore an expression of disbelief. Indeed, not only was he fired, but the guild also assisted you with crisis management, allowing you to continue your live stream, Su Yang remarked with a smile. Initially, Xiao was skeptical. However, upon discreetly checking her stream on her phone, she discovered that no one was criticizing her anymore. Astonishingly, there were 1,000 viewers online in her streaming room. Tio put it into perspective. Her peak popularity had only drawn a few hundred viewers at best. Xiao ended the broadcast, gazing at Su Yang in astonishment. How did you manage this, aside from the guild owner? No one possesses such influence. Exactly, which is why I purchased the guild, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Su Yang had instructed Tang Ninger to acquire Time Media, that he had inquired about how to resolve Xiao's predicament, and Tang Ning had elaborated extensively, mentioning the need to consult the guild president and then the guild owner. Finding it cumbersome, Su Yang decided to simply buy Time Media outright. Xiao was momentarily stunned, and then burst into laughter. You expect me to believe you? It was indeed hard to imagine that Su Yang, residing in such a shabby place and dressed so ordinarily, could possibly buy a guild. After all, while Time Media was not an exceptionally large guild, acquiring it would still require millions. The fundamental reason Xiao found it hard to believe Su Yang's wealth was his inflatable girlfriend. After all, if Su Yang were truly affluent, why would he need an inflatable girlfriend? Regardless, Su Yang had already achieved his objective, and whether Xiao believed him or not was of no concern to him. Xiao suddenly called out to Su Yang, only to feel a slight chill on her cheek. It was the lips of an animated character. Although she doubted Su Yang had purchased Time Media, she was certain he knew someone significant there. Otherwise, how could the guild have dismissed Vice President Wu Liang and assisted her with crisis management? Thank you. However, just then, he noticed a hooded man trailing a young woman, heading upstairs. Chapter 127. Encounter with Zhou. Li Su Yang immediately sensed something was amiss, for the hooded man had his head lowered, seemingly intent on concealing his identity. Without hesitation, he followed. Sure enough, as he ascended, he saw the hooded man attempting to steal the young woman's phone. having already extricated it from her handbag tucked under her arm. Su Yang rushed forward, aiming to catch the hooded man's hand, intending to apprehend him red-handed. The hooded man reacted swiftly, releasing the phone and fleeing at breakneck speed. Just as the phone was about to plummet to the ground, Su Yang deftly caught it. That was close. This phone was the latest model, worth over 10,000 yuan, that if it had fallen onto the concrete floor, the screen would undoubtedly shatter. However, in his focus on saving the phone, Su Yang failed to notice that it had landed precisely against the woman's hip when he caught it. Consequently, it inadvertently brushed against her. The woman immediately spun around, ready to slap Su Yang. "Wait, it's not what you think." Su Yang attempted to explain. "That Su Yang, is that you?" She exclaimed in surprise. It was then that Su Yang recognized the young woman. It was Zhou Li, his classmate from the orphanage, who had caused quite a scene in Qin Yun's office. What a coincidence that Zhou Li also resided in Bright Community. Frustration welled within him. "Su Yang, do you have no shame? Following me all the way here?" Su Yang looked at Zhou Li, bewildered. "Why are you silent? Feeling guilty? Or did I hit the nail on the head?" Zhou Li bombarded him with questions that Su Yang's lips twitched. Everything he intended to say had already been articulated by her. What more could he add? Seeing Su Yang's silence, Zhou Li continued, "Su Yang, I've made it abundantly clear that we inhabit different worlds. Only men like Wang Wei are worthy of me, to be frank. I've already slept with Wang Wei. Men like you, mere losers, should just settle for marrying a village woman and having children." Su Yang was utterly taken aback. Previously, he had deliberately concealed his identity to avoid trouble. After all, people like Wang Wei and Zhou Li, upon discovering he was the mastermind behind Su Tang, would likely cling to him like a stubborn gum. Thus, he had pretended to be the owner of a milk tea shop. Little did he expect to encounter Zhou Li here. Zhou Li had remained unemployed, fixated on exploiting wealthy men. Before meeting Wang Wei, she had had several affluent boyfriends, but her extravagant spending left her with nothing. After their breakups, she quickly squandered any remaining funds, forcing her to move to Bright Community due to its affordability. Although she had recently become involved with Wang Wei, she had not yet managed to relocate. The fact that she encountered Su Yang here made her presume he still harbored feelings for her, intentionally stalking her to this place. Su Yang, weary of Zhou Li's materialistic demeanor, intended to return her phone and leave. However, at that moment, Zhou Li spotted her phone in Su Yang's hand. Her eyes widened. "You dare steal my phone?" She then shouted down the hallway. "Someone's stealing! Catch the thief! Damn it!" Su Yang was infuriated to the point of losing his mind. Here he was trying to help her, and yet he was being falsely accused. In upscale communities, theft is rare, but in older buildings like Bright Community, security is lax, and there are almost no surveillance cameras, making it a haven for thieves. Many residents had fallen victim to theft. Therefore, Zhou Li's shout immediately drew a crowd of concerned neighbors wielding makeshift weapons. Su Yang found himself surrounded once again, with no escape route. "Young man, what are you doing? Why resort to thievery? Let's take him to the police station." A chorus of voices echoed from the crowd of women. "Oh, Su Yang, clever move. Unable to catch me. You resort to stealing my phone. Are you even a man?" Zhou Li snatched the phone from Su Yang's grasp and began polishing it, her expression dripping with mockery. "Zhou Li, I only intervened because I saw someone stealing your phone, and I have no feelings for you whatsoever," Su Yang protested, frowning. "Someone stole my phone? We're sorry, but I only saw you," Zhou Li retorted. "You claim you don't like me, yet here you are." Zhou Li sneered. "I know you won't believe me, but I actually live here. Of course, I don't believe you. You just want to pursue me, then follow me. Who knows, maybe you have ulterior motives." At this point, Zhou Li crossed her arms, feigning fear as she stared at Su Yang. The more she thought about it, the more plausible that scenario became. Thank goodness she discovered it early. Had she opened her door and let Su Yang in, the consequences would have been dire. "Don't be afraid. We won't let the bad guy bully you. I'll call the police to take him away," the women declared indignantly. "Zhou Li, can you have some self-respect? Do you think you're attractive? In my eyes, you're worth less than a pile of dung," Su Yang said coldly. Zhou Li was utterly ridiculous, her face caked with makeup, devoid of any curves, yet she truly believed herself to be a beauty. "Oh, I'm worth less than dung. Yet some people still harbor secret crushes on me and follow me around," Zhou Li retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. "Sorry, I have no secret crush on you, nor am I stalking you. Besides, I have a girlfriend who's 10 times more beautiful than you." Su Yang was genuinely speechless, This was the first time he encountered such an extraordinary woman. Zhou scoffed at his words. I know who you're referring to, that you're talking about Lin Chui, right? She's beautiful, but you're just a live-in son-in-law, and you've been kicked out as a grown man, reduced to being a live-in son-in-law. If I were you, I'd rather find a block of tofu to smash my head against. Everyone, take a look. This is the infamous worthless son-in-law of the Lin family. Zhou Li's words grew increasingly caustic, and Su Yang was on the brink of losing control. He had always refrained from hitting women out of respect for the orphanage, but he had reached his limit. What, you want to hit me? Go ahead, loser. I dare you to try. Zhou Li, emboldened by the support of the women around her, grew increasingly fearless. Chapter 128. A girlfriend 10 times more beautiful. Su Yang could no longer contain his frustration. Just then, a striking figure pushed through the crowd. That it was a female officer. Who called the police? The officer's gaze was icy, her presence commanding. Her long legs were particularly eye-catching. That it was me. This person stole my belongings and groped me. You must arrest him, Zhou Li exclaimed, pointing at Su Yang. Upon seeing the officer, Zhou Li immediately directed her attention to the man she accused. The officer froze for a moment, and so did Su Yang, for the officer was none other than Zhu Wei. However, it was a time for duty, and Zhu Wei would not show favoritism. She maintained a stern expression as she said, "Explain the situation." Zhou Li proceeded to embellish the tale, recounting the events in a dramatic fashion. That's so? Zhu Wei turned to Su Yang, her eyes flickering with a hint of disdain, as though to say, you think someone like this would be interested in you? Upon witnessing Zhu Wei's disdainful expression, Su Yang retorted with irritation. Fine, I admit that I took her phone, but do you honestly think I would covet someone of her caliber? Su Yang, please speak properly. What kind of person do you think I am? Zhou Li exclaimed, her anger palpable. Even if it were offered to me, I wouldn't want someone like her. With Zhou Li feeling utterly helpless, Su Yang decided to be unrestrained. Oh really, Su Yang? Did you not just claim that your girlfriend is 10 times more beautiful than I am? Why don't you summon her forth, so we can see if she truly surpasses me by such a margin? If you could bring her here, I will believe that you have no ulterior motives. Zhou Li replied coldly. This indeed posed a quandary for Su Yang, as he didn't know anyone in this vicinity. What? Can't summon her now? I'd genuinely like to see what someone 10 times more beautiful than me looks like. Zhou Li sneered as Su Yang fell silent. Excuse me, but I do not possess a beauty that exceeds yours by 10-fold. However, I believe I might edge closer to 5 times, a melodious voice interjected. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful young girl before them. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, standing at a mere 5 feet tall. Yet her beauty was truly striking to that moment. She was adorned in an outfit reminiscent of the character Xiao Qiao from the game Honor of Kings, resembling a character straight out of a comic book. It was none other than the stunning streamer, Xiao. The commotion from upstairs had certainly reached her ears. Initially, she had come merely to observe the spectacle, but unexpectedly found herself embroiled in such a situation. Though she had once regarded Su Yang as a creepy older man due to his inflatable girlfriend, she later recognized that he had generously rewarded her with 2 years' worth of salary and had assisted her in resolving issues within her guild. Thus, she felt obliged to lend a hand to Su Yang. Moreover, she believed that after encountering a superlative beauty like herself, Su Yang would hardly be interested in an older woman lacking both figure and beauty. Xiao's appearance captivated the entire room. Not only was she stunning, but her heart was equally kind. Many present were familiar with her. Xiao, is this your boyfriend? You should have said so earlier. Misunderstandings abound. Everyone, please disperse. That I firmly believe that Xiao's boyfriend cannot possibly be a thief. Upon discovering that Su Yang was indeed Xiao's boyfriend, the older women immediately set aside their brooms. Su Yang was equally astonished, never expecting Xiao to come to his defense. She is your girlfriend? Zhou Li stammered, swallowing hard, disbelief etched on her face. Meanwhile, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. For in comparison to Xiao, she felt utterly inferior. Dear lady, I sincerely doubt that my boyfriend would find you appealing, Xiao said sweetly, her hands clasped behind her back. Zhou Li's expression darkened upon being called lady for the second time. Although she was 25 and Xiao only 16, it didn't seem entirely unreasonable for her to be addressed as such. Yet, she remained unconvinced that Xiao Xiao was genuinely Su Yang's girlfriend. You expect me to believe that you are his girlfriend? If you have the audacity, then kiss him. Jolie huffed, convinced that Xiao Xiao was merely an actress hired by Su Yang. All right, Jolie, cease your antics, Su Yang interjected, his brow furrowing. With Xiao Xiao already stepping in to assist him, he wished to avoid putting her in a difficult position. However, Xiao Xiao, with a playful demeanor, raised herself on tiptoe and planted a kiss on Su Yang's cheek. Jolie believed this would stump Xiao Xiao, unaware that she had kissed Su Yang before, that a kiss on the cheek is trivial. A kiss on the lips is what truly counts. Jolie persisted. Xiao Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly at the remark that a kiss on the cheek was commonplace, even among many foreign cultures, but kissing on the lips was typically reserved for couples. However, if she refrained from kissing, she would be unable to clear Su Yang's name. How unfortunate for you. This is still his first kiss. Xiao Xiao cast a wistful glance at Su Yang, then rose on her toes. All right, she is not my girlfriend. Just as Xiao Xiao was about to brush her lips against Su Yang's, he abruptly turned his head and declared, I admit, I took her phone and exploited her. Go ahead and arrest me. He directed at Zhu Wei. Yet Zhu Wei did not take action against him. Instead, she offered a respectful nod and stated, I believe everyone is aware of the recent bank heist where a robber took a pregnant woman hostage. A brave citizen risked his life to rescue her, and that brave citizen is M.R.Su Yang. Therefore, I am confident that a person of such character would never steal from another, let alone engage in such despicable acts. Now, I must return to my duties. Having said this, Zhu Wei departed. Her words held substantial weight, and even if Xiao Xiao were not Su Yang's girlfriend, her willingness to come to his aid spoke volumes. The older women may have been skeptical of Su Yang, but they undoubtedly believed in Xiao Xiao. Some women are simply overly sensitive. They assume that just because someone glances their way, it signifies interest, failing to recognize their own shortcomings. Exactly. With such heavy makeup, it's clear she isn't a good woman. Perhaps she was the one who seduced him. Jolie remained, her face a portrait of humiliation and fury. Su Yang, that scoundrel. He has caused me embarrassment, and I shall ensure he pays dearly for that moment. Wang Wei, who had been searching for a parking spot, finally arrived. Xiao, what brings you here? He exclaimed, surprisingly familiar with her. Brother Wei, you know her? Jolie inquired eagerly. Of course. She is one of the streamers under our Qingqing Technology Media Holdings, affiliated with Donghua Video. He replied. Upon hearing this, Jolie's face lit up with excitement. Brother Wei, are you saying this little vixen is a streamer under your company? Indeed, Donghua Video is under our Qingqing Technology Media Holdings. What of it? Jolie's expression grew shadowed as she said. Then, Brother Wei, can't you ensure she is unable to stream anymore? Of course. As the vice president of Qingqing Technology, it would be a piece of cake to blacklist a small streamer, Wang Wei confidently asserted. However, he didn't possess that much authority. While Xiao was indeed attractive, her popularity on Donghua Video was mediocre at best. She was merely a minor streamer, with Wang Wei's influence. Blacklisting a small streamer would be relatively simple. Did she offend you? Yes, Brother Wei, this little vixen just called me Annie and said that only a fool would like me to be why her words. She essentially called you a fool too. Jolie clung to Wang Wei's arm, feigning innocence. Although Wang Wei could blacklist Xiao, he was somewhat reluctant. The reason was simple. Xiao was just too beautiful. Previously, he had only caught glimpses of her during her streams. And while she appeared lovely online, he never expected her to be just as stunning in reality. With a youthful visage complemented by a sensuous, mature figure, she was truly akin to a character from a manga. While Jolie was attractive, she paled in comparison to Xiao, that if he could win Xiao's affection, it would be a dream come true. Moreover, given Xiao's qualities, all he needed to do was make a call to the guild or tilt the platform's favor towards her. And he could easily elevate her to stardom. At that point, he would reap both financial and romantic rewards. Jolie, having dated many wealthy boyfriends, immediately sensed what was on Wang Wei's mind. She promptly added, By the way, Brother Wei, she also claims to be the girlfriend of this loser. Su Yang. As far as I know, most female streamers are typically required to be single, right? Su Yang's girlfriend? Wang Wei had already noticed Su Yang, but he was taken aback to hear that Xiao was his girlfriend. What merit did this loser possess to attract someone like Xiao Xiao, since Xiao was indeed Su Yang's girlfriend? Wang Wei felt no obligation to be courteous. After all, Su Yang had previously deceived him into believing he was the owner of a sweet shop, forcing him to kneel and call him daddy. He was determined to rectify that slight. Xiao, I hereby announce that you are now blacklisted. Wang Wei declared arrogantly to Xiao that he could blacklist her just as easily as he could reinstate her. At that point, he could employ both coercion and persuasion to win her over, effectively placing a green hat on Su Yang. The mere thought was exhilarating. Xiao's expression shifted slightly. While she was unfamiliar with Wang Wei, she was aware that Donghua Video was indeed under the ownership of Qingqing Technology Media. If Wang Wei truly were a vice president, he could potentially blacklist her. Could it really be that dire? I just managed to escape one calamity, and now I face another. Seeing the worry etched on the young girl's face, Su Yang gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not worry. He cannot blacklist you." "I can't blacklist her," Wang Wei scoffed. "Believe me, with just a single call, I can ensure she is permanently banned." Permanently banned. That was even more severe. That IT meant that Xiao would be unable to log into her account, let alone stream. All her fans, accumulated through a year of hard work, would vanish. Starting anew on another platform would mean beginning from scratch. That if you wish for me to spare her, then kneel and call me daddy. Wang Wei cast a disdainful glance at Su Yang. Of course, even if Su Yang were to kneel and call him father, he would not relent in his pursuit of Xiao. "You cannot ban her account," Su Yang remarked, his expression unchanging. His tone calm. "That oh, you doubt my ability to ban her account, do you?" Initially, Xiao harbored some skepticism, but it now seemed clear that Wang Wei truly possessed the power to suspend her account. What was she to do? She never anticipated that assisting Su Yang would lead her to encounter a senior executive from the company. How unfortunate. Wang Wei, with a smug expression, eagerly awaited the moment when Xiao would be banned, anticipating the pained expression on her face. She must surely regret having a loser like Su Yang as her boyfriend. "I'm sorry, but you lack the authority to ban her account," came a cold voice from the phone. "Have you lost your mind? I am Wang Wei, the vice president of your company, and I demand that you immediately suspend Xiao's account." Wang Wei exclaimed, furious. After all, he had just boasted that a single phone call could result in Xiao's account being banned. Now he was told that he lacked the necessary authority. That was quite a slap in the face. That don't think that just because you're the vice president, you can ban Xiao's account. Even if you were the president, it would still be impossible. The engineer on the other end of the line, sweating profusely, looked at Xiao's profile. This was his first encounter with an account of such high status, maximum authority. If his memory served him correctly, there was only one account with such privileges: the chairman's account. Wang Wei, merely a vice president, believed he could ban an account with the highest authority. What an absurd notion. Who exactly was Xiao to possess such elevated privileges? Initially, the engineer suspected a system error and immediately conducted a log inquiry, only to be further astonished that IT was indeed the chairman who had personally granted her the privileges just a minute prior. No matter who Xiao was, she was not someone he could afford to provoke. As for Wang Wei, he was nothing more than a foolish boy, likely unaware that he had kicked a steel plate. The engineer promptly hung up the phone. "Brother Wei, can you really not ban her account?" Zhou Li, feeling a bit anxious, queried. "That don't worry, my godfather is the president. Didn't he say even the president couldn't ban Xiao's account? I'll call him right now to see if he can do it." Wang Wei replied, casting a glance at Su Yang, adding, "I'll give you one last chance. Will you kneel before me?" At that moment, Wang Wei was visibly agitated, having inadvertently revealed his godfather's identity as the president. Although Wang Wei was quite capable, he was still young. Theoretically, it was improbable for him to attain the position of vice president on his own merit. His connection to his godfather was the sole reason for his position in most companies. Nepotism was highly frowned upon. Su Yang ignored Wang Wei and calmly asked Xiao, "Sister Xiao, have you ever encountered a situation where one is deceived by their own father?" Xiao shook her head in confusion. Then watch closely. Chapter 130. Why don't you mention you're the wealthiest? Although Wang Wei was merely the godson of Ren Huaqiang, he was treated almost like a biological son after being taken from the orphanage. Everyone assumed Wang Wei's ascension to the vice presidency of Qingqing Technology was due to his abilities. Who could have known he had such an impressive godfather? This was indeed an era where one's lineage could significantly shorten the path to success. The nature of their relationship remained a secret to the outside world. After all, such major corporations abhorred nepotism. If anyone were to discover Wang Wei's true connection to Ren Huaqiang, both would face dire consequences. However, Wang Wei did not care, believing Su Yang to be merely a loser. What could knowing their relationship possibly change? Crushing him would be as simple as squashing an ant. Seeing Su Yang, even in this situation, still attempting to flirt, only fueled Wang Wei's anger. First, he would deal with Xiao, then he would take care of Su Yang. At that point, he would ensure Su Yang knelt before him, calling him father, and he would revel in the experience of enjoying his woman right in front of him, making him wear a green hat. With that thought in mind, Wang Wei dialed his godfather's number. "Hello, President Ren. There is a female streamer on our company's platform who is suspected of serious violations that I demand that her account be immediately suspended." Wang Wei was somewhat clever, given his connection to Ren Huaqiang. He chose to address him as President Ren out of caution. "I asked the account you want to ban Xiao's." Ren Huaqiang's urgent voice came through the line. "President, how do you know?" Wang Wei was taken aback. He hadn't even informed his godfather of his intention to ban Xiao's account. So how was he already aware? "You foolish child. You've put me in a terrible situation," Ren Huaqiang shouted angrily. "What on earth happened? It's just a matter of banning an insignificant female streamer's account, isn't it?" "Insignificant? Do you have any idea what level her account is? It's the highest level." "The highest level?" Wang Wei was stunned. No, that can't be. He realized the account belonged to their chairman. "All right, you are fired. Come to the office today to handle your resignation." Ren Huaqiang interrupted Wang Wei. "President, this isn't a joke." "I am not joking." "No, President, you can't fire me. I am your godson." As Ren Huaqiang's seriousness dawned on him, Wang Wei panicked. "How dare you say that? Who let you expose our relationship? Because of you, I've just been demoted to vice president." At this point, Wang Wei was completely dumbfounded. His godfather had been demoted to vice president because their relationship had been exposed. It had to be Su Yang. It must have been that jerk. Just moments ago, he had seen him fiddling with his phone. Logically, someone like Su Yang, a loser, should have no access to the company's upper echelons. Yet, Su Yang had once been the son-in-law of the Lin family and had connections with people from Sutong Venture Capital. He might well have had the contact numbers of some influential figures that Su Yang. "How dare you betray me?" Wang Wei's mind shattered at the thought of being fired and his godfather being demoted. He immediately considered confronting Su Yang. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own strength that Su Yang swiftly slapped him, sending him into a dizzying spin. "Wang Wei, I have no time for you, but you'd best not provoke me. Otherwise, you'll regret ever being born." After knocking Wang Wei down, Su Yang coldly stated this before leaving with Xiao. Smack. Wang Wei retaliated by striking Zhou Li across the face. "That's all your fault. You jinx. Every time I encounter you, nothing good comes of it. Now I've been fired and gone bankrupt. Are you happy?" Wang Wei cursed, unleashing his fury upon Zhou Li. "Brother Wei, don't joke around. Your godfather is the company president. How could you possibly be fired?" Zhou Li responded, bewildered. "President, my foot. My godfather has just been demoted to vice president." Wang Wei slumped onto the ground, as if he had lost his soul. His godfather was demoted to vice president. This meant that Wang Wei's godfather would only earn a modest income of several $100,000 from now on, and Wang Wei himself had lost his job. Wang Wei was not just losing his job. His BMW, which was registered under the company's name, was also gone. Everything was over. Su Yang. "This grudge will not go unpunished. I will make you regret this." Wang Wei's hatred soared for Zhou Li. Her gaze toward Wang Wei had turned icy, showing no intention of letting him back in. "Zhou Li, what do you mean?" Wang Wei demanded. "Do you not understand my meaning?" "We have broken up," Zhou Li retorted with a cold smile. "Zhou Li, you are such a wretched creature." Wang Wei felt utterly despondent. "Yes, I am a wretched creature. Didn't you already know? You were the one who said you would support me with 30,000, but now that you're broke and a pauper, do you expect me to still be with you? Am I a fool?" Zhou Li declared before slamming the door shut. Enraged, Wang Wei pounded on the door, cursing incessantly, but Zhou Li paid him no mind. Downstairs, Xiao looked at Su Yang in disbelief. "How did you manage to do that?" "That guy is the vice president of the company." She was increasingly unable to fathom this man. The first time they met, he had been hugging his inflatable girlfriend. T.O. Chiao Xiao Chiao. Su-Yang was nothing more than a creepy middle-aged man. The second time, he had boldly declared in front of her camera that he was her husband, nearly ruining her reputation. She despised Su-Yang, considering him a jerk. Yet later, when Su-Yang gifted her 100,000 during her PK, he restored her popularity. Just moments ago, she had thought her demise was imminent when Wang Wei threatened to ban her. But now, it was Wang Wei who had met his end. Could it be that this man was actually a big shot? Su-Yang turned his head to the stunning young woman beside him and lightly said, "I also bought the platform." Chiao Xiao Chiao. But the corners of Chiao Xiao Chiao's mouth twitched. This guy was truly audacious that he had claimed to have bought the guild before, and now he was saying he had purchased the entire streaming platform. A single guild was worth tens of millions. Acquiring a platform would be in the range of billions. Donghua Video was currently valued at no less than 10 billion. Buying a streaming platform? Chiao Xiao Chiao would never believe it. "Why don't you say you're the wealthiest person in Jiangdu?" Chiao Xiao Chiao pouted. "Perhaps I really am," Su-Yang replied. "Cut it out." Naturally, Chiao Xiao Chiao dismissed Su-Yang's words. If he were truly the wealthiest in Jiangdu, how could he possibly reside in this place? Chapter 131. The mysterious and handsome uncle. In reality, Su-Yang was not exaggerating. Although his assets were just over 1 billion, he also possessed another account, the Xiandi account. Xiandi and he had long established mutual wills that if either of them were to pass, the other would inherit all their assets. Su-Yang possesses a staggering wealth of over 100 billion in his own account, while Xiandi's fortune surpasses his by a considerable margin. However, he has refrained from accessing the funds in Xiandi's account, as doing so would lead him to feel that Xiandi has not truly sacrificed himself. Acquiring Donghua Video was ostensibly to assist Chiao Chiao, yet the intense competition he experienced during that live stream intrigued him, revealing the allure of the streaming platform and the remarkable earning potential of streamers. Presently, traditional industries are grappling with a harsh winter, while the live streaming sector is flourishing, embodying a burgeoning trend for the future. Live streaming has evolved beyond mere beautiful hosts singing and dancing. It now encompasses a multitude of industries, particularly with the rise of short videos on platforms like Douyin and Shigua Video. Although Donghua Video pales in comparison to these giants, Su-Yang envisions a promising future for the platform, which is why he entrusted Tang Ninger with its acquisition. Upon learning of Su-Yang's intentions, Tang Ninger did not hesitate. She too recognized the potential of short videos, albeit previously constrained by finances. With Su-Yang's investment, everything became feasible. Moreover, despite Donghua Video's valuation at 100 billion, Su-Yang's actual contribution was merely over 20 billion, securing a 23.5% stake, making him the largest shareholder, regardless of how he managed it. Chiao Chiao expressed her gratitude, remarking, "Thank you so much, we're all neighbors, it's only natural," Su-Yang replied, nodding. Observing the radiant smile of the young girl, he dialed Wang Yu's number. "I asked there a tenant named Chiao Chiao in Guangming community?" He inquired. "Yes, she's a female streamer." "Yang, are you interested in her?" Wang Yu responded, "No, I'm asking if she rented a property from your Tang to property management." Indeed, she has rented a total of 30 units, all at the lowest rate of 800 yuan per month. From now on, charge her 200 per unit. If that's insufficient, deduct it from the other rents, but do not let her know this is my instruction. Understood. Yang. Wang Yu pouted, having previously claimed no interest in her. Soon after, Chiao Chiao received a call from the property management, informing her that Guangming community would soon undergo demolition. To apologized for the inconvenience caused to tenants. They decided to reduce her rent to 200 yuan per month. This reduction implied that Chiao Chiao would no longer need to pay any additional rent. "This is fantastic. Today truly feels like my lucky day," she thought. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that her fortune stemmed from someone else's assistance. Who could it be that was helping her? An image of a figure flashed through her mind. "You really are a charming and mysterious gentleman." She discovered that, despite sharing a rental, the house boasted a kitchen, albeit unused. She promptly asked Wang Yu to bring her a complete set of new cookware, so she could prepare meals for Lin Shui. Upon seeing Su-Yang once again cooking for her, a wave of emotion washed over her. "Su-Yang, if I were to become destitute, would you still care for me?" Lin Shui inquired, her teeth clenched. She had spent the day searching for a job, convinced that with her qualifications, finding employment would be a breeze. However, the reality proved disappointing. Her fame deterred companies from hiring her, as they feared she might exploit their secrets. Indeed, for someone of Lin Shui's caliber, no company would dare employ her lightly. They worried she might become their boss. After a day of interviews at numerous companies, not a single one offered her a position. She even interviewed for a management role at a club, but when they suggested she work as a technician instead, they commented that with her looks, she would undoubtedly attract business. After all, she was a goddess of a CEO. Did they expect her to give foot massages? That was simply too disheartening. Honey, what are you talking about? You'd be willing to accompany me in this shabby place. How could I ever disdain you for being poor? Rest assured, I will work hard to earn money, Su Yang said, wrapping his arms around Lin Chuyi's slender waist. Previously, he had thought Lin Chuyi was solely motivated by wealth, but now he realized he had misjudged her. It was the Lin family that was obsessed with money, not Lin Chuyi. She willingly allowed Su Yang to embrace her. He had devised a plan. Well, he couldn't reveal his wealth all at once. He could gradually introduce it. Step by step, perhaps Lin Chuyi would come to accept it. That I believe in you, she replied, and at that moment, the atmosphere grew intimate. Su Yang gazed down at the exquisite beauty in his arms, admiring her enchanting visage, her shy gaze, and her alluring lips. For the first time, he sensed the taste of love. If only he could savor that taste. That Su Yang dared to act on that thought. However, Lin Chuyi shyly withdrew. Honey, feel free to ask that if you become wealthy in the future, will you abandon me for a mistress? Su Yang replied without hesitation. How could I possibly do that? Really? Lin Chuyi felt touched. Su Yang continued. How could I possibly become rich? Lin Chuyi was taken aback. Originally, Su Yang intended to tease Lin Chuyi, but instead, he inadvertently upset her. Well, it seems that being playful can lead to trouble. Yet Lin Chuyi's annoyance faded within half a minute. As the enticing aroma of Su Yang's cooking drew her eye in, that it had been ages since she had tasted his culinary creations, and she marveled at his skills. Tomorrow, this CEO will continue the job hunt. I refuse to believe that in the vast Jiangdu city, I cannot find a place to stay to in the subsequent days. Su Yang cared for her as if they were in a villa, living a carefree life together. Although the environment was far from luxurious, the absence of Lin's family made their time together quite pleasant. To Su Yang's surprise, the female tenant next door, Lily, emerged with a look of longing. Chapter 132. Never to return, to be precise. She gazed longingly at the food on the table. What are you staring at? There's none for you. Su Yang shot Lily a glare. Please, just a little. I haven't eaten in days. Lily implored, looking pitiful. Su Yang initially thought, why should I care if you haven't eaten? But seeing her desperate expression, he sighed and served her a bowl of rice and some vegetables, but instructed her to eat in her own room. A few minutes later, she finished and looked unsatisfied. After all, Su Yang's cooking was simply too delicious. Stop staring. There's nothing left. I've already given you mine, Su Yang remarked, exasperated. Lily shook her head and said, Big brother, I don't want rice anymore. I want to ask you something. What do you want? Su Yang inquired, puzzled. Big brother, your girlfriend isn't let you touch her, right? What business is that of yours? Su Yang replied, feeling awkward. Indeed, Lin Chuyi had not allowed him to get close. Firstly, they had not reached that stage. Secondly, the place was too noisy. And thirdly, the bed was too small for any. Big brother, I can help you. Lily bit her lip, and Su Yang quickly realized her intentions. He coldly retorted, I don't need that. Lily again adopted a pitiful expression. Big brother, please help me. I haven't worked in days, though I might not be as beautiful as your girlfriend. I have other skills that will surely please you. Otherwise, I might starve. Just then, several attractive women knocked on the door. Big brother, please help us. We're starving. Su Yang stared in bewilderment at these women. After some inquiries, he learned what had transpired. Following that day, Frog Brother had effectively shut down all the women in the building where Su Yang resided. Without work, there was no income. Big brother, if you let us work again, we will gladly keep you company for free. The women pleaded, hope shining in their eyes. Su Yang sighed. You may work, but keep the noise down. Thank you, big brother. The group of women cheered. What about me? Lily looked at Su Yang. That you're not allowed. He chuckled. Letting Lily work was out of the question. Being with the stunning Lin Chuyi was challenging enough without the distraction of Lily's voice. It would surely disturb Lin Chuyi's sleep. Yet he didn't completely close the door on Lily, that he arranged for Wang Yu to find her a new place to stay at a discount. Lily was immensely grateful, continuously declaring Su Yang a good person, that if you ever need anything, just call me, no charge, she insisted, leaving Su Yang feeling bemused. Was he really in need of money? After resolving Lily's situation, it was already past 8 in the evening. 2 hours had flown by. Only then did Su Yang remember to call Lin Shuyi. What about tomorrow? The day after. Lin Shuyi replied before hanging up. Su Yang's spirits plummeted. When he tried calling again, Lin Shuyi refused to answer. That he feigned indifference that at Dongjun Villa, the matriarch had arrived, along with Lin Chong, among the few capable of saving Ziki in all of Jiangdu City. Fortunately, we have received a favorable response from the renowned Dr. Qin Sheng, known as the Little Divine Doctor of Jiangdu. He is willing to treat Ziki, but the condition is that you, Xiao Yi, must marry him, the matriarch stated, glancing at Lin Shuyi. Xiao Yi, it is not our intention to make things difficult for you. Surely, you cannot bear to watch your aunt suffer a tragic fate, can you? Noticing Lin Shuyi's silence, the matriarch continued, indeed, elder sister, we have accepted an extravagant betrothal gift of 80 million from the owner of the villa atop the mountain. If your aunt does not recover, we will have to return it. Lin Chong added. How about this, Xiao Chong? Try reaching out to the villa owner and see if he might offer assistance. That if this avenue proves fruitless, then we will have no choice but to have Xiao Yi marry Qin Sheng. The matriarch pondered for a moment before addressing Lin Chong. Lin Chong nodded. Although he did not possess the villa owner's phone number, he did have Tang Ning Air's contact. Previously, the villa owner had not granted him any favors. But now that he had offered a bridal price to Han Ziqi, perhaps he might be inclined to extend a helping hand. Tang Ning Air approached Su Yang, who was busy punching a sandbag in the villa's gym. Boss, the Lin family is looking for you. They have a request. Bang, Su Yang landed a punch, causing the sandbag to burst. Tell them to get lost. Understood, boss. Tang Ning Air was astute enough to read the room. She could tell that Su Yang was in a foul mood, and refrained from further banter, quietly retreating. Indeed, Su Yang's spirits were considerably lowered. Hadn't they promised to endure hardships together and strive for success? Yet, it had only been a few days that it seemed that Lin Shuyi was still unable to let go of her life of luxury. Grandma says to leave, or else. Lin Chong felt somewhat embarrassed. He had thought that with Han Ziqi's connection, the villa owner would show some consideration for the Lin family. It must be that the villa owner was aware of the predicament concerning Xiao Yi's aunt and blamed the Lin family for her lack of protection, thus harboring anger. Lin Chong analyzed the situation. It appeared that this route with the villa owner was no longer viable. The eyes of the others were once again fixed on Lin Shuyi. Xiao Yi, you are the only one who can save your aunt now. You wouldn't truly stand idly by, would you? The matriarch spoke with a somber tone. Why must it be me? Does the Lin family lack any other women? Lin Shuyi bit her lip, her eyes filled with reluctance. Why must she bear the brunt of everything? You ask me why. Then I shall ask you, is it not because Ziqi went out with you and that good-for-nothing that she found herself in this situation? The matriarch's voice turned cold. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuyi's complexion paled. Although the matriarch's words seemed somewhat unreasonable, she found herself unable to refute them. Seeing Lin Shuyi nearly biting her lip until it bled, the matriarch continued, Xiao Yi, we do not wish for this either, that if it were not specifically you they demanded, I believe any woman from the Lin family would willingly step up. After all, Qin Sheng is certainly 100 times better than that good-for-nothing Su Yang. Enough of this talk, Guodong Shijuan. You two should counsel Xiao Yi properly. The matriarch ceased her words and rose to her feet. Chapter 133, Unparalleled Bewitchment. Xiao Yi, Mom, please do not persuade me. I will never agree, even if it costs me my life. Lin Shuyi declared resolutely that I am not here to persuade you. This time, I support you, Wang Shijuan said. Lin Guodong looked at his wife in astonishment that he had not anticipated that Wang Shijuan would back Lin Shuyi this time. If it comes to it, being cast out of the Lin family is no matter. Your father and I can sleep on the streets, Wang Shijuan continued. She was still the same Wang Shijuan, Lin Shuyi's mother, who understood her daughter's character all too well. Lin Shuyi was inherently stubborn, and thus her mother could only resort to moral persuasion. Indeed, upon hearing Wang Shijuan's words, Lin Shuyi lowered her head. She did not mind her own suffering, but she could not bear to implicate her parents. Initially, she had been confident that leaving the Lin family would allow her to live a life of splendor. However, the setbacks she faced while job hunting over the past few days made her realize that she had been branded with the Lin family label, and shedding it would not be so simple. Moreover, her parents, though not extravagant, lived a life of luxury. Forcing them into hardship would be akin to condemning them. Xiao Yi, although Ziqi is not your mother's biological child, she has grown up alongside you. Now only you can save her. Are you truly willing to watch her perish? You heard your grandmother's words just now. Did you not? If Zichi does not survive, that good-for-nothing will not live either. You should trust that your grandmother is the kind of person who follows through on her words. Faced with the relentless barrage from Wang Xiujuan and Lin Guodong, Lin Shu gradually felt overwhelmed. Furthermore, Wang Xiujuan was not exaggerating. The matriarch was certainly capable of such actions. With her abilities, it would be trivial to eliminate someone like Su Yang. What to do? What on earth was she to do? Lin Shu wished for neither her aunt's demise, nor any misfortune to befall Su Yang. It seemed that she had run out of options. Alas, it appeared that she could not escape her fate after all. Ever since she entered the family business, she had fought to break free from her destiny. Yet in the end, she had not triumphed over fate. Tired of struggling, she felt drained. Moreover, the matriarch and Wang Xiujuan were correct. She could not simply watch Han Ziqi die. Seeing their daughter finally relent, Wang Xiujuan and Lin Guodong breathed a sigh of relief that in truth, Chen Sheng was quite a catch. He was known as the Little Divine Doctor of Jiangdu. In terms of wealth and reputation, he was more than a match for Xiao Yi. Moreover, considering Xiao Yi's previous marriage, it was fortunate that he did not hold it against her. She should be grateful. Mom, please leave. I need some time alone. Lin Shu gazed at her incessantly chattering mother, her heart heavy with sorrow. Just because she had been married once, she was now deemed second-hand. Should she be grateful that someone was willing to marry her? And who was it that had turned her into second-hand merchandise? Upon learning of Lin Shu Yi's acquiescence, Chen Sheng promptly began preparing for the wedding. Within a day, everything was in place. The ceremony was to be held at the most luxurious five-star hotel in Jiangdu, the Dihao Hotel. Once the two exchanged vows, Chen Sheng would immediately treat Han Ziqi that on that day, Lin Shui donned a stunning wedding gown. The meticulously applied bridal makeup rendered her radiant. It is often said that a woman is at her most beautiful when she marries, and Lin Shui, already hailed as the fairest maiden of Jiangdu, shone even brighter than a star at that moment. Yet, there was not a trace of joy on her face, only an overwhelming sense of desolation and sorrow, for she was to wed a man she had never even met. The Dihao Hotel was already bustling with guests. Although the Lin family was not a prominent clan, they had their fair share of acquaintances in the business world. Furthermore, the so-called Little Divine Doctor of Jiangdu, Chen Sheng, had a considerable network of friends. Although his medical prowess could only rank within the top 3 in Jiangdu, many still came to support him, for after all, who among them had not experienced illness at some point? Cultivating a good relationship with Chen Sheng was undoubtedly advantageous. Every member of the Lin family beamed with smiles. This was Chen Sheng. After Lin Shu married him, she would withdraw from the Lin family business, and the Lin family would have the backing of a Little Divine Doctor. It was truly a win-win situation. Xiao Yi, today is your joyous occasion. Cheer up. At least, no one will be able to say you married a good-for-nothing anymore. Indeed, if it were me, I would gladly marry him. Too bad, he doesn't fancy me. The younger female relatives of the Lin family gawked at Lin Shu with envy. It seemed the matriarch's words held truth. There were indeed those who wanted to marry Chen Sheng. At the villa atop the mountain, Su Yang reclined in the temperature-controlled swimming pool, savoring a glass of red wine, appearing utterly at ease. Tang Ning, having donned a bikini, joined him in the pool. Oh, have you learned to swim so quickly? Su Yang teased that my aptitude not commendable. Tang Ning replied, swimming gracefully in the pool. Each time she emerged from the water, droplets cascaded from her beautiful face, creating a stunning tableau. Su Yang reveled in the sight of this enchanting scene, suddenly realizing that he seemed to have overlooked many splendid vistas that in truth, Tang Ning was equally capable in various aspects. Not inferior to Lin Shui, especially now, as she held significant stakes in Su Tang Venture Capital and Xingcheng Technology Media holding short video platform, Donghua Video. She was no longer the bankrupt and destitute Tang Ning. A newfound aura of confidence enveloped her, making her a definite goddess, that a restlessness stirred within Su Yang. He downed the remaining wine in his glass and swam over to Tang Ning. A sardonic smile creeping onto his face. Was Lin Shu truly the only woman in the world? Before long, Su Yang found himself beside Tang Ning, wrapping his arms around her. Boss. Tang Ning had only begun to utter a word when she discovered that she had been pulled into Su Yang's embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together, and droplets of water slipped from Tang Ning exquisite face. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing a hint of trepidation. It is said that the best first date with a girlfriend is at a swimming pool, as one must wear a bikini, allowing for an unobstructed view of her figure and true self. This moment, Tang Ning Air bore no makeup, yet her beauty remained undeniable. Her skin was as fair as snow, and aside from a small mole at the corner of her eye, not a single flaw could be found. That tiny mole did nothing to mar her beauty, but instead lent her an added allure. Her figure was naturally stunning, with certain attributes surpassing even Lin Shui. Previously, his gaze had only ever rested on Lin Shui, and he had failed to notice such a breathtaking enchantress by his side. Chapter 134. Su Yang arrives, and this mesmerizing beauty was entirely obedient and compliant to him. Am I truly a masochist, drawn to Lin Shui? Facing the stunning Tang Ning Air, Su Yang's throat involuntarily convulsed as he tightened his grip around her. Tang Ning Air appeared somewhat anxious. Tang Ning Air, oh Tang Ning Air, when you arrived, did you not foresee the consequences? What are you afraid of now? Did you not swear that if any man were to pull you from the abyss, you would give him everything? Before encountering Su Yang, Tang Ning had already 1 foot in the abyss, burdened with millions in debts she could not repay. Just when she thought she would ultimately become a woman devoid of shame due to her financial plight, Su Yang appeared, like a prince from a legend, pulling her from the depths while bestowing upon her great respect. Without any desire for her beauty, he even granted her an opportunity to rediscover herself. If one were to find a flaw, it would be that he loved Lin Shui too deeply. Tang Ninger could never comprehend how a man could love a woman so passionately, willing to conceal his immense wealth and play the role of a humble man, enduring various insults and slanders. And now, she had such an opportunity to win the heart of this perfect man. She was certain that at this moment, she need not even flirt with Su Yang. With just a little cooperation, he would be hers. Yet in the end, Tang Ninger pushed Su Yang away, for she knew he did not hold her in his embrace out of love. Of course, she was indifferent to whether Su Yang loved her or not, and she cared little about becoming a mere substitute for Lin Shui. She simply did not wish for Su Yang to have regrets. At the Dihao Hotel, Tang Ninger softly uttered a few words. What does that mean? Su Yang asked, puzzled that at Dihao Hotel, you will find the answers you seek. She swam, practiced boxing, and worked out, pretending that everything was fine. Yet, Tang Ninger was fully aware of the reasons behind it all. And she had also uncovered the reason for Lin Shui's departure. Chen Sheng had been too ostentatious. It was impossible for her to remain oblivious. Although Lin Shui was already married, suitors still lined up to court her. Unfortunately, Lin Shui had turned them all down. Yet, inexplicably, she had suddenly agreed to marry the renowned Chen Sheng, the little divine doctor of Jiangdu. Perhaps Lin Shui had her reasons that were beyond her control. Tang Ninger mused. Watching Su Yang leave in a hurry, she let out a self-deprecating smile. Tang Ninger, you truly are foolish. At the Dihao Hotel, when Lin Shui laid eyes on the over 50-year-old Chen Sheng, she felt no stirrings in her heart. It mattered not whom she married. After all, none could compare to him. Wow, is this truly Jiangdu's first beauty? She's indeed more stunning in person than in reputation. I regret it. Had I known Lin Shui was this beautiful, even if she were secondhand, I would still wish to marry her. Chen Sheng, the old scoundrel, was fortunate indeed, though one could only wonder about his vitality. Furthermore, one could not help but wonder if Lin Shui's useless husband was aware that his wife was marrying today. Even if he knew, what could he do? Would he dare to crash the wedding? After all, this was Chen Sheng. He was likely hiding somewhere, weeping at this very moment. At the banquet, numerous guests whispered among themselves, expressing their sympathies for Su Yang. But more than that, they envied the elderly Chen Sheng for having such a beautiful bride. As the music commenced, the most sacred moment was approaching. Xiao Yi, do not marry him. He could be your grandfather. Just then, the hall doors were suddenly flung open, and a figure rushed in. The music continued. But the atmosphere grew awkward as all eyes turned to see who had the audacity to voice their innermost thoughts. Was it Lin Shui's useless husband? Did he not understand the chasm that separated him from Chen Sheng? Even Lin Shui lifted her veil in shock. Was it Su Yang? Though she did not truly wish for him to come, a part of her deep down seemed to hope he would. Yet, alas, it was not Su Yang. It was a young man in his 20s, a suitor of Lin Shui, the owner of a small company, Zheng Yoji. Wow, someone actually dares to crash the wedding. He must be seeking death. Daring to compete for Chen Sheng's bride, many cast sympathetic glances towards Zheng Youji. Chen Sheng's wealth, while not particularly significant in Jiangdu, paled in comparison to his status as a divine doctor, having connections with many prominent figures. In the eyes of those influential individuals, the status of a divine doctor far surpassed that of mere money. Thus, Zheng Youji's actions amounted to courting disaster. Xiao Yi, do not marry him. Marry me, and I will cherish you for a lifetime. Zheng Youji repeated fervently, "Daha, kid, you have guts to dare to snatch my Chen Sheng's wife." Chen Sheng's lips curled into a cold smile. Today is Mr. Chen's joyous day. It is not suitable for violence. Allow me to handle this. Indeed, an elder stepped forward, a 70-year-old man, Chu Mingyuan, the chairman of the Chu Group, worth over 500 million, that who would have thought he would attend Chen Sheng's wedding. That kid is finished. Chu Mingyuan waved his hand, and several bodyguards approached, ready to break his legs and dispose of him in the river. The bodyguards sprang into action, that Dio not make a scene at the wedding. Chu Mingyuan cautioned, Chu Mingyuan, you old scoundrel. Let go of me. Zheng Youji's cries grew fainter until they vanished. This was merely a minor episode. No one cared about the fate of a small-time Zheng Youji. After all, many present could squash him like an ant with ease. Some even regretted not seizing the opportunity to act sooner. The wedding continued. However, the hall doors swung open once more. Was someone else seeking death? Lin Chuyi had grown weary of lifting her veil to see. Who is this? Murmurs spread among the crowd, as not everyone recognized Su Yang, the so-called useless son-in-law. Its him. He truly came. Yet some recognized Su Yang. Who is he, Su Yang, the son-in-law of the Lin family? He actually dared to come. If I were him, I would not have sought my own demise. Did he not see what happened to Zheng Youji? He is likely to meet an even worse fate. Upon hearing the murmurs, Lin Chuyi seemed to realize who had arrived. Its Su Yang. He really came. Why did he come? Has he lost his mind? Or is he seeking death? This time, Lin Chuyi did not lift her veil, for she did not know how to face Su Yang. Just 2 days prior, they had shared a bed, and he had sworn to love her for life, regardless of her wealth or poverty, promising never to abandon her. Yet in the blink of an eye, she was to marry another. Tell me, why? Ignoring the peculiar gazes of the crowd, Su Yang fixed his gaze on Lin Chuyi, whose face was obscured by the veil. Lin Chuyi remained silent. You useless fool. Who allowed you to come? Only then did the Lin family realize they had finally persuaded Lin Chuyi to agree to marry Chen Sheng, and they could not allow any complications. Security, throw this useless fool out. Lin Chong immediately summoned the security personnel. 2 security guards rushed towards Su Yang, but he swiftly kicked them aside. More security guards charged at him. Yet they were no match for Su Yang's prowess. Is this truly the Lin family's useless son-in-law? How is he so powerful? Powerful or not, what did it matter? He should consider how many guards were present today. He could wear himself out. Today's gathering was particularly abundant, with many prominent figures in attendance, all accompanied by security. With the hotel security, the total number of guards exceeded 100 at the command. All security would come rushing in. Tell me why. Su Yang demanded, having dispatched several guards while still advancing toward the stage. Kid, I'm giving you a chance. Get the hell out of here, or I won't mind adding another corpse to the Jiangdu River tomorrow. Chen Sheng's expression darkened. Tell me why. Yet Su Yang continued to disregard Chen Sheng, stepping closer to the stage. All right, kid, you dare to disregard my words. Someone beat him to death or cripple him. I will take responsibility for the consequences. Since Chen Sheng had spoken, no one would hold back. They summoned their bodyguards, and soon over 100 men surged forward, a sight that would make any ordinary person's legs tremble. Kid, you're seeking death. And you have no one to blame but yourself. The guards received orders to incapacitate him without mercy. Yet, with his hands behind his back, Su Yang used only his feet to send the guards flying one by one. Soon, the ground was littered with fallen bodyguards as he pressed on, more guards charging forth. Bang, bang, bang. Guards fell continuously. How astonishing. Countless onlookers were left in shock. Why do I find him somewhat handsome at this moment? He is certainly not the spineless coward of legend that Su Yang single-handedly faced off against 100 bodyguards, altering many perceptions of him. However, in this world, not all problems could be solved by brute force. Even if Su Yang took down 100, he could not take Lin Chuyi away. Finally, he arrived before the stage, standing tall among the defeated guards, exuding an aura of invincibility. "Wife, as long as you tell me you are not doing this willingly, I will take you away immediately." Su Yang gazed intently at Lin Chuyi, who trembled violently. She had never anticipated Su Yang would come, let alone that he would defeat all those bodyguards. His body was covered in footprints. After all, there were hundreds of bodyguards that Su Yang did not reveal his true prowess. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as these bodyguards merely falling. The atmosphere had become tense and stagnant. Finally, Lin Chuyi suddenly tore off her veil and shouted at Su Yang. "Su Yang, have you had enough of this farce? I willingly chose to marry. Do you truly believe that I, Lin Chuyi, would spend my entire life cramped on a single bed with you? Wake up." Her words pierced Su Yang's heart like daggers. He abruptly strode towards Chun Sheng, who instinctively recoiled in fear, especially since Su Yang had already dealt with 100 bodyguards. "Dare to lay a hand on my husband, and you shall regret it," Lin Chuyi yelled at Su Yang. "Husband." Lin Chuyi had the audacity to call Chun Sheng her husband. That it was all for naught. This woman had never truly loved him. He had thought Lin Chuyi was different from the Lin family, but now it seemed there was no distinction at all. In truth, Lin Chuyi referred to Chun Sheng as her husband solely to provoke Su Yang into leaving. Although she was unaware of Su Yang's formidable capabilities, what use was strength in a fight? At least half of those present could easily ensure Su Yang's disappearance. That I end this world. There is nothing that money cannot resolve. Suddenly, Su Yang raised a glass of champagne and toasted Chun Sheng. "Wishing you both a century of happiness and a swift arrival of your offspring. I shall drink first. You may follow suit." With that, he downed the drink in one go. That moment, Chun Sheng's face was as dark as coal. That a former boyfriend attending his ex-girlfriend's wedding, raising a toast to the groom while proclaiming, "I drink first. You may do as you wish." The implication was unmistakable. It was as if he were saying that Chun Sheng was merely picking up his discarded shoes. Seeing Chun Sheng on the verge of fury, Lin Chuyi rushed forward and slapped Su Yang across the face. "Get out, leave at once." Yet ultimately, her hand slowly descended. She had noticed the tears sliding down Lin Chuyi's cheeks and the deep concern in her eyes. He understood. Lin Chuyi was intentionally trying to drive him away to prevent any retaliation from Chun Sheng. As Su Yang reached out, gently brushing away the tears from Lin Chuyi's face. "Silly girl, I do not require your protection. Even if it were 10 Chun Shengs, I would not regard them with any seriousness." That I end that moment. Lin Chuyi could no longer contain her emotions, collapsing into Su Yang's embrace and weeping uncontrollably. She pounded her fists against his chest. "That Su Yang, you scoundrel. You're the greatest scoundrel in the world. Why do you keep appearing just as I am about to let you go? Please tell me, what on earth has happened?" Su Yang gently patted Lin Chuyi's back and asked softly, "What is it?" "My aunt's injuries are too severe. The doctor says she cannot survive. Only Chun Sheng can save her. But he demands that I marry him." To help, Lin Chuyi sobbed as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Su Yang let out a sigh of relief, believing it to be a lesser matter than he had thought. Suddenly, a series of sharp claps echoed through the air. "Good, good, good," Chun Sheng exclaimed 3 times, a vicious glint flashing across his face. 2 silver needles appeared silently at his fingertips. Without warning, he charged towards Su Yang.